Chapter 1, Prologue. In the depths of the cosmos, on the desolate and lonely planet Vormer, there lay decay and ruin, devoid of life. The only striking feature was a gleaming red skull. In a world once vibrant, the catastrophic snap event unleashed by Thanos, wielding the 6 Infinity Stones, led Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, to traverse the quantum realm using Pym particles, arriving at the parallel timeline of the Marvel Universe in 2014. Their mission was to reclaim the Infinity Stones and save half of Earth's population, who had fallen victim to Thanos' wrath. The other members of the Avengers, including Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Ant-Man, Thor, Rocket Raccoon, War Machine, and Nebula, dispersed across various regions and timelines to seize the corresponding Infinity Stones. Natasha and Clint were tasked specifically with obtaining the Soul Stone. However, the truth was revealed by the Red Skull, who ominously stated that to acquire the Soul Stone, a soul must be sacrificed in exchange for another. To obtain the Soul Stone, one must cast a loved one into the abyss, thus birthing a death for the Soul Stone. This was utterly absurd. Upon hearing the truth, Natasha's immediate reaction was to feign affection for the Red Skull, contemplating the absurdity of sacrificing him. Clint suggested calling Captain Rogers over. After all, enemies often reveal their true feelings when faced with one another. Regrettably, this idea did not come to fruition. Yet, no matter how they tried, the sage-like Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, remained impervious, adopting an air of indifference. He remained unmoved, declaring that if they were not willing to exchange the stone, they could leave. The two soon realized the grim reality. It was impossible to conjure any form of affection for such a grotesque entity. The Red Skull was utterly repulsive at first glance, and even more so upon closer inspection. They grappled over who would sacrifice themselves to obtain the Soul Stone, striving to save the lives of those lost in their original world and half of the universe's population. The struggle culminated in Natasha gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, under Clint's despairing gaze, she willingly leaped from the precipice. As she approached her demise, Clint felt a profound sense of helplessness. In that critical moment, a streak of light pierced the sky, and a young woman with cascading golden-brown waves of hair arrived at an astonishing speed. She exuded elegance, beauty, and a striking figure. Radiating an energy akin to white flames, she donned a blue bodysuit, adorned with golden feathered shoulder armor, a dragon head belt, and a vividly red cloak. In the blink of an eye, she saved Natasha's life before Clint's incredulous eyes. "Hey friends, I believe you could use a bit of assistance," the young woman said with a dazzling smile and a playful demeanor. Natasha, overwhelmed by her formidable power, was effortlessly swept away from the cliff. The Red Skull, taken aback, decided to observe the unfolding events, having never encountered such a phenomenon. With her strength, speed, and familiar attire, she resembled a figure from the DC Universe, Wonder Woman. However, she lacked the short skirt and iconic black stockings, as well as the emblem of hope represented by the S of Krypton. Natasha and Clint were filled with curiosity and wariness towards this unexpected Wonder Woman. It was only natural who would send a heroine from DC to the Marvel Universe. It was only when this Wonder Woman unexpectedly flashed a thumbs up, revealing a mischievous grin and gleaming white teeth, that she proclaimed, "My friends, you are the true heroes." Recognition of heroes. Chapter 2. The Veil Lifted, A Corpse Awakens Revised. In a remote desert area, within a concealed mine, a large cold storage facility housed several disheveled individuals clad in rudimentary gear, armed with firearms, standing before an operating table. The rusted frame held a body draped in a white sheet. A young man with a buzz cut wore a lecherous smile as he cautiously lifted the sheet, unveiling an exquisite visage. Cascading golden-brown waves of hair lay strewn across the table, framing long, elegant brows, dense eyelashes, a prominent nose, and full, luscious lips. She embodied a harmonious blend of Eastern serenity and Western vigor, perfectly capturing the essence of beauty from both realms. The only flaw was her pallid complexion and the bloodless hue of her lips, alongside a ghastly bullet wound oozing from her temple. "Damn it, Wally. Can't you suppress your repulsive tendencies for once?" exclaimed a middle-aged man with disdain. "She's already dead, but she remains breathtaking, like the aurora beneath the starry sky, deep and mysterious, does she not? The young man replied, his eyes filled with obsession, yearning to caress the corpse's smooth cheek, only to be swiftly restrained. Oh heavens! Did you read the scriptures with your lower half? The middle-aged man scorned, glancing at the young man's tinted trousers with discomfort. It's unfortunate she bore a Western visage, sneaking in and witnessing something she ought not to see sealed her fate. Another middle-aged man, toying with a broken camera, chuckled. By the way, she is from the Middle Kingdom. Wouldn't killing her carelessly spark international outrage? The first middle-aged man frowned, casting a glance at the metal cart beside the table, where a red passport lay. Hey, when have we ever feared anyone, right? The young man retorted. Damn those golden-haired devils for exploiting our nation and oppressing our citizens, all while feigning righteousness and collaborating behind closed doors. Haven't you seen their ugly faces? That's different. The Middle Kingdom is not to be trifled with, the middle-aged man stated sternly. Vangela, you're being too timid. They won't even know their female reporter has ventured into this godforsaken place to snap photos. Let's ensure no witnesses remain. What's the saying in their language? Live and find not the body, die and find not the corpse. Another middle-aged man with a scruffy beard jested. Shut up. Stop flaunting your convoluted phrases. It's neither see the living nor find the dead. The first middle-aged man corrected with a spit. Ah, yes. That's precisely what I meant. The young man continued, rubbing his hands, his gaze betraying a desire fixated on the female corpse. He failed to notice the corpse's brow twitching slightly. Those consumed by desire were evidently oblivious. Wally, if you wish to indulge, wait until nightfall. As long as you don't freeze your little bug, you can enjoy to your heart's content. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on his firearm, teasingly responding. Laughter erupted among the group. Hey, can't you take a stroll outside first and then return? Give me some time, I assure you I won't make a sound. Wally insisted, rubbing his hands like a madman, desire gleaming in his eyes. I should toss you onto the outside floor and let you feel the scorching heat. It's 50 degrees out there. ITLL, singe your luscious chest hair. No one would dare venture out at this moment. The middle-aged man growled. Those in the surveillance room have it easy who would want to be stuck with a heap of corpses like us? Wally sighed in resignation. Damn it, shut your mouth. Never speak of this again, understand? If the boss hears, you'll lose your head. Those precious organs within these corpses are cash in hand, gold. Do you understand, you fool? Vangela snarled, gripping Wallace's shirt. The Ten Commandments gang had long thrived in various industries, indulging in all manner of heinous deeds for quick profits: kidnapping, extortion, murder, and smuggling. This narrative encapsulates the nefarious dealings of arms trafficking and organ trade. Upon the demise of an individual, their internal organs swiftly deteriorate, rendering them nothing but meaningless, decayed proteins, devoid of utility. Yet, the Ten Commandments gang possesses a unique cryogenic technology that allows them to maintain the softness of the exterior while solidifying the interior. This rapid freezing ensures the freshness of the organs, enabling their transplantation even after a special defrosting process. This explains their nonchalant demeanor following kill. When exactly are we supposed to wait? Tony Stark has yet to produce the Jericho missile? Lamented another middle-aged man. Do not fret, today is the final deadline. Should he fail to meet the deadline, death is the only outcome, and it will not be a pleasant one. Perhaps death would be a mercy for him. The group erupted into arrogant laughter. Captured by terrorists, one would face a fate worse than death, especially at the hands of the infamous Ten Commandments gang. However, before their laughter could fully dissipate, a thunderous explosion resounded. The wall of the cold storage was violently breached, creating a gaping hole. Debris flew in every direction as several terrorists swiftly aimed their weapons, only to be met with expressions of shock. Emerging from a breach was a towering figure clad in metal, the Iron Man, who strode in with heavy steps. Hey, buddy, I must have taken a wrong turn, the Iron Man quipped, surveying the surroundings with a mocking tone. Lu Tai felt a profound disorientation, as if ensnared within a dream. He was enveloped by countless white bubbles, soft and fluffy, akin to sinking into cotton. He found himself in a boundless white realm, devoid of heat or cold, where breathing felt both possible yet unnecessary. Suddenly, a radiant white light approached from the distance, its serpentine energy swirling around Lu Tai's form with increasing speed. The white bubbles began to shatter under the rapid orbit of the light, dissipating into the ether without a trace. As more bubbles burst, Lu Tai gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I at work? How did I end up here? At that moment, while idly passing time at the office, he had stumbled upon a catalog on a shopping platform. Initially indifferent, what truly captured his attention were the countless minuscule white dots scattered across the black paper, reminiscent of a Dalmatian spots or inducing a sense of claustrophobia. Upon closer inspection, these dots revealed themselves as miniature star systems, akin to myriad worlds within the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, during his work hours, Lu Tai had fixated on the catalog image on his phone, taking the elevator down from the 20th floor to the outdoor parking lot, only to be struck by a $1 million luxury car that had barreled through the protective barrier. From that moment, his memory became a complete blur. This was indeed a case of unfortunate circumstances. He vaguely recalled a terrified face in the passenger seat of a luxury car. Was it his girlfriend, Xinko? Well, at least the death was not excruciating, a brief moment of pain and then oblivion. Lu Tai found himself both furious and amused, instinctively attempting to move, only to discover his body felt unbearably heavy, as if laden with lead, immovable. Panic set in. New body detected. Integration in progress. Soul compatibility 100. Please remain calm. Suddenly, a line of cold, imposing text appeared in the white expanse. Lu Tai was taken aback. This was the rhythm of soul transference. Indeed, a car accident, a transmigration, a system. This was the quintessential program. Integration complete, drawing energy from cosmic rays, altering human genetics. Acquired abilities: super strength, super speed, super defense, super hearing. Super healing, flight, heat vision, X-ray vision, telescopic vision, increased cellular vitality, prolonged lifespan. Lifespan maximum: 200 years benchmark template. Homelander, similarity. 90 energy level. Surface level gene integration complete. Original memories commencing transmission. Awakening in progress. Lu Tai could hardly close his mouth in astonishment. What was happening? Had he acquired superhuman abilities akin to those of his nation's heroes? Was a new world he had entered perilous? Had he landed in the realm of the boys? Before he could ponder further, a torrent of memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, an intense pain rendering him unconscious, plunging him into a state of shock. Meanwhile, in the cold storage, Tony Stark was crouched behind a refrigerator at the corner, controlling the one Malawian Kwacha, Iron Man's suit. Bullets rained down like confetti, clashing against his armor with a sharp metallic sound, though the recoil left him in considerable discomfort. 3 months prior, Tony had showcased the devastating capabilities of the Jericho missile to the military, expecting to return home for some leisure, only to be ambushed and abducted along the way. Within this cavern, Tony witnessed the very weapons he had created to protect the weak being employed by terrorists to massacre innocents. He was desperate to escape and destroy the weapons produced by his own company. The terrorists demanded he manufacture the Jericho missile, underestimating their knowledge. He seized the opportunity to craft an epic-making weapon, the Iron Armor. As the name suggests, it was meant to be worn, offering maximum defense, equipped with combat-driven armor. The one Malawian Kwacha was a hastily constructed suit designed for his escape from his captors, lacking in functionality and exceedingly cumbersome. Its weaponry was limited, particularly in shock absorption. Had it not been for the robust steel used in the missile's fabrication, he would have been seriously injured by the recoil. Originally, the escape plan was sound, yet fate had other designs as the terrorists discovered he had not fabricated the Jericho missile in advance, leading to his exposure. Ethan rushed out to buy time, but ended up lost. Tony wished he could open up his brain to see if it had short-circuited. Now, the drive chain in the leg of his suit had been severed, rendering the weaponry inoperative, and he could not muster the strength to move the heavy one Malawian Kwacha, forced to remain in place, awaiting a chance. At this juncture, the solid steel armor combined with the terrain offered sufficient protection against the overwhelming firepower outside, but time was of the essence. Curse be it, Tony racked his brain for an escape plan when suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief. The surgical bed situated in the center of the cold storage began to move. A figure emerged, abruptly lifting the white sheet and then eerily levitating in midair. Chapter 3. This woman is a bit fierce, revised. At this moment, a stunning blonde woman, clad in a flimsy, surgical gown, floated in midair, defying the laws of physics. Her expression appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze vacant, as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. The members of the Ten Commandments gang, who had been relentlessly firing their weapons, halted in their assault, staring in bewilderment at the woman who had returned from the dead. Through the visor of his Malawian Kwacha armor, Tony Stark gazed at the surreal scene before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. The term superpower was not unfamiliar in the world. Indeed, many inexplicable phenomena had been categorized as supernatural abilities. However, when faced with it firsthand, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. How could a human float unaided in the air? Was this even conceivable? Suddenly, the beautiful blonde woman shook her head, her eyes gradually regaining their luster, growing calm as she scanned her surroundings with indifference. The air was thick with smoke, the cold storage room was in disarray, the walls bore gaping holes. An armed assailants surrounded her, along with a bulky Iron Man. She took in the scene with her emerald-like eyes, her pupils narrowing as she became acutely aware of every detail. The flow of sweat, the fluttering of insects' wings. Everything slowed to an almost surreal pace. The sound of her heartbeat and the distant gasps of breath became vividly clear. Looking down at her hands, she clenched her fists, an overwhelming surge of muscular power coursing through her body. Was this the extent of her capabilities, embodying 90 of her potential? It felt exhilarating. She had been reborn, though the unsettling truth remained that she had taken over a deceased woman's body. A chill ran down her spine, and a weight settled heavily upon her chest. Grasping her bosom, she found it round and resilient, a sensation both foreign and intriguing. Why couldn't she control her hands? The bond between her soul and this flesh was remarkably seamless, as if it were meant to be. It was now more appropriate to refer to her as she. The memories of her original self flooded her mind. She was now in a world known as Blue Star, or rather, a parallel version of it. The owner of this body was named Lu Yunming, sharing the same surname, a blend of Asian and American heritage. Her father was American, who succumbed to coronary heart disease in his youth, while her mother, a Chinese national, perished during childbirth. In essence, she had no relatives, existing instead as an international freelance writer who had earned a doctorate in journalism at a tender age. She often traversed various nations, documenting local customs and material goods. This time, she had accepted an assignment to delve into the war-torn deserts of Asia, gathering pertinent information to compose a report titled The Depth of Civilian Suffering in War. Concerned about potential trouble from local terrorists, she had procured a counterfeit Chinese passport, a measure that could prove life-saving in critical moments. However, she had unwittingly wandered into the territory of the Ten Commandments gang, witnessing terrorists wielding Stark Industries weaponry as they perpetrated indiscriminate massacres against civilians. While hiding behind a rock to take photographs, her camera slipped from her grasp and was struck by a bullet, rendering her unconscious before she could present her false passport. The terrorists dragged her corpse back to their cold storage, employing cryogenic technology to preserve her, intending to sell her intact organs. Already gravely injured, she succumbed to her wounds during this ordeal. The Ten Commandments gang, Stark Industries? Lu Yunming couldn't help but scoff at her original self's reckless dedication to her profession, inadvertently stepping into a war zone. Suddenly, the realization struck her. This was the Marvel Universe. This world was far more perilous than ordinary reality, rife with nameless deities stirring chaos. And the cosmos teemed with unseen dangers. Even on Earth, countless monsters lurked, and though the presence of superheroes and villains made it somewhat familiar, it remained a world fraught with peril. Just as she floated, lost in her thoughts, Tony Stark, concealed in a corner, raised an eyebrow and could not resist inquiring, "Hey, lady, how does it feel to be awake? Do you need assistance?" Tony, ever the lively character, maintained his humor even in dire circumstances. He sensed the abnormality in the young woman and aimed to take the initiative. The stunning blonde paused, turning to the pudgy Iron Man in the corner, her gaze piercing through the armor to reveal a familiar face. "Tony Stark?" Lu Yunming asked curiously. Now, she realized the timeline she had entered. This was none other than Robert Downey Jr. Indeed, he appeared exactly as he did in the films, as if he were an ethereal figure materializing in reality. Utterly absurd. The one Malawian Kwacha was the very suit Tony had been forced to create while imprisoned by the Ten Commandments gang in Afghanistan, a testament to his genius. Before her crossing, Liu Yunming had watched several Marvel films, yet her recollections were oddly hazy, shrouded in a veil of fog that obscured the full picture. However, the unfolding plot felt off-kilter, inconsistent with the established narrative. "Hi, beautiful lady, I didn't expect to be so famous," Tony quipped, flashing a grin, though internally he was tense. While he was indeed a renowned figure, his flamboyant personality and genius intellect, coupled with immense wealth, had garnered him international fame. Yet at this moment, clad in metal, his true identity was concealed. How could she possibly know who he was? Tony's greatest fear was not that his ardent fans would recognize him by his voice, but rather that they already knew. In such a precarious situation, the addition of a supernatural adversary could spell doom. This woman was more stunning than any cover model, and he could only hope she was a loyal fan. Fortunately, he had observed that she did not appear to be a terrorist. Otherwise, she would not lie in a cold storage room awaiting organ trafficking. "You have 17 metal fragments within you," Liu Yunming stated, squinting, her voice direct. "X-ray vision proves quite useful, doesn't it?" "What?" Tony faltered, instinctively questioning her. However, before he could receive a response, the next scene utterly astonished him. In Tony Stark's eyes, the breathtaking blonde woman remained silent, her expression cold as her eyes began to glow red. Suddenly, a searing red beam erupted from her gaze, humming as it sliced through the air. Wally and Mandala barely had time to react before they were cleaved in two, their innards spilling onto the floor. Instantly, several terrorists met the same gruesome fate. The searing red rays left a trail of carnage, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Gore and viscera littered the ground, painting the scene in a horrific tableau akin to unveiling the canvas of hell. The heat ray vision, a signature ability of her heritage, could reach temperatures ranging from 3000 C to 15,000 C. Although she had not fully inherited the strength of her powers, she could still emit beams of 3000 C heat. Not to mention, the memories of her original self revealed the Ten Commandments gang as brutal and merciless, slaughtering defenseless civilians, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. After being struck by a bullet, the original body did not perish immediately. Instead, it endured brutal treatment, and the corpse was nearly subjected to indignity. Thus, utilizing thermal vision to sever the bodies of these miscreants posed no challenge for her. In every circumstance, there exists a beginning and an infinite continuation. Eliminating terrorists is an undeniable duty. Admittedly, the gruesome imagery was somewhat repulsive, especially under the gaze of enhanced vision. Every detail was vividly apparent: charred bones, melting muscles, and blood splattering in every direction. The memories of the original body had witnessed numerous battlefields soaked in gore. But the choice to personally transform individuals into meaningless heaps of flesh was indeed a first for the young lady. However, with the merging of two memories and the influence of awakened supergenetics, it was of no significant concern, and she could easily overcome it. Tony nearly retched within his armor, gazing at the slaughterhouse before him, his face etched with terror. My God, what manner of beast is this? Capable of flight and emitting lasers from her eyes, this power seems oddly familiar. Is she not a version of Superman? Having perused numerous comic books about superheroes during his youth, the most renowned of which was indeed Superman, contemplating the array of terrifying superpowers depicted in those comics made Tony's scalp prickle. "Excuse me, Miss Superman," he managed to utter, suppressing his unease. "I'm not Superman. Do you require anything?" Liu Yunming coldly hovered in the air, shaking her head impassively. She understood that her abilities were merely a diluted version of DC's Superman. While they appeared similar, the disparity in strength was monumental. As the saying goes, Superman could thrive amongst her kind, underscoring the terror of his true power. Moreover, she had yet to reach the pinnacle of her own capabilities, let alone those of Superman. "Hey, isn't it cold wearing that? Perhaps you should find a garment." Tony Stark babbled nervously. Just speak plainly, Lu Yunmeng replied, casting a fleeting glance at the armored figure. Oh, for heaven's sake, could you assist me in exiting this area? I can pay, Tony exclaimed, slapping his forehead and hastily elaborating. The one Malawian Kwacha armor's systems functioned well, yet the leg connectors had been severed, leaving him utterly immobilized. To effect repairs would require materials, a relatively safe environment, and time, resources that he currently lacked. Soon, the terrorists would swarm in response to the commotion, leading to genuine trouble. Thus, as a billionaire, Tony opted to use his wealth to persuade the formidable superwoman to become his protector. $1 million. Lu Yunming pondered with furrowed brows before stating her price. Having endured poverty in her past life, earning a mere $3,000 monthly while juggling rent and sustenance, the original body had little savings, less than $50,000. While life was not unbearable, living in a high-cost country like the United States was certainly tight. Why not improve her circumstances, especially with a wealthy patron at hand? Yet, she was not greedy. Sufficient funds were adequate, for excess would only translate into numbers and complications. I shall offer $10 million, Tony declared, raising a finger with resolute conviction. Deal. Lu Yunming's eyes sparkled as she accepted without hesitation. Goodness, I've never encountered so much money in my previous life. Oh dear. And Ethan, Tony suddenly recalled something urgent. Miss Superman, could you assist in saving my friend? He is a middle-aged man, over 40, wearing glasses, and was just covering for me. Before Tony could finish, a thunderous explosion resounded. The thick rock wall was effortlessly breached by the golden-haired beauty, leaving behind an exaggerated gaping hole, with the man vanishing without a trace. In an instant, the superwoman returned from the cold storage, gripping a blood-soaked, near-unconscious man, her speed astonishing. Tony nearly choked on his own words, swallowing hard. This lady's engine must surely be a 36-cylinder marvel. Upon recognizing the man's visage, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. It was Dr. Ethan, the brilliant physicist who had aided him in constructing the iron armor. The great doctor, who had pulled him back from the brink of death following the explosion, now lay on the verge of expiration. He had sustained gunshot wounds to his chest and abdomen, with vital organs severely compromised. Lu Yunming, utilizing her X-ray vision, quickly discerned the man's critical condition. Ethan, damn it, why didn't you heed my instructions and stick to the plan? Tony struggled to maneuver his armored suit, his eyes brimming with sorrow and regret. Though not a doctor, he could clearly see that his friend had reached the final moments of his life. Stark, I worry about you, but now it's all right. Ethan managed a painful smile, glancing at Lu Yunming while blood bubbles formed at his lips. Chapter 4. A powerful breakthrough. Dr. Ethan's life had reached its final moments, and with the appearance of Lu Yunming, he felt a sense of reassurance. He witnessed firsthand as the terrifying leader of the Ten Commandments gang was severed in two by the crimson light emitted from the blonde girl's eyes. Several terrorists armed with heavy weaponry who sought to provide reinforcements were instantly annihilated, lacking even a semblance of resistance. With such a formidable ally by his side, Tony felt secure. Ethan, we must leave now. Listen, I will save you. I will find the best doctors and the most advanced medical facilities. You cannot give up. For my sake, you must stand up and follow our plan. Tony Stark was relentless in his desire to rescue his gravely injured friend. This is my plan, Stark. Ethan's face was ashen, growing weaker by the moment. Come on, you still have your family. Tony insisted, refusing to relent. My family, they're all gone. I am ready to meet them now. Ethan smiled weakly, finding a perverse joy in deceiving Tony, even as he felt his life slipping away. In truth, his relatives in the town of Gumara had been slaughtered long before the Ten Commandments gang captured him. Do not worry, I have no more attachments. Ethan attempted to comfort Tony, a smile gracing his lips despite his pallor. Thank you for saving my life. Tony strained to force a smile, but it faltered. Then cherish it. Do not waste your life. Ethan's voice grew fainter and more colorless. Tony's anguish and sorrow were palpable, tears glistening in his eyes. And even the highly intelligent genius understood that nothing he could say would change their grim reality. If you are not afraid of pain, I can help you extract the bullet and then stop the bleeding." Just as the two faced the impending separation of life and death, an incongruous voice interrupted them. "A simple procedure should be sufficient for you to endure until we reach the hospital," Li Yunming interjected lightly. She wished to convey that their sorrow was premature. Her capabilities encompassed superhuman speed and strength, and her X-ray vision could clearly discern the position of the bullet. With her muscular strength, she could effortlessly extract the bullet from Ethan's body with her fingers. Moreover, her speed was such that his nerves would not even have time to react. Merely stopping the bleeding might cause some discomfort. "You can save him. Oh God, what are we waiting for? I will add $10 million. Tony's eyes widened with hope. To him, Ethan seemed beyond salvation, but this superwoman assured him that rescue was indeed possible. For a billionaire, parting with a small fortune was inconsequential if it meant saving a friend's life. "Deal," Li Yunming smirked. $20 million was an unexpected windfall. Ethan regarded the two with a complex expression, wishing to convey that their efforts were futile. There was no safe surgical environment. The treacherous cave was fraught with danger, and outside lurked watchful terrorists. This decision felt utterly unreliable. Already devoid of the will to live, and with his wound bleeding profusely, he had resigned himself to death. Yet, Li Yunming's words had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. "Excellent. I will provide cover. Please block the entrance so that not even a fly can enter," Tony exclaimed excitedly. "There's no need for that." Li Yunming shook her head, her fingers darting like lightning towards Ethan's body. In an instant, several twisted bullets rested in her palm. Then, her eyes glowed with crimson light, and two rays thinner than a hair struck Ethan's wound. From within, she first sealed the ruptured blood vessels, followed by expertly closing the external injury. The entire procedure took less than 2 seconds, so swift that Ethan barely comprehended it until he felt a sharp pain coursing through his wound moments later. "I have extracted the bullet and stopped the bleeding. However, he will require surgery to fully heal," Li Yunming stated, discarding the bullets and wiping the blood from her hands with her clothing, her tone matter-of-fact. Cosmic rays had altered her genes, and her background in a precise field equipped her with an innate ability for such meticulous operations. The laser's temperature could reach an astounding 3000 C, able to slice through steel while also being controlled to seal wounds at several hundred degrees. While Ethan could be saved, she could do nothing for Tony's condition. The shrapnel from the Jericho missile had embedded itself deeply within him, and the sheer number of fragments posed a daunting challenge. Even the world's most renowned surgeon would only have a mere 20% chance of success in operating on him. "My God, you are a genius. You are more astonishing than my grandmother teaming up with O'Neill to play in the NBA," Tony exclaimed, his face awash with disbelief, chattering on. Anyone witnessing such a feat would be left astounded. Was this woman truly akin to Superman, transforming the impossible into the possible? Today had opened his eyes to a new world. "What are we waiting for? Let us break through," Tony declared, his face alight with joy as he rubbed his hands together. Ethan was temporarily stable. He no longer wished to linger in the dilapidated cave for another second. Li Yunming nodded in agreement with this excellent suggestion. Thus, the trio commenced their escape. While it was dubbed a breakout, in reality, Li Yunming soared out, utilizing her X-ray vision and laser eyes to eliminate hidden terrorists, then carried both Tony and Ethan from the cave. No one could stand in their way. The terrorists attempting to obstruct them were either sliced into pieces by the searing rays or had their skulls crushed by powerful blows, resulting in a gruesome scene. Li Yunming did not relish in killing, yet the terrorists were devoid of humanity. This world was never short of vermin lurking in the shadows. Before long, the three emerged outside the cave. Glaring before them were hundreds of terrorists, armed and taking cover, seeking to eradicate their fears with heavy firepower. They were oblivious to the events that had transpired within the cave, as those who knew were all dead. The operatives sent and had not returned, and even the boss had vanished without a trace, heightening their sense of alarm. However, their futile resistance was utterly in vain. Rat-tat-tat, the heavy machine guns erupted in a blaze of fire. Without orders, upon spotting Li Yunming, the terrorists instinctively opened fire. "Fire! Let them all perish here," they shouted. Alas, the bullets struck Li Yunming as if they had collided with an indestructible alloy, the violent impact sparking bursts of flames. The metallic clinks rang out incessantly. Apart from her clothing being torn, not a single scratch marred her skin, though she did not possess the impenetrable physique of Superman. Her extraordinary strength rendered her nearly immune to all gunfire. Feeling a slight itch, Li Yunming raised an eyebrow, standing still as she absorbed the sensation of bullets striking her skin. It felt akin to plastic BBs hitting a leather jacket. With such bodily fortitude, even a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle would likely struggle to make an impact. She speculated whether tank shells or rockets could penetrate her defenses, perhaps only eliciting some discomfort. Would she withstand a missile? Ever since acquiring her powers, she had yearned to test her physical strength, but no weapon here posed a credible threat to her safety. Wait, the Jericho missile. Li Yunming glanced thoughtfully at the missile apparatus nearby, a spark of excitement igniting within her. Meanwhile, those around her were in disbelief. Tony, cradling Ethan, was rendered speechless. They were all carbon-based life forms. Why was she so extraordinary? The terrorists were equally bewildered, their triggers pulled incessantly, smoke rising from their weapons. This woman is a monster, a true demon. She has been sent by Allah to punish us. Many of them began to babble incoherently. Li Yunming had no intention of continuing the fight. She was not inclined to reveal herself so brazenly. Though she had once lived as a man in a previous life, she possessed no exhibitionist tendencies and preferred a more reserved demeanor. She activated her laser vision, the crimson beams flickering as they pierced the skull of a terrorist, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Following this, her searing gaze swept across the battlefield, effortlessly annihilating the foes outside the cave in a sweeping arc, leaving no trace of life in its wake. The terrorists of the Ten Commandments gang fell one after another. The ammunition surrounding them detonated violently under the intense heat, a thunderous roar echoing through the skies, with thick smoke billowing upwards. Not a single terrorist survived, all were eradicated. Soon, a figure clad in surgical attire emerged from the smoke, carrying Ethan on her back and holding Iron Man in her hand, soaring upwards without losing momentum. Wow, this is exhilarating, Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although the one Malawian Kwacha had flight capabilities, designed primarily for escape, its materials were limited and time was scarce, rendering it less than perfect. He surmised that the armor could only fly for a short distance before short-circuiting. Thus, the sensation of being carried aloft was indescribably delightful. Ethan, however, clung tightly to Li Yunming's neck, trembling in fear, as he had never experienced such a fantastical event in his life. Li Yunming did not fly at full speed. Her body was robust enough to withstand the centrifugal force and air friction, and while Tony in his armor managed to cope, Ethan could not. Theoretically, individuals of similar prowess could achieve speeds of 2 to 5 Mach, equivalent to 2 to 5 times the speed of sound. However, lacking superhuman biology, Li Yunming was unable to effectively protect a normal person. She certainly did not want the individual she had painstakingly rescued to suffer a heart attack midair. As she contemplated which direction to fly, a sudden wave of intense dizziness overcame her, and her body uncontrollably plummeted downward. She felt utterly drained, quickly losing consciousness. Simultaneously, Tony and Ethan noticed Li Yunming's alarming condition and shouted desperately in an attempt to rouse her, but to no avail. Damn it! Is this the after effect of using superpowers? Tony shouted in frustration, but no one answered him. If this continued, they would all become mere meat patties upon hitting the ground from such a height. In a panic, Tony activated the propulsion system of the one Malawian Kwacha armor, striving to adjust their position and maintain balance while holding onto Li Yunming and Ethan. During their descent, he intermittently released fuel to reduce their falling speed. Ultimately, the trio landed in the desert, sustaining minimal harm. Chapter 5. The watchful gaze. The tremendous impact rendered the one Malawian Kwacha utterly dismantled, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. In a state of desperation, Tony fashioned a rudimentary stretcher from the remnants of his armor, dragging the deeply unconscious Li Yunming and supporting the injured Dr. Ethan as they trudged through the desert. At last, Just before succumbing to dehydration, he heard the soothing sound of helicopter blades, a weary smile breaking across his haggard face. Two armed helicopters rushed down from the sky, landing on the sandy terrain not far away, and Colonel Rhodes, accompanied by several Special Forces soldiers, quickly approached. Noticing Tony's carefree demeanor, Rhodes remarked with irritation, "Still riding your joyful Jeep, are you?" After concluding a weapons demonstration, Rhodes had intended for Tony to join the convoy of high-ranking military officials through a secure route. Who would have thought that this old scoundrel would insist on sightseeing the desert's beauty, embarking on a whimsical journey down a secluded road, only to fall victim to a terrorist attack? Not only had all the American soldiers assigned to protect him perished, but Tony himself was gravely injured and had been missing for 3 months. The Stark Industries stock plummeted, and the military, FBI, CIA, and governmental agencies were in disarray, desperately searching for the whereabouts of this genius billionaire. Tony, reluctant to speak, merely offered a self-deprecating smile. He couldn't help but deride his abstract fortune. As the CEO of Stark Industries, he had ventured to a desolate place to showcase the latest Jericho missile, only to be confronted by a terrorist kidnapping, forced into a dire situation, and then witnessed the resurrection of a blonde beauty floating in the air, her eyes emitting red laser beams that dismembered the terrorists. What a monstrosity! An extraordinary experience he would never wish to encounter again. "Promise me you'll come with me next time, okay?" Rhodes said, playfully patting the shoulder of his brilliant friend with a smirk. Tony pursed his lips, indicating his desire for silence, and pointed to the stretcher behind him. Rhodes cast a puzzled glance and noticed 2 individuals lying on the scraps of metal, the rubber straps used to carry them frayed to the size of a palm. One was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, his face ashen, clearly suffering from significant injuries, who weakly opened his eyes and nodded at Rhodes. Upon recognizing the other injured party, Rhodes froze for a moment, a meaningful glint in his eyes. He glanced around and leaned closer to Tony, whispering, "Buddy, since your disappearance, the outside world has been turned upside down. Every department is searching for you and her." Tony's previously nonchalant expression abruptly turned serious as he squinted at his old friend. "What do you mean?" "The military has issued orders to find freelance journalist Yunmeng Liu at any cost and bring her back," Rhodes replied, subtly gesturing towards the sky above. Tony immediately grasped the implication. The superhuman abilities displayed by this woman had been detected by surveillance satellites. In a short span, the military had procured all her identity information and data. The intention to retrieve her was all too clear. As the son of Howard Stark, Tony had some knowledge of the super soldier program, and he was aware that the military's research methods were excessively aggressive and their technology rather rudimentary, rumored to have produced a massive green entity known for its destructive power. And no, she was a dedicated reporter for Stark Industries, and the military had no right to commandeer her. Raising an eyebrow, Tony shook his head, beginning to fabricate a position on site, unwilling to see his savior treated as a mere lab rat. "Are you certain? Shouldn't she be your bodyguard? She infiltrated the desert under the guise of a reporter to save you, right?" Rhodes looked earnestly at his friend, delivering a serious warning. "Ah, yes, that's it. Killing terrorists isn't a crime. Neither the government nor the military has authority over my employee." Tony nodded, his reaction swift, affirming, "You're right. That's exactly how I feel." "All right, Tony, I can help you protect her from the military, but as for the other departments, it's not that easy to deceive them," Rhodes cautioned in a lowered voice. "Just let them come to me. Right now, immediately, arrange for them to be taken to the best hospital for treatment, and ensure there's no association with any particular background. Understood?" Tony flashed a defiant grin, thumping his chest. In this beautiful capitalist nation, sometimes capital speaks louder than the president, and I happen to be a significant capital of the highest caliber. Oh, and while you're at it, arrange for my treatment too. Find me a rather attractive doctor. "As you wish," Rhodes sighed, feeling helpless about his old friend. "Don't tell Pepper." Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistic Support, Nick Fury sat in a soft chair, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the documents in his hands. Red beams, high-speed flight, a formidable form capable of withstanding heavy firepower. Really? Are we certain that God isn't playing a prank on us? Phil Coulson, standing respectfully at the table, displayed a faint smile. Director, we have access to surveillance satellites. The footage is remarkably clear. Aside from not wearing the iconic blue spandex and red cape, our journalist's abilities are nearly identical to those of the Superman in comics. Mother, can she easily shift tectonic plates, drag the earth with a damn chain, and extinguish the sun with a breath? Nick Fury exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, mouth agape. Everyone had seen Superman comics. The thought of such exaggerated superpowers manifesting in reality was enough to send shivers down one's spine, compelling him to press the pager immediately. You're referring to a Silver Age Superman from the video analysis. It appears this super lady's abilities do not reach such extreme levels. Agent Coulson analyzed earnestly, excited as both a Captain America fan and a superhero enthusiast. The emergence of such a being on Earth thrilled him immensely. What are we waiting for? You're in charge of this. Find an opportunity to make contact. Nick Fury decisively declared. S-H-I-E-L-D. Needed fresh blood, more individuals with supernatural abilities, which would greatly benefit his long-standing Avengers initiative. It was best to recruit her, but if not, she must be kept under control. He certainly did not wish for a superhuman terrorist to arise. The events of the Skrull and Kree incidents from over a decade ago were still fresh in his mind. The threat of extraterrestrial civilizations loomed persistently. He did not wish to live in constant dread or experience that feeling of helplessness again. Earth needed its own protective force. As you wish, Director. Agent Coulson replied with a smile. Handle the various chaotic matters surrounding this journalist and fend off the military and governmental overreach. Understood? Nick Fury emphasized, aware that S-H-I-O-D was not the only organization eyeing supernatural beings. Rest assured, our people are already on the move. Coulson nodded affirmatively. 3 days later, in the exclusive private medical facility of Stark Industries, in the intensive care unit, Lu Yunming slowly opened her eyes, acutely aware of her dismal physical state, feeling an indescribable sense of anguish. Her body had undergone genetic mutations due to unilateral exposure to cosmic rays, with cellular activity perpetually in a state of extreme hyperactivity. Upon awakening from the cryogenic chamber, the imbalance between genetic mutation and physical acceptance had triggered her body's self-protection mechanism, leading to her deep unconsciousness during flight. Only slowly regaining consciousness once equilibrium was restored. At this stage, what she needed most was rest, allowing her body to recuperate. Lu Yunming silently uttered, Display System Panel. Name, Li Yunming. Energy level, surface level, condition, weak, gender, female, template benchmark, Homelander. Similarity 100, source of superpower, genetic mutation caused by cosmic rays, super strength, maximum muscle power, 350 tons, super speed, maximum running speed on land, 13 Mach, 4,420 meters second. Super defense, can withstand most conventional weaponry, cannot defend against nuclear explosions. Super regeneration, cell activity enhanced by 10,000 times. Capable of absorbing energy for rapid healing, cannot regenerate severed limbs. Flight, 35 Mach, 12,000 meters second. Laser vision, 4,000. X-ray vision can penetrate human bodies, metallic materials, and reinforced concrete structures, cannot penetrate special metal zinc. Super hearing can capture all sound within a 5-kilometer radius. Li Yunming gazed at the abilities listed on the template, feeling somewhat satisfied, though aware of the subtle differences from Homelander. For instance, while Homelander's power derives from a unique compound V, her abilities genuinely stem from genetic mutations induced by cosmic rays. The fundamental capabilities were akin, yet she possessed super regeneration and energy absorption. It is noteworthy that in the boys, Homelander's formidable physique rendered him nearly impervious to injury. Thus his cells did not evolve to have super regeneration, as it was unnecessary. Lu Yunming pursed her lips in disappointment, lamenting her inability to grow stronger under sunlight. She had come to terms with her rebirth as a woman. If resistance was futile, acceptance was the only path forward. Having become utterly disenchanted with romance, she declared indifferently that gender no longer mattered. Ding! The obsession from her previous life has been fulfilled, and the genetic mutation is now complete. The system will not issue tasks. The path to strength must be explored independently by the host. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind, delivering the system's notification. This world is filled with unknown mysteries. The host may explore freely. The system will retain only the data panel, and its consciousness will depart entirely. I hope the host will proceed wisely. What? Wait. Lu Yunming was taken aback, her lips twitching as she blurted out. Why was she granted rebirth without any purpose or tasks, relying solely on herself? However, no matter how she called out next, the system remained unresponsive, leaving only the cold data behind. Fine, you're impressive. Lu Yunming sighed, accepting that if she was to explore alone, she would do so. For who cannot embark on an adventure? According to the system's hints, she surmised that once her body fully recovered, utilizing her abilities would no longer lead to the dreadful state of fainting. Fortunately, her physique was resilient. Even a fall from several hundred meters would leave her unscathed, though it might be a challenge for Tony and Ethan. Speaking of which, how were those two? Supergirl, are you awake? Oh God, this is wonderful. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from beside her. She turned to see Tony, with his injured arm in a sling, excitedly striding into the hospital room. Chapter 6, Be My Bodyguard. Upon his return to Los Angeles, Tony Stark convened a press conference at the Stark Industries headquarters. During this event, he boldly declared the closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division, announcing that the production of lethal weaponry would cease henceforth. This harrowing experience of being kidnapped profoundly affected Tony. Witnessing terrorists wielding weapons manufactured by Stark Industries ignited an urgent desire within him to put an end to such devastation. The original intention behind weapon manufacturing was to safeguard the nation from the ravages of war and to secure the right to enjoy peace, not to promote slaughter, which was an affront to his principles. Thus, Tony resolved to completely suspend weapons supply, a decision that stirred a considerable uproar in society. Following a surge in Stark Group stock after the CEO's return, the shares began to plummet once again. The media's derision, the citizens' skepticism, the investors' ire, and the shareholders' outrage were all met with indifference by Tony, who remained resolute in his decision. In an attempt to dissuade him, fellow major shareholder Obadiah Stane visited to articulate the facts, explaining that shutting down the weapons production would result in the loss of Stark Group's most lucrative venture. Unfazed, Tony gestured towards the arc reactor embedded in his chest, proclaiming that his focus would henceforth be on researching new energy sources for the benefit of humanity. After several days of being hounded by reporters, Tony routinely visited the hospital to check on his savior, Dr. Ethan. After undergoing surgery, Dr. Ethan was in recovery, leaving only the comatose superheroine. The doctor remarked on her incredible physical strength, stating that needles could not penetrate her skin and that nutrients could only be administered via catheter. Tony lazily pulled up a chair and sat down, quipping darkly that all tests were normal, yet she remained unresponsive. I think I shall dismiss these Mongolian doctors and hire a new team. Do we have any food? Lu Yunming, deep in thought, gazed at his familiar face and directly inquired, You don't intend to use a chainsaw on me, do you? No wonder my mouth feels odd. It seems the rubber tube has been feeding me nutrients. Such sustenance could merely sustain her basic bodily functions, and the immense energy expenditure from her awakening left her ravenous, feeling as though she could devour an entire cow. Oh dear, it was my oversight. No one should ever allow a superheroine to go hungry, Tony exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. Can you eat cheeseburgers now? I mean, do you require something gentle on your stomach? Perhaps liquids? Do you have Lantau beef noodles? Barbecue would suffice. Lu Yunming tilted her head, curiosity evident in her expression. To be frank, while her physique was accustomed to Western fare, her soul yearned for the cuisine of her homeland. Oh, come on. You must try my favorite dish. The ultimate cheeseburger from my happy times. Tony winked. I know you have Eastern ancestry, but there's no Lantau ramen in Los Angeles. You'll need to adapt. Of course, there might be some, but it certainly won't be authentic. And the Greek barbecue here is probably quite different from the Eastern style. If you catch my drift, it's just hard to swallow. Lu Yunming found amusement in Tony's lengthy monologue. Her spirits lifted. Hey, let us settle on this joyfully. Happy. Order 10 sets. You know my taste. Tony commanded his friend, standing outside the intensive care unit, not allowing for any refusal. An hour later, having satisfied their appetites, Lu Yunming, Tony, and Happy had consumed a staggering 50 cheeseburger meals, among which Lu Yunming alone devoured 45 cheeseburgers and sodas, leaving Tony and Happy in stunned silence. Especially Happy, who thought this stunning woman, more beautiful than a cover girl from Time magazine, must be a romantic interest of the boss, only to realize how shallow that assumption was. With such an enormous appetite, it was clear she was no ordinary woman. Only Tony, the military, and relevant authorities were privy to Lu Yunming's true identity. Even Pepper, the most trusted, was kept in the dark, and Happy was entirely unaware. Satiated, Lu Yunming patted her stomach, feeling the contours of her defined abs beneath the hospital gown. The extraordinary food intake left no trace of bloating. Her physique, enhanced by genetic mutation, was exceptionally fit and curvaceous, with hardly any excess flesh. Having filled her belly, her metabolism was astonishingly rapid, and she could already sense her strength gradually returning. "Miss, I must say, your appetite astonishes me. I feel as though you could consume an entire person," Tony jested, wiping his mouth. The last time he encountered someone with such a voracious appetite was during a competitive eating contest, where a 300-pound contestant inhaled over 50 hot dogs. Yet, compared to 45 cheeseburgers, that was a mere trifle. Lu Yunming merely smiled, remaining silent as she continued to explore her awakened superpowers, feeling the tremendous energy coursing through her body. What are your plans next? Will you continue as a freelance journalist or pursue something else? Tony inquired casually. "I haven't decided yet. Perhaps I'll wander around," Lu Yunming replied nonchalantly. In truth, having gained the abilities of her homeland, she wished to venture into outer space. Throughout history, humanity has longed for the enigmatic cosmos, and she was no exception. Moreover, she was curious to test whether she could absorb sunlight to enhance her powers. Still harboring some hope, theoretically, a being with her physical strength could survive in space. Although devoid of the biological protections that Superman possessed, her superior genetics might allow her to endure in a vacuum, albeit the duration of survival remained uncertain. Additionally, Lu Yunming's maximum flight speed could reach 35 Mach, exceeding the second cosmic velocity, sufficient for escaping Earth's gravitational pull and breaking free from planetary orbit. "I dislike beating around the bush. How about you stay at Stark Industries and become my bodyguard?" Tony stated directly, having witnessed Lu Yunming's extraordinary abilities, which piqued his interest. The unauthorized sale of Stark weapons to terrorists and the kidnapping incident heightened his vigilance. He required a formidable protective force. The Iron Man suit was already slated for research, but it was not enough. Furthermore, Tony had investigated Lu Yunming's background through Jarvis, discovering that this mixed-blood superheroine had no blemishes on her record. At 24, unmarried, a Ph.D. in journalism for Brown University, she was a genius in her own right. Dissatisfied with the harassment from her superiors at the New York Times, she resigned to become a freelance journalist. She was deeply committed to assisting disaster-stricken communities in war zones and actively participated in charitable endeavors, traveling the globe to report on various injustices. Her fearlessness in aiding the weak resonated perfectly with his own ideals, solidifying his determination to retain this righteous journalist. As for the military's watchful gaze, he paid it no mind. However, Tony was unaware that the righteous journalist had long since perished, replaced by a soul from another world. Blue Star. Don't be too hasty in rejecting. The terms I offer are irresistible. An annual salary of $50 million. Tony clapped his hands, grinning. The group has a public relations department where you can continue pursuing your passions. The work is flexible, with no restrictions. Just show your face at the news department occasionally. And you can do whatever you like in your free time, as long as you keep my life safe when danger arises. Oh, and you must have super hearing to know when I'm in trouble. What do you think? A superheroine at a newspaper, doesn't it perfectly align with your character? His demeanor was exceedingly unpredictable, leaving others guessing what he would say next. Yet his intentions were crystal clear. He needed a superpowered bodyguard. Moreover, his curiosity about her abilities was insatiable, and he sought to study them without infringing upon her personal wishes. Deal. Tony earnestly extended his hand, convinced that only a fool would refuse such an exceptional opportunity. Deal. Liu Yunming's lips curled into a smile as she slowly sat up, stepped out of bed, and grasped his hand. As a billionaire, Tony possessed formidable security forces surrounding him. She merely needed to fulfill her duties and confront dangers that ordinary individuals could not withstand. At least within the hazy recesses of her memory, the strength of her compatriots should render the early Marvel world relatively safe. She required time to ponder how to grow stronger and explore this new realm. Beyond her aspirations to journey into outer space, she yearned to visit Huagua, her only true homeland, despite the world's differences. The question of whether or not to work seemed trivial in comparison. Liu Ming once inquired of the system why she had lost her memories of the Marvel film plots, to which the system replied that her soul had sustained damage due to her traversal. As time progressed, her soul's wounds would gradually heal, and her memories would eventually return. This was indeed splendid news. Liu, may I call you that? I can only say you have made a wise decision, Tony exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Hiring a female superhero as a bodyguard for $50 million a year was a bargain indeed. You won't spend a single unnecessary cent, boss, Li Yunming replied with a smile. Rest well, you will officially start working in a week. With those words, Tony turned and exited the hospital room. In the corridor, Happy, who had been following behind, could no longer contain his uncertainty. Hey, Tony, if you have this beautiful lady as your personal bodyguard, what will I do? I think this decision is rather hasty. She doesn't seem particularly strong. A bodyguard ought to have a more formidable physique, don't you think? In Happy's eyes, this unknown woman had usurped his position. It appeared to him that the boss was merely attempting to woo her. From an external perspective, the young lady was indeed attractive, perhaps having practiced martial arts or some form of exercise, but that was the extent of it. He did not believe she could adequately fulfill the role of a bodyguard. If Tony were interested in romance, he could simply transfer her to the PR department instead of complicating matters. Happy, from this moment forth, you are promoted to the director of security at Stark Industries, Tony said, chuckling as he patted Happy on the shoulder. First and foremost, I am not speaking without basis. She is not weak, and she far exceeds your expectations. Secondly, you need not worry about the decisions I make. He thought to himself that if Happy had witnessed her incinerate terrorists with her heat vision, he would certainly reconsider. Fine, you're the boss. Your word is law. Happy replied with a resigned shrug, though inwardly he remained skeptical, convinced that this was merely a new tactic for Tony to flirt. Regardless, he had been promoted, so why concern himself with trivial matters? However, just after the two departed, a knowledgeable beauty with golden hair, dressed in professional attire and high heels, entered the room, clutching a stack of documents. Miss Liu, I'm Pepper Potts, and I would like to speak with you. Chapter 7, The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Yunming slightly raised her gaze, having already noticed that Pepper Potts had been standing in the hospital corridor for quite some time, deliberately waiting for Tony and Happy to leave before entering. Pepper, nicknamed Pepper, is Tony Stark's personal secretary and the most trusted woman in his life. She is beautiful, poised, and astute, managing all of Tony's affairs, making her the closest person to this billionaire. Hello, Li Yunming greeted with a friendly smile and a nod. She held Pepper in high regard. As in the original story, Pepper is an admirable character. With a complex expression, Pepper looked at the girl before her, who was even more beautiful, resembling a delicate doll. She thought to herself that her boss's judgment this time was indeed commendable, at least far better than those cover models she had previously dismissed. However, she still disapproved of Tony always bringing back beautiful women, especially under the pretext of a serious job as a bodyguard. It was utterly unreasonable. Miss Li Yunming, I apologize for intruding on your rest. I hope what I am about to say will not seem too abrupt. Pepper spoke in a gentle tone, her attitude sincere and cultured. She felt a twinge of anxiety for approaching the boss without prior notice. Go ahead, Li Yunming replied casually, raising an eyebrow as she leaned against the hospital bed. Despite lacking superhuman psychological control, she could guess Pepper's intentions. I hope you will decline Tony's offer, Pepper stated directly. And the reason? Li Yunming's emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked with a hint of a smile. I believe you do not possess the capabilities of bodyguard. I cannot entrust Tony's safety to a freelance journalist, Pepper said seriously, her words harsh yet undeniably reasonable. Since becoming Tony's personal secretary, Pepper had managed his life and work affairs without interfering in his personal arrangements. But this situation was different. Tony had recently experienced a kidnapping by terrorists and had been missing for 3 months. The dangers surrounding him were omnipresent. To address this, Pepper had contacted a professional security company to provide comprehensive protection for Tony. She had specifically researched Leon Ming's background and found that this girl lacked any professional bodyguard skills, even basic combat techniques. The so-called bodyguard seemed more like an excuse Tony had fabricated for some ulterior motive. Pepper felt that Tony's decision this time was hasty, and out of a sense of responsibility, she resolved to confront the issue personally. "Well, I must say, your eyes are quite beautiful," Leon Ming suddenly remarked, fixing her gaze on Pepper after a moment of silence. "Huh?" Pepper was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "I'm discussing serious matters with you, and you suddenly compliment me?" Leon Ming smiled, but said nothing further. She genuinely found Pepper attractive, especially those eyes, filled with wisdom and determination. "All right then, I won't elaborate further. I merely offer a suggestion. The final decision rests with the boss." Pepper shook her head, regretting her impulsive behavior. This matter could have been handled through other means, without the need for a direct confrontation. Being aggressive was not her style. Perhaps Leon Ming's presence had pressured her too much, or for other reasons, but she had acted impulsively. With a resigned sigh, Pepper turned to leave the hospital room. Before exiting, she reminded, "I hope you fulfill your responsibilities well." Leon Ming nodded in understanding. In Tony's life, Pepper held an irreplaceable position. She was the only one who genuinely cared for Tony's safety, regardless of fame or status. Leon Ming did not mind this. Instead, she respected Pepper's candidness and sense of duty. More importantly, Leon Ming was unaware of the profound impact her appearance had on others. She still maintained a male mindset, believing that her original profession was indeed inadequate for a bodyguard role. However, after merging with Super Genes, the situation was entirely different. With the abilities displayed by her homeland's people, her protective capacity far exceeded any surveillance system or elite military force. 5 days later, Leon Ming made a complete recovery and was officially discharged. Tony personally drove to pick her up and thoughtfully arranged a mansion near Malibu Beach for her. To her surprise, this mansion was merely a few kilometers from Tony's own villa, a property he had purchased directly upon returning from Afghanistan. During Leon Ming's 10-day hospitalization, Tony had even hired a construction team to fully renovate the mansion. Thus, a luxurious estate worth tens of millions of dollars unfolded before Leon Ming's eyes. The circular, cloud-like roof was adorned with wavy tiles. Open floor-to-ceiling glass windows faced the sea, with the first floor featuring a spacious living room of over 400 square meters, accompanied by a modern kitchen. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and an outdoor balcony. The basement was embedded within the mountainside, offering vast space, with 2 open bedrooms topped with exceptionally clear azure tempered glass. The mansion was equipped with all amenities, including a gym, swimming pool, studio, and private beach, exuding utmost luxury. The only thing that made Leon Ming feel awkward was the use of pink wallpaper on the walls. She was not a little girl, and living alone in such a spacious residence felt excessively extravagant. Initially, she had planned to rent an apartment in the city, considering her generous remuneration of $20 million, which would ensure a worry-free life. But upon reflection, it seemed reasonable for a bodyguard to live nearby. "How do you like it?" "This is a design I had the designer incorporate with Eastern styles. I put a lot of thought into it," Tony boasted proudly. "Could I say otherwise? I sincerely thank the boss for the generous gift. I am quite satisfied," Leon Ming responded with a smile, standing in the sunlight, dressed in a casual shirt, jeans, and sneakers. With her golden brown curls adorned by a pair of black sunglasses, she appeared strikingly elegant. Her stunning beauty shone radiantly in the sunlight, leaving Happy speechless beside her. "Hey, don't mention it. Just protect my life, and that's all that matters." Tony waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone filled with bravado. To him, money was merely a number best spent on worthy causes. "By the way, do you really possess supervision and super hearing?" Tony suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice and raising his eyebrows in inquiry. Of course, I can cover everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Li Yunming nodded, unabashedly revealing her abilities. Standing 3 kilometers away, she could clearly see everything inside Tony's villa, including the vehicles in the basement and the scattered armor parts on the workbench, as long as she was within range. If anything happened to Tony, she could arrive at the scene in an instant. That's fantastic. However, a word of caution, please do not peek while I'm showering. I would like to retain a measure of privacy. Tony chuckled, half-jokingly. Li Yunming raised an eyebrow, scoffing lightly. What's so interesting about watching a man shower? If I were to watch, I'd rather observe Pepper instead. By the way, I've also prepared transportation for you. I hope you like it. How is the treatment at Stark Industries? You won't find such salaries and benefits anywhere else. Tony walked to the villa's garage, pressed the controller, and the folding door slowly rose, revealing a red Lamborghini sports car. Li Yunming was not well-versed in luxury car culture, but could tell that this vehicle was quite valuable. It was specially ordered from Lamborghini's headquarters, a limited edition. Only 10 exist globally, Happy whispered beside her. Li Yunming silently thought, no wonder it is Tony Stark. He truly is extravagant. The world of the wealthy was one she did not quite comprehend. If it were her, she would choose to soar into the sky. However, considering your capabilities, let this vehicle serve merely as a FAAD. Tony passed over the car keys, jesting with a smile. After concluding the housewarming festivities, Tony and Happy departed from the opulent mansion, one heading home to continue his research on the Iron Man suit, while the other returned to the office. Li Yunming, not one to be idle, first strolled around, absorbing the essence of the affluent lifestyle. Having led a 9-to-5 existence in her previous life, she was filled with curiosity about the opulence of the wealthy, and now she finally had the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Once she familiarized herself with the surroundings, she commenced preparations for her journey into space. Ordinary attire could not withstand the air friction generated during high-speed travel. The intense heat would obliterate it instantaneously. Even if clad in the thickest of garments, she would find herself exposed before escaping Earth's orbit. Therefore, she procured a specially tailored suit from Tony, crafted from tempered fibers and high-temperature resistant metals. Admittedly, the ensemble appeared somewhat bulky, resembling a large bun when worn, yet its functionality was remarkable. Li Yunming had previously tested it with thermal vision and discovered that it could endure temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees for a brief period, far superior to standard heat-resistant clothing available on the market. The temperatures generated by atmospheric friction could soar into the thousands, while this suit could only provide temporary protection. It sufficed for her needs. After all, her speed was sufficient to compensate for this limitation. The preparatory tasks were not overly complex, primarily relying on her formidable physique. Li Yunming resolved to attempt her ascent into space today. Just as she was pondering how to don the heat-resistant suit, the doorbell suddenly rang. Utilizing her X-ray vision, she peered through the wall and discovered a familiar yet unfamiliar visitor standing outside. Rising to her feet, she approached the door and opened it to reveal a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, with a slightly receding hairline and a signature smile. "Good day, Miss Liu," he said. "I am Phil Coulson, representing the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Here's my business card." The middle-aged man introduced himself with courtesy, extending a black and gold card. Li Yunming glanced at the letters S, H, I, L, D emblazoned on the card before casually accepting it. "What brings you here?" she inquired. She was not unfamiliar with S, H, I, L, D. The organization's primary mission was to address various extraordinary incidents, and its current director was the infamous One-Eyed Man. Unlike typical government agencies, SHIELD operated under the mandate of the International Security Council and was jointly regulated by multiple national governments. However, since the conclusion of World War II, SHIELD had been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, rendering it a shadow of its former self, with only a scant few truly innocent agents remaining. Consequently, it had earned the derisive moniker of Hydra Shield. Fragments of these memories flickered through Li Yunming's mind, though she remained unaware of who within was affiliated with Hydra. Thus, she harbored little fondness for the organization, a group of self-important individuals attempting to exert control over global and even universal security, yet woefully lacking in actual capability, akin to inept players with delusions of grandeur. Chapter 8. A Warning. SHIELD possesses a profound historical lineage, tracing back several millennia to ancient Egypt. In those times, a remarkable hero led humanity to successfully repel an extraterrestrial invasion by the insectoid species. His shield became a symbol, establishing a clandestine organization known as the Brotherhood of the Shield, dedicated to thwarting significant threats. Throughout the ages, members of this esteemed group have included luminaries such as Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, and Isaac Newton. Howard Stark, the father of Tony Stark, was also among its ranks. The modern iteration of SHIELD, appearing post-World War II, functions as an official military and intelligence agency akin to the FBI and CIA. It wields concentrated authority, with a keen focus on gathering secret intelligence globally, particularly concerning supernatural occurrences. The purpose of this encounter is primarily centered around your utilization of supernatural abilities in the Afghan region, Agent Coulson stated, maintaining a courteous smile. Liu Yunming immediately grasped the situation. In truth, following her perilous escape from the desert, she overheard a clandestine conversation between Tony and Rhodey, realizing that it was her physical form that had been in deep slumber, not her consciousness. During her days of recuperation in the hospital, her superhuman hearing inadvertently provided her with a wealth of information. Given that the government and military had already recognized her existence, she was not surprised that SHIELD could access relevant information and data. After all, this unique organization's intelligence encompasses the entire globe. Miss Liu Yunming, I understand this may seem abrupt. Yet SHIELD is tasked with addressing various supernatural phenomena, which is our duty. We have investigated your records, and must say they are remarkably clean. I personally admire your courage and actions. I also express my regrets regarding your experiences in Afghanistan. It was our oversight. Coulson spoke slowly, his gaze casually observing the stunning woman before him, feeling a considerable weight of pressure. He dared not underestimate someone who had risen from the dead after being shot and subsequently eliminated over 200 terrorists, regardless of her youthful beauty. After obtaining the necessary authorization for her records, he worked overnight with the intelligence and analysis teams to verify the authenticity of the surveillance footage. Additionally, the technical department endeavored to reconstruct the scene to gauge this superwoman's upper limits of power, yielding rather ambiguous results. The strength of the Ten Rings terrorist group did not compel Liu Yunming to reveal her true capabilities. Thus, with a sense of trepidation, he resolved to meet this supernatural individual face-to-face. The reason he refrained from taking coercive measures from the outset stemmed from her impressive background, indicating she was a compassionate individual. Her resurrection and subsequent wrathful extermination of the terrorists present could be considered somewhat justifiable, especially since she had also rescued the renowned entrepreneur and billionaire Tony Stark. SHIELD preferred a more conciliatory approach to resolving matters rather than resorting to violence. The primary objectives were deterrence, persuasion, and establishing rapport. In the words of director Nick Fury, as long as Miss Liu Yunming did not transform into a terrorist due to her powers, the terms could be negotiated. Agent Phil Coulson, with his courteous demeanor and gentle eloquence, presented himself as a refreshing presence, at least in Liu Yunming's eyes. He neither came off as aggressive nor overly vague, making his dialogue quite pleasant. Such linguistic finesse emanated from his composed character, marked by humility. It is quite all right. I have moved on. I have cleansed the shame with the filthy blood of those terrorists, Liu Yunming remarked, a flicker of bloodlust flashing in her eyes, radiating danger and intensity. She then smiled faintly, shaking her head and stating plainly, she was not her original self, and while remnants of memory lingered, resentment did not reside within her. The slaughter of the terrorists was not an act of vengeance. Miss Liu, I fully comprehend your actions. A world with fewer terrorists would indeed be a better place. My purpose here is not to assign blame, but rather to extend an invitation for you to join us. HIELD as a formal agent. Coulson felt a wave of cold sweat wash over him, but maintained his composure, articulating the objective of his visit directly. Regardless, SHIELD would not overlook her extraordinary abilities. I believe you need to discuss this matter directly with my employer, Tony Stark. As I am currently under his employment, Lu Yunming replied, spreading her hands with a meaningful expression. Tony was an admirable employer, affluent and endowed with superhuman abilities, affording her the freedom to go wherever she wished. If possible, she preferred to avoid entanglements with SHIELD, rife with Hydra influences. Being under scrutiny was trivial compared to the countless troubles that lay ahead. You may not be aware, but there exist numerous supernatural beings in this world, not just yourself. To avoid unnecessary complications and prevent public panic, SHIELD will guide and regulate all supernatural beings to a certain extent, Agent Coulson continued, pausing before speaking again. The notion of a personal bodyguard was merely a pretext. A being of such caliber would attract global attention if they truly sought to be a bodyguard. SHIELD had investigated and found that a salary of $50 million annually was indeed substantial, yet it hardly had an upper limit. After all, wealthy magnates and national dignitaries were abundant. Money merely served to satisfy material needs, far inferior to the value of one's life. Coulson hoped to discern the future plans and arrangements of this superlative individual. Of course, we do not intend to restrict your personal freedom. Rather, we hope you can cooperate with us on some preliminary tasks. Miss Liu, if you are disinterested in joining SHIELD, I believe we can discuss the matter of ability testing. We require knowledge of your capability metrics for documentation purposes. Agent Coulson's demeanor was earnest, and he did not expect to win her over on their first encounter. Good things often take time. By the way, do you have satellites that can monitor this location? Lu Yunming paused, glancing at the sky, and posed an unusual question without providing a direct answer. SHIELD has access to certain satellites. If you require assistance, we can discuss it, Coulson replied, unsure of her intent. At this moment, you can activate satellites to monitor this area. Lu Yunming turned and returned to her room, methodically beginning to change into a heat-resistant suit. I do not quite understand your meaning, Miss Liu. Could you elaborate further? Coulson inquired, shaking his head in confusion. Although uncertain of her intentions, he relayed her conditions to Nick Fury via his earpiece. Are you not interested in witnessing my abilities? A confined space would not suffice for testing, Lu Yunming stated, her expression calm as she surveyed her surroundings. She donned a specially designed, heat-resistant suit, appearing somewhat bulky, and then proceeded to a clearing in front of the villa, kneeling on one knee, bending forward with her fists pressed against the hard concrete. Coulson was utterly perplexed, his expression one of bewilderment, yet he synchronized the imagery with SHIELD's systems. However, the subsequent spectacle left him utterly astonished. Lu Yunming inhaled deeply, channeling the energy within her, perceiving the invisible force exerting pressure upon her body as the ground began to tremble slightly. Pebbles and decorative sculptures began to float uncontrollably, as if influenced by some unseen, intangible energy. Then, with a resounding boom, the floor cracked under the terrifying force, and Lu Yunming's figure shot into the sky, thus billowed, and the powerful shockwave directly toppled Coulson, rolling on the ground multiple times in utter disarray. Lu Yunming's lips curled into a smirk. Since you were so eager to know, I shall give you an ample view. Behold, a live broadcast. Meanwhile, far away in the office of Director Nick Fury at the SHIELD headquarters in the Triskelion, he abruptly rose from his seat, unable to restrain an expletive. What had he witnessed? A person ascending from the ground without any equipment. Moreover, they were accelerating at an astonishing rate. The speedometer of the SHIELD system indicated that this female superhero's velocity had surpassed 10 Mach, and it continued to rise. Was this truly a human being, despite having mentally prepared himself. Nick Fury was still taken aback by the sight of such Superman-like flying abilities. Agent Hill, mobilize all surveillance satellites in the vicinity. I demand comprehensive observational access. Fury commanded, his gaze fixed intensely on the luminous display on the computer screen. Understood, Director. 6 monitoring satellites have been activated to cover the area with signal. The capable female agent promptly replied, initiating a review of the S-H-I-E-L-D system data. What does the analysis team report? Can they estimate the upper limits of the target's capabilities? Nick Fury inquired, biting his finger. The target is still accelerating. They require additional time. Agent Hill responded seriously, observing the fluctuating metrics. In a luxurious villa by the Malibu coast, within an underground workshop, Tony was tinkering with components of his armor. The one Malawian Quacha suit was far too rudimentary. Due to time constraints and a poor environment, its functionality remained at an elementary stage. Now, he aimed to incorporate some of his innovative ideas to construct a new suit of iron armor. Following the traumatic kidnapping incident, Tony harbored profound distrust towards those around him. Lacking fundamental security, he needed to don his iron suit to quell the turmoil within his heart. During this period, he had been contemplating mainly staying at home, devoting considerable energy to this endeavor, aside from driving Lu Yunming to her new residence. Sir, I believe you should take a look at this. Suddenly interjected the voice of his intelligent assistant, J-A-R-V-I-S. I have told you numerous times. Do not disturb me while I am meditating. Nothing is more important than designing my armor at this moment. Understood? Tony rolled his eyes, responding without any grace. Apologies, sir, but I believe you would find Miss Lu Yunming's situation of interest. J-A-R-V-I-S continued. Chapter 9. Highest security level. Tony was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand to bring up the projection video, his eyes widening in astonishment. On the Stark surveillance satellite footage, a figure clad in a bulky heat-resistant suit soared upwards, having already breached the stratosphere. My God, what's she doing? Is she trying to ascend to the heavens? Tony gasped in shock. This special heat-resistant suit was crafted by the Weapons Research Department upon his request, and he had initially been oblivious to Lu Yunming's intentions. Now, however, it became clear to him. In fact, Miss Lu Yunming had already ascended, achieving a velocity of Mach 30 and escaping the pull of gravity. Gradually approaching the second cosmic velocity, Jarvis explained earnestly. Isn't she concerned about the lack of oxygen? Or is her body resilient enough to withstand the vacuum of space? Tony inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. In the past, had someone told him that a human could venture into space solely by physical means, he would have scoffed. Yet now, the reality unfolded before him, compelling belief. Based on Miss Lu Yunming's performance in Afghanistan, where she withstood heavy fire unharmed, I deduced that she possesses formidable cellular vitality and a robust genetic structure. Perhaps her genetic mutation has rendered her oxygen requirements different from those of an ordinary human. Jarvis analyzed, based on the available data. Damn, this is astonishing, or rather enviable. Jarvis, we must expedite the development of the 2 Malawian Quacha's armor. I too wish to experience the sensation of free flight, Tony declared, his fists clenched in excitement and seriousness. Humans can never escape the dream of soaring, can they? Sir, I believe the current materials and design are insufficient for the 2 Malawian Quacha's armor to possess the capability for space travel, Jarvis cautioned. Then let us endow it with such abilities. I am the engineer, and I will have it my way, Tony asserted resolutely. Lu Yunming, expressionless, tilted her head as she ascended rapidly, an invisible energy enveloping her form to create a thin membrane. Unlike Superman's biological stance, this energy membrane functioned more like a second skin, minimizing friction as it propelled her body through the clouds, confined to her own range. After repeatedly triggering sonic booms, the city below diminished in size until only the twinkling lights of countless homes remained. The air grew increasingly thin, yet she felt no discomfort, as if she were merely walking along a road. Soon, she achieved her goal, completely breaking free from the clutches of gravity and entering the orbit of space. The view was a vast expanse of darkness, slightly chilly, yet did not impede her bodily functions. In the absence of oxygen, her cells began to autonomously divide and amplify, producing the oxygen her body required, rendering the need for respiration unnecessary. She sensed that she could linger in space for several days, though her stamina would deplete rapidly. Straightening her posture beneath the unfiltered sunlight, she noticed that her internal energy indeed increased gradually. At rest, the rise and fall of energy levels nearly balanced. However, movement would cause her regeneration rate to lag behind consumption. Long-distance interstellar travel appeared challenging, yet a brief glimpse of Earth's breathtaking scenery posed no problem. After all, she was not a true superhero. Achieving the resilience of steel was still a distant goal. Before long, Liu Yongmeng spotted a satellite emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo and playfully flashed a peace sign at the camera. She then encountered several other country space stations, including one marked with a red 5-star flag. Theoretically, in the vacuum of space where friction was non-existent, she could accelerate as swiftly as she wished. Nevertheless, her body was insufficiently equipped to withstand extreme velocities. The moon was out of reach, being hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, even at a maximum speed of Mach 35. The journey would take several hours, far too exhausting. Feeling somewhat bored, she turned her trajectory back towards Earth. The special material of her heat-resistant suit had become tattered, and a few more encounters would likely render it unusable, necessitating stronger materials for future endeavors. She couldn't help but envy Superman's sleek suit, which boasted not only formidable defense, but also self-regeneration. In no time, Liu Yongmeng descended, her suit in tatters, landing gracefully in front of her villa in Los Angeles. Agent Coulson stood speechless, uncertain of what to say. Meanwhile, in the SHIELD office, Nick Fury rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The data reflecting her terrifying flight speed and her ability to disregard the vacuum of space led him to realize he had underestimated the strength of this newly emerged supernatural being. In comparison, the Hulk seemed almost endearing. At least that green behemoth couldn't fly. This velocity rendered any weapon incapable of accurately tracking her, and conventional firearms proved ineffective. Hill, elevate the threat level of this supernatural entity to the highest tier and retain the option to utilize nuclear weapons. After a long silence, Nick Fury spoke deliberately. Director, I believe we need not proceed to such extremes. According to the preliminary psychological assessments from the analysis team, this female superhero does not exhibit a destructive personality. At the very least, since gaining her abilities, she is not engaged in any criminal activities and continues to abide by societal norms, Agent Hill rationally analyzed. Feeling her superior was overreacting. No, Hill, you do not understand. We must be proactive, for if conflict arises between us, the disaster would severely impact the general populace, with consequences beyond imagination. For now, we only know her flight speed. What of her strength assessment? The maximum temperature of her heat vision? And what of her demonstrated superhuman defensive capabilities? We know nothing of these. The unknown always breeds fear. This is an inescapable truth. Remember, she slaughtered hundreds of terrorists in Afghanistan. I do not wish for her to be a potential terrorist. We must prepare sufficient forces to confront any danger. Nick Fury articulated calmly, never judging based on personal preference, only on necessity. Understood, boss. Agent Hill nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, does she have any relatives? Nick Fury inquired with a hint of significance. According to investigative data, Miss Liu Yongmeng's parents are deceased, and she has a distant aunt in the homeland. Agent Hill replied candidly. Investigate this relationship through all available channels. If necessary, we may need to employ special measures. Nick Fury spoke in a low tone, contemplating the worst-case scenarios to address potential crises. Director, our authority is limited with regard to the homeland. You know they have the Divine Spear Bureau. Agent Hill hesitated to voice her concerns. In this world, SHIELD is not the sole power. The mysterious Eastern nation also possesses its own superhuman organizations. Intervening in the affairs of another country could provoke unnecessary conflict. Then notify them and coordinate. Provide them what they desire. I firmly believe that good communication can resolve all disputes. Nick Fury asserted with conviction. Understood, Director. Agent Hill replied, turning to leave the office. Coulson, relax the conditions. Allow for cooperation and mutual assistance, with the option of an employment relationship. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before continuing through the communicator. Historically, SHIELD has held the upper hand against superhumans, but that also depends on the specific capabilities of the individual in question. Before him stood a woman strikingly reminiscent of Superman, and Nick Fury felt uncertain about his ability to manage her without provoking hostility. Unless he called Carol back. The other party had not displayed excessive aggression or uncontrollable emotions. Recklessly revealing his trump card could yield counterproductive results, a risk not worth taking. As you command, Director, Coulson replied, nodding into his earpiece, convinced that his superior's judgment was sound. Lu Yunming paid no heed to Coulson, making her way home to change into a different outfit. She retrieved a morsel from the refrigerator and then reclined on the sofa, succumbing to slumber. Despite her formidable physical prowess, a journey through space had left her feeling fatigued and hungry, suggesting a significant toll had been taken. Coulson stood at the villa's entrance from morning until evening, finally catching sight of Miss Superman as she emerged, shuffling in slippers and clad in sleepwear. Hey there, do you still need something? Lu Yunming yawned languidly, fixing her gaze on the man before her. With her superhuman hearing, she had long since been aware of his presence, but had chosen to ignore it. After all, she had already showcased her extraordinary abilities and demonstrated a strong inclination for independence. It was only a matter of time before she declared her refusal to accept any form of control. Was that not sufficient? Ms. Liyun, I apologize. I did not intend to pressure you. I merely believe that every situation has its duality, Coulson replied, maintaining his smile and exhibiting remarkable patience. Lu Yunming narrowed her eyes and sauntered to the swinging chair on the front lawn of the villa. She settled down, reclining against the backrest. Well, go ahead and elaborate, she said, her impression of Coulson being favorable, thus prompting her to consider his proposal. We respect your personal privacy and preferences. If you find the conditions for joining SHIELD unacceptable, would you be open to collaborating with us through an employment arrangement? Coulson cleared his throat, delivering his explanation with earnestness. He resolved to be forthright. Although this formidable woman did not seem prone to rage, the memory of her effortlessly dismembering terrorists sent a shiver down his spine, compelling him to remain fully alert. Prior to this meeting, SHIELD had meticulously analyzed Lu Yunming's character, concluding that she would likely appreciate straightforward communication. Since the director had agreed to relax the terms, there was no need to cling rigidly to the so-called boundaries. Chapter 10. Deterrence. Is it somewhat intriguing? Is it the kind where one is paid for completing tasks? Lu Yunming inquired with keen interest. Isn't that akin to being a mercenary? Indeed. You may interpret it as a non-mandatory employment arrangement, Coulson nodded, responding truthfully. The SHIELD issues various missions, each varying in difficulty and corresponding rewards, allowing you to decide whether to accept based on your circumstances. Since its inception, SHIELD has been tasked with addressing all supernatural events globally, which encompass superhuman crimes and alien attacks. In addition to employing active agents, SHIELD also offers bounties to private organizations or individuals to ensure the successful completion of missions, typically in response to dangerous incidents that fall within the jurisdiction of SHIELD, but lack the necessary capabilities to confront them. The International Security Council allocates a budget each year for these specialized hiring purposes, a customary agreement. Generally, your freedom remains unrestrained, provided you remain alert to SHIELD's dedicated communication line and mission postings, Coulson added. Lu Yunming toyed with the small ornament on the swing chair, contemplating that this could be a commendable choice. Cloaked in governmental authority and backed by official sanction, along with her own abilities, she could act without trepidation as long as she posed no threat to humanity. Accepting employment as a contracted agent of SHIELD would essentially grant her a semblance of legitimacy, a protective shield enabling her to proceed with confidence. Her memories were fragmented and hazy. Some figures were clear, while others lingered only as faint traces. The Marvel Universe was fraught with peril, harboring unknown horrors at every turn. Moreover, she was not a murderous tyrant. The transformation of ordinary individuals into superhumans was a rarity, with more observers lurking in the shadows than aggressors. The 9-year compulsory education she underwent prevented her from descending into madness, wreaking havoc and slaughtering innocents, nor could she single-handedly oppose the world. The dream of unparalleled dominance required time for exploration and practice. Naturally, the collection of her ability data and related intelligence was inevitable, but she harbored no concerns about it. Even if the system's consciousness faded, leaving only the data panel, and despite the absence of system tasks, guidance, or rewards, she remained unfazed, for she would discover her own path to strength while leisurely traversing the wonders of the world. To rely on outdated data to judge and target her? A mere fantasy. Deal, Lu Yunming declared with a snap of her fingers and a light-hearted laugh. Excellent. Thank you for your support. Miss Lu, Coulson exhaled in relief, having feared that communication might falter. He well understood who Nick Fury was, suspicious, cunning, and treacherous. Should all avenues be blocked, the current director of SHIELD might resort to coercive measures. Provoking extreme reactions could lead to a senseless conflict. He certainly did not wish for himself or his colleagues to confront a superwoman capable of traversing outer space. Subsequently, Coulson elucidated several pertinent regulations to Lu Yunming and entrusted her with an encrypted phone, advising her to stay vigilant for calls and messages. Before they could conclude their conversation, an R8 sports car sped into view, executing a graceful turn and skidding to a halt at the villa entrance. Tony Stark, clad in an expensive suit and gleaming shoes adorned with gold trim, emerged from the vehicle. Hey, what is the name of that agency again? The one with the long, dreadful title? Tony remarked nonchalantly, pointing at Coulson, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Good day, Mr. Stark. I am Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Many have suggested that our name is excessively lengthy, and we are actively working on reforms. Coulson replied, donning a formal smile as he introduced himself. All right, but please refrain from intruding into my private territory and bothering my personal bodyguards next time. I am inviting Miss Superwoman to dinner, so you may leave. This is a private event, and outsiders are unwelcome. Tony retorted disdainfully, harboring no fondness for governmental agencies. Just moments ago, JARVIS had detected a breach in the system. Tony, proud as he was, did not mention it but quickly sealed all vulnerabilities. Otherwise, with JARVIS surveillance capabilities, the uninvited guest would have been detected long ago. Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Stark and Miss Lu Yunming. We shall be in touch. Coulson responded without irritation, smiling courteously as he nodded to both before departing. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yunming's encrypted phone buzzed with a message, causing her expression to darken. Utilizing her supervision and X-ray sight, she quickly discerned 3 fully armed special forces teams within a 3-kilometer radius of the villa. The intruders were well-trained, maintaining a quiet demeanor while effectively encircling the area. Had it not been for Coulson's warning, she might not have noticed them immediately. The military, unlike her uncontrollable super sight and hearing, Lu Yunming wielded her abilities with precision, easily deploying or retracting them at will. In non-combat scenarios, she generally opted to maintain her normal state to avoid auditory disturbances. Upon returning to her residence, her vigilance diminished significantly, leading her to neglect utilizing her powers to scan her surroundings. The fact that someone could approach without her detection was quite embarrassing. Her earlier ascent into the heavens, clearly not unnoticed by SHIELD, had also caught the attention of the military, government officials, and various agencies. After all, it had been a rather ostentatious display, comparing herself to satellite cameras and greeting astronauts from a certain bare country. It was only natural to be discovered. Unlike SHIELD, which knew how to navigate situations with finesse. The military was more aggressive, dispatching troops to ambush as soon as they had the address. Even aware of Liu Yunming's formidable powers, they showed no signs of retreat, a classic case of overstepping boundaries. Wearing her pajamas, Liu Yunming began to levitate slowly, casting a cold, piercing gaze ahead. Her eyes flickered with crimson light, and two searing laser beams shot forth. In response, Tony glanced at the distance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The heat reached an astonishing 4,000 degrees Celsius, effortlessly carving deep grooves into the hardened asphalt. As the red rays emanated from her, the self-assured Special Forces soldiers were left dumbfounded, their minds buzzing in confusion. Liu Yunming traced a massive circle around them with her laser vision, effectively isolating the three Special Forces teams. The red light skimmed perilously close, less than half a meter from their feet, eliciting gasps of terror. This was a warning. Anyone daring to harbor malicious intent against her or encroaching upon her circle would meet the same fate as those terrorized by the Ten Commandments gang. Liu Yunming was no pushover, nor would she emulate Dr. Banner, fleeing from pursuers. Her message was clear: either engage in battle or retreat with humility. The Special Forces, unaccustomed to such supernatural occurrences, were not entirely at a loss, but exhibited signs of agitation. The commanding officer promptly reported to higher authorities, receiving a long-awaited, silent reply, ultimately deciding to withdraw from the area. This military maneuver was also a test, attempting to gauge the limits of the female superhuman. It soon became apparent that this superwoman did not adhere to the comic book principle of refraining from killing. Rather, she embodied a more pragmatic approach, preferring diplomacy before warfare. Having completed her display, Liu Yunming landed gracefully, appearing as though nothing had transpired, and turned her gaze toward Tony. Coulson's earlier message suggested that as long as no lives were lost, she could assess the situation and act accordingly, with S.H.I.E.L.D. ready to provide assistance if necessary. This incident served as a wake-up call for Liu Yunming. Acquiring superpowers did not grant her invincibility, and these subtle movements were a reminder that she was not yet unbeatable. Liu, are you all right? Don't mind those rats hiding in the shadows. Those chaotic factions will only cause trouble for others. Tony expressed his concern, fully aware of Liu Yunming's previous actions. Jarvis had also noticed the military presence and intended to inform Tony discreetly, only to be surprised by the decisiveness of his own bodyguard. Tony felt a thrill of satisfaction, but chose to remain silent. Not at all. Thank you for your concern, my charming boss. Liu Yunming replied with a playful shake of her head. She was grateful for not having stirred up trouble. The S.H.I.E.L.D. was eager to cultivate a good relationship with her, while the military appeared rather foolish. Don't mention it. I was just about to invite you to dinner at the finest restaurant in Los Angeles to celebrate your recovery, Tony said with a mischievous grin, adding, technically speaking, it should be the most expensive restaurant in Los Angeles. Having lived in New York, you may not have experienced the diverse culinary culture. Although both cities are in the same country, there is still a notable difference. Liu Yunming internally rolled her eyes, pondering what culinary culture Western cuisine could possibly offer. Merely a handful of dishes, far inferior to Chinese cuisine. Nevertheless, she maintained a polite demeanor, smiling and nodding, acknowledging his goodwill. After dinner, we could drive to a casino and find you some handsome companions. Their quality is quite impressive. But don't misunderstand, I mean proper companions for entertainment. Tony clarified enthusiastically. Liu Yunming's expression turned slightly peculiar, as she recalled that Tony Stark was not usually so talkative. However, she declined with a wave of her hand, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but while I can't accompany you to the casino, I shall refrain from playing. If we're to find anyone, let it be beautiful women. As for men, spare me. Since arriving in this world, she had never contemplated such matters. Her preference lay with women, yet her circumstances rendered it futile to pursue. Come on, don't be shy. You might want to consider it. Tony persisted, undeterred. Liu Yunming shook her head vigorously, her resolve firm. She aimed to grow stronger and thus rejected all frivolous distractions. Ultimately, they reached no consensus. Liu Yunming returned to change into casual attire, and Tony drove her to a private restaurant, reserving an entire floor. Upon arrival, she discovered that Pepper had been waiting for some time, accompanied by Happy. Happy remained as amiable as ever, though his smile carried a hint of flattery this time. Pepper approached Li Yunming, linking arms with her and chatting cheerfully, a stark contrast to their initial meeting. This change was easily explained. Earlier that afternoon, they had received a video file from Tony that was profoundly impactful. When you surpass others, jealousy and resentment may arise. If your strength exceeds comprehension, the only reactions left are admiration and awe. Tony clearly understood the prior demeanor of the two women and had taken precautions. Li Yunming expressed her fondness for close contact, particularly the gentle touch at the crook of the arm. The dinner unfolded pleasantly, with Li Yunming sharing much about the culture of China, captivating Pepper's interest, and they enjoyed a delightful conversation. Afterward, Tony excused himself to return home and work on his armor, while Happy drove Li Yunming back. Before leaving, Tony assured her he would develop a suit that could withstand the intense heat of atmospheric re-entry, sparing her the embarrassment of returning from space in mere undergarments. The bulky heat-resistant suit had been burned to shreds, lacking both aesthetics and functionality. Li Yunming insisted it must be visually appealing, sharing her ideas and requirements with Tony, who confidently assured her it was well within his expertise. Ultimately, Pepper entrusted her safety to Li Yunming for the return journey. While she considered flying directly, worried that the thrill might be overwhelming for Pepper, she opted for a leisurely stroll home. During their walk, they engaged in many conversations, and Li Yunming could distinctly sense the affection and concern Pepper harbored for Tony deep within her heart. After bidding farewell, they agreed to meet again. Having completed all these tasks, Li Yunming felt lighthearted as she soared into the sky, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Chapter 11. The birth of two Malawian Quachas inside the Military Biological Research Facility. General Ross sat in his office with a grim visage, the floor strewn with shattered glass, presenting a scene of utter chaos. Reflecting on the recent orders from higher-ups, the seasoned officer, now past his prime, radiated intense fury. The prospect of resurrected beings awakening superhuman abilities was an extraordinary opportunity for experimentation. An individual devoid of background, merely a ridiculous freelance journalist who nearly lost his life in pursuit of so-called justice. What a splendid subject for research. Normal emotional responses, superhuman-like abilities, lucid thought processes, and controllable psyche made this target far more stable than the Hulk. If only the source of these powers could be identified, he could forge countless super soldiers for the military. Moreover, in terms of capability development, the benefits derived from researching a female superhero would far outweigh those from the super soldier serum. The thought of relinquishing this opportunity filled him with resentment. Although General Ross was bound to the military, he could not ignore the direct orders issued by the Security Council. Damn SHIELD. They were everywhere. The subject's background had become exceedingly complicated just moments ago, now beyond the military's reach. Reluctantly, General Ross resigned himself to the situation. He irritably sifted through the disordered documents on his desk when he unexpectedly stumbled upon a report regarding a Brazilian soda production facility, which instantly sparked his interest. Notify Captain Emil Blonsky to report to my office immediately. General Ross pressed the intercom on his desk and spoke in a low tone. In a luxurious seaside villa in Malibu, within the underground garage, on the 11th day and after 37 tests, version 2.0 was configured. Tony Stark stood in the open space, clad in an intricately designed mechanical exosuit. Strictly speaking, only his limbs were enveloped in a network of circuits and cold metal. With no better alternatives available, Tony sighed in resignation. Following his daring escape from a cave in Afghanistan, he found himself plagued by a profound sense of insecurity. He yearned for a sturdy suit of armor to shield him entirely, so as to avoid nightmares during the night. It was evident that Tony succeeded, giving birth to the one Malawian Quacha, yet its functionality and versatility fell short of his genius standards. Thus, he resolved to create a second suit of iron armor, significantly enhancing the original design. To this end, he crafted a more powerful miniature arc reactor to replace the antiquated version. During the terrorist attack, Tony was struck by innumerable fragments, and in a bid to save his life, Dr. Ethan utilized his medical expertise to create an opening in Tony's chest. An energy cell was installed in this cavity, serving as an external power source to prevent the shrapnel lodged in his veins from reaching his heart and causing a myocardial infarction. Building upon the original concept, Tony employed his brilliant intellect to develop a miniature arc reactor that generated 3 billion joules per second. This technology was essentially a scaled-down version of the massive arc reactor at Stark Industries headquarters. While the concept sounded simple, its execution was exceedingly challenging, with hardly anyone in the world possessing such expertise. The first-generation arc reactor could sustain the 1 Malawian kwacha for approximately 50 minutes, a far cry from his desired specifications. This led to the iconic scene where the 1 Malawian kwacha suit, upon takeoff, lost power and plummeted. Besides the inadequacy of the first-generation satellite arc reactor's energy supply, the hastily constructed 1 Malawian kwacha suit's structural instability and subpar quality were also significant issues. To accommodate the energy consumption of the forthcoming 2 Malawian kwacha's suit, Tony developed a second-generation miniature arc reactor, which boasted enhanced energy generation and sustained output. Consequently, earlier flight tests resulted in excessive power, causing Tony to crash into the ceiling, leaving him bruised and battered. "Little dummy, if I'm not on fire, and you dare spray me with carbon dioxide, I'll donate you to a university campus." Tony scolded the robotic assistant, a rudimentary AI he had created for loading and unloading tasks. Unlike JARVIs, which possess cognitive abilities, Little Dummy could only follow instructions within a limited range. It was rather clumsy, having sprayed him despite the suit not being on fire during previous tests. Let's start cautiously, beginning with 1 energy output on the thrust axis. Tony expressed his desire to avoid another incident of crashing into the wall. Counting down 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the iron exosuit emitted a burst of white energy flames, allowing Tony to successfully hover in the air. After a slow, low-altitude flight, he completed the test, albeit at the cost of damaging several luxury cars in the garage with scorch marks from the thrusters. Confirming his hypotheses, Tony resolved not to adhere to conventional testing protocols. Instead, he commanded the system to assemble the 2 Malawian kwacha's iron armor directly. It must be said, the 2 Malawian kwacha's exosuit was visually striking, gleaming with metallic luster and boasting a snug fit, unlike the bulky 1 Malawian kwacha. Most importantly, the power system had undergone upgrades, enabling the exosuit to achieve flight. Ever since witnessing Liu Yunmeng soar into space, Tony had been eager to experience such exhilarating sensations. Alas, the 2 Malawian kwachas still fell short of the standards required for space travel, hampered by material and temporary technological limitations. However, Tony was unwilling to wait. There would be ample time to research and innovate future iterations of the suit. Right now, he wanted to fly. "Sir, there is still a considerable amount of calculations pending. The experimental data for the 2 Malawian kwachas is incomplete. It is advisable not to attempt." JARVISS warning was abruptly interrupted by Tony. JARVIS. Sometimes you need to learn to run before you walk. The 2 Malawian kwacha's iron suit took off smoothly, performing admirably, with both speed and endurance exceeding expectations. Tony laughed joyously in mid-air, fully savoring the thrill of rapid flight. However, complications soon arose. Due to insufficient preparation, while attempting to reach an altitude of 40,000 feet, the suit's shell, unable to withstand pressure, succumbed to extreme cold and ice formation due to a malfunctioning converter. The suit's power supply was entirely severed, and JARVIS lost contact with Tony. Meanwhile, Liu Yunmeng was at home, attempting to prepare a hot pot. As she pondered how much Sichuan pepper to add, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the distress signal from JARVIS, she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Although in the original storyline, Tony manually activated the suit's drag reduction mechanism, allowing the MK2 system to reboot and regain flight just before hitting the ground. With Liu Yunming's presence in this world, the outcome was unpredictable. The butterfly effect must be considered. With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Yunming leaped out of the window in her loungewear, soaring into the sky with a whoosh. A few seconds later, she spotted the two Malawian Quatch's suit plummeting rapidly from the sky, mere meters from the ground. Adjusting her trajectory, she swooped in and caught the two Malawian Quatches, stabilizing Tony's ascent. "Boss, are you all right? Do you need an ambulance?" Lu Yunming inquired playfully, her lips curling into a smile as she hovered in midair, tapping on the helmet with her finger. However, just as her words fell, ice began to shed from the two Malawian Quatches, and the reactor lights flickered back to life. It appeared that despite her integration into this Marvel universe, the timeline and the progression of reality had not diverged significantly. It seemed to have been forcibly corrected. "Hey Lou, my heart is racing. Your arrival is indeed timely. Had you been a moment later, I might have transformed into a pizza from Papa John's." Tony chuckled heartily, displaying neither fear nor trepidation, but rather an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. He was uncertain whether he would land safely, yet he thrived on adventure. For every escapade held boundless possibilities. As long as one deemed the annual expenditure of $50 million worthwhile, everything seemed acceptable. Leon Ming, cradling the two Malawian Quatch's suit, floated in the air and remarked. The iron armor felt light in her hands, akin to an oversized toy. They soared back to the Malibu seaside villa, and with a clatter, she placed Tony on the garage floor. During the journey, Tony had requested another flight, but unfortunately, his plea was denied. Since payment had been received, work must be done. The safety of the boss was of paramount importance. Moreover, this fellow was hardly a model of decorum, proving to be quite troublesome. With a sense of resignation, Tony instructed Jarvis to dismantle the two Malawian Quatch's suit, keeping the issue of icing in mind, preparing for future updates to rectify any flaws. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this flight. "Lian Ming, how about we celebrate with a grand meal?" Tony suggested, glancing at the sky. "Celebrating your ability to fly?" Lian Ming chuckled at the excited man, responding playfully. "All right, I acknowledge your impressive speed and altitude, but I can reach those heights as well. I simply have yet to do so. Trust me, give me enough time, and I shall perfect this technology." Tony rolled his eyes defiantly. The mere thought of this female superhero, whose flight speed surpassed Mach 35, left him with an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Even aerospace rockets did not reach such maddening velocities. As for his iron armor, it was far from comparable. According to data records, the two Malawian Quatch's suit's maximum flight speed was 1.6 Mach. Considering various factors, this technology was already a monumental leap. It was still incomparable to the capabilities of the superheroine. He needed superior materials and more innovative ideas to realize his ultimate dream. "I believe in you, Tony. I think we need not dine out. Come to my home instead," Lian Ming suggested with a playful shake of her head. That man, seemingly aloof, yet passionate within, appeared selfish but was truly filled with great affection. She could never forget how he, a mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. "Oh, will you be cooking? I am eager to taste your culinary skills," Tony teased, narrowing his eyes. "Well, it would be authentic Chinese cuisine, I suppose," Lian Ming sighed softly. For some reason, in the stillness of the night, she often reminisced about her hometown, uncertain if she would ever have the chance to return. Tony found himself perplexed by his bodyguard's sudden emotional shift. Were he endowed with such terrifying superpowers, he would undoubtedly leap for joy. The two soon arrived at Lian Ming's opulent villa and invited Pepper and Happy, with Tony even making a call to summon Colonel Rhodes and Dr. Ethan. Upon seeing Lian Ming for the second time, Dr. Ethan was overjoyed and eagerly grasped her hand tightly. Were it not for the superheroine's appearance, the Afghan cave would have been his final resting place. Rhodes appeared somewhat anxious. He had a slight understanding of military maneuvers and could only hope that General Ross's unreasonable and forceful actions had not truly provoked the other party. However, fortunately, Lian Ming displayed no extreme reactions, serving a Sichuan hot pot and graciously entertaining everyone. Chapter 12. The Manhattan Incident. Brother, you have no idea. Just a few days ago, this house was surrounded by 3 Special Forces teams, Tony casually remarked while squeezing a soda can, his arm draped around Rhodey. The hot pot was fiery, and he continuously sipped on apple-flavored soda. Rhodey nodded gravely, casting a cautious glance at Liu Yume, relieved to find her expressionless. The military is utterly foolish, meddling with their super soldier programs. They are neither stable nor environmentally friendly, Tony continued. Rhodey felt a twinge of awkwardness. Strictly speaking, he was also part of the military, albeit in the Air Force, unlike General Ross's Army Experimental Unit. Liu soared into the sky, her eyes emitting red beams, drawing a deep circle in front of those special forces, prompting their complete retreat, and Tony laughed animatedly, as if he were the one who had accomplished it. Pepper covered her mouth in surprise, and Happy listened as if he were absorbed in a story. Though they had all witnessed the footage of her flying into space and flashing a peace sign in front of satellite camera, the notion of her firing red beams from her eyes to draw circles on the ground seemed quite fantastical. Could Liu be a robot capable of shooting lasers from her eyes? Dr. Ethan had witnessed Liu Yume effortlessly decimate hundreds of terrorists, where the red light left nothing but devastation in its wake, turning the terrorists into grotesque chunks of flesh. Even now, the memory was staggering. Rhodey's lips twitched, forcing a smile. In a certain sense, this was no laughing matter. The sheer power to repel 3 well-equipped, disciplined special forces was too perilous. Although the nation had yet to enact any regulations concerning superhumans, he believed such measures would inevitably arise in the future. He certainly did not wish to face the wrath of a superwoman. By the way, Liu, I have a gift for you, Tony suddenly recalled, tapping his phone. Soon, a drone operated by Jarvis arrived, carrying a gift box. Come, take a look at what I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Tony winked as he handed over the box. A new battlesuit? Liu Yume raised an eyebrow, easily seeing through the contents of the gift box with her X-ray vision. Oh, Liu, have you used your X-ray vision? That's cheating. The surprise will slip away. Tony covered his face, exasperated. He was well aware of his bodyguard's various superpowers. She possessed nearly all that Superman had, albeit with differing intensities. To this end, Tony had even asked Jarvis to create a database and develop a special computational program to assess Liu Yume's ability growth. Although the simulation was merely preliminary, the conclusions left him perplexed. The calculations indicated that Liu Yume's abilities seemed to have reached the physical limit, lacking significant potential for further growth. Nevertheless, her might was indisputable. At least his Iron Man armor felt like a mere toy in her presence. After several casual conversations, Tony understood Liu Yume's desire to grow stronger. A mere $50 million in salary and $20 million in compensation for her life was woefully inadequate. Despite his arrogance and unruly nature, Tony was grateful. Recently, he had been contemplating how to utilize his mechanical technology to assist Liu Yume in becoming stronger, which he believed was the best course of action at this stage. Upon hearing the term X-ray vision, Pepper felt a bit awkward. Although she, too, was a woman and was not concerned about being seen, it nonetheless left her feeling uncomfortable and insecure. Happy's reaction was the most amusing. He puffed out his ample belly, showcasing his broad physique without a hint of worry. After all, Liu Yume was exceptionally beautiful, embodying the best of both Eastern and Western features, resembling an ethereal being from another realm, undeniably captivating. Happy, being single, found allure even in pigs with double eyelids, let alone a fairy. He occasionally stole glances, harboring slight thoughts, but never acted upon them, as he could not forget the terrifying capabilities she possessed. Ethan, on the other hand, was indifferent. His life had been saved by Liu Yume, who had effortlessly extracted bullets with untraceable speed and stopped bleeding with thermal vision. Who else in this world could claim to have experienced such events? Rhodey maintained a forced smile throughout. What could he do? He could neither overpower her nor obstruct her. Rest assured, I generally refrain from using my X-ray abilities without permission. Liu Yume assured them with a smile. The X-ray vision of her people penetrated not only clothing, but even flesh, if she willed it. She could see countless skeletons entwined with nerves and blood vessels walking down the street. All right, let us open it up. This is a product I've invested considerable effort into. It incorporates all the portable functions you requested, Tony urged, unabashedly boasting. A rule for bodyguards: do not use superpowers on the boss without consent, or your salary will be halved. He trusted that the superwoman would adhere to these rules. Recently, Alongside the creation of the two Malawian Quatches Iron Man armor, he had also crafted a brand new multifunctional battle suit, multitasking efficiently. Liu Yume nodded and opened the gift box, revealing a blue bodysuit that captivated everyone's attention. The side zipper design seamlessly integrated the upper and lower parts, adorned with golden phoenix feather shoulder armor and a golden dragon head belt. The forearm guards were made of highly resilient titanium alloy. The red cape bore no patterns, complemented by dark red composite material boots and gloves, making for a complete ensemble. I utilized heat-resistant polymer materials, infused with metallic elements and reinforced fibers, ensuring exceptional elasticity and heat resistance, allowing you to soar into space multiple times. Additionally, this suit is bulletproof, explosion-proof, waterproof, and has layers that can provide some electric shock protection. Of course, it cannot withstand constant electricity, Tony thoughtfully explained, noting that he had designed the suit based on his understanding and knowledge, ensuring it was equipped with essential functions and durability. Though constructing it was simpler than making the Iron Man armor, the materials were not inexpensive. However, the outfit did not resemble the superheroes from comics, which puzzled Tony. When he suggested printing a beautiful flag on the cape, he faced opposition. Liu Yume did not wish to embody national or political connotations. Moreover, the national flag was solemn and sacred. While the suit resembled that of her homeland, she did not want to fly around like a comical jester draped in the flag. The dragon and phoenix motifs symbolized the mysterious East, and her aspirations were not for the celestial kingdom of this world, but for her true homeland. I made 3 sets in total, and I had Jarvis store them in the storage room. After using them, please provide feedback on the experience. I will take care of everything else. I understand you possess the defensive capabilities to withstand heavy firepower, but this suit will help alleviate some of your burdens. By the way, it costs $2 million, which will be deducted from your salary, Tony added with a grin, leaning in closer. He was not concerned about the money, but he believed in reciprocity and adherence to rules. All right, boss, thank you for being considerate of your employees, Liu Yume replied with a slight smile. Of course, I am a conscientious employer, Tony proudly patted his chest. Rhodey couldn't help but shake his head, pondering whether the military could have avoided a confrontational approach and afforded to hire such a formidable presence. After all, that amount paled in comparison to the exorbitant expenses incurred by General Ross's Special Experimental Unit. Now, everything was in disarray. A well-played hand had been utterly squandered. The group continued to enjoy their hot pot, unabated in their quest for morsels, even as they gasped from the spiciness. Tony was the most cunning, poking several pieces of meat with a single chopstick, relishing every bite. Ethan and Rod awkwardly fumbled with their chopsticks, lacking any semblance of proficiency, and before they could grasp a morsel of meat, it was snatched away. Happy, unable to tolerate the frustration, continuously sipped water, momentarily withdrawing from the fray. The meat on Pepper's plate was diligently served by Liu Yunming, allowing her to indulge comfortably. Laughter and banter filled the room, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, there are always those who disrupt the harmonious ambience. Suddenly, a phone rang. Liu Yunming retrieved her phone, glanced at it, and upon discovering it was a call from S.H.I.E.L.D., her brow furrowed in concern. Agent Coulson, what is the matter? She inquired, gesturing to her companions before stepping onto the balcony to answer the call. Her curiosity piqued. Her arrangement with S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of employment, categorizing her as an unregulated external operative. Typically, supernatural occurrences could be managed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable capabilities. They would only seek her assistance in dire situations. Liu Yunming had little affinity for complications, especially during gatherings. I'm sorry, Liu, but we may need your help. Coulson's voice was strained, revealing a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, in the northern Manhattan neighborhood of Harlem, the streets were engulfed in flames. A scene of utter devastation with ruins strewn about, the roads resembling a wasteland. The crowd fled in panic, twisted and mangled car wrecks billowing thick smoke. Two enormous, muscular monsters grappled violently, their blows resounding with thunderous impacts, demolishing any barriers in their path without mercy. Neither the NYPD nor the National Guard could withstand the destruction wrought by these behemoths, resulting in severe tremors that extended far and wide, causing numerous casualties. Concurrently, a military transport helicopter hovered in the air, its searchlight illuminating the titanic creature's positions. "General, we cannot halt the battle between Bruce Banner and Lieutenant Emil Blonsky. The area of destruction is expanding. Should we mobilize additional support?" An officer from Strategic Operations Command exclaimed anxiously. The helicopter's Hellfire missiles and Gatling gunfire could not breach the defenses of the two beasts. Armored vehicles and tanks appeared as fragile toys before them, and the experimental forces were utterly incapable of regaining control. "I believe in Banner. He can prevail," Betty Ross declared fervently, her gaze fixed on the tumult below. With her encouragement and support, Banner had undergone the serum resistance treatment. Had it not been for Blonsky's sudden transformation into the abomination, the situation would not have spiraled out of control. "Miss, this is no longer a matter of who can win. We must ensure the situation does not escalate further," the officer from the Strategic Operations Command stated gravely, turning his attention to General Ross. Chapter 13, Arrival at the Battlefield a few days prior. General Ross received intelligence indicating that a certain city in Brazil had been the scene of a gruesome death caused by an individual exploding after consuming a bottle of soda. Analysis revealed that the deceased had ingested a lethal amount of gamma radiation, a phenomenon produced by an exceedingly rare breed of beings. Consequently, the Intelligence Department concluded that the infamous Bruce Banner, whose rampages had previously obliterated laboratories and numerous city structures, was clandestinely hiding within a Brazilian soda processing plant. The Strategic Operations Command dispatched a Special Forces unit, led by Emil Blonsky, to apprehend him. However, during their pursuit, local thugs provoked Banner, causing him to transform into the fearsome Hulk, unleashing chaos and destruction. The ringleader of the thugs met a gruesome end, reduced to a pulpy mass. Blonsky witnessed firsthand as the Green Giant hurled a several-ton loading vehicle as if it were a mere toy, leaving him in utter disbelief. As an elite member of the Special Forces, he had never encountered such an exaggerated display of power. Capturing the Hulk was now a futile hope, as mere survival seemed an insurmountable challenge. Upon returning to base after the failed mission, Blonsky delved into Bruce Banner's records, uncovering the fact that this seemingly delicate scientist had gained the ability to transform into a monster following a catastrophic gamma collision experiment. Banner's exposure to gamma rays had caused a split in his psyche, resulting in two distinct personalities, the mild-mannered Banner and the perpetually enraged Hulk. Overwhelmed by fear and a profound sense of helplessness in the face of the Hulk, Blonsky's desire for strength intensified. He persuaded General Ross to allow him to inject the super soldier serum. Even a modest dosage could transform a frail individual into a bastion of strength akin to Captain America. As an already elite member of the Special Forces, Blonsky emerged even more formidable, his strength and speed rivaling that of the legendary Steve Rogers. Armed with such a powerful asset, General Ross resolved to initiate a second attempt to capture the Hulk. Meanwhile, driven by unbearable longing, Dr. Banner clandestinely visited his former girlfriend, Betty Ross. However, Leonard Sam, Betty's current suitor, discovered this rendezvous and discreetly informed General Ross. Through monitoring his daughter, General Ross quickly regained track of Bruce Banner's whereabouts. Thus, the experimental unit surrounded the entire Culver University campus, laying intricate traps in anticipation of the Hulk's arrival. Yet, the outcome was yet another disastrous defeat. The Hulk's might was beyond comprehension, particularly when enraged. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, RPGs, and even ultrasonic cannons proved utterly ineffective against him. The Green Giant dismantled vehicles with bare hands, as if tearing paper, an act of wanton destruction. Had it not been for Bruce Banner's conscious restraint to avoid harm, the experimental unit would likely have suffered far worse than mere vehicle and weapon losses. Blood would have flowed freely. Indeed, the Blonsky who had injected the super soldier serum was immensely powerful, far beyond that of ordinary soldiers, and his heightened reflexes allowed him to engage the Hulk. Alas, the disparity between their strengths was insurmountable. A single kick from the Hulk left Blonsky with catastrophic injuries. Following the helicopter explosion, Banner shielded Betty as they plunged into the forest, disappearing without a trace. This outcome was a significant blow to General Ross, and even more so to Blonsky. After miraculously recovering, he opted to inject the entirety of the super soldier serum to amplify his strength, resulting in an adverse reaction. The serum was imperfect. It magnified the latent emotions of the recipient. Those with resolute wills, like Captain America, emerged even stronger post-injection. However, Blonsky's fierce competitiveness and volatile temperament only intensified his emotions, leading to uncontrollable mutations that grotesquely altered his skeletal structure. In his quest for greater power, Blonsky seized the opportunity while Bruce Banner injected an agent to suppress the Hulk, acquiring a sample of the Green Giant's blood and coercing Dr. Stern to assist in his transformation. Soon, a monstrous abomination, possessing powers akin to the Hulk, was born. The ensuing battle in the streets of New York was orchestrated by Blonsky's monstrous transformation, compelling the Hulk to emerge amidst the chaos he deliberately wrought. With the suppressor coursing through his veins, Banner had no choice but to confront his adversary. Plummeting from great heights to break free from the constraints of the serum and reclaim his Hulk form. General, what course of action should I take next? Please issue your orders. An officer from the Strategic Operations Command anxiously reiterated. Calm down, soldier. I have already called for reinforcements. Assistance will arrive shortly to rectify this calamity. General Ross replied, shaking his head in a signal to observe the situation. The helicopter maintained a safe altitude to avoid the tumult below. But sir, many individuals are trapped in buildings on the verge of collapse. Should we not initiate a rescue? The officer persisted. The scale of destruction caused by the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination was far too extensive. These two titans of strength could obliterate roads with a leap and collapse buildings with a mere punch. Their massive frames transformed everything in their wake into desolation, and further inaction would exponentially increase the casualties among New Yorkers. Silence. Execute your orders. This is not our concern. The National Guard will uphold public safety. General Ross snapped impatiently. In his eyes, nothing was of greater significance than the research on the Hulk or the mass production of the super soldier serum. With no other recourse, the officer resorted to his communicator to relay orders to various units, harboring skepticism about the National Guard's capability to thwart these monstrous beings. Otherwise, the streets would not be in such ruin. He had witnessed the Abomination lift a military Humvee to crush soldiers beneath it. Was this truly the maintenance of public order? Betty wrung her hands anxiously, fixated on the chaos below. Though she felt helpless, she had long ceased to hold any hope for her father, praying instead for Banner's victory and for the citizens of New York to endure fewer casualties, wishing for a swift resolution to the disaster. Perhaps hearing her silent prayers, a rapid whistling sound pierced the air as a figure descended upon the battlefield with astonishing speed. The newcomer was strikingly beautiful. Betty's first impression was one of awe. With flowing golden-brown waves of hair, a tall and curvaceous silhouette clad in a blue bodysuit accentuating her alluring form, her abdominal muscles subtly defined, she appeared ethereal and enchanting, reminiscent of a fairy in the night, adorned with golden feather pauldrons and a dragon-themed belt, complemented by dark red boots and gloves. A blood-red cape billowed in the wind as she swooped down, landing directly on the street between the Hulk and the Abomination, creating deep fissures in the ground upon impact. Who dares to intrude? Are you attempting to play the part of a superhero, madam? The Abomination sneered, his imposing figure advancing menacingly. The Hulk, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the woman, nevertheless felt an instinctive hostility towards the Abomination. It was Banner's intense protective instinct that had summoned the Hulk, driving him to confront any threat to himself or Betty. As the Abomination approached, the Hulk instinctively roared in fury, spreading his arms wide in a menacing display of aggression. Ready to defend, Li Yunmeng cast a calm glance at the Hulk before fixing her gaze intently on the grotesque Abomination. She understood that the Hulk was essentially a child. Despite his formidable strength and apparent danger, he was capable of communication. In stark contrast, Emil Blonsky transformed into the Abomination, was consumed by the bitterness of having been defeated by the Hulk and harbored an intense desire to grow stronger by any means necessary. He embodied true peril. It was no wonder that S.H.I.E.L.D. urgently summoned her. The chaos wrought by such a monster in the streets was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Even seasoned soldiers would struggle to withstand it. Initially incensed at being interrupted during a gathering, her anger dissipated when Agent Coulson offered a staggering sum of $10 million. Suddenly, Li Yunming perceived this mission as worthwhile. Who would refuse an abundance of wealth? Her salary was substantial, particularly given Tony Stark's endorsement, with her annual earnings surpassing what 99% of households would accumulate in a lifetime. While this income sufficed for her daily needs, it might fall short for her impending quest for strength. Li Yunming would not accept aid without reciprocation. She intended to protect Tony Stark using her own powers rather than exploit him for personal gain. Clad and capable like a compatriot, she was, nonetheless, not of that ilk. She merely yearned for freedom. Living without boundaries was less desirable than having never possessed these extraordinary abilities at all. Having been granted a second chance at life, she was determined to live it splendidly and powerfully. Good evening, gentlemen. I am here under orders to halt your continued destruction of the city. Might you cease? Li Yunming's demeanor was calm as she levitated gracefully into the air, standing proudly above them, her hands raised in a placating gesture. Cloaked in an official guise, she borrowed the authority of her position to declare her mission as mandated. However, those in the know recognized that S.H.I.L.D. had actively recruited her, bestowing upon her a nebulous and largely inconsequential status as an external affiliate. Should she choose to accept tasks, they would be compensated richly. If she opted out, she was under no obligation to comply. Yet, how could she remain absent from such a significant event? The Hulk wrinkled his nose, unusually silent and somewhat grave, as he sensed the danger posed by the woman hovering before him. The abomination, however, was lost in a delusion of limitless power, convinced of his supremacy in the world and free to act as he wished. Anyone who dared to impede him would face his wrath. With a thunderous roar, the abomination surged forward, transforming from a slow advance into a rapid sprint. The sound of his pounding steps reverberated throughout the entire block. In mere moments, he was upon Li Yunming, his colossal form exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. His powerful arm was raised high, and with all his might, he swung his massive fist down towards the diminutive figure before him. Witnessing this, Betty, seated in the helicopter, gasped in shock, unable to stifle her reaction. Chapter 14. Tyranny and abhorrence. The magnitude of abhorrence she had witnessed was formidable. Even Bruce Banner, transformed into the Hulk, found himself at a disadvantage, subtly suppressed by the overwhelming force before him. How could such a slender young woman possibly triumph over the monstrous entity looming in front of her? It seemed inevitable that she would meet a grim fate in the streets. Is this what you call reinforcement, Father? She directed her gaze at General Ross, her eyes reflecting her disdain, as if she were staring at a murderer. Betty, do not fret. This woman is far from ordinary, General Ross said, shaking his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the superwoman who bore a striking resemblance to Superman. The military had amassed extensive data and analytical reports on this female powerhouse, the documentation towering higher than mountains. As if to validate his assertion, the next scene stunned the crowd. A slender arm and elongated hand firmly withstood the onslaught of Abomination's heavy fist. A fierce wind pressure enveloped the air, debris swirling around, yet she remained utterly unmoved. Blonsky, astonished, felt as if his blows struck an immovable mountain, an utterly surreal sensation. His relentless retaliation, each powerful punch, either deftly caught or skillfully evaded, left him frustrated. Despite his efforts, this woman bore no marks of damage. Negotiations have failed. I apologize. Li Yunming's eyes ignited with a fiery red glow, her smile revealing an array of pristine white teeth, exuding joy. The enemy not only refused to surrender, but dared to fire upon her side as well. With a resounding boom, she unleashed a tremendous punch that collided squarely with Abomination's chest. The exaggerated force generated a shockwave, uprooting nearby trees as if they were mere weeds. Time seemed to freeze. For a fleeting moment, Abomination appeared to lose consciousness. His massive form hurled backward as though struck by a locomotive, eventually crashing into a dilapidated building, coming to a halt. A glance around revealed that her punch had propelled Abomination nearly 100 meters away. This was her inaugural display of strength before an audience, showcasing an astonishing arm strength of 400 tons that overwhelmed even a creature with Hulk's bloodline. Despite Abomination's transformation, the increase in power was not as dramatic as anticipated, lacking the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with fury, rendering him nearly defenseless. Dazed, the monster struggled to rise, the intense disorientation slowing his recovery as cellular division hastened to mend his broken bones. Liu Yunmeng offered no respite, soaring into the air and, in the blink of an eye, landing above Abomination, pressing down on his colossal form. Bending low, she delivered another devastating punch. With a resounding crash, Abomination was driven deep into the earth, leaving a crater over 2 meters in depth. Liu Yunmeng lowered her gaze, her eyes glowing crimson, and 2 searing beams shot forth, scorching Abomination's chest until the flesh turned a painful red. The creature emitted a harrowing wail of agony. Hulk stood in stunned silence, and Betty's eyes widened in disbelief as onlookers, including soldiers maintaining order, fixated on the battlefield. What sorcery was this? How could such a slender woman possess the strength to render a beast like Abomination utterly powerless? The world had gone mad. She is a superhero, a savior. I've seen her in comics. A young boy shouted excitedly. The attire may differ slightly, but her abilities are strikingly similar. Look at those red beams. Another middle-aged man, evidently a fan of DC Comics, exclaimed, "Good heavens, she has come to rescue us." As the crowd erupted in chants of Superwoman, their voices crescendoed, filling the air with fervor, while General Ross's expression grew increasingly grave. Damn it, this does not align with our calculations. Abomination's formidable recovery powers kicked in. Within moments, he stabilized his injuries and began to struggle fiercely. Although Liu Yunmeng's laser-like vision radiated at a scorching 4,000 degrees Celsius, it merely breached his outer defenses. It must be said that the Hulk's genetics were remarkably resilient. Unless sustained power output persisted, defeating him would be challenging. Yet, such an exertion could lead to her own exhaustion. To prepare for potential future dangers, Liu Yunmeng reluctantly abandoned her laser attacks. Abomination let out a furious roar. Attempting to rise, his immense hands gripping the edge of the crater, monstrous muscles straining with effort. Alas, his attempts were futile, no matter the strength he summoned. Even as veins bulged on his bald head, he could not dislodge the seemingly fragile woman. Liu Yunmeng stood like an immovable mountain, rendering Blonsky powerless. Stop your struggles. Cease the destruction of the surrounding ground. Otherwise, I will be compelled to take further measures, Liu Yunmeng commanded, her eyes flashing red as she delivered another heavy blow, driving Abomination deeper into the pit, her words imbued with authority, though her actions never faltered. It hurts. It hurts far more than Hulk's punches. Abomination seethed, glaring at the woman before him, wishing to retort that she was already enacting her forced measures, the incessant barrage of fists fracturing his bones. Each time he attempted to retaliate, a stronger force quelled his efforts, leading to an onslaught of relentless attacks. His self-healing abilities struggled to keep pace with the destruction, and Blonsky felt dizzy, green blood spilling from his mouth. The crowd continued to cheer for their superheroine, their homes and vehicles ravaged, many having lost loved ones. Faced with an insurmountable monster, despair engulfed the populace. The emergence of the superheroine illuminated their hearts, casting a radiant glow amidst the encroaching darkness and fear. In this moment, the image of the blue bodysuit and red cape was indelibly etched into the minds of the victims, a memory that would endure through the passage of time. Liu Yunmeng flashed her signature smile, momentarily waving to the throngs of onlookers before resuming her relentless assault on Abomination. She grasped Blonsky by the neck with one hand, effortlessly lifting his massive, heavy form, then delivered a violent uppercut that struck the monster squarely on the jaw. Abomination's several hundred-kilogram body offered no resistance. Soaring into the air, Liu Yunming's eyes glowed red, unleashing searing beams that propelled Blonsky higher. His anguished screams and furious roars echoed through the sky. Liu Yunming's legs bent, launching her into the air, swiftly catching up to Abomination, and then delivering a fierce elbow strike to his crown. Blonsky plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the heart of Manhattan Square with a thunderous impact. As the smoke cleared, Abomination lay battered and breathless within the crater, his limbs grotesquely contorted, entirely devoid of the strength to resist. Upon witnessing the monster's collapse, the crowd erupted into an even louder cheer. Some even attempted to breach the barriers set by the National Guard, yearning to approach their savior. Liu Yunming returned to the ground, casting a glance at the wretched state of the monster before dismissing him. She possessed the capability to eliminate Abomination, yet it would demand considerable energy, a necessity she deemed unwarranted. She would leave him for the military to handle. Now, the most pressing concern was Hulk. Within the S.H.I.L.D. Triskelion, in the office of Director Nick Fury, he pondered the images displayed on his computer screen. The female superhero had demonstrated unimaginable strength, capturing the attention of all. For the first time, she revealed to the world the existence of such a formidable superpower on Earth. The colossal monster rampaging through the streets had been rendered utterly defenseless under her might, akin to an adult teaching a child. Coulson, it appears we must redefine this superwoman. My plans require her, Nick Fury remarked, his expression grave, as he activated his communicator and spoke with solemnity. Outside Manhattan Square, Agent Coulson, responsible for surveillance, appeared somewhat pale. He finally comprehended why the director had elevated the safety threat level of Supergirl to its utmost. In retrospect, this assessment still seemed understated, as the Abomination had nearly subdued the Hulk but was ruthlessly crushed by Supergirl. Understood, boss. I shall endeavor to foster a closer relationship between the parties, Coulson responded solemnly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Previously, he regarded Liu Yunming merely as an external contractor for S.H.I.E.L.D., with their relationship tenuously defined by a superior-subordinate dynamic. However, the situation now demanded a more nuanced approach. On the battlefield, the Hulk had been observing since earlier, his glowing green eyes no longer radiating the same ferocity as before. Instead, they had softened considerably. It was uncertain whether the serum had begun to take effect or if Banner's mental state was gradually stabilizing. But the Hulk exhibited no desire to fight. He ambled over, glanced at the nearly incapacitated Abomination, curled his lip in disdain, and prepared to turn away. Liu Yunming remained impassive, refraining from intervening as she floated quietly in the air. In a certain sense, she was the more perilous entity. Forcing her into another confrontation with the Hulk would indeed be a considerable challenge. Unlike the Abomination, the gamma radiation had profoundly altered the Hulk's genetic makeup. While she was uncertain of the extent of the Hulk's potential fury, it was evident that he possessed significantly greater strength than the Abomination. If a peaceful resolution could be attained, it would be most desirable. Regrettably, some held a contrary view. In the helicopter, General Ross furrowed his brow, consumed by the desire to bring the members of the analysis team before a military tribunal. What on earth did they mean by controllable capability values? What do they mean by strength as a weakness? He had initially assumed Supergirl was akin to Superman. Although she possessed laser heat vision, flight, and an apparently indomitable physique, her strength could not compare to that of the comic book superhero. According to the latest calculations from the experimental team, based on an analysis of Supergirl's physique and muscle density, military researchers concluded that strength constituted a significant vulnerability for her. But now, just look at the pitiful state of Blonsky. What horrific deeds had Supergirl inflicted upon him? In the Strategic Operations Command Center, General Ross remained silent for a considerable time before seizing the communicator and unexpectedly issuing a command that left everyone astonished. Prepare Alpha Team and the experimental forces for action. It is time to ensnare the target. Chapter 15. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow sparrow awaits General. Are you certain? The officer in charge of the joint exercise revealed a look of astonishment as he sought confirmation once more. Indeed, we shall capture them all, be it the Hulk, Blonsky, or the so-called Wonder Woman. This world has no need for unregulated super beings. They are perilous. General Ross glared, his voice nearly erupting in fury. Betty gazed incredulously at her father, feeling as though he had lost his senses. Despite the formidable strength exhibited by the Hulk, Abomination, and Wonder Woman, did he truly believe the military could maintain control? Father, you will regret your decision. Betty's face paled, knowing that her words would fall on deaf ears. Yet she coldly spoke nonetheless. My dear, you are overly naive. Ross chuckled slightly, offering no further explanation. Betty cast one last, deep look at her father before retreating to a corner of the helicopter, choosing silence. Meanwhile, Coulson suddenly received intel about unidentified armed forces converging on Manhattan, prompting him to swiftly report to Nick Fury. You mean 4 battalions are surrounding Harlem? Are you serious? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, questioning. Boss, our agents have detected electromagnetic signals. They are heavily armed, equipped with heavy tanks, armored vehicles, and a formation of attack helicopters. They bear no obvious insignia, but I suspect it is related to General Ross. Coulson speculated from his vantage point, observing the street below through binoculars. Fury felt as if he had been struck, his head spinning. With the Abomination down, the Hulk seemingly losing his will to fight, and Wonder Woman evidently controlling the battlefield. To stir up trouble now was truly audacious. Troublemaker General. Damn it, I will send Clint into action, coordinate with him, and use extreme measures if necessary. Fury slammed his fist on the table, issuing his command with irritation. There are always those who foolishly attempt to dominate the world. SHIELD exists to confront these lunatics. In Manhattan Square, Liu Yunming single-handedly dragged the Abomination's massive form and deposited it before the National Guard, having strived to minimize the destruction. In the original narrative of the battle in Harlem, the Abomination and Hulk had devastated numerous streets, yet now only one street bore the scars, with casualties significantly reduced. The remaining affairs would be left to the military. She intended to take her leave, feeling exhausted and ready for rest. Just then, a cacophony of noise pierced her super hearing. Liu Yunming raised an eyebrow, using her X-ray vision and enhanced sight to scan her surroundings, immediately sensing something amiss. Large contingents of troops were approaching from multiple directions, indicating that some were dissatisfied with the current outcome. The Hulk too sensed the disturbance, his primal instincts heightened, transforming his previously calming emotions into agitation. He picked up a stone and hurled it at a nearby searchlight, shattering it. Roar! The blinding light provoked a series of deep growls from the Hulk, who seemed on the verge of going berserk. Hey Hulk, how about a chat? Liu Yunming floated to the green giant's side, smiling gently as she began to speak. Hulk, no like to talk. The Hulk clearly felt irritable, turning away, his breaths growing increasingly labored. Though his subconscious recognized that the woman before him was not an enemy, and indeed quite dangerous, he struggled to maintain calm. Liu Yunming paused, her expression shifting to one of realization. It seemed that the Hulk was indeed capable of communication, was he not? Don't be so hasty to refuse. If you can control your emotions this time, how about I have Banner let you out to play next time? She flashed a mischievous grin, speaking to him as one might to a child. But no one wants to play with Hulk. The green giant appeared somewhat moved, casting a furtive glance at Liu Yunming before solemnly stating, the Hulk was simple-minded yet undeniably fearsome, especially with his terrifying strength, capable of tossing tanks weighing dozens of tons as if they were mere toys. Ordinary people were as fragile as tofu. A mere bump could spell disaster. What a ludicrous notion. However, upon detecting the sorrowful tone in the Hulk's voice, as if the world were rejecting him, Liu Yunming felt a pang of compassion. I can play with you. Next time you come out, I'll seek you out. She felt no qualms about coaxing him like a child. Considering the Hulk's destructive potential, she decided it wise to keep him contained. It would be better for her to seek him out than to risk further destruction. In terms of strength and resilience, only someone with the abilities of a citizen of her homeland could engage with the Hulk. Friend, want to play together. The Hulk clearly expressed his delight, bellowing in his rough voice. All right, it's a deal. Liu Yunming's eyes sparkled as she planned to speak with Dr. Banner after the incident concluded. As the two conversed, a rocket-propelled grenade suddenly soared through the air from a distance. Liu Yunming narrowed her eyes. Her homeland's dynamic visual acuity and astonishing reflexes enabling her to effortlessly catch the incoming RPG with her hand before flinging it skyward. Boom! The rocket lost momentum midair, detonating after being struck by a beam of laser heat. The explosion occurred dozens of meters above ground, creating a resounding noise but causing minimal damage to the onlookers. You heard a friend. Hulk, very angry. The green giant roared, alarmed at the sight of the rocket hurtling towards Liu Yunming. This was a rare instance of someone willing to engage with him, and he would not allow anyone to harm her. Hulk, do you remember what you promised me just now? Liu Yunming dusted off her hands, grinning as she addressed the assembled crowd. If you lack the strength to confront the world, it is best not to oppose it. Rampant destruction and chaos will only escalate the fears and resistance of ordinary people towards super beings. While the abilities of her homeland were formidable, they were far from invincible. She was not a lunatic like Atrocitus, eager to contend with the world, at least until she achieved the invulnerability of Superman's steel physique. She would refrain from making reckless declarations of where she would go. Conversely, Liu Yunming preferred to garner the support of the majority of ordinary citizens, for that would effectively mitigate potential troubles. At times, reputation held tremendous significance. Thus, she could not indulge in wanton slaughter nor permit the Hulk to wreak havoc indiscriminately. For the sake of my little objective, Hulk, please behave. Hulk, remember, to control. The Hulk, possessing a good memory, clenched his enormous fist, baring his teeth in a display of anger. Nevertheless, he remained relatively obedient, refraining from leaping toward the direction of the RPG and bellowing smash. That's right, we are friends, and you must trust that I can handle these matters. Liu Yunming winked, smiling cheerfully. Some people are living recklessly, and they shall soon understand just how powerful Wonder Woman truly is. Simultaneously, a vast contingent of troops advanced into Manhattan Square, soldiers clad in black uniforms surrounding the area under the protection of heavy tanks and armored vehicles. Helicopters circled overhead, their mounted machine guns targeting Liu Yunming, the Hulk, and the still-recovering Abomination below. Attention everyone, disarm immediately and surrender, or we will take action. The voice of General Ross boomed from a helicopter's loudspeaker. In light of your unwarranted destruction of streets and buildings, damaging national property and causing injury and death among civilians, do not resist, or we will be authorized to open fire. Liu Yunming revealed a scornful smile, perceiving the ambitious intentions of the old general who sought to establish a super soldier legion, with aspirations to control and study the Hulk. In her view, had it not been for the benevolence of Dr. Bruce Banner, who forcibly restrained the Hulk's consciousness, this foolish creature would have met its demise countless times. How could they be unaware of the Hulk's immense destructive power? No, they were far more cognizant than the average citizen, yet remained undeterred. General, I find your discourse incomprehensible. Firstly, I am here to clean up your mess. Now that I have succeeded, you intend to dispose of me? Are you serious about arresting me? Liu Yunming floated above, her cold gaze surveying the scene below, her voice soft yet resonating in the ears of all present. To achieve victory, one must first occupy the moral high ground. General Ross, standing at the helicopter's exit, spoke with grave authority. He was acutely aware that Liu Yunming had come to quell the chaos. A response to his distress signal sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, his true intention was to see these three beasts destroy each other. The military could then seamlessly apprehend the superhumans on charges of obstructing public duty through the destruction of the city. Unfortunately, the female superhero proved to be unexpectedly formidable, and the Abomination was no match for her. The Hulk lacked the will to fight. With the stage set, how could there be no performance? He had to enforce the script upon everyone. As for SHIELD and the relevant authorities, let them perish. Onlookers in New York whispered among themselves as they witnessed the verbal exchange. Some believed that the female superhero had triumphed over the monsters, saving countless lives. Others found merit in General Ross's arguments, contending that the superhumans were too powerful, leaving the public feeling unsafe. Thus, they must be controlled. Instead of dispersing, the crowd continued to swell, overwhelming the National Guard. Liu Yunmeng remained silent, her eyes scanning her surroundings, assessing the enemy's troop deployments, while the Hulk grew increasingly uneasy. Enhanced by her superhuman vision and X-ray capabilities, she quickly deduced that the encircling army numbered at least 30,000, all elite forces. Equipped with advanced weaponry and specialized capture gear, they even included a special response unit marked with biochemical protection insignia. In stark contrast, the special forces hiding near the villa amounted to fewer than 1,000, rendering them rather insignificant. Liu Yunmeng frowned, her expression one of disdain. How troublesome. Chapter 16. Playing into their hands, revised edition. Accepting the investigation would be beneficial for you and the Hulk. Recklessly initiating conflict here would only harm the ordinary populace. General Ross, seeing that his opponent had no retort, immediately intensified his rhetoric, particularly emphasizing the term the people. Liu Yunmeng remained expressionless, still silent, merely offering some comfort to the Hulk. Capturing Ross? Merely a bait, a superficial remedy that fails to address the root of the problem. Such an action would likely signal the upper echelons of the American government to commence hostilities. Yet the true culprits are the audience watching from behind. Their objective is nothing more than to set her up, threatening lives of ordinary citizens in an utterly shameless manner. The capitalist nature of America reveals a deep-seated selfishness and darkness, without the consent of higher authorities. Even a general like Ross has no right to mobilize such a vast array of troops. This is clearly a test from those in power regarding her unpredictable nature. Should she continue to play the role of a superhero or reveal her true self? If she resists, it would only make the people of New York, along with those watching the broadcast, acutely aware of the uncontrollable nature of superhumans, thereby reinforcing the military's assertions of authority. Conversely, should she choose not to resist, she would not be defenseless. She could simply take flight, with the flight capabilities akin to that of her homeland's superhuman templates. Capturing her would be nothing short of a fantasy with current earthly technology. The optimal course of action would be to fly away with the Hulk. At her speed, conventional military forces would be utterly powerless against her. While war could not break out in Manhattan, the Hawks represented by Ross would thereafter keep a close watch on her. Capture and eliminate them all? This drastic alteration of the timeline and principal narrative could yield unforeseen consequences, and she dared not act recklessly. Her memories remained but fragmented shards. Whether Ancient One would appear, or if lurking entities would seize the opportunity to sow chaos, remained uncertain. If memory served, there existed a higher cosmic race known as the Watchers, who might view the unfolding events as mere entertainment, or perhaps intervene. She could not ascertain the implications of acting recklessly. Each step taken felt like crossing a river by feeling for stones, fraught with uncertainty. Killing only addresses superficial issues. It fails to touch the essence. This was a matter of her homeland's numerical templates, not of Azu's perverse desire for affection stemming from fear of losing popularity. Should she indulge in rampant killing, she would become a wanderer without a home. As long as she remained human, she could not escape society or the normalcy of human life, always shadowed by the threat of those who would target her. Taking lives may be easy. A mere sweep of heat vision could end the conflict, but what follows is paramount. Such a life is neither comfortable nor fulfilling, and troubles would be incessant. She despised trouble, yet chose to confront difficulties head-on. Thus, caught between slaughter and detachment, she opted to play into their hands. Let those prying audience members witness the military's impotence. If you refuse to accept the investigation, we reserve the right to forcibly arrest you. Are you certain you wish to stand against the entirety of America? General Ross, growing impatient, continued to shout through the megaphone, swiftly donning the mantle of authority suddenly finding superhumans not so difficult to handle after all. Hulk, remember, protect the ordinary citizens. You may retaliate, but try to control your strength and avoid killing. Lian Meng dismissed the antics of the clown, leaning in to whisper. Hulk, tired, but, friend, Hulk can. The green giant flashed a goofy smile. Though he might easily frighten children, Lian Meng found it quite satisfactory. General Ross, we have committed no crime. Thus we will not surrender. Your actions constitute an illegal arrest, and therefore we shall not comply. Should you resort to force, we will be compelled to resist. We kindly ask the citizens observing to evacuate the area. Lian Meng's gaze was piercing, her posture regal, her stunning visage radiating righteousness as she spoke with conviction. You enjoy moral coercion, do you not? Apologies, but I can play that game too. However, when it comes to reasoning, I prefer to wield a long sword. Indeed, upon hearing this, the citizens of New York felt the superhero's concern. Many began shouting that the military was enacting a dictatorship and must resist the tyranny. Hundreds, even thousands, surge against the National Guard's barricades, only to be met with shields and clubs. The police and military of the land of freedom have never been lenient with rioters. Tear gas and rubber bullets are merely standard procedures. This infuriated many. The streets, already ravaged with collapsed buildings and smashed new cars, had become unbearable. Now, just as they found a source of hope, the military sought to arrest the superheroes under the guise of control, merely for expressing a few heartfelt words. They faced brutal beatings and dispersal, unforgivable. The people's fury ignited, unleashing their wrath upon the military and police, plunging the scene into chaos. No more time to wait. Order the troops to attack, targeting the superhero and the Hulk. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Ross immediately issued the attack order. But General, the populace has yet to be successfully dispersed. The hesitant deputy officer spoke, unable to suppress his reluctance. Damn it, there is no but, soldiers, execute the order immediately. General Ross bellowed. The deputy officer confirmed repeatedly, receiving a resolute answer. Soldiers view obedience to orders as their duty, and reluctantly, he dialed the command center. Soon, tanks and armored vehicles opened fire. Armed helicopters began firing their Hellfire missiles, and rockets rained down upon Manhattan Square, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Terrified citizens scattered in disarray. Many, unable to escape in time, crouched on the ground, covering their heads, exposing themselves to the barrage. A little girl cried out for her mother, yet became lost in the throng of fleeing people. Hulk, time to get to work. Lian Meng furrowed her brows, growling lowly before launching skyward. She had not anticipated the military's brutality. Even with civilians present, they chose to fire. Roar! The Hulk let out a thunderous roar. Leaping into action, his massive form crashing onto a tank, forcefully wrenching the turret from its base. He threw the occupants out, hurling them toward another tank. Subsequently, Hulk leaped onto the next armored vehicle, demolishing the equipment and weaponry, tempering his rage to avoid causing harm. Lian Meng, flying swiftly, scooped up the sobbing little girl, continuing toward the next target. In the blink of an eye, she rescued 7 or 8 New Yorkers in peril, safely depositing them on a rooftop before returning once more. As the tank's heavy fire pierced a load-bearing column, an old building suddenly began to collapse, its vast roof tilting dangerously towards several civilians hiding below. With too many individuals and obstacles around, Lian Meng could not fully unleash her flying speed. Thus she was slightly delayed, just as those individuals seemed destined for disaster. She caught sight of the fear in a young woman's eyes beneath the eaves. Hulk! Smash! A green figure lunged forward, crashing into the falling roof with incredible force. The explosive power utterly obliterated the massive stone, and Hulk landed, shielding 5 civilians beneath his body, bracing his back against the falling debris. Well done, Hulk! Lian Meng flew over, giving a thumbs up with a radiant smile. Children deserve ample praise. Hulk, indeed, revealed a cruel smile, demonstrating his delight. At that moment, Manhattan was engulfed in unrelenting gunfire. The thunderous explosions echoed through the skies, turning what had once been a protected street into a wasteland. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of Lian Meng and Hulk, All civilians affected by the battle were safely relocated, with no casualties reported for the time being. The two fought valiantly, though the situation was exceedingly dire. The Hulk found himself in a rather disheveled state, his form marred by the explosions of missiles, rockets, and shells, rendering him a sight of soot and grime. So dark and glistening that one could scarcely discern his presence in the night. Injuries? Yes, he bore some, though not many. The gene mutations induced by gamma rays endowed him with an unimaginable capacity for self-healing, allowing wounds to recover almost instantaneously. Lu Yunming appeared equally ragged, gritting her teeth as she endured 3 missiles and numerous shells, her attire exhibiting varying degrees of damage, embodying the image of a righteous superhero fighting for her country and its people. It seemed as if she willingly faced the onslaught for the safety of the populace. In reality, evading the shells was a trivial task for the people of the motherland. They could effortlessly dodge attacks or obliterate enemy weaponry. Why not evade? Because there was no fear. Why no fear? Simply because there was no fear. Even if the citizens were not true superheroes, their feeble biofields could shield their corporeal forms, resulting in little more than tattered clothing, an exaggerated appearance that bore no real pain. At times, she even deliberately positioned herself in the path of destruction, blooming amidst the waves of fire and chaos like a rose, crafting an exaggerated spectacle that starkly contrasted blood and fire, war and peace. Who was she performing for? Naturally, the people. Only by establishing a proper image in the hearts of the populace could the days ahead be truly comfortable. Morality could not bind the citizens, yet it could provide a legitimate pretext for a righteous campaign. Only by exposing the ugly visage of the American military could they attain a true vantage point. Unable to overpower or rationally argue against them, this was the intended effect. General Ross was undoubtedly stubborn, but he was not foolish enough to define the female superhero and the Hulk as threats without first ensuring his own safety. Otherwise, who would dare protect him? The firepower of an entire army could not be fully unleashed on the streets of Manhattan unless through indiscriminate bombardment. Symbolic strikes were merely intended to disorient these two young superpowered beings, while any civilian casualties could easily be attributed to the two superhumans, leaving the government to settle the matter with financial compensation. What could these ignorant civilians do besides organize large-scale protests? They were well aware of the military's might. The incendiary blasts illuminated the sky, and Lu Yunming emerged from the thick smoke, her eyes glinting with determination. Enough was enough. Even most patient of beings had their limits. She descended rapidly, locking one foot around the tread of a heavy tank, and with a forceful lift, sent the massive metal object soaring into the air, before delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing down towards the most vicious area of fire. The resultant explosion echoed through the heavens, a cacophony of destruction. The makeshift fire point established by the experimental troops was effortlessly reduced to rubble. Hundreds of well-armed and trained special forces were instantly engulfed by the flames. General Ross's expression darkened further, yet he commanded his troops to intensify their assault, deploying ultrasonic cannons and sleeping gas, both of which had minimal effect on the Hulk and were utterly ineffective against Lu Yunming. The female superhero's exaggerated speed allowed her to evade nearly all attacks. Her previous endurance of the explosion was solely to protect the civilians. Armed helicopters launched high-explosive shells aimed at Lu Yunming, but to her, the assault moved in slow motion, easily dodged or countered, even enduring it was feasible. However, the Hulk, driven by a desire to protect his new ally, leaped into the air and swatted the missile into oblivion. The thunderous blast shattered the windows of nearby buildings, raining shards down upon the ground. Below, a cleared path was bustling with civilians and injured soldiers evacuating in an orderly fashion, none anticipating such a sudden turn of events. Lu Yunming's response was swift, hovering in midair with her eyes glowing crimson. With a hum, her searing gaze shot forth, sweeping across the falling glass shards. At a scorching 4,000, the fragments melted instantly, expanding and exploding into tiny sparks. Yet, amidst this chaos, a sizable piece of tempered glass remained intact, and, after splitting into two, it hurtled towards the crowd below. The sudden shift was too rapid, and despite the cacophony of gunfire and the panicked civilians, even Liu Yunming was caught off guard. In that critical moment, a piercing whistle heralded the arrival of a silver, metallic figure breaking the sound barrier, shattering the glass and safeguarding the civilians below. "Hey, did you miss me, Lai?" came a teasing voice from the armored suit's loudspeaker. The familiar silhouette and infuriating tone startled Liu Yunming, before relief washed over her. "Boss?" Watching the two Malawian Quatches maneuver gracefully, utilizing energy beams to clear the glass debris, she found herself perplexed by Tony Stark's unexpected presence. "Looks like I arrived just in time. Henceforth, please refer to me as your timely savior," Tony quipped, landing with a resounding thud that drew the attention of many onlookers. "Delighted to see you, boss," Liu Yunming smiled, her pearly whites gleaming brightly. The two Malawian Quatches truly made its debut in the public eye during Iron Man 2, when Tony, poisoned by palladium, fell into despair, and Rhodes appropriated this suit, transforming it into what would become the True Machine. She was certain that Tony had not piloted the two Malawian Quatches during the Harlan incident in Manhattan. The butterfly effect had already begun to manifest. With her arrival, many storylines had branched into new deviations. She felt no apprehension. She would adapt to the circumstances. "In truth, you flew too swiftly. I've pushed the speed to its maximum, and yet it still took over an hour," Tony replied, panting slightly. Since Liu Yunming abruptly departed during the hot pot banquet, Jarvis had been tracking her via satellite. Upon detecting trouble in Manhattan, Tony wasted no time assembling the two Malawian Quatches and soaring through the skies. The Mk2's maximum flight speed reached Mach 2, representing the quickest means he could conceive to arrive here. "Tony, assist the civilians in their escape first. Leave the rest to me." Liu Yunming understood that the Mk2's defenses were lacking. Indeed, the armor was notably inferior in protection until the 6 Malawian Quatches. The materials and design, based on traditional titanium alloys, lacked the resilience and strength of subsequent suits. With an army of tens of thousands present, even if Tony's speed was commendable, he could not withstand the immense energy expenditure. "Okay, but first, General Ross, I must inform you that you have committed a crime. Illegally ordering troops to open fire in a bustling area under unfounded allegations against Stark Industries' private security. Help is on the way, and I hope you can bear the consequences of your actions," Tony declared with righteous indignation, then disregarding whether General Ross would respond. He maneuvered the armored suit to assist the civilians in their escape. In his view, General Ross was engaging in self-destructive behavior, attempting to confront a female superhero with tactics meant for the Hulk. Utterly nonsensical. One was a foolish, perpetually enraged individual of questionable intellect, while the other remained clear-headed yet rational. Both possessed immense destructive potential, yet they were incomparable. Furthermore, when had his personal security ever come under military jurisdiction? "Father, have you truly never considered that the female superhero could simply apprehend you to halt this senseless war?" Betty leaned despondently against her seat, gazing at the chaotic city below. A somber tone emerged slowly from her hoarse voice. What I desire remains elusive, which only serves to validate my judgment. The military is the face of the nation. The position of a general is not merely for show. To lay a hand on an active duty general, even if just through threats, would provoke an immense uproar. Superhumans must be controlled by those in power. A formidable superhuman poses uncontrollable destruction and threats. I do not deny the immense strength of the female superhero. But if she wishes to lead a normal life rather than flee to Mars, she must adhere to the rules. Unless she can eliminate all witnesses and bring the incident to a complete close, she will face tremendous pressure and condemnation from public opinion. General Ross's expression darkened as he gazed at Betty with disappointment and spoke. "Tony Stark is indeed no ordinary character. He is entangled with numerous forces and connections, and even the military dares not act openly against him. However, this matter leaves no room for negotiation. He must be secured at all costs. Command the troops to capture the 2 experimental targets at any expense." He fell silent for a moment before firmly issuing the order. Chapter 17. Influence, revised version. Under General Ross's stern orders, the surrounding area was swiftly cleared, leaving no civilians apart from the encircled troops. Liu Yunming finally unleashed her full potential, her laser-like gaze relentlessly annihilating tank after tank and armored vehicle. Explosions echoed violently, flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed everywhere, littering the ground with the charred remnants of military equipment. The formations of helicopters in the air were not spared either, their rotors severed as they plummeted from the heights. Liu Yunming was not bloodthirsty, but that did not mean she had never taken a life. Most of these soldiers were merely following orders, not irredeemable terrorists. She had offered them a chance. If they persisted in their hostility, then their demise at the hands of her searing gaze would be of their own making. The obliteration of the experimental troops was inconsequential. A few hundred personnel had been assembled specifically to counter extraordinary abilities, and from the moment they plotted against her and Hulk until they stepped onto the battlefield. They should have been prepared for annihilation. Though every soldier had a family, and taking a life equated to shattering a household's pillar in the face of life-threatening circumstances, one could only express regret. Thus, she meticulously controlled both her precision and force, as long as they refrained from reckless attacks. She would expeditiously eject the soldiers trapped within before the helicopters crashed or the tanks exploded. If rescue proved impossible, they would have to fend for themselves. The performance had reached its climax. There was no need to construct an entirely virtuous image. Half an hour later, all armed vehicles had been obliterated, and most of the rocket launchers and firearms lay twisted beyond use. The majority of soldiers had relinquished their weapons, signaling their surrender, for continuing the fight was rendered meaningless. They recognized they faced a monstrous opponent capable of traversing a hail of bullets with ease. At this juncture, firearms had lost their significance. Harlem in Manhattan was left in ruins, the battleground engulfed in flames, with thick smoke rising skyward. Countless firefighters were working tirelessly at the periphery to contain the blaze. Soldiers, dazed by the aftermath of the battle or rendered unconscious by the smoke, were being carried off the battlefield alongside those who had surrendered. Liu Yunming, too, was not idle, utilizing her exaggerated speed to transport the wounded. With the fighting concluded, there was no need for further complications. In addition, Hulk was akin to a lumberjack, scooping up bundles of people and tossing them to safety. Ultimately, the battlefield was left with only the armed helicopter carrying General Ross, hovering listlessly in the air. Under the subconscious influence of Banner, Hulk instinctively avoided this helicopter, for his beloved Betty was inside. Liu Yunming harbored no such reservations as Hulk. Under normal circumstances, she would refrain from indiscriminately taking lives to avoid tarnishing her reputation. Although the conflict had not escalated to a lethal threat, the blood-sucking mosquitoes were still quite bothersome. With the area now secure, it was time to address the true instigator. General Ross, bewildered, gazed down at the hellish scene of wreckage and flames, uncertain of his thoughts. He had been defeated, utterly vanquished. 3 mixed divisions and a special experimental unit had been completely dismantled by 2 monsters within half an hour. Yes, the detestable Superwoman and Hulk had taken no lives. Rather, they had braved the hail of gunfire to save numerous civilians and soldiers, which was the most infuriating aspect. He felt like a clown, believing he had everything under control, only to be crushed by the awakened giant. As he watched the Superwoman slowly approach the helicopter, her eyes flickering with red light, coldly fixed upon him, Ross felt a pang of regret, not for the operation itself, but for having acted rashly without thoroughly investigating the Superwoman's capabilities. At that moment, an armed helicopter approached, a dispassionate voice emanating from its loudspeakers. "General Ross, this is Major Rhodes. You are ordered to disarm immediately and cease all actions. The Secretary of State is already aware of your conduct, and the Department of Defense has issued an arrest warrant. You are under arrest." A bitter smile crossed General Ross's weary visage. It was over. His military and political careers had come to an end. Ignoring civilian safety, unilaterally mobilizing troops, and opening fire in the city, resulting in widespread destruction. Regardless of whether there were casualties, he could not escape the repercussions from the upper echelons of government. General Ross glanced at the helicopter occupants. Apart from a few loyal soldiers, only his daughter remained. I accept my arrest. After a prolonged silence, he seemed utterly drained, sighing as he slumped in his seat. Speaking weakly, the red glow in Lu Yunming's eyes faded as she ceased her laser gaze. She had no intentions of genuinely attacking the armed helicopter. It was merely a show of intimidation. She was indifferent to the fate of the culprit, General Ross, following his arrest. For this man should never reappear. America was exceptionally skilled at dealing with scapegoats. A reasonable disappearance was a kindness to all. Morality could save lives, but could also take them. After the fight, Hulk felt unsatisfied, and Lu Yunming indulged the giant in conversation, promising to find him for some fun next time. Satisfied, Hulk receded, returning to Bruce Banner's consciousness. Betty, tearfully embracing Banner, repeatedly apologized, never having anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Lu Yunming cast a meaningful glance at the tear-streaked Betty. One could say she was fortunate. General Ross was not an exemplary father, but he had shown some regard for his daughter. Unfortunately, his overwhelming ambition had led to her entanglement in his downfall. From her father's almost frenzied attempt to ensnare both her boyfriend and the Superwoman, she had already foreseen his fate. She had no desire to plead for the Superwoman's forgiveness. Apart from her uncertainty on how to criticize the situation, the more pressing matter was that her father had crossed a line that no one could mend. Banner felt immense gratitude towards Lu Yunming, still retaining memories from his transformation. The ability to persuade Hulk from wreaking havoc brought him great solace. Lu Yunming did not disclose the fact that Hulk was capable of communication, merely smiling in response. She invited Betty and Banner to Los Angeles, assuring them that Tony would not refuse the two brilliant scholars. Banner agreed. After all, it mattered little where he went. The Superwoman could keep Hulk in check, ensuring greater safety in her presence. Betty also accepted, having lost her father and her job, leaving her with nowhere to go. The most delighted of all was Tony Stark himself. "Hey, fantastic. Dr. Banner, I've heard so much about you," he exclaimed. "Dr. Betty, I am genuinely intrigued by your expertise. Welcome to our team. By the way, you will not be disappointed with Stark Industries benefits." Tony lifted his iron mask, exchanging a playful wink with Lu Yunming before grinning. The battle in Harlem, Manhattan, concluded with the arrest of General Ross, who was implicated in unauthorized troop mobilization and caused substantial destruction in the urban area. The awakened abomination was also confined to one of the world's most secure prisons. The following day, General Ross met his end in prison, his body showing no apparent injuries. The coroner's report concluded that he had succumbed to a heart condition, classified as natural causes. However, the incident had not truly concluded. It had instead escalated dramatically. In the 21st century, the age of information and the internet, the speed of message dissemination was beyond imagination. Despite government orders prohibiting the public sharing of related information online, many individuals took the risk. Within just an hour, numerous images and videos had emerged across the American internet, garnering exponential views and comments. Although this malignant incident resulted in no fatalities, it had destroyed over 16 city blocks and hundreds of residences. The wreckage of crushed vehicles was overwhelming, leaving Harlem resembling a battlefield ravaged by artillery and missiles. The desolate scene resembles that of a ruin, leading one to mistakenly believe it to be Syria. Who could have anticipated that this was, in fact, one of the most prosperous cities in America? The heavy burden, initially intended to fall upon the heads of Lu Yunming and Hulk, has been decisively cast upon the scapegoat, General Ross. Public discontent simmers as all fingers point toward the instigator of the Manhattan incident. In response, a spokesperson from the American government publicly issued an apology to Wonder Woman, asserting that General Ross's unilateral actions bore no direct relation to the government or military. Naturally, the populace's opinions on the panic induced by the superhuman street battles are sharply divided. A small faction deems it a fantastical tale, believing that the emergence of such unstable entities possessing powers beyond human comprehension should be quelled at its inception. They argue that superhumans must be regulated, adhere to the Constitution, and that measures should be established to foster a sense of security and trust in the government among ordinary citizens. Conversely, a significant majority contends that superhumans are better equipped to protect the common folk and mitigate urban crime. The appearance of Wonder Woman has particularly incited fervor among numerous DC fans, who continuously express their support, bestowing upon her the title of Goddess of Humanity and hoping she continues her crusade against crime. Especially noteworthy is the overwhelming display of her power as she fiercely vanquishes villains, her eyes emitting beams of red light that shatter falling glass. This footage has been crafted into various short videos, accompanied by exhilarating background music. Viewers feel as though they are experiencing the events firsthand, leading to a rapid increase in likes and comments. Some have even praised the Hulk's heroic rescue, noting that despite his brutish appearance, the moment he emerged from the flames with civilians in his arms instilled a profound sense of safety. Major news networks compete to cover the story, their reports ranging from laudatory to critical. Journalists from government-controlled media pose increasingly challenging questions, leaning toward the notion that superhumans must bear full responsibility for the destruction and public safety concerns they have caused. Some sensationalize the terrifying aspects of superhumans, disparaging the actions of Wonder Woman and the Hulk. This narrative ignites the fury of supporters, sparking a fierce online battle. Certain networks, striving for objectivity, seek to interview those involved, yet they find no trace of them. In summary, Wonder Woman and the Hulk have risen to unprecedented fame, dominating the major online platforms, pushing other celebrity events to the sidelines, with news of their exploits even trending internationally. Consequently, the subsequent unveiling of the two Malawian Quatch's iron armor has garnered little attention. Tony Stark, known for his flamboyant nature, is displeased, having intended for the armor to make a grand entrance, only to find it eclipsed by the Hulk's notoriety. That night, in the SHIELD headquarters of the Triskelion, director Nick Fury sits in his office, brow furrowed, replaying footage of the street battle in New York. In his hand, he clutches an oddly shaped beeper, seemingly in a state of indecision. The undeniable power of Wonder Woman has led more than half of the International Security Council to advocate for her regulation. Nick Fury is no fool. While some can be managed, others cannot. To confront a true monster, one must possess commensurate strength. Otherwise, General Ross serves as the perfect cautionary tale. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately stows the metallic beeper away. Soon after, a knock resounds at the door, and a strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure enters. With her wine-red curls framing a lovely face, captivating eyes, a delicate nose, and lips that curve slightly upward, she exudes a blend of beauty and playful charm. Agent Romanoff, how do you find your experience in SHIELD? Nick Fury inquires, his hands resting casually on the desk as he gazes at the enchanting figure before him. Not too bad. The food is decent, the benefits are good, and the colleagues are quite friendly. Most importantly, I can finally control my own thoughts, she replies with a cheerful smile, though her eyes reflect a tranquil depth, creating a peculiar sense of dissonance. Chapter 18. Covert Operations. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984, originally named Natalia Romanova, once served as a Soviet operative from the Red Room, bearing the codename Black Widow. During her execution of clandestine missions assigned by the Red Room, she encountered Hawkeye, Clint Barton, an elite agent of SHIELD, leading to a fierce confrontation. Unfortunately, she was defeated and captured, subsequently betraying her organization to join SHIELD, where she currently serves as a Level 7 agent. She possesses exceptional infiltration skills, combat techniques, linguistic abilities, mimicry, firearms proficiency, and adeptness in operating various vehicles. Each skill reaches the pinnacle of professional mastery, with some even attaining a masterful level. She stands as the most elite operative in SHIELD's active field operations, unrivaled in her capabilities. This is why, after Clint had decisively defeated her during their mission, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, recognizing her potential. Good. I thought you needed time to adjust, Nick Fury remarked with a smile. You summoned me at such a late hour. Is there something of great importance? Romanoff, gracefully tossing her hair, cut straight to the point. Since joining SHIELD, S-H-I-E-L-D. She no longer had to wrestle with whom to fight for or concern herself with executing repugnant assassination missions. The agency's mission is to uphold world peace, a notion that, while seemingly grandiose, aligns perfectly with her expertise. Thus, she harbors no disdain for fighting for ideals and justice. At the very least, it provides her a chance to atone for her past transgressions. The matter concerning Dreykov has concluded. You have a new assignment, Nick Fury stated, drawing a stack of documents from his drawer, his tone laced with significance. Romanoff took the documents, skimming through them rapidly, her expression shifting to one of confusion. After confirming the contents multiple times, she folded the papers back together. You want me to go to the Celestial Empire, posing as a relative to engage with a 50-year-old woman? Is this for real? Romanoff questioned, perplexed. She had undertaken countless perilous clandestine missions and faced a myriad of adversaries. But this particular target was unprecedented. Indeed, Fury replied tersely. Director, are you jesting? I hardly resemble an Asian, Romanoff protested, despite her specialized training and mastery of numerous languages. She was acutely aware of the stark differences in appearance between Western and Eastern individuals. No amount of disguising could bridge that gap. Long-term use of cosmetics to alter her visage would be detrimental, and makeup could only conceal her identity temporarily. In this world, there are no impenetrable walls, especially in the enigmatic Eastern nation. The Weapons Research Division has developed a new photon-capturing mask that can make you appear as anyone, including an Eastern individual. Fury explained with calm assurance. Romanoff raised an eyebrow, recalling the prototype he mentioned. Just a few years prior, it had been fraught with flaws. Now, it was evidently ready for deployment. Very well, boss, but I still wish to inquire. What is so special about this middle-aged woman from the Celestial Empire? The task briefing merely states to get close, not eliminate. Romanoff inquired with curiosity. In a world of espionage, there exists an unwritten rule to avoid the Eastern nation, as agents attempting to infiltrate have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Even the formidable Russian Bear exhibits caution in dealing with this neighboring country, let alone the United States across the ocean. The notion of infiltrating the Celestial Empire merely to approach an ordinary middle-aged woman seemed far more complex than the briefing suggested. Surely, it didn't entail merely dining and socializing. Have you heard of the female superhero circulating online? Nick Fury posed a question instead of a direct answer. Of course. The one who defeated General Ross's elite forces without lethal intent on the streets of Manhattan. She is stunningly beautiful, though I must admit, I fall slightly short in comparison, Romanoff replied with a raised eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She was indeed familiar with the most talked-about superpowered woman, capable of persuading the Hulk with her words. Such influence could only stem from immense strength. This target is a relative of the female superhero. Do you grasp the implications? Fury articulated, laden with meaning. What? Romanoff exclaimed in disbelief. Boss, I assure you, you're jesting on an international scale. Have you considered the ramifications of such an undertaking? This superhero can effortlessly dismantle General Ross's forces and could similarly obliterate S.H.I.L.D.'s capabilities. What advantage lies in provoking her? Romanoff regarded Fury with incredulity, wearing an expression that seemed to say, Are you sending me to my doom? She struggled to comprehend the benefits of this assignment, deeming it a foolish decision. While the superhero did not exhibit the Hulk's uncontrollable rage, she was undeniably driven by a profound sense of justice. That did not imply she would remain placid. An originally rational individual, when driven to madness, could be far more terrifying, especially considering her capacity to wreak havoc on an entire city. As an operative, Natasha considered herself formidable, yet she wished to maintain a respectful distance from such a formidable opponent. Good heavens! You're not sending me to kill her, merely to establish contact and cultivate a relationship. This bears no detriment to us. The potential to draw the female superhero into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fold hinges on your progress with this task. Most critically, I must ensure national security. At times, we find ourselves without choices, Fury replied with solemnity. The difficulty of this assignment was unparalleled, perhaps the most troublesome in SHIELD's history. Compared to other agents, Fury believed only Black Widow possessed the requisite skill set to succeed. Have you conferred with the Spear Agency? Natasha pressed, her lips pursed in concern. The Spear Agency, SPEAR, was an intelligence organization established by the Celestial Empire for national security, comprising agents, analysts, overseers, and bolstered by formidable aerial forces, totaling over 150,000 personnel. Like SHIELD, they are tasked with managing various supernatural events, operating under the jurisdiction of the United Nations Security Council. Their purview extends across Asia, and they're notoriously reticent in their external communications. No, Zheng is not known for being accommodating. It's common knowledge that SHIELD agents would face a resounding no if they were to intrude upon their territory. Fury shook his head, offering no pretense. The Spear Agency possessed unparalleled advantages on their home turf, with both influence and intelligence capabilities rivaling SHIELD, not to mention their own superhuman combat divisions. In this regard, SHIELD appeared somewhat outmatched. To intrude upon the domain of the Celestial Empire would be an exercise in futility. As SHIELD's director, Fury was acutely aware of these truths. Yet he found himself compelled to act. The threat posed by the female superhero was too significant to ignore. He needed contingency plans for otherwise. Even restful sleep would be elusive. Then why send me? Romanoff lamented. I have only just joined SHIELD, and you already seem displeased with me, Nick. Are you eager to send me into the lion's den, as if my demise is your ultimate goal? She slammed her palm on the table in frustration. During her time as an operative in the Red Room, she had not been a stranger to missions involving the Eastern Nation, yet they invariably presented the utmost challenge. Under normal circumstances, devoid of any conflicts of interest, the Red Room would refrain from provoking them. She had already begun to envision the perilous nature of this mission. Natasha, I have no alternative. You must comprehend my strategy. Nick Fury stated gravely. The SHIELD cannot allow a person with formidable supernatural abilities to remain unchecked. His expression bore a hint of somberness. If feasible, he certainly hoped that General Ross's plan would succeed. SHIELD's intelligence network spans the globe. It is inconceivable that they had not received advance warning about the experimental forces attempting to ensnare their target. The Manhattan incident, in a sense, was a consequence of tacit approval from the upper echelons. SHIELD would not intervene directly, but would explore the potential threats to the fullest extent. Those so-called elite forces were akin to cannon fodder. If they could compel Hulk and Wonder Woman to take lethal action, it would be ideal, thereby allowing SHIELD to negotiate from a moral high ground. In this regard, they were professionals. Yet, in reality, the data analysis team merely recorded more data on super beings, falling short of achieving the desired outcome. When Liu Yunmeng relentlessly subdued Abomination, Nick Fury realized the plan had faltered. The level of force displayed had surpassed the psychological tolerance of the higher-ups. Thus, it was merely a matter of giving General Ross the fitting conclusion, a game of strategy indeed. Is there truly no other way? Romanoff inquired, her determination undeterred. If possible, she wished to avoid this accursed mission. The mission had a timeline of 1 year, with the objective being to cultivate relationships in daily life. Nothing more, quite simple. Nick Fury chuckled softly and continued. The matter has been made abundantly clear. This mission is solely yours. Do not evade it. Agent Romanoff, I hope you can successfully complete the assignment. This is an order. After a brief pause, he added, I hope I can return in one piece. Natasha sighed in resignation, her voice tinged with weariness. Good luck. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, confident that his most exceptional agent would see the mission through. Once Natasha departed, Nick Fury activated his computer, retrieving an encrypted document from the hard drive. A file detailing the Avengers initiative materialized before him. He deleted certain words and added Liu Yunming to the list of team members at the beginning of the document. Chapter 19. The Path to Strength at a Seaside Villa in Los Angeles. By the basement window, Liu Yundream reclined on the sofa, clad in her pajamas, clutching a luminous circular device. Waves of blue energy twisted through the air, continuously entwining around her arms. A microscopic examination would reveal that this energy was permeating through her skin as pores. The repercussions of the New York incident had stirred a cacophony outside. Yet Liu Yundream had declined all interviews. After a brief exchange with Tony, she resumed her solitary study at home, fixated on the pursuit of strength. Since her encounter with the abomination, she discovered her body had a certain responsiveness to the radiation emitted by gamma rays. In simpler terms, she found that she could absorb pure energy within a certain proximity and range, though the amount was rather limited. As she absorbed this energy, her physique gradually strengthened, albeit at a slow and modest pace. She had requested several miniature arc reactors from Tony, diligently squeezing them in her hands throughout the day and night. Prioritizing her studies over meals and sleep, calculations indicated that a single miniature arc reactor could enhance her system's numerical values by approximately 10 to 20, requiring a full day for complete absorption, a painfully sluggish process. With an expression of indifference, Liu Yundream discarded the arc reactor once its luminous energy had been depleted. She then closed her eyes, delving into the depths of her consciousness to summon her system panel. Name: Liu Yundream. Energy level: surface level advanced. Status: active. Gender: female. Template match: homeland citizen. Similarity 115. Superpower origin: gene mutation caused by cosmic rays. Super strength: maximum muscle power 500 tons. Super speed: maximum running speed on land 15 Mach 5,100 meters second. Super defense: can withstand most conventional weaponry, unable to resist nuclear explosions. Super healing: cellular activity 15,000 times that of an ordinary human. Can absorb energy for rapid healing, cannot regenerate severed limbs. Flight 37 Mach 12,600 meters second. Laser vision 4,300 C. X-ray vision: can penetrate human bodies, metallic materials, and reinforced concrete structures, but cannot penetrate special metal zinc. Super hearing: can capture all sound within a 5,500 meter radius. Lifespan 230 years. Energy absorption: can absorb various radiation energies through close contact to increase physical strength. In recent days, she had ventured to a nuclear power plant, stealthily infiltrating the reactor to absorb nuclear radiation energy at close range. After several hours of waiting, she realized that regardless of the intensity of the radiation produced externally, the rate at which her body could absorb the energy remained unchanged. Unwilling to give up, Liu Yundream hypothesized that perhaps her absorption technique was flawed, attempting to consciously deepen her energy absorption. However, this resulted in an overwhelming surge of pain coursing through her body, as if it were being torn apart, leaving her in a state of weakness. Upon reviewing her system panel, she discovered that excessive absorption of radiation could damage the internal structure of her cells. Exceeding her limits would only lead to cellular decay. Although her template similarity to a homeland citizen exceeded 100, her genetic level had yet to achieve transcendence or breakthrough. Liu Yundream felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that at her current rate of energy absorption, it would take at least a century to attain the robust physique of steel. The Marvel Universe harbors numerous formidable entities, many of whom are beyond her current capabilities. As her energy absorption progressed, Liu Yundream's body slowly gained strength, and fragmented memories began to resurface. Though these recollections remained disjointed and incomplete, she gleaned insights into the hierarchy of life within the Marvel Universe. Surface level: characters of significant importance capable of occupying a certain position on the planet's surface, such as the Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, and Black Panther in the conventional cinematic universe. Among them, Hulk's abilities are evidently extraordinary. While he may not be capable of destroying a planet, given time, he could certainly devastate a continent. This level represents the pinnacle within the surface tier. Earth level: entities capable of annihilating a planet in a short span when at full capacity, exemplified by Captain Marvel and Thor wielding Stormbreaker in the cinematic universe, as well as the enraged Hulk from the comics. Celestial level. Individuals capable of harnessing cosmic energy with the power to obliterate multiple planets, such as Captain Marvel in her binary form, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Odin, the King of Asgard, alongside Titan Thanos. Single universe level. Beings who can effortlessly destroy galaxies and obliterate advanced civilizations, including the Celestials and the mighty Judge Erishim, alongside Thanos, equipped with all 6 Infinity Stones, who merely grazes the threshold of this level. Multiverse level. Terrifying powers capable of influencing numerous individual universes. Above this lies the greater universe level, omnipotent universe level, and the Supremo AA. The thought of those higher tiers remains unfathomable. Surviving in such a daunting world, relying solely on her abilities as a homeland citizen feels insufficient. Currently, Lu Yundream can be classified as a relatively weak Earth-level entity, perhaps able to contest with Captain Marvel, yet not triumph. The Superman-like steel physique merely ranks as upper-tier Earth-level, just the beginning of a long journey towards strength. Having acquired the ability to absorb energy, Lu Yundream contemplated the Infinity Stones, for they not only encompass highly pure cosmic energy, but also possess the essence of mysterious laws. Presently, the Space Stone is being researched for groundbreaking energy weaponry in a clandestine SHIELD laboratory. The Reality Stone, an ethereal particle, was sealed in an undisclosed location after Odin defeated the Dark Elves, only surfacing during the rare planetary alignment phenomenon in Paris, France. The Soul Stone resides on the enigmatic Vormir, while the Power Stone is located on the abandoned planet Morag. Coordinates unknown. Even if she knew, she lacked the capability for extended space travel. The Mind Stone is likely still in Thanos' possession, yet to be unleashed upon the Asgardian princesses. The Time Stone is safeguarded at the Camartage Sanctum by the celestial-level Sorcerer Supreme, whom she cannot hope to defeat. The most feasible Infinity Stone to acquire would be the Space Stone, given that SHIELD's current strength is relatively feeble. With her capabilities as a homeland citizen, either through coercion or stealth, Lu Yundream could claim it. However, she refrains from such actions, at least until she attains sufficient strength. For Earth is under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful beings. An excessive display could attract unwanted attention. The Infinity Stones are akin to a hot potato, with countless entities coveting them. Moreover, such actions could render her a global enemy, a risk not worth taking. Upon her arrival in this world, Lu Yundream discerned that it likely belongs to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, although the danger level pales in comparison to the Marvel comic universe. It is still formidable enough to pose significant challenges. According to her fragmented memories, in a few years, the purple-skinned Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, would snap his fingers, resulting in the obliteration of half the life in the universe, a thought that fills Lu Yundream with dread. Relying solely on brute strength may not guarantee victory, particularly since Thanos clearly possesses more than one ability. She must expedite her enhancement and accelerate her journey to strength to confront the impending dangers. After much contemplation, she resolved to set aside thoughts of the Infinity Stones for the time being and instead sought the wisdom of the sages at the mystical sanctum of Camartage. She was deeply intrigued by the Trinitarian magical system of the Book of the Emperor of Wayshan, for it was evident that this world was not solely dominated by technology. However, before she could embark on her journey, she received a distress call from Tony to recount the events several hours prior, following the incident in New York. Tony returned to his home in Los Angeles, engrossed in the development of the next generation of Iron Man suits. He meticulously analyzed the shortcomings of the 2 Malawian Quatches from combat scenarios, incorporating these elements into the new armor. He upgraded the weapon systems, replaced the body materials, enhanced exhaust valve compatibility, and improved the adaptability and strength of the outer armor, resulting in the birth of the 3 Malawian Quatches Iron Man suit. This suit was crafted from a titanium gold alloy and adorned with a striking red-gold paint job, reflecting Tony's flamboyant and proud personality. Its capabilities were optimized based on the 2 Malawian Quatches prototype, rendering it a near-complete masterpiece at this stage. It is worth mentioning that the two Malawian Quatches had nearly been riddled with bullets during the Manhattan incident. Although Tony emerged unscathed, his character would never allow him to be satisfied with such a subpar creation. While fine-tuning the three Malawian Quatches' suit, Tony stumbled upon a news report detailing a terrorist attack by the Ten Rings organization on the town of Migra. The report revealed the brutal slaughter of the town's men, while women and children were forcibly abducted, with women reduced to mere tools of gratification and children trained as soldiers. This heinous act of violent colonization left countless civilians homeless and destitute, with hundreds of lives tragically lost. The mention of the Ten Rings incensed Tony. As Migra was the hometown of Dr. Ethan, he could not stand idly by while these savages ravaged his friend's home. Having once endured a terrorist kidnapping and imprisonment in a cave, where he constantly pondered whether he would witness the dawn of another day, Tony felt a deep empathy for the refugees. Thus, he assembled the three Malawian Quatches without informing Liu Yunming and set off for the site of the incident. Of course, in addition to his desire to punish evil and uphold justice, he harbored a subtle intention of redeeming himself from the New York incident. He swiftly dispatched the malevolent terrorists and destroyed the Jericho missiles that Stark Industries had secretly sold to them, leaving him in high spirits as he prepared to depart in the three Malawian Quatches. However, on his way back to Los Angeles, he was detected by military radar due to his lack of prior notification, resulting in a pursuit by two F-22 Raptors, leaving him in a precarious position. It was not that the three Malawian Quatches could not overpower the fighter jets. Given its formidable capabilities, destroying them would be a trivial task. However, Tony wished to avoid conflict with his own Air Force and did not want to reveal his identity. Thus, he had no choice but to call his bodyguard. Lou, help. Quickly move your boss's backside from the fire. Tony's anxious voice echoed through the phone. This is what you get for not informing me before heading out. Prepare to face the consequences. Liu Yunming replied, her voice laced with playful mockery. A brief recollection made it clear that he was seeking her assistance after flaunting his prowess, and now he was in need of her support. It served him right for acting without notifying his bodyguard. Nevertheless, it must be said that the three Malawian Quatches made a stunning debut, truly captivating all present. Oh, don't be like that. I'm simply executing justice, and now I'm being treated as an illegal intruder. I aided you in New York. How about you return the favor now? Besides, I pay you a salary, so you cannot abandon your boss in his time of need, Tony muttered, acutely aware of his predicament and resorting to emotional appeal. All right, boss. I'll have Jarvis mark your location on the phone, Liu Yunming replied, suppressing her amusement. In truth, it mattered little whether she went or not. Given the performance and defensive capabilities of the three Malawian Quatches, the so-called pride of the U.S. Air Force, the F-22 was hardly a match for him. However, since her boss was in distress, the bodyguard was obliged to fulfill her duty. She had merely been teasing this flamboyant playboy. Chapter 20. A thumbs up. Edwards Air Force Base, California. An alert suddenly blared from the radar detection system. An unidentified flying object was rapidly encroaching upon American airspace. The soldiers responsible for identification were in disarray, fervently operating their computers. What on earth is this? Have we authorized anyone to fly in this area? The monitoring soldier looked perplexed, noting that the flying object originated from the Migra region. No, terrorists are using civilians as human shields. We cannot approach, another soldier firmly replied. Shaking his head, contact the Department of Defense. They must know something, the duty major of the command post stated. Activate surveillance and identification codes. It has been confirmed. This is an unidentified flying object. It has no relation to the Air Force. The detection soldier quickly responded. Have we reached the CIA? The duty major inquired further. Sir, the CIA is on the line, asking if we have dispatched any flight missions. The soldier at the switchboard turned to ask. No, that is definitely not our aircraft. The detection soldier asserted decisively. The system cannot even retrieve a code. The Air Force does not have such a plane. This is neither a Navy aircraft nor a Marine Corps plane. Another detection soldier added simultaneously. I need an accurate answer. Can we discern the shape of the target? The duty major asked seriously. No, we cannot confirm its identity. The identification code is unknown. The detection soldier shook his head and replied truthfully. Go. Fetch Major Rhodes from the Weapons Development Department. Now, immediately. The duty major commanded loudly. The incursion of an unidentified flying object into American airspace is a matter of national pride and homeland security. We cannot afford to be careless. Upon receiving the news, Rhodes arrived at the Air Force command post, his expression one of confusion. We have searched all known databases, and there is no matching information. The detection soldier confirmed once more. Do we have high-altitude surveillance in that area? Rhodes raised an eyebrow, fixating on the moving red dot on the radar display. Both Airborne Warning and Global Hawk can cover this area. The black soldier nodded in response. This thing appeared out of nowhere. Why didn't the Homeland radar detect it? Rhodes asked, perplexed. Logically, any incursion by foreign forces should be detected immediately by border radar. It is impossible for it to suddenly appear deep within the homeland, as that defies reason. This object is strange. Its radar cross-section is too small, a monitoring soldier replied. Is it stealthy? Rhodes continued to inquire. No, sir. It is just relatively small. It is likely a drone or a similar type of aircraft, the soldier answered. Colonel, do you know what this is? The duty major asked with some skepticism. The Air Force Weapons Development Department often creates peculiar equipment, which typically is not documented in the database until formally unveiled, giving him a reason to suspect that the Weapons Development Department was engaging in a cover-up. Rhodes furrowed his brow, contemplating a possibility that seemed increasingly plausible. He quickly dialed Tony Stark's number. He had witnessed the two Malawian Quachas during the Manhattan incident. It was a sleek suit of iron armor, astonishingly impressive. Afterwards, he had privately inquired whether Tony would make such technology available to the military, only to receive an unequivocal refusal. This abruptly appeared contraption, flying at supersonic speeds with a minimal radar cross-section, felt eerily familiar. Upon connecting the call, Tony attempted to deflect, but soon enough, the truth slipped out. The Air Force Base ordered two F-22 Raptor stationed at the military airport in Afghanistan to scramble urgently and intercept the unidentified flying object. Infuriated, Rhodes threatened to shoot it down, prompting Tony to reveal that it was indeed the iron armor he had used during the Manhattan incident. Originally, Rhodes intended to have the Air Force Command post abort the interception mission, but unexpectedly, the duty major was exceedingly obstinate and ordered the attack. Although Rhodes had superior weaponry, the duty major possessed the legitimate authority to command the interception operation. With no alternative, Tony resorted to calling for help from Liu Yunming. The three Malawian Quachas' armor had the absolute capability to destroy two F-22 Raptors, yet lacked the ability to escape from under their noses. While the armor could outpace fighter jets, it could not evade missiles. Soon, the three Malawian Quachas was locked onto by the fighter jet's fire control radar, and a Sidewinder missile was launched, hurtling directly toward Tony. Just as the missile was about to catch up with the flying armor, Tony prepared to release a countermeasure when a figure soared in. A stunning woman, clad in a blue bodysuit with a crimson cape and wavy brown hair, rapidly appeared behind the three Malawian Quachas. Boom! With a powerful punch, she generated a shockwave that detonated the missile. The fierce explosion distorted the air. The intense heat ignited, flames and smoke swelling rapidly. As the chaos subsided, all those observing the scene stood in shock. The figure hovered in midair, unscathed, even brushing off the dust from her attire. The pilots of the F-22 Raptors were left dumbfounded. Who was this individual that could obliterate a missile with a single punch and remain unharmed? However, they quickly recognized her as the recently sensationalized and beloved superheroine. Guys, please remain calm. My boss is testing his new equipment. I apologize for entering the restricted civilian airspace without prior notification. Liu Yunming maintained her speed, flying parallel to the two F-22 Raptors, offering a friendly smile. The fighter jets seemed painfully slow in her eyes, and it would be effortless for her to shake off Tony. However, she was now perceived as a superhero by the public and needed to maintain her image, hoping the jets wouldn't open fire on her. Naturally, with her mere presence, relevant authorities would quickly trace the Mk-3's origin, rendering any secrecy moot. It should be acknowledged that by choosing to call for help, Tony should have anticipated this outcome. Unlike the original narrative, With Liu Yunming's protection, Tony need not worry about the potential issues arising from the exposure of his identity. The two fighter pilots were uncertain how to proceed and promptly relayed the intelligence and footage to the Air Force command post. The duty major furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased. In his view, national security transcended all else. Even the superheroine was not exempt from hindering military operations. Just as he was about to issue another fire order, he was interrupted by Rhodes. "Hey, Major, I don't know what you think, but do you believe you can bear the responsibility for angering a superheroine into firing a national icon?" The Major was about to argue, but Rhodes waved his hand, denying him the opportunity. Congress, the Department of Defense, the CIA, the FBI, every prominent agency maintains a principle of peaceful coexistence with a superheroine. Are you somehow special? The video from the Manhattan battlefield has already gone viral globally, and the superheroine is nearly synonymous with strategic nuclear weapons. While some may believe nuclear arms are sufficient to eliminate such superhumans, who would dare to truly attempt it? Besides, angering her, do the two F-22 Raptors wish to face her wrath? Have you seen how she can tear through tank armor like paper? Can you contend with her? There is no public safety issue here. Let us downplay this, understand? Rhodes spoke earnestly, delivering a blunt admonishment before turning to leave. At this point, if the Major chooses to continue firing, any repercussions will be of no concern to him. With the arrival of Liu Yunming, Tony's problems have been resolved. He must now return to warn that scoundrel never to bring civilian machinery to the battlefield again. The barrage of questions had left the duty major feeling dizzy, and he suddenly realized he was drenched in cold sweat, having nearly issued an irrevocable command. The emergence of the female superhero has garnered both admiration and disdain. Many admire her, yet many harbor resentment. Terrorists and criminals seethe with hatred towards her, while others, envious of her extraordinary powers, may throw in a sarcastic remark. Humanity is inherently simple, yearning for freedom. No one wishes to bear the burden of an immovable mountain upon their heads. Most of the time, this mountain is invisible. Only the female superhero stands as a target and a beacon. The Major promptly ordered the aircraft to return, but the pilot, unusually, wished to linger in the skies a while longer, captivated by the superhero's presence. "Madam, if you have a moment, may I take a photo with you? My child is your devoted fan, and she begs for a signed picture every night," one pilot asked, his smile tinged with nervousness. He was aware that such a request was unlikely to be fulfilled. By the time their mission concluded, the superhero would have vanished without a trace, and he had no idea where to find her again. "Of course, it would be my honor. I am delighted that children adore me," Liu Yunming replied with a gentle smile. Tony had already flown far, likely nearing home, and it was time for her to leave as well. Liu Yunming adjusted her flight speed, hovering steadily beside the cockpit of the F-22 Raptor, giving a thumbs up. The pilot was elated, quickly capturing this moment with an aerial camera, fearing she might fly away. Another pilot, feeling envious, though not a particular fan of the superhero, recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. At his request, Liu Yunming obliged with a peace sign for another photo. After completing the pictures, the initial pilot who had asked for the photo still felt a lingering sense of excitement. "You are a true superhero, and I wish you all the best," he sincerely expressed. In the unparalleled battle in Harlem, New York, this young lady managed to save all trapped civilians, including those soldiers who had fired upon her. To repay kindness with kindness, what else could define a hero? If Liu Yunming were to hear such words, she would surely scoff, to secure public support while ensuring her own safety. She had no choice but to spare those who had aimed their weapons at her. Otherwise, would she be mistaken for a saint? Those who kill must face the consequences. "If you shoot at me, you should be prepared for retaliation," she thought. "Thank you for your kind words, but in my eyes, my friends, you are the true heroes. Not because of your job or abilities, but because you bear the responsibility of protecting our nation." Liu Yunming beamed, giving a thumbs up to the pilots in appreciation. Upon hearing her words, the two pilots felt invigorated, as if filled with newfound energy. When they regained their senses, they realized the superhero had vanished. "Brother, I can return home and report to my daughter," one pilot remarked, "and I will certainly boast at the bar." Who else can claim to have taken a photo with a superhero? Both men grinned widely, their smiles stretching from ear to ear, celebrating the fortune of being entrusted with this mission. Chapter 21. The execution of justice in the bustling heart of Los Angeles, amidst the shadowy alleys of a bar district. Three burly men clad in eccentric attire encircled a mother and her daughter. The young woman, in her 20s, possessed striking beauty, adorned in a breezy summer tank top and a short skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, her long, fair legs elegantly perched in high heels. Such captivating looks drew many glances on the street, which was precisely why she had attracted attention. Her little girl, scarcely 5 years old, was evidently terrified, clinging tightly to her mother's leg, hiding behind her. "Ariel, how about we share a meal? Just a little favor, for old-time sake," the leader of the men leered, his gaze hungrily scanning the woman cowering in the corner. "John, you can't keep fixating on me. I have a husband and a daughter. We are simply unsuitable," the young mother replied, her discomfort palpable as she avoided his invasive stare. Ariel Hoffold, a journalist for a Los Angeles newspaper, had relocated to this vibrant city 3 months ago due to her work. She enjoyed a stable income, a loving husband, and a charming little daughter, epitomizing the picture of a happy family. However, her life had spiraled into chaos since an unexpected encounter with a man before her during an interview. Every day, he shadowed her like an unshakable specter, exhibiting an unnerving eagerness. Desperate to preserve her family and life, Ariel had no affection for John. She had taken a longer route today, hoping to evade him, only to find herself cornered in this alley. "Ariel, this is my final appearance before you. Will you grant me a single chance? Just once." John flashed what he believed to be a charming smile, his eyes glimmering with avarice as he gazed at the woman. "This is inappropriate. We truly are not suited for one another. Will you please let me pass?" Ariel forced a strained smile, striving to remain courteous. John, an unemployed drifter of average appearance, yet possessing a robust physique, frequented the streets, engaging in petty dealings and collecting protection money, maintaining intricate ties with various underground factions. Her husband, a police officer, had investigated him, but due to a lack of substantial evidence and the LAPD's overwhelming workload, had merely issued a warning that quickly faded from concern. Little did they know, John had no intention of relenting, persistently pursuing her like a loathsome serpent. Today marked the first time he had cornered her in such a manner. Licking his lips, John disregarded Ariel's rejections, having become infatuated with her since their first encounter. Naturally, he fancied himself capable of loving multiple women simultaneously, if such a notion could indeed be termed love. Through connections with gang members, he had gleaned information about Ariel, orchestrating serendipitous encounters in hopes of crafting a romantic street rendezvous. Regrettably, she did not respond as the heavily made-up women in bars did, who would fall at the sight of his muscular build. Instead, she kept her distance. This only intensified his curiosity, as the thrill of conquering a disinterested married woman was undeniably enticing. "Your husband is a policeman, but I believe we can engage in fair competition. I pose no legal threat to you, nor do I wish you harm. I simply hope you might recognize my sincerity. He may lack the time for you, but I do. What do you say?" John inched closer, emboldened by his audacity. Indeed, Ariel's husband had warned John against foolishness, cautioning him of dire consequences. Yet John remained unperturbed. Having navigated the streets, he was acquainted with numerous individuals, and illicit dealings occasionally intertwined with the police department. A rookie officer, devoid of connections or backing, could easily be rendered vulnerable by John. Ariel shook her head, stepping back to shield her daughter, contemplating an escape to the street. Upon returning home, she planned to submit her resignation at the newspaper and flee this wretched place. "Hear me, Ariel, I am not soliciting your agreement. You can either consent to a romantic liaison with me, or I will orchestrate one for you. I'm not one for coercion, but my patience is finite. Surely, you do not wish your little girl to witness something inappropriate?" John's demeanor darkened, his patience wearing thin, consumed by a singular, frenzied desire to possess the woman before him. "You cannot do this. My husband will not spare you," Ariel cried out, cornered, hoping her words would intimidate him. but she underestimated his resolve. Without warning, John struck her sharply, sending Ariel crashing to the ground. In front of the terrified child, he forcibly dragged her mother into the depths of a dilapidated warehouse. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within, while two gang members at the entrance feigned ignorance, leaving only the little girl, tear-streaked, at the entrance calling for her mother. Such atrocities occurred frequently in the bustling streets, where fortunate encounters with law enforcement were rare and unfortunate souls often suffered in silence. Some even lost their lives, while others chose to remain silent, and still, some opted to report the incidents afterward, yet the damage had already been done. As the saying goes, police in Los Angeles always seem to arrive when they were least needed. The little girl wailed incessantly, oblivious to the specifics of her mother's plight. But sensing the horror of the situation, the gang members, fearing the commotion might attract unwanted attention, approached and covered her mouth. The adult's hand was large enough to not only muffle her cries, but also obstruct her nose, as her complexion grew increasingly pallid, on the brink of suffocation. A tempest swept through. A howling sound suddenly resonated from the heavens. A young woman with golden brown, wavy hair and breathtaking beauty descended gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. Lu Yunmeng, clad in her signature Patriot combat attire, instantly drew the attention of the gang members stationed at the door. The two men appeared alarmed. Who had not heard of the legendary superhero? The media buzzed with tales of her exploits. Yet, when confronted with the actual embodiment of such power, they experienced an overwhelming sense of dread, the kind that constricted their very breath. Regardless of her stunning visage, she exuded an aura akin to that of a fierce beast. "Gentlemen, you have transgressed the law," Lu Yunmeng stated coolly, having discerned the situation within the warehouse. In recent days, she had been contemplating ways to enhance her abilities while simultaneously engaging in acts of goodwill throughout the city. She had extinguished fires, thwarted bank robbers, transported accident victims to hospitals, and assisted the elderly in crossing streets. Today, with the weather fine, she had set out for a stroll, only to uncover the disturbance through her heightened auditory senses. "Hey, superhero, we haven't wronged you. You can't," one gang member attempted to stall with words. But before he could finish, a petite fist struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, unconscious. "You are suffocating her. If you don't release her, I will be forced to retaliate," Lu Yunmeng declared, lifting the nearly asphyxiated little girl with righteous indignation, neglecting to mention her prior actions. She had deliberately tempered her strength, yet the thug she had incapacitated now bore a swollen visage, teeth scattered across the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Observing this, the other gang member drew a handgun from his waist, but Lu Yunmeng merely smirked and executed a casual kick, sending him sprawling several meters away, his head colliding with the wall as he promptly lost consciousness. After completing all of this, she did not pause. Her figure flickered and vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was holding the unconscious John, who had yet to pull up his trousers. Ariel was desperately resisting, unable to thwart his intentions in that fleeting moment. Li Yunming kindly covered the little girl's eyes, shielding her from this repugnant scene. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly, cradling the small child as they entered the warehouse. Casting a glance at the woman sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. "Thank you for saving me," Ariel uttered, her cheeks slightly swollen, gazing at the superheroine with a complex expression that betrayed her gratitude. She had endured a couple of punches, but sustained no serious injuries. In truth, Ariel was filled with remorse. Following the incident in Manhattan, she had publicly condemned the superheroine online, labeling her a ticking time bomb and a malignant presence. Yet, upon reflection, having a champion of justice endowed with formidable powers to rescue the populace in critical moments did not seem so dreadful after all. Li Yunming, oblivious to Ariel's inner thoughts, would have surely chuckled in delight had she known the truth of her sentiments. "Do you need me to call the police?" Li Yunming affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, inquiring with earnest concern. No, it's all right." He did not succeed. "I merely sustained some minor injuries," Ariel replied, lowering her gaze. Today, she had narrowly escaped a grievous fate. Had the superheroine not intervened, she could scarcely fathom how to confront the aftermath. However, John was a gang member, and such occurrences, despite their apparent severity, were unlikely to lead to conviction. This risked embroiling her husband in trouble, prompting her to ultimately choose to let the matter rest. Very well. Leave it to me. I shall escort these individuals to the police station, Li Yunming stated with a smile. After a brief moment of rest, Ariel expressed her gratitude once more before departing the scene with her daughter, resolved to compose a heartfelt article extolling the superheroine's virtues and gratitude for her intervention. Following that, she intended to resign from her position and relocate to a place where she was unknown. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Yunming disposed of the awakening John and the 2 gang members within the warehouse, preparing to dial the police department. Superheroine, you cannot judge me. I have committed no tangible crime, for lack of evidence. Wouldn't you agree? John smirked, touching his cheek and speaking boastfully. He had numerous connections. The police had their own dealings with him, and today's failure would not be his last opportunity. John brazenly surveyed the remarkably beautiful woman before him, his heart aflame with desire. She was truly a vision of allure. Li Yunming shot him a cold glance, tapping her ear communicator. Jarvis, retrieve all records and documentation pertaining to these 3 individuals, including any evidence available. Understood. Miss Liu, please hold on, Jarvis replied, extending his services to the mobile device Li Yunming carried, as she utilized him for a modicum of assistance. I have accessed recent online records. John Stone is implicated in 16 charges, including drug trafficking, enticing minors to use drugs, brawling leading to fatalities, and violent rape. Vander Kurlens and Ron Seafield have been involved in street fights leading to deaths, shootings, robbery, and extortion. All were ultimately released due to insufficient evidence. Jarvis's intelligent processing system could infiltrate the Pentagon's network. For someone like John, a mere few seconds sufficed for an online inquiry. Thank you, Jarvis, Li Yunming said, her gaze growing ever colder, her voice soft yet laced with malice. A cruel smile spread across her face as she turned her attention toward John and the 2 gang members, who wore expressions of arrogance and disbelief. Before they could utter a word, their faces paled in terror as a searing beam severed their heads, blood and brain matter splattering like an exploded watermelon. The police cannot judge you, nor can I. However, I believe the God you profess should possess that authority, Li Yunming remarked with a sinister smile. After meticulously cleansing the scene with her heated gaze, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of charred ashes, which the gentle breeze carried away into the ether. Chapter 22. Camartage in the past week. The crime rate in Los Angeles has inexplicably plummeted, leaving the LAPD in a state of bewilderment. Robbers found their hands shattered, their forearm bones reduced to the size of fingernails. Rapists lost their instruments of crime, some of whom have descended into a state of vegetative existence. Murderers have seemingly evaporated into thin air, eluding even the most advanced surveillance systems. Gang members, poised to engage in turf wars, mysteriously lost consciousness, only to awaken at the doorstep of the police station. The peculiar threads of these events converge on the renowned figure of a female superhero, instilling fear in the hearts of criminal organizations. Many gangsters, once brazen in their illicit dealings, now cower in submission, resembling a tomcat who has just been bested by his cousin Jerry. Inside the LAPD headquarters, in the office of the chief, Michel Diesel sat at his computer, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, his chin resting on his hand, as if grappling with an insurmountable dilemma. Beside him, a young blonde officer stood silently, his gaze frequently drifting toward the computer screen, revealing his unease. Fodderson, how should I address these mysterious assaults and disappearances? Michel Diesel inquired, his tone stern and grave. The young officer remained mute, his eyes fixed on the ground. And after a prolonged pause, he shook his head. I know your wife and daughter were rescued by the superhero, but those 3 assailants have vanished without a trace. The hounds sent from the department found not a single hair, and I believe you must know something that eludes me, do you not? Michel Diesel pressed on, his persistence evident. As the LAPD chief, the weight of recent pressures bore heavily upon him, with suspects disappearing continuously and many criminals left incapacitated during their offenses. Investigations into these suspects yielded statements claiming they had not clearly seen their attackers, rendering the case nearly impossible to solve. By chance, Michelle learned that Officer Fodderson's wife, Ariel, had once been stalked and assaulted by a gang member named John Stone, who also mysteriously disappeared. Ariel, a reporter, was saved by the superhero during the attack. The police had taken statements and concluded that Ariel had not witnessed the deaths of those 3 individuals. Coincidentally, the surveillance cameras in the vicinity had malfunctioned at the time of the incident. Such fortuitous timing was too suspicious. Chief, I believe it is unwise to dwell on these matters. Fodderson finally spoke, shaking his head earnestly. Why do you say that? Michelle inquired, puzzled. I have investigated these individuals. Aside from those who narrowly escaped legal repercussions, many were in the midst of committing crimes. So what? Are you defending the superhero? Michelle frowned, scrutinizing his subordinate. Wanted to ascertain that he was not a law-breaking officer. Not all, sir. I merely wish to point out that we lack direct evidence linking the superhero to these incidents. Why burden ourselves with unnecessary headaches? Fodderson responded, unflinching and composed. But my superiors are demanding answers. Michelle shouted in frustration. He was well aware of the absence of evidence, yet the identity of the perpetrator was clear enough. You know, I have served in the Army, and I have seen the footage from Manhattan. The 20mm Gatling gun fired upon her, yet could not pierce her skin. What I mean to say is, we are utterly powerless against the superhero. Fodderson stated plainly, implying that she was far beyond the realm of mere mortals, an entity that transcended human control. He was merely a lowly officer, being asked to apprehend an individual who could single-handedly defeat an army of 30,000. It was a ludicrous notion. Moreover, he felt a deep gratitude toward the superhero for saving his wife and did not wish to see such a figure imprisoned behind cold bars. Fodderson, do you mean to suggest I respond to my superiors in this manner? Michelle's expression darkened. I believe you could indeed respond this way, as even the FBI, CIA, military, and government have been unable to manage this situation. Why should you be put in such a difficult position? Fodderson sighed, offering a rational perspective. Michelle paused, suddenly realizing the validity of this argument. Indeed, superhumans were beyond the jurisdiction of the police. Moreover, the superhero's efforts had significantly alleviated the pressures on the LAPD during her time of crime fighting. Why not turn a blind eye? After all, who among them could not feign ignorance? At a seaside villa, Tony was in his workshop examining the components for 3 Malawian kwaches. He sipped a green beverage, lost in thought as he reviewed the data on the screen. Jarvis, has Lou been actively combating crime during this time? He eventually asked. Yes, sir. Miss Lou has been utilizing the Global Crime Record Database to ascertain whether offenders have prior convictions, Jarvis replied. How many criminals has she? How many has she eliminated? Tony pondered, his curiosity piqued. Sir, I cannot ascertain that. Miss Lou's speed exceeds 35 Mach, rendering her undetectable by cameras or surveillance systems. Very well. How many acts of justice has she executed? Tony set his cup down, sighing as he inquired further. Within a week, Miss Lou has intervened in 796 criminal incidents, resulting in 298 individuals going missing. Hearing this figure, Tony's lips twitched, and he buried his face in his hands, uncertain of the righteousness of such actions. A week prior, Lou had requested access to Jarvis's intelligence system capabilities, and without much thought, Tony had connected it to her phone. To his astonishment, the superhero had ventured out daily to combat crime for an entire week. After accomplishing this, Lou informed Tony that she would be leaving for a time to seek greater strength. Initially, Tony dismissed it as a brief excursion, believing she would return swiftly, given her extraordinary speed. However, reflecting upon it now, it seems she had intended a temporary farewell, having thoroughly addressed crime in Los Angeles before her departure. With his personal bodyguard off on a break, he felt no cause for concern. After all, he possessed his iron armor, fully capable of protecting himself. Jarvis, can we infiltrate Obadiah's systems? Tony suddenly recalled Lou's warning before her departure. He had always been astute, behind the terrorist attacks and kidnappings orchestrated by the Ten Rings. A mastermind lurked, intent on preventing his return. The military's escort route was encrypted, known to only a select few, yet just before boarding, Obadiah had made a phone call. Stark Industries possessed the technology for electronic signal tracking and eavesdropping. He was reluctant to believe that his uncle, who had always cared for him, could be the secret architect of his abduction. "Sir, I cannot directly infiltrate. Obadiah's server operates independently from the company, and decrypting it would trigger alarm protocols." Jarvis's capabilities were advanced but not limitless. It remained in a state between pseudo-artificial intelligence and true sentience. "Very well. Please contact Pepper and have her come to the lab," Tony said, pinching the bridge of his nose in resignation. "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, high above the Himalayas in Tibet, Lou gazed down upon the vast expanse of land. According to her memories, there should exist a mysterious place known as Kathmandu. Yet, despite her enhanced vision, she could not discern any familiar faces or attire. It was as though an invisible mist shrouded the skies. Staring at the well-known borderlines, Lou found herself lost in contemplation. In the brief span of a few months since her arrival in this world, time has stretched interminably, evoking a profound longing for home. A yearning to return to her homeland surged within her mind, compelling her to contemplate a visit. Yet, she quickly realized that, despite its superficial similarities, this place did not truly embody her hometown. Blue Star Earth was merely a minuscule speck in the vast expanse of the universe, and there were likely countless places that resembled it. Liu Yunming found herself pondering whether she could ever find her way back home. After resolving the criminal cases in Los Angeles, Liu Yunming intended to embark on her journey of self-improvement. She recalled the plot of Iron Man only vaguely, yet she sensed that Obadiah was a figure of concern, though the exact nature of the issue eluded her. Thus, before departing, she cautioned Tony to exercise caution and to reach out to her should he encounter insurmountable challenges. Some paths must be traversed to truly appreciate the scenery along the way. Hence, Liu Yunming refrained from excessive interference, trusting that Tony was no fool. In response, Tony, ever affable, cheerfully granted her a leave of absence and showcased the advancements in his iron armor research, confidently asserting that a genius encounters no obstacles. The Cosmos teams with formidable adversaries, leaving Liu Yunming with a sense of insecurity. Until she attains unparalleled strength, she will not pause in her relentless pursuit. This is both her obsession and her goal. Kathmandu is the destination of her quest. Since ancient times, it has been home to the fabled sanctuary of the masters of the mystic arts, Kamartaj, within the Marvel Multiverse. The material universe represents the world of human existence, the tangible realm most considered to be reality. However, at the edge of this reality lies the intersection of the spiritual and material planes, giving birth to dimensional spaces. Each distinct dimensional space signifies a different universe, inhabited by malevolent forces and entities that perpetuate chaos and destruction, relentlessly invading other universes. The Masters of Kamartaj exist to counteract these dimensional incursions. They forge pacts with powerful beings from various dimensions, wielding their strength to perform arcane arts. Unlike the reality where thought manifests existence, these masters employ wondrous magic to effectively vanquish the foes lurking in dimensional spaces. The masters have constructed 3 great sanctuaries located in New York, London, and Hong Kong, forming an expansive planetary magical array that encompasses the globe, designed to defend against the evil encroachments from other dimensions. In essence, this is a demonstration of varying powers. The physical world employs firearms for direct assaults, while the dimensional realm utilizes magic for their attacks. Though the energies and methods of both realms differ greatly, they are fundamentally of the same origin. As Liu Yunming gradually grew stronger, fragments of her memories regarding Marvel began to resurface, granting her a superficial understanding of the enigmatic sanctuary of Kamartaj and the dimensional spaces. Her abilities, reminiscent of her compatriots, endowed her with formidable physical prowess. Yet her soul was not impervious. In her quest for strength, Liu Yunming chose to delve into the arcane arts, not merely to learn the ostentatious spells, but to comprehend the essence of power itself. With this understanding, she aspired to forge a path uniquely her own. After all, upon her rebirth in this world, the consciousness of the system had vanished, leaving only a cold panel of data. Lu Yunming vividly remembered the system's final words. Without system tasks, the path to strength would require her own exploration. Simply absorbing energy from radiation was an excruciatingly slow process. In anticipation of potential calamities, she needed to draw upon magical knowledge and the power of the arcane arts. Yet, just as Lu Yunming contemplated how to locate Kamartaj, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shimmering Mars, and a circular golden portal materialized beside her. Chapter 23. The Supreme Being. Revised. Lu Yunming gazed with wide eyes, curiously examining the spatial portal suspended in midair. Its appearance and design closely resembled what she remembered, yet confronting it firsthand felt undeniably marvelous. The sorcerers of Kamartaj wielded magical energy with remarkable prowess and endless creativity. Indeed, they were worthy guardians of the dimensional realm. After a moment's hesitation, she boldly flew into the portal. Upon entering, she found herself in what appeared to be an ancient and mysterious hall. A bald woman clad in a yellow robe stood before her. Though she seemed frail, she exuded a sense of solidity akin to a towering mountain. Her youthful visage belied the profound wisdom reflected in her eyes, which bore the weight of countless experiences. "Greetings, traveler. Welcome to Kamartaj," the sorceress said with a gentle smile, her voice calm and inviting. However, the presence of the energy-formed fan in her hand rendered her friendliness somewhat less convincing. Lu Yunming felt an inexplicable sense of impending danger. "Your soul does not exist within this timeline, nor in this universe. Who then are you?" The bald sorceress's smile faded gradually as she posed her question. An invisible pressure enveloped Lu Yunming, as if the very fabric of reality were crumbling around her. She struggled to catch her breath, but her robust physique allowed her to acclimatize to the overwhelming force after a brief moment. In an instant, the sorceress had uncovered her hidden secret. "Fascinating. You can indeed escape the influence of dimensions in such a short time," she mused thoughtfully, studying the golden-haired young woman before her. Lu Yunming remained silent, grappling with her inability to articulate her thoughts. She sensed the formidable power radiating from the sorceress. There was no one on earth who could rival her strength. "You must be the supreme sorceress, Ancient One." After a moment's contemplation, she pressed her lips together and spoke. "You know me?" The Ancient One's curiosity piqued. Her interest visibly heightened. With a single step, she traversed several meters in an instant, standing directly before Lu Yunming. She reached out, gently stroking the young woman's cheek, as if to confirm something, before withdrawing her hand. "Your existence does not disrupt the sacred timeline, yet I cannot discern the underlying principle," the Ancient One said, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. In truth, the moment Lu Yunming had arrived above the Himalayas, the Ancient One had sensed the presence of this unexpected guest. Initially, she had assumed it to be a passing superhuman or an accidental intruder. However, upon probing with her time-based abilities, she was utterly astonished. As a guardian of the magical dimension for centuries, she found herself unable to trace the origins of this individual. It was as if some invisible, powerful force had altered the rules of the universe, rendering her existence entirely plausible. Conversely, should she vanish, reality would lose its coherence, akin to a puzzle missing a vital piece. With no predecessors or successors, the path ahead was shrouded in obscurity. "Ancient One, I apologize. I should not be considered a denizen of this world." Lu Yunming did not shy away from the outstretched hand, nor did she exhibit any resistance. After much contemplation, she resolved to speak the truth. She had no desire to deceive the powerful supreme sorceress, for it would be futile. "You acknowledge this, then from where do you hail?" The Ancient One's lips curled into a smile as she inquired. A world akin to Earth, with landscapes and weather remarkably similar. Yet the timeline's progression is entirely disparate." Lu Yunming replied candidly. "A parallel multiverse, perhaps?" "No, that cannot be. You possess no roots and should not exist in any other multiverse. Or rather, my abilities fail to reveal your origins," the Ancient One remarked, tilting her head as she scrutinized Lu Yunming. Even if she hailed from another universe, it was improbable for her to leave no trace. The only plausible answer was that she emerged from a realm beyond the multiverse. I speak the truth. Yet I do not belong to your multiverse. Everything is different, yet eerily similar, Lu Yunming attempted to explain, but the more she elaborated, the more convoluted it became, ultimately deciding to abandon her explanation. Her comprehension of dimensions, space, time, the universe, and parallel worlds was limited to casual conversation. In a sense, she belonged to humanity beyond the fourth wall, a creator of splendid realms. In that place, ordinary individuals existed without superpowers or mutations, yet they spun vibrant and dazzling dreams. It would not be an exaggeration to call them creators. Unfortunately, she was not one of them. Even crafting a simple story proved arduous for her. The Ancient One's expression shifted to one of understanding, and after nodding, she asked with a smile, "So, Dimensional Traveler, what brings you here?" Lu Yunming pondered how to articulate her purpose. Kamartaj was not merely a refuge, and the Ancient One was no capricious benefactor, accepting anyone who appeared. In the films, Doctor Strange arrived because the Ancient One had foreseen his future, destined to be the next Supreme Sorcerer, yet she was not that individual. "I have come to Kamartaj seeking the wisdom of the sages, yearning to learn the mystical arts," Lu Yunming finally stated after a long silence, striving to maintain her composure. "You wish to grow stronger. That is within reach," the Ancient One chuckled, observing Lu Yunming's astonishment, then paused before continuing. "Do you believe I would refuse you?" "Indeed, Ancient One, for I am not of this world," Lu Yunming replied. "My abrupt appearance here may disrupt the established order, particularly concerning your future disciple, the next Supreme Sorcerer, Stephen Strange." "Ah, you are aware of Strange. However, that is 9 years hence," the Ancient One remarked with a slight smile, displaying no surprise at Lu Yunming's knowledge of future events. "You are truly a great sage." Lu Yunming expressed her sincere admiration. The Ancient One's abilities were unparalleled, possessing wisdom far beyond that of an ordinary sorcerer. Otherwise, she could not have safeguarded Earth for centuries. "I remain uncertain of your true intentions, and I cannot predict your future trajectory. While you appear to be a good-hearted individual, understand that sorcerers do not gauge right and wrong based on morality. I hope my decision does not lead to calamity for this world," the Ancient One said, shaking her head in resignation. "I am merely a person who wishes to survive." Lu Yunming replied earnestly, maintaining her calm demeanor without delving into excessive explanations. There was another purpose she withheld. She longed to return home, to her true homeland. But voicing such a thought seemed preposterous at this juncture. "I hope you find the answers you seek here, child. Kamartaj welcomes you," the Ancient One said kindly as she retracted the ring of Ragador. "Thank you for your generosity." Lu Yunming nodded respectfully, offering a half-bow. "Let us commence our exploration of the essence of magic," the Ancient One announced, stepping back a few paces and summoning the dimension of reflections. As Lu Yunming beheld the translucent walls composed of crystalline structures, her face lit with anticipation. Her curiosity about the mystical arts was insatiable. However, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. The Ancient One endeavored to utilize her mystical arts to extricate Lu Yunming's soul from her body, only to find, with growing astonishment, that no matter how much dimensional energy she summoned, the young woman remained firmly anchored to her physical form. Lu Yunming was akin to an unyielding stone, inextricably bound to her corporeal vessel. She could sense her soul, yet it refused to budge, an utterly astonishing phenomenon. Your body appears to possess certain peculiarities. No soul can achieve an absolute harmony with its physical form, yet you have accomplished this. Ancient One furrowed her brow, exploring the contours of her body, somewhat perplexed. This was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Typically, the absence of magical aptitude in a person would not hinder her ability to impart the strength of another dimensional realm. The realms of reality and spirit rarely align perfectly. There are invariably minute, imperceptible gaps that can be exploited. Even the most resilient of souls could be coaxed out through arcane methods. Yet, faced with the present reality, Ancient One found herself at a loss. Lu Yunming, too, was bewildered. What was the meaning of this? She stood there, having endured a barrage of the dragon, subduing 18 palms, yet nothing transpired. Was this some sort of jest? I can sense that your physical form is extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing the Asgardians of the Nine Realms. Regrettably, I am unable to extract your soul. This indicates not a lack of magical talent, but rather the absence of magic as a viable option. Ancient One ultimately shook her head, expressing her disappointment. She yearned to witness the future this individual could forge, yet the first step had faltered. If the deficiency were merely in magical aptitude, she could have guided her. However, lacking any right to wield magic was tantamount to the very essence of such potential being non-existent. It was akin to one person digesting food through their stomach, while another, devoid of a stomach, could not even partake in nourishment, an utterly unfathomable concept. Could it be that this young lady was not human? Lu Yunming glanced down at her hands, pondering whether this was a consequence of the system. Was this some sort of trick? She accessed the system panel to scrutinize the data, only to discover an unexpected change. At the bottom of her abilities, the term anti-magic physique appeared, leaving her in a state of shock. What does this mean? That I cannot learn arcane arts? Lu Yunming anxiously directed her mental focus to the system panel, where a further explanation beneath the anti-magic physique emerged. Immune to magic, unable to learn any dimensional energy-related spells. In this life, forever estranged from magic. What on earth is the system doing? Lu Yunming felt a wave of despair. This condition was not present before. It only emerged after Ancient One attempted to guide her soul. It seemed that this had indeed been activated. Ancient One regarded Lu Yunming with an apologetic expression, having not anticipated such a dilemma. Ancient One, I wish to peruse the tomes of magic in hopes of discovering an alternative path. After much contemplation, Lu Yunming resolved not to abandon hope, deciding to explore the magical text before making any further plans. She could not fathom how to rapidly gain strength in the Marvel Universe. Must she truly resort to stealing the Space Infinity Stone from SHALD? Ancient One hesitated, eager to express that those devoid of a magical conduit could never learn magic, yet a flicker of inexplicable hope arose within her. Perhaps this individual could indeed conjure miracles. The library of Kamartaj will be open to you. You may examine any text, including the dark sorcery of the Dark Dimension. Ancient One gestured invitingly, smiling. Those without the right to wield magic would establish no connection or contract with the Dark Tomes, which would merely remain words on a page, causing her no concern whatsoever. Chapter 24. Awakening the Superbrain. One fateful morning, the apprentices studying arcane arts at Kamartaj were surprised to discover a newcomer in the sanctum. A young woman, with cascading waves of golden brown hair and strikingly beautiful features, floated in mid-air within the library, perusing magical tomes with fervor. Clad not in the customary robes of a sorceress, but in a form-fitting blue combat suit complemented by a red cloak, she drew considerable attention. Each day, she arrived at the library before dawn, unwavering and undeterred by the elements. Master Mordo, responsible for training the apprentice sorcerers in both mystical arts and martial skills, felt a deep sense of helplessness as his students frequently lost focus. The woman's beauty was so captivating that even those dedicated to the study of dimensional knowledge found themselves distracted. Even Mordo himself occasionally stole glances in her direction. In his curiosity, he had inquired of the Ancient One about her origins, receiving the cryptic response that nothing was amiss and no further actions were necessary. Left with no other choice, Mordo resolved to approach her directly. However, before he could pose his questions, he was intercepted by Wong, the library's stern administrator. Master Mordo, the Ancient One has decreed that no sorcerers may engage with her, Wong stated gravely. Who is she? Mordo asked, a look of confusion etched on his face. He sensed that this young woman was not a sorceress, yet she possessed an enigmatic energy that allowed her to levitate. Furthermore, she could explore the library's arcane texts without hindrance, igniting his curiosity to a fever pitch. You may consider her a tourist, Wong replied. You know, the wisdom of the Ancient One is beyond our comprehension. Sometimes, it is for our own good to remain uninformed. He shook his head impassively, declining to elaborate further. With no satisfactory answers forthcoming, Mordo left the library, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. Meanwhile, Wong harbored his own doubts. unable to fathom why the Ancient One would permit someone who was not an apprentice sorceress to peruse the hidden magical texts. When had Kamar Taj become so permissive? They were guardians of the Earth's dimensional realm, warriors and protectors, not mere attendants at a tourist attraction. Nevertheless, Wong's obedience and trust in the Ancient One prevented him from delving deeper into the matter. Even when the woman perused not only the Book of Ashanti, but also the tomes of dark magic, Wong feigned ignorance. His duty was to facilitate her access while minimizing any further interaction. In a secluded corner of the library, Lu Yunming glanced up momentarily, observing Mordo's departing figure without any desire to engage. She recognized him as Carl Amadeus Mordo, a devoted student of the Ancient One and a senior sorcerer known for his unwavering adherence to Kamar Taj principles. Possessing a formidable intellect and steadfast convictions, he was both a stalwart shield for Kamar Taj and a cold blade against those who strayed from the path. The supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, had discerned Mordo's fatal flaw in character and hoped that through interactions with the next supreme sorcerer, Stephen Strange, he might learn to embrace his strengths while confronting his weaknesses. However, in reality, Mordo had become rigidly dogmatic, believing that any deviation from the rules warranted elimination, rendering him more fearsome than a terrorist. Lu Yunming held little regard for him, preferring to maintain her distance, as she was not an apprentice of Kamar Taj and had no need for interaction. The Ancient One, uncertain of the potential impact she might have on the real world, had ordered sorcerer apprentices to limit their contact with her to mitigate any possible causal links. The absence of a forced expulsion for Lu Yunming stemmed from the Ancient One's inability to discern shifts in the timeline, a haze that appeared thin yet was remarkably resilient. A week had passed since her arrival at the sanctum, during which Lu Yunming had tirelessly sought solutions to her predicament, yet she had made no significant progress. Both the Book of Ashanti and the Darkhold essentially involved a pact between the spellcaster and the source of power, facilitating a transformation of essence through incantations to ultimately unleash desired magical effects. In short, it was about borrowing. However, the issue lay in the fact that the entities she sought to borrow from were utterly unresponsive. Neither the Trinity of Ashanti, Hogarth, Agamotto, nor Oshter, nor the denizens of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, Mephisto, or Satanish, acknowledged her presence. Lu Yunming had scoured countless ancient tomes, yet she found no means to learn the arcane arts. The essence of her being was marked by a magical immunity, rendering her impervious to enchantments and harm, while simultaneously stripping her of any magical potential. In simpler terms, she was devoid of any innate magical ability, a source of profound despair. The silver lining was her immunity to magical assaults. The downside was her inability to perceive the existence of the magical dimension. Furthermore, she encountered considerable resistance while attempting to read and comprehend magical texts. The symbols and convoluted vernacular were utterly incomprehensible to her, despite holding a doctorate in journalism and possessing a keen understanding of language and reading. She was rendered helpless, akin to a child grappling with the complexities of quantum mechanics. After a week of effort, she had managed to learn a few magical characters through the librarian Wong. The remainder was reliant on visual interpretation. Recalling a line from the Doctor Strange film, she likened the acupuncture charts to poorly crafted souvenirs, both gaudy and abstract. With a deep breath, she closed the weighty, ancient tome, her figure flickering as she vanished from sight, leaving Wong utterly bewildered. As she burst forth from the library, soaring into the heavens, Lu Yunming sought to release the pent-up pressure within her. With a series of sonic booms, she reached her maximum speed, soon breaking through the atmosphere into the expanse of space. Once enveloped by the vast cosmos, she halted her flight, suspended in the vacuum, closing her eyes to enter a state of tranquil emptiness. The sun's rays enveloped her, providing a gentle warmth without discomfort. Her physical form was steadily growing stronger, albeit at a painfully slow pace, yielding minimal results. If she could not gain strength through the study of arcane arts, she would have to find a secluded spot to hide, hoping that the impending catastrophe would spare her. Suddenly, a rush of clarity surged through her mind, sharpening her thoughts and quickening her cognition. Yet, as time wore on, her once clear mind became a tangled web of confusion. The more she sought clarity, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Startled, Lu Yunming opened her eyes, her body tense, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. An unsettling fear gripped her heart. In a flash, she hastened back to Kamar Taj, gently descending into the training grounds. It was midday, and most apprentice sorcerers had retreated to the dining hall for lunch, leaving the courtyard deserted. Rubbing her temples, Lu Yunming cast a glance around, uncertain of her next course of action. "You seem perplexed. Is something the matter?" A voice suddenly broke the silence. Turning, Lu Yunming found the Ancient One standing at the edge of the courtyard, gazing at her with a look of genuine concern. "I am uncertain." Lu Yundream's complexion appeared troubled as she shook her head earnestly, attempting to shake off the increasingly chaotic thoughts. "You seem to have changed in some respects. A certain unknown transformation is occurring in your reality," Gu Yi remarked with a furrowed brow, gazing at her with an air of uncertainty. As a supreme mage, she possessed the ability to perceive what others could not, and the young woman before her radiated an immensely powerful biological energy, albeit with a sense of incongruity. It was as if certain causal timelines had been forcibly extracted, rendering the situation inexplicable. A sudden flash of insight struck Lu Yundream, prompting her to hastily access the internal observation system panel, where she finally discerned a change. Beneath the data entry for Magic Resistance Physique, the phrase Superbrain, Awakening Level 2, appeared. Is this not a power akin to that of Superman? Lu Yundream marveled in astonishment, only to soon notice that the similarity percentage in the comparative template section had risen to 145. Could it be that prolonged study has initiated an evolution of the brain? Or perhaps, the greater the complexity of knowledge, the more rapidly the brain develops? Given that the two figure evidently falls short of embodying the true essence of a superbrain, it is noteworthy that in the DC universe, Superman's mind functions as a sophisticated and formidable cosmic computer, capable of rapid calculations and possessing perfect recall. Regardless of how profound the knowledge, even with no foundational understanding, he comprehends it fully with merely a glance. Reading becomes effortless, and he can instantly formulate optimal solutions to unforeseen perilous situations. Lu Yundream personally believed that the superbrain was far more efficient and powerful than Superman's other abilities, rendering it the most invaluable. Could it be that deciphering those arcane symbols accelerates the brain's evolution? A wave of exhilaration washed over Lu Yundream as she suddenly found the seemingly cursed magical inscriptions and symbols enchanting, her eagerness to experiment surging forth. "Respected one, thank you for your concern. I shall take my leave." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Lu Yundream vanished swiftly, leaving Gu Yi standing in the training arena, an expression of perplexity adorning her features. Such a hasty spirit. It appears she has already discovered the answer to her transformation, Gu Yi mused, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke to herself. Chapter 25. The learning that drives one to despair as the night deepened and the cold wind howled. The majority of the arcane scholars had already succumbed to the warmth of slumber, leaving only a handful to persist in their studies. By harnessing dimensional energy to comprehend the essence of magic, these scholars could allow their souls to transcend while their bodies entered a state of dormancy, permitting their minds to engage in uninterrupted learning. The flickering candlelight illuminated the dimly lit library of Kamar Taj, where the curator, Wang Zheng, donned headphones and immersed himself in the intricate and convoluted magical text before him. After a brief respite, stretching leisurely and momentarily disengaging his mind, he soon furrowed his brow in irritation. A cacophony of rustling pages echoed from a corner of the library, curiosity compelling Wang to investigate. He beheld a golden-haired girl seated cross-legged on the floor, flipping through books at an incomprehensible speed. "Are you tearing paper apart?" Wang's frown deepened. This was not reading. This was mere child's play. The tomes of magic demanded focused contemplation, a meticulous savoring of each word, and a prolonged accumulation of knowledge to grasp their true essence. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yundream looked up, flashed a smile, and nodded before hastening her page-turning. If you require assistance, do call upon me. I sincerely hope you approach this knowledge with the seriousness it warrants. Wong replied, his demeanor serious. Yet he could not suppress his admonition. Thank you. I find it quite satisfactory. Lu Yundream answered nonchalantly, her eyes scanning the complex script with ease. Wong ultimately shook his head, closed the book in his hands, and departed the library. A lack of reverence for magic would inevitably lead to one's undoing. However, as the masters had not voiced any concern, he felt little inclination to elaborate further. Lu Yundream, casting a sidelong glance at Wong's retreating figure, remained unfazed and continued her rapid page flipping. At that moment, her super brain had developed to 4, significantly enhancing her cognitive clarity and memory retention. The once inscrutable magical symbols and texts now appeared effortlessly comprehensible. She could absorb the written material at a breathtaking pace, nearly memorizing entire passages as if they were imprinted upon her mind. In approximately 3 hours, she could recite an entire tome of arcane knowledge, while more complex magical scrolls required around 5 to 6 hours. Others could not fathom this extraordinary sensation. Her thoughts were crystal clear, devoid of distraction, allowing her to multitask with ease. While delving into the magic of the Dark Dimension Lord, Ceterak, she could simultaneously observe Wong as he perused several pages and noted the specifics of his reading. Even without employing her enhanced vision, she could intuitively perceive everything. Thus, while she appeared to be casual, in reality, mere hours after returning from the vastness of space to Kamartaj, she had already memorized 4 tomes of arcane texts. Had others been privy to this fact, they would undoubtedly deem her a liar, for even transcribing would not yield such rapid results. Yet, the super brain was truly unfathomable. Even at a mere 4 development, its power was already manifest. Lu Yundream eagerly anticipated what capabilities would emerge should her super brain reach 100. She was reminded of the film Lucy, wherein the protagonist exhibited terrifying comprehension following a significant enhancement of cognitive abilities. Lu Yundream had a premonition that the later stages of super brain development might bestow unimaginable powers. Through a sleepless night, the sound of turning pages persisted within the library, showing no signs of abating. Lu Yundream's physical constitution did not necessitate food or sleep. Preparing a meal was merely a means to satisfy her palate, an indulgence of sorts. As for sleep, it served to preserve her humanity, preventing her from crossing a perilous line that might lead to an emotional detachment from her human essence. Thus, day after day, she immersed herself in the library of Kamartaj, engaged solely in reading and contemplation. Her relentless study prompted Wong to worry, fearful of her succumbing to exhaustion. His gentle admonitions were met with her resolve to continue navigating the seas of knowledge. Wong's expression was a peculiar blend of confusion, unsure of how to react. For several consecutive days, she had been engrossed in her studies, flipping through pages with a sound akin to a child's play. Yet, if she were to be deemed serious, he had never witnessed such a unique approach to learning. During this time, Ancient One had visited twice, but the wise master simply stood by, smiling in silence, and thoughtfully prepared a cup of honey tea. Finally, on the morning of the 10th day, Lu Yundream closed a book on mirror spaces and illusions, collapsing unceremoniously onto the floor. Beside her lay a mountain of red magical tomes, encompassing a myriad of light and dark magics. The introductory volume on basic magical cultivation was nearly worn out, yet she had failed to uncover the secret methods for employing the anti-magic body. This left her feeling quite disheartened. She sighed, swiftly reorganizing the disarray of magical texts before bidding Wong farewell and exiting the library. As she passed the training grounds, she envied the apprentices conjuring yellow light shields with ease. Even with her extensive memorization of countless texts, she remained lost in her path. Lu Yundream traversed the corridor to the dormitory area, pushed open the final door, and collapsed onto the bed, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to a state of repose. This dormitory had been prepared for her by Ancient One long ago, and she had never actually stayed there due to her nocturnal studies in the library. The quaint, rustic room was sparsely furnished, featuring a simple table, a stool, and a wooden bed. Although it appeared unadorned, It was exceptionally clean, with a faint aroma of incense wafting through the air, creating a sense of comfort. The blanket, crafted from animal fur, was remarkably soft, as if enveloping her in a warm embrace. Lu Yundream slowly opened her eyes, staring at the curling wisps of fragrant smoke rising toward the ceiling, where it began to diffuse outward. The smoke danced along the uneven contours of the ceiling, gradually coiling into a spiral, its center rotating outward in a gentle motion. Observing this scene, Lu Yundream wore a curious expression. She squinted, instinctively grasping her bangs and twirling them around her finger in a repetitive motion. She unconsciously sat up, glancing between the aromatic smoke above and her hair in hand, her eyes widening in astonishment. In Los Angeles, at the Stark Industries headquarters, in Obadiah Stane's office, Pepper sat at her desk, her face a portrait of terror as she stared at the information displayed on the screen. A few days prior, Tony piloted the 3 Malawian Quatches to Migratown to eliminate terrorists, destroying Stark weaponry clandestinely sold to them. Upon returning to the lab to dismantle the armor, Pepper happened to witness the aftermath, which left her utterly shaken. The Iron Man suit was riddled with bullet holes, a chaotic pattern of destruction, and bore marks from searing flames. Pepper was adamant about not wanting to see Tony in danger, expressing her discontent vehemently and contemplating resignation. She could not bear the thought of a day when news of her boss's demise would flash across television screens. The two engaged in a candid discussion. Tony expressed his regret over the arms sales and his determination to shut down the weapons development department. In turn, Pepper resolved to accept his request to clandestinely gather data from the company. Her love for Tony compelled her to do anything for him, even at the risk of her own life. Obadiah was a concern, as Lu Yundream had warned Tony before her departure. However, Pepper did not directly manage sales and production. She served as the chairman's personal secretary, merely reporting the compiled data from the secretary department to Tony. Thus, she was not particularly well informed. Yet, when she utilized Jarvis's external program to infiltrate Obadiah's private server, the discovery of hidden files terrified her. Within, she found blueprints of advanced weaponry produced by Stark Industries, sales records and quantities, all secretly sold at low prices to the Ten Rings terrorist organization, including the latest Jericho missiles. A video has emerged, purportedly recorded by the terrorists responsible for abducting Tony, which appears to implicate Obadiah Stane. The 16th District of the Industrial Department has been secretly designing an incomprehensible steel armor, resembling Tony's but seemingly larger in scale. However, just as Jarvis was downloading the pertinent information, Obadiah unexpectedly returned. Pepper felt as though her heart might leap from her chest as she forced a smile while listening to Obadiah recount past events. Discreetly concealing the external device with a newspaper. "I know what you've been through, Pepper," Obadiah remarked with a faint smile, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. "Tony, he always manages to create remarkable things, doesn't he?" Pepper nodded, her smile strained, as the files continued to download. Obadiah had yet to approach the screen, and she was focused on stalling for time. "To be honest, I was quite pleased when he returned," Obadiah said, slowly approaching with 2 glasses in hand. At the last moment, Pepper managed to restore the computer to its screensaver. It felt as though she had snatched a life back from the clutches of hell. Obadiah cast a meaningful glance at Pepper as he settled beside her. "But now I realize that the original Tony has not returned. He has left his soul behind. I am profoundly saddened." When Tony announced the closure of the weapons development department, it signified their definitive separation. The reduction in arms production and sales resulted in substantial financial losses for the shareholders led by Obadiah, with no financial ties between the chairman and the major shareholders. Animosity became inevitable. He could not bear to see the empire he had built being dismantled by an immature boy. "Well, I know he's a complex man. He has endured so much, and I believe he will recover," Pepper said cautiously, glancing at the external device while feigning composure. "You are indeed a rare gem of a woman. Tony simply does not appreciate you." Obadiah scrutinized the beautiful woman before him, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Pepper stood to bid farewell, as Jarvis had completely acquired the evidence of Obadiah's crimes. She yearned to leave immediately. As she departed, Pepper deliberately used the newspaper to obscure her removal of a USB drive. Obadiah, sensing something amiss, insisted on taking the newspaper from her grasp. As he sat at the computer desk, he discovered to his horror that the secret documents concealed in the folders had been entirely downloaded, his expression twisting into a mask of rage. "Fuck," Obadiah cursed, intent on pursuing Pepper. A frail woman posed no threat in his hands. Yet, upon descending the stairs, he encountered Agent Coulson from SHIELD, compelling him to abandon his pursuit. Contemplating a visit to the lab to assess the progress of the secret weapon, he quickly realized that the scientists under his command were no match for Tony Stark. Even genius comes in varying degrees. They were utterly incapable of mastering the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor, a feat that would remain unattainable for at least 20 years. Obadiah spared the unfortunate researchers a moment's reprieve, gazing at the colossal arc reactor with a flicker of resolve in his eyes. While there may only be one Tony Stark in this world, some matters must come to a conclusion. Chapter 26. Dark Magic in the Sacred Grounds of Kamartaj. In a quaint tea house, the serene Ancient One reclined in her chair, savoring a cup of honey tea. The bamboo leaf green tea, sourced from the Amay Mountains in Sichuan, is crafted from tender buds and young leaves, resulting in a refreshing infusion that delights the palate and uplifts the spirit. Indeed, she had a penchant for sweetness, often traversing through portals to the sanctuaries of New York or London to procure 2 cups of delightful beverages for her private enjoyment. The tea's slight bitterness was perfectly complemented by the addition of honey. Suddenly, Ancient One sensed an unsettling presence, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed in the direction of a disturbance within the sanctuary. Yet, she quickly donned a faint smile, dismissing the unease as she continued to sip her tea. Shortly thereafter, Mordo entered with haste. "Master, I have detected dark energy within the sacred grounds," he declared, his expression grave. The malevolent forces that the sorcerers of Kamartaj had long repelled were now manifesting in their midst, suggesting that a forbidden boundary had been crossed. Mordo, astute and cautious, was well acquainted with every student here. It did not take long for him to pinpoint a suspect. He had initially intended to investigate directly, but opted to inform the Ancient One first, for he could not fathom how the Supreme Sorcerer, the greatest guardian of dimensional magic for centuries, could overlook such a palpable surge of energy. "Mordo, do not be hasty. Let her be. There is no need for concern about potential repercussions," Ancient One remarked lightly, waving her hand dismissively, her demeanor relaxed. "Master, you cannot be so careless. This could lead her down a path of darkness, impacting the other apprentices of Kamartaj." Mordo countered, shaking his head sternly. He disagreed with Ancient One's nonchalance, bewildered by her apparent indifference to the dark energy, which seemed to contravene the principles upheld by the sorcerers of Kamartaj. "She possesses no magical circuit, so there is no cause for alarm," Ancient One explained, not wishing to elaborate further, yet recognizing Mordo's rigid disposition. After a moment's silence, she felt compelled to clarify. Mordo's face reflected confusion. How could one, without a magical circuit, channel dark dimensional energy? It was utterly illogical. She is a unique entity, or rather, she embodies a magic-repelling constitution. Do you understand now? Ancient One patiently elucidated, observing her disciple's perplexity with a hint of amusement. "This is impossible. How could a magic-repelling constitution interact with the dark dimension?" Mordo exclaimed, astonished. He understood that such a constitution was a rare phenomenon, occurring perhaps once in a century or millennium. Individuals who could not wield any mystical arts but were equally unaffected by magical influences. However, such a constitution had no connection to dimensional magical energy, existing in parallel but never intersecting. Upon hearing the term magic-repelling constitution, Mordo visibly relaxed. Yet questions swirled in his mind until a sudden realization struck him. "Unless," he murmured, finally articulating 2 words. "Unless it involves Zysorn's forbidden art of life exchange," Ancient One interjected, taking a leisurely sip of her tea. "The Dark Book, a malevolent tome created billions of years ago by the ancient god Zysorn, who fell into depravity and became a great demon, was born from his desire to evade the devourer of gods. He recorded these spells on parchment, naming it the Zysorn Scroll. Later, these parchments were compiled into a volume known as the Darkhold. This was no trivial matter akin to childish pranks. It possessed true, terrifying power capable of altering the fabric of the universe. Before his exile, Zysorn left behind the Dark Book on Earth, establishing channels for energy release between Earth and other dimensions. The Dark Book encompasses the origins of evil spells, including the Book of the Undead, and is remarkably accessible, presenting no barriers to comprehension across any language. Its straightforwardness combined with immense destructive potential explains why many sorcerers succumb to its dark allure. However, despite the powerful black magic it contains, the corrupting influence is exceedingly potent. To gain vast power, one must pay a price that is often equal to or exceeds their capacity to endure. Overuse of black magic could lead to the sacrifice of one's soul to Zysorn. In a sense, the Dark Book stands as the antithesis of the Book of Ashani. Due to the severe repercussions of its exorbitant costs, Kamartaj strictly prohibits contact with the Dark Dimension and the use of black magic. Nevertheless, the Library of Kamartaj does house relevant texts on dark arcane arts, available for resolute sorcerers to study and decipher. Generally, apprentices are permitted to consult only texts within prescribed limits, as most lack the fortitude to resist temptation. Master, employing the forbidden magic of the Dark Book could cost her life. We must intervene, Mordo urged vehemently. The forbidden arts of Zysorn come in many forms, with one such exception involving the exchange of life for immense power through a special black magic. This dark art has a remarkably low threshold for entry. Practitioners need not understand the workings of magical circuits and can forcibly trade their lifespan for magical energy without any innate talent for magic. It is a crude and straightforward method, yet few would be foolish enough to engage with such sorcery. After all, while vitality can be replenished and soul injuries can be mended, a diminished lifespan offers no possibility for reversal. No, her path is hers alone to tread, and we are but spectators, Ancient One replied, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, shaking her head with a smile of refusal. Within the dormitory of the aspiring sorcerers of the sacred grounds, Lian Ming sat cross-legged on her bed, her eyes tightly shut. An eerie red-black energy emanated from her being, enveloping her in a cocoon-like manifestation. The dense black magic seeped into her skin, siphoning an invisible essence, which then exuded from her body, thickening the outer energy layer. This magic, continuously proliferating, created an endless cycle of dark energy. Once a paragon of Caucasian beauty with hints of mixed heritage, Lian Ming's striking features and lustrous golden brown waves had rendered her remarkably eye-catching amidst the crowd. However, since her absorption of black magic, her vitality waned, her complexion turned pallid, even tinged with an ashen hue, and her once alluring lips lost their color. She appeared exceedingly frail, her bed strewn with strands of lifeless hair, reminiscent of a dire state induced by nuclear radiation. It is well known that human cells can divide approximately 50 times throughout a lifetime, a lengthy process accompanied by aging. Once cellular energy is exhausted, life ceases, leading to the inevitable decay of the physical form. Zysorn's sorcery demands a cost of lifespan, and those who accept such a temporary pact find their cellular vitality siphon away. Where once they could divide 50 times, they may now only have 25 divisions remaining, a cost that is irreversible. A person who could have lived to 100 years may find their lifespan halved to 50 years. Aging and mortality persist, but the maximum lifespan is drastically diminished, illustrating the cost of employing lifespan black magic. After spending several days immersed in the Kamartaj library, Lian Ming had developed an extraordinary intellect, marked by exceptional memory and comprehension. Yet, she remained unable to discover a means to learn the arcane arts. The magic-repelling constitution effectively severed all ties to any magical energy, leaving her to gaze longingly at the contents of numerous tomes on magical spells, powerless to act. As the name suggests, its literal meaning is merely to recite from memory. However, just moments ago, Lu Yunming experienced a sudden flash of inspiration. Drawing from her studies of magical literature, she recalled a tome that had been referred to by Wang as a forbidden grimoire. This particular book is, in fact, a copy of the dark scripture of Zisorn, albeit with incomplete content. Some pages had been violently torn apart out of concern that a wayward sorcerer might stray into perilous paths. Lu Yunming memorized all the contents within, including the forbidden magic that requires no magical threshold, wherein one could exchange their lifespan for power. In simple terms, the cost is substantial, and Zisorn would find a way to grant his followers a fleeting ability to wield dark magic. However, the destructive force is rather moderate. It resembles a temporary enhancement of all attributes, akin to the surge in combat prowess exhibited by a berserker in a frenzy. Ultimately, this madness would exhaust the berserker's life force. The more one uses it, the quicker they perish, such is the principle behind this nefarious forbidden art. Once the dark magic is concluded, the state reverts, losing the formidable strength and simultaneously depleting one's lifespan. The thought alone is terrifying. When Zisorn originally inscribed this secret art onto parchment, it is likely he did not expect anyone to pursue it. Perhaps he hoped to encounter a few reckless souls willing to barter their lives for sorcery. Lifespan is of utmost importance to all. Only by living longer can one witness the myriad wonders of the world. Yet, this irreplaceable commodity holds no value for Lu Yunming. Reborn into this world, her system panel indicates a lifespan extending to 200 years, which increases alongside her physical prowess. She will only continue to accumulate more years, rendering lifespan virtually worthless to her. However, to squander her lifespan on wielding forbidden dark magic for a temporary boost is utterly meaningless. The true objective lies in the preservation of power. Lu Yunming contorted her fingers into an awkward gesture, continuously shaping the black-red energy into various forms. Goblets, handguns, gold ingots, swords, and even humanoid figures dancing at her fingertips. She needed to observe the operation of magical energy to fully comprehend the essence of dark forbidden magic. If the mage Modu were to witness this moment, he would be astounded to discover that this novice, who had only recently begun her studies of the arcane, demonstrated a mastery of magical manipulation far surpassing his own, even eclipsing that of the guardians of the three great sanctuaries. As time progressed, her enhanced state continued to ascend, and the lifespan reflected on her system panel steadily diminished. It could be imagined that Zisorn would be exceedingly thrilled to encounter such a devoted admirer. Just then, Lu Yunming's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. With a delicate twist of her slender, pale fingers, the enveloping black cocoon of energy dissipated entirely, revealing a dark magical artifact resembling a star in the palm of her hand. Chapter 27. The microscopic world of stellar microorganisms before her lay a diminutive sun, resembling a golf ball in size, radiating a resplendent glow that illuminated the dim room as if it were day. Fiery flames danced relentlessly across its surface, encircled by a delicate halo akin to Saturn's majestic rings, exuding an aura of mystery and beauty. With a subtle motion of her fingertips, Lu Yunming set this miniature sun into rotation. Certain regions of the sphere began to release energy on a grand scale, emitting faint electromagnetic pulses as the intensity of particle radiation amplified, culminating in a miniature solar flare. The air warped under the escalating heat, the temperature within the room climbing steadily, while sparks erupted from the dry animal fur blanket and smoke began to billow from the wooden furniture. Lu Yunming's gaze sharpened as she harnessed her internal bioenergy to envelop the tiny fireball, preventing any energy leakage that might ignite the house. It was imperative to note that she had manifested a true star using the principles of genuine science, employing the dark magic of Zizoran. Despite its diminutive size, this stellar body operated under the same principles as a normal sun. Its emitted rays and temperature indistinguishable from those of its much larger counterpart. Lu Yunming possessed a unique ability akin to that of her compatriots, and at this stage, she had even surpassed the original strength of her kind. While she could manipulate her bioenergy to alter its form, the process proved arduous, yielding only a marginal increase in intensity compared to the energy membrane that enveloped her during space travel. Her capacity allowed her to mold bioenergy like pliable clay, shaping it into various forms, though she could not create anything too intricate. Solely relying on bioenergy would render it impossible to confine the complexities and high energy of a stellar body. However, dark magic could achieve this, particularly the forbidden energy derived from Zizaran's dark grimoire, enabling Lu Yunming to invoke exceedingly complex transformations through life exchange. Yet, dark energy was ephemeral. With the severance of the dark dimensional connection, this miniature sun would inevitably collapse into oblivion. Thus, her current objective was to grasp the essence of this tiny star while it still existed, maintaining its rotation with her fingertip as she began to permeate it with her bioenergy. The structure of a star was immensely intricate, requiring considerable time and effort to comprehend each pathway and operational principle. But Lu Yunming was well equipped with vigor. For instance, the sun, which had illuminated Earth for billions of years, catalyzing the natural processes of life, was primarily composed of hydrogen and helium, approximately 71 hydrogen, 27 helium, and 2 composed of other elements. The sun's interior could be categorized into the core reaction zone, radiative zone, convective zone, and atmospheric layers, comprising energy-producing core, radiative layer, and convective layer. Additionally, the solar atmosphere consists of the photosphere, chromosphere, and corona. The photosphere is the innermost layer where sunspots and bright spots frequently appear, while the chromosphere, visible only during a solar eclipse or through specialized telescopes, showcases flares and prominences. The corona, the outermost layer of the sun's atmosphere, is faintly luminous and can only be observed during a solar eclipse or with a coronagraph. The internal movements of the sun are tumultuous, primarily involving hydrogen-helium fusion, where hydrogen nuclei fuse to form helium and, through this process, emit light and heat throughout the solar system. Nuclear fusion is the process of combining lighter atomic nuclei to form a heavier nucleus, akin to the principles of a hydrogen bomb. The conditions required for fusion are exceedingly stringent, necessitating extreme temperatures and pressures only achievable within stellar bodies. Lu Yunming's prodigious intellect comprehended these principles and knowledge intimately. However, creating a sun using solely bioenergy was an endeavor of monumental difficulty. Consequently, she opted for a more audacious approach. Dark magic could construct a miniature star, while bioenergy could gradually replace dark energy through meticulous experimentation. This undertaking was extraordinarily taxing. Lu Yunming felt her body depleting, the activation of her cells visibly diminishing. Concurrently, her lifespan on the system panel dwindled rapidly. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. The choice to create a miniature sun was ultimately aimed at accelerating her energy production in the future. Imagine possessing a stellar engine within her, continuously absorbing and providing energy. Each cell and microorganism within her body was undergoing substantial enhancement, drawing her ever closer to the goal of embodying the Kryptonian lineage. After a full day of exertion, Lu Yunming, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath as she extinguished the red-black sun from her fingertips. Over 20 hours of relentless manipulation left her utterly exhausted, sprawled on her bed, her clothing and the animal fur blanket soaked with perspiration. She established a simple contract, constructed a temporary magical circuit, and, utilizing Zizaran's forbidden magic, sacrificed 53 years of her lifespan. The creation of the fingertip sun consumed an additional 26 years, including the time spent on research and understanding. Lu Yunming had diminished her lifespan by a total of 150 years. On the system panel, her lifespan now stood at a mere 80 years. For an ordinary human, this would have left them on the brink of death after the first phase, and they would have perished in the second phase, with little hope for the subsequent stages. Fortunately, Lu Yunming was no ordinary individual. Cosmic rays had triggered genetic mutations within her, endowing her with extraordinary vitality. Aside from her weakness, she bore no lingering side effects. In her introspective state, a minuscule sphere, no larger than a grain of rice and radiating a brilliant white light, floated within her heart, encircled by a faint halo. While dark energy dissipated, Bioenergy remained an intrinsic part of her being. By substituting dark energy with bioenergy, she employed her superintellect to decode the underlying principles and ultimately achieve creation. Upon magnifying the tiny luminous sphere, she could observe the clear flow of energy within, resembling a self-contained microscopic world. Li Yunming felt a continuous surge of bioenergy emanating from the sphere, coursing through her veins and arteries, akin to basking in the warmth of the sun. The refreshing sensation was akin to a long-awaited rainfall, soothing her body that had been extensively drained from the creation of the fingertip sun. Remarkably, within just 1 hour, her lifespan on the data panel surged back to 130 years, an astonishingly rapid regeneration. She rose, stretching her joints and limbs, and pointed her finger forward, unleashing a wave of pure energy that manifested as a white, undulating form from her fingertip. This energy, akin to smoke, gracefully dispersed into the air, radiating a dazzling white light. Li Yunming knew she had succeeded. She had birthed a miniature biological sun composed entirely of bioenergy within herself. The capacity to absorb, convert, and regenerate energy had multiplied exponentially. Without delay, she bolted from the room, soaring skyward until she reached the summit of Mount Everest in the blink of an eye. Gazing upon the snow-covered landscape, she widened her eyes in astonishment as a powerful beam of scorching white light shot forth from her pupils, striking the mountains below. Upon contact, the rock face melted into magma, and hot steam billowed skyward. Enormous boulders, the size of half a football field, were effortlessly severed in twain, encountering no resistance whatsoever. With the formation of her microscopic sun, her laser vision underwent a transformation. Previously, even at full strength, her red-hot beams were merely 2 fingers wide. Now, the white laser beams emanating from her were as robust as an arm, akin to an energy cannon. It was important to note that this was achieved while intentionally restraining her energy, as her state had yet to reach its zenith. Otherwise, the preservation of Mount Everest would be in jeopardy, for she harbored no desire to tarnish the environment of Huagua. Despite the fact that this land was not her true homeland, Li Yunming referred to the nascent celestial body within her as a microscopic biological star. After having her moment of playfulness, she returned to the dormitory of the Kamatage Sanctuary, embarking on an exploration of the various applications of this biological star. During this time, Li Yunming manifested an array of magical forms, no longer relying on energy conduits from alternate dimensions. Instead, she consumed her own energy to forge entirely new biological magical forms. White flames materialized from thin air, and a white, liquid-like energy flowed invisibly, creating a radiant platform on the ground. By collapsing the white energy inward to increase its density, she transformed it into a solid energy shield. Most astonishingly, she could even wield this white biological energy to rejuvenate wilting flora. Upon invoking the current system data panel, the following information was revealed. Name, Li Yunming. Energy level, Pseudo-Earth class, status, good. Gender, female. Benchmark template, Superman. Steel body 15. Source of superpower, gene mutation caused by cosmic rays. Super strength, maximum muscle power, 1,500 tons. Super speed, maximum land running speed, 30 Mach 10. 2 kilometers s. Super defense, capable of withstanding the vast majority of conventional weaponry and energy attacks, but not nuclear explosions. Super healing, cellular activity enhanced 30,000 times. Capable of absorbing energy for rapid healing and limb regeneration. Flight, 74 Mach 25, 16 kilometers s. Super laser vision, 10, 500 C. X-ray vision, able to penetrate human bodies, metallic substances, and reinforced concrete structures, but cannot penetrate special metals such as lead. Super hearing, able to capture all sounds within 10,000 meter radius. Lifespan, 376 years. Magic resistance, super brain. Evolution level 9. Microscopic biological star. Development level 1. Energy absorption, energy conversion, energy purification. Energy feedback, biological morphing magic. Development level 12. What thrilled Lian-Ming most was the realization that her benchmark template had evolved from that of an ordinary citizen to that of a steel body. Although only developed to 15, she was confident that with continued energy absorption, reaching 100 was merely a matter of time. Her super strength had astonishingly increased by 1,000 tons, marking a significant qualitative leap. Now, dispatching adversaries seemed achievable with just a single punch. Both her flight and movement speeds had significantly enhanced, and the temperature of her laser vision had soared beyond 10,000 degrees. Remarkably, the materials that could not be penetrated had shifted from zinc to lead, aligning perfectly with the powers of Superman. Originally, her lifespan would have been considerably depleted, but after a brief recovery, it had surpassed her peak condition. Even the development level of her superbrain approached 10. The addition of a biological morphing magic function likely stemmed from her previous attempts to activate her abilities through secret methods. The construction of the microscopic biological sun had nearly doubled all her superpower attributes, instilling in Lian-Ming a long-awaited sense of security within the Marvel Universe. She intended to take a leisurely stroll near the sun, as her entry into space no longer felt as daunting as before. The capabilities of an ordinary citizen were suited solely for terrestrial existence, whereas the steel body of Superman was entirely different, allowing for the rapid absorption of stellar energy to enhance her strength. Once her development level reached 100, Lian-Ming eagerly anticipated the exhilarating experience of cosmic speed flight. While she floated in the air, contemplating the future, an unexpected voice suddenly broke the silence. It seemed that the Library of Comitage had indeed bestowed upon her invaluable assistance. Chapter 28. The Conspiracy of Obadiah. You have undergone a significant transformation. Ancient One, wielding a delicate white fan, fanned the air with a smile. It seems you possess, well, let us tentatively call it magic, or something akin to it, yet I still do not sense your magical circuitry. Certain aspects of your being appear to have been forcibly altered. Narrowing her eyes, Ancient One scrutinized Lian-Ming, her uncertainty palpable. She could feel just how much the girl before her had changed. Just days prior, she had been utterly confident in her ability to suppress her, yet now, she sensed a hint of threat emanating from her. Mordo arrived at the training grounds, intrigued by what this non-apprentice might have learned. Upon seeing Lian-Ming, a grave expression crossed his face. If he had once perceived her as a formidable force, she now loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him with her presence. What have you created? Ancient One inquired, her curiosity evident. Respectfully, that is a star, Lian-Ming replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Within your body? Ancient One arched an eyebrow, surprise flickering in her eyes. Indeed, right here. Lian-Ming pointed to her heart, answering candidly. Ancient One's character was trustworthy. As a supreme sorceress, she had drawn upon dark dimensional energy to prolong her life for centuries. Yet, she had also governed Comartage, safeguarding the Earth dimension from the scourge of darkness and conflict, never once losing her mental clarity. Such a feat was rare indeed. It appears you have carved your own path, Ancient One remarked with a beaming smile, her satisfaction evident. This was a remarkable young woman, devoid of origins looking forward, and shrouded in uncertainty when glancing back. Yet she had managed to forge a new chapter through her innate anti-magic constitution, a true rarity. For this, I owe you my gratitude, esteemed one. Lian-Ming's expression turned serious as she placed her hands in a fist over her abdomen, bowing slightly in the unique manner of Comartage sorcerers to express her respect. I will wield this power wisely. Though she was not a sorceress, Ancient One had imparted knowledge to her, even if it was merely by granting access to the library. Ancient One nodded, returning the gesture of respect. Esteemed One, I shall not intrude upon the sorcerer's training any longer. I take my leave. Lian-Ming politely expressed her intention to depart, waving farewell. Having accomplished her purpose for being there, she felt no need to linger in such a serene environment. To be frank, she was yearning for Sichuan cuisine. Child, feel free to visit often. With your speed, it should be effortless, Ancient One said with a gentle smile. The unknown power signified an uncharted path, accompanied by unforeseen dangers, and she hoped Lu Yunming would utilize this strength for the greater good. In recent days, Lu Yunming's astonishing flight speed may have gone unnoticed by other sorcerers, but as a supreme sorceress, Ancient One was fully aware. Next time I come, I will refrain from barging in recklessly, Lu Yunming replied with a shy smile, recalling how she had boldly soared to the Himalayas, inadvertently shattering Kamartaj's barrier, remaining oblivious until she had created a microstar. Ancient One, possessing a good-natured temperament, had not expelled her, which was a considerable mercy. As her words faded, Lu Yunming turned and delicately traced her finger through the air, swiftly opening a portal that sparkled with embers. The spell was nearly identical to that used by Kamartaj sorcerers, save for the white hue of the sparks. With Ancient One's approving gaze upon her, she stepped through the portal, vanishing from the sacred space. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Throughout their interaction, Ancient One never leveraged the library's access as a bargaining chip to compel Lu Yunming to safeguard the Earth in times of peril. Lu Yunming, too, had not forgotten her responsibilities and the original intent to resolve troubles. It was not until the portal had entirely closed that Mordo snapped back to reality, his face a mask of shock as he turned to Ancient One, urgently exclaiming, "Esteemed One, did you see that? She created a portal without using the suspension ring." He found it hard to fathom that, having arrived at Kamartaj merely a fortnight ago, she had managed to reach a level where she could wield sorcery without the suspension ring, despite her anti-magic condition. This was utterly astonishing, evoking both awe and a palpable sense of envy. Indeed, that is her innate talent, Ancient One remarked casually, turning to leave without looking back. She has violated the taboo and shattered the rules. We must confine her to protect our dimension from unknown risks. Mordo continued, frowning stubbornly, unable to accept such developments. In his view, heresy warranted judgment. No one should defy the established order. Yet, Mordo failed to recognize that a deep-seated jealousy was etched upon his face, twisting his features into something sinister. "You are being excessively harsh, Mordo. At times, one must endeavor to view matters from alternative perspectives," Ancient One replied, dismissively, walking further away until she disappeared down the corridor, leaving Mordo standing there, struggling with his thoughts at a loss. Later that evening, at Tony's Malibu villa by the beach, having just calibrated his suit, he sought a moment of respite in the living room, sinking into the sofa. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Pepper calling, and he promptly connected the call, eager to learn the outcome of her investigation at Obadiah's office. However, Tony's oversight proved costly. The moment he answered the call, an insidious buzzing filled his ears, an indescribable numbing sensation coursing through his body, rendering him rigid as he collapsed back onto the sofa. Unable to move, a shadow emerged from behind the sofa, slowly approaching Tony, and it was none other than Obadiah. "Breathe, relax, Tony. Do you remember this?" Obadiah's sinister grin revealed a mechanical device resembling a remote control in his hand. Tony could scarcely muster a response. His entire body was frozen. Even his eyes struggled to shift. He recognized this portable sonic paralysis weapon developed by Stark Industries, designed to be compact and easily manipulated. Yet its potential for uncontrollable consequences had led the government to deny its production. Stark Industries had tightly regulated its use and initiated destruction of existing stock. But Obadiah had secretly retained a substantial cache. Once activated, this device could incapacitate an adult merely by proximity to the ear, instantly stripping away the ability to resist. Tony had let his guard down. Even before Lu Yunming's warning, he had begun to suspect Obadiah's intentions. Yet, facing someone who had treated him kindly since childhood, a close friend of his father, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. His failure to promptly revoke Obadiah's access permissions through Jarvis had led him into this perilous predicament, leaving him vulnerable to manipulation. "Tony, I always intended to kill you. I was quite worried that I might eliminate a golden goose," Obadiah said, gripping Tony's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. The weapons manufactured by Stark Industries for the Ten Rings terrorists were precisely the orders he had given his subordinates. Obadiah sought greater wealth. Despite Stark Industries' preeminence across America, he remained dissatisfied. He orchestrated terrorist attacks and kidnappings, intending to eliminate Tony and seize control of the entire commercial empire. Little did he know, the Ten Rings' insatiable greed had clandestinely prolonged Tony's demise, aiming to exploit this genius playboy to produce more Jericho missiles, thus granting Tony an opportunity to escape. Thus, your survival is something you should attribute to both God and me, Obadiah said, producing an extractor, forcefully removing the arc reactor from Tony's chest. This creation is truly magnificent. You have laid the final golden egg, which shall become your legacy. Obadiah, beaming with satisfaction, gazed at the radiant arc reactor in his hands. Tony, with a heart laden with regret, fixed his gaze upon his uncle, who had watched him grow. If only he had set aside his pride and heeded the counsel of others, perhaps events would not have spiraled to this dire point. He felt like a fish on the chopping block, entirely at the mercy of fate. Obadiah reclined casually on the sofa, sharing his thoughts with an air of assured victory. His words revealed visions of the future, as he informed Tony of his own creation of a powerful suit of armor. By replicating the technology contained within this small object and mass-producing it for his armor, he envisioned acquiring a new generation of weapon cores and leading the charge in ultramodern weaponry. In due time, wealth would flow effortlessly into his pockets. In truth, Tony was indifferent to these ambitions. What troubled him most was Obadiah's intent to swiftly eliminate Pepper. After a lengthy monologue, Obadiah cast a glance at Tony, slumped on the sofa like a lifeless being, before turning and departing from the villa. The portable sonic incapacitation device's effects would last approximately 15 minutes. Once able to move, Tony hurried towards the underground laboratory. The arc reactor that had facilitated the creation of the three Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit would soon be destroyed, yet Pepper had preserved this reactor, crafting it into a gift for Tony, adorned with the inscription that Tony Stark possessed a warm heart. Now it had become a lifeline. Tony was profoundly grateful for divine favor and Pepper's thoughtfulness. He still had time to replace his heart and preserve his life. With the loss of the miniature arc reactor, the shrapnel hidden within his bloodstream began to drift towards his heart, causing him severe chest pains and difficulty in breathing. Struggling to reach the laboratory, he expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing onto the floor, utterly immobilized. As he beheld the first-generation reactor within arm's reach, despair filled his eyes. He stretched out his hand, but it felt as if it were 1,000 miles away. He lacked the strength even to call Lillian. The thought of her discovering her boss's lifeless body filled him with dread. After all, the one who dispensed his salaries was no more. A bitter smile crossed Tony's face. Obadiah was doomed. Supergirl would never spare him. Even if he had created armor, he would likely be reduced to scrap metal. He pondered the terrifying strength of her delicate arms, a mystery he had yet to unravel. Just then, a shadow eclipsed the light above him. "Mr. Stark, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" A sincere voice inquired, tinged with uncertainty. Straining to open his eyes, Tony saw Bruce Banner looking at him, a look of bewilderment on his face. Chapter 29. The Iron Behemoth appears within the confines of the office. Pepper gazed at the disconnected phone, acutely sensing that something may have transpired with Tony. After surreptitiously extracting classified information from Obadiah's computer, she was drenched in cold sweat and hastily reached out to the already scheduled Agent Phil Coulson. Initially, Pepper had little interest in the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, but the earnestness and relentless pursuit of contacting Tony compelled her to engage. Out of courtesy, as Tony's personal secretary, she intended to meet with Coulson to discern his true motives. This encounter coincided perilously with Obadiah discovering Pepper's theft of sensitive data and plotting to take action against her. Upon learning of Obadiah's nefarious deeds, Coulson wasted no time in leveraging his authority to mobilize SHLD agents in the vicinity, all of whom were elite operatives tasked with apprehending Obadiah. Soon, Pepper, accompanied by 5 agents, proceeded to the Stark Industries Sector 16, as indicated in the classified documents. However, her access card had been deactivated, and upon forcibly entering, they stumbled upon the one Malawian Quacha armor concealed within. "You were right. He indeed fabricated the iron armor," Coulson remarked gravely, his understanding of its potential power evident. Although it appeared inferior to the suit Tony had secretly donned to rescue refugees in Milik, it was undeniably formidable, capable of supersonic flight and nearly impervious to gunfire. Even when struck by tank shells, its exceptional defensive capabilities rendered it largely unscathed, and its destructive potential against terrorist munitions should not be underestimated. Fortunately, Obadiah had yet to don the suit, granting them a fleeting window of opportunity. Pepper, standing perplexed, recalled the blueprints she had glimpsed in the hidden folder and noted that the iron armor seemed larger than anticipated. Sensing the urgency, Coulson promptly commanded his agents to disperse and search the weapon research facilities. Yet, at that moment, the colossal figure, towering over 3 meters in height, surged forth from the shadows, a heavy, armored humanoid. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were caught off guard, armed only with rudimentary equipment, as they had come to apprehend a human, not a metallic giant. 2 agents were immediately sent flying by its immense force, losing consciousness in an instant. Coulson, recognizing the peril, swiftly sought cover, biding his time for a counterattack. To his dismay, the iron behemoth charged directly at Pepper, intent on seizing her. Obadiah reveled in an unprecedented thrill, having constructed this iron behemoth as an enhanced version based on Tony's 1 Malawian Kwacha armor, a larger and more powerful incarnation. Its simplistic yet brutal mechanical design unleashed tremendous strength. Having commandeered Tony's miniature arc reactor, the iron behemoth's output reached its zenith, rendering the small agents utterly incapable of resistance. Obadiah's singular focus was to capture Pepper, forcing her to regret her theft of information. Pepper, utilizing her agility in the confined space, darted away, aware that remaining would serve no purpose. She soon burst forth from the laboratory building, with Obadiah hot on her heels, wielding the iron behemoth's indomitable form to smash through the laboratory ceiling and block her escape on the ground level. "Where do you think you're going, little bug?" Obadiah taunted darkly, towering over her by more than 5 heads. Pepper felt an overwhelming sense of dread and helplessness. She was merely a personal secretary, drawn to Stark Industries for better remuneration, never anticipating a scenario involving espionage and being pursued by a Transformers behemoth. As the iron behemoth raised its Gatling gun arm to aim at her, Pepper's heart sank, and she let out a panic scream. "You are of no further use," Obadiah coldly declared, lamenting that Tony was already dead. Otherwise, he would witness a nightmarish tableau painted with a deluge of bullets. Suddenly, a sharp, rushing sound pierced the air, and a red iron armor came barreling toward them. Before Obadiah could react, he was forcefully toppled into a pit. The 2 armored suits engaged in a chaotic clash, careening into one another and crashing onto the main thoroughfare. Obadiah, regaining his footing within the iron behemoth, seized an Audi, relishing the rush of power it afforded him as the terrified woman and child inside screamed in horror. "I adore this outfit, Tony," he exclaimed. However, Tony would not grant him such indulgence. He concentrated all his energy in his chest and unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending the iron behemoth crashing to the ground once more. The Audi plummeted from the air, but Tony, piloting the iron armor, expertly caught it. "Sir, the enhanced propulsion system you installed is functioning effectively. The armor can withstand over 40 tons of force," Jarvis reported. "Indeed, that's precisely what a genius ought to achieve," Tony replied, effortlessly placing the 2-ton Audi onto the pavement. As the hydraulic arms of the 3 Malawian Kwacha's armor retracted gradually. This innovation stemmed from the inspiration he derived during the battle of 2 colossal beasts in Manhattan's Harlem district. The immense power and destruction they exhibited revealed that standard titanium alloy armor would crumble under such force. Thus, Tony conceptualized a new design for the 3 Malawian Kwachas, which was now broader and sturdier than its predecessor. In addition to the externally mounted actuators on its arms, the legs and waist were outfitted with complementary gear. This external component package allowed for adaptability based on varying scenarios, a recent idea that proved exceptionally practical, particularly against larger foes, providing him with a much-needed edge and strength for a limited time. At this juncture, the 3 Malawian Kwachas bore little resemblance to its original iteration in the source material. "Sir, I regret to inform you, but the initial arc reactor is insufficient to sustain the energy demands of the 3 Malawian Kwacha's engineering heavy-duty model. Current energy reserves stand at 19 and are depleting rapidly. I hope you can conclude this engagement before our energy is exhausted. Jarvis impartially assessed the situation, eliciting a grimace from Tony. Had it not been for the insufferable stain seizing the second-generation arc reactor, he would not be forced to resort to utilizing the outdated first-generation reactor in battle. Just half an hour prior, Tony had succumbed to asphyxiation due to shrapnel obstructing his heart's blood vessels, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As he contemplated arrangements for his final affairs, Bruce Banner miraculously appeared in the laboratory. Following the New York incident, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend Betty had been shielded from military repercussions due to Wonder Woman's steadfast intervention. Both were prodigies in the realm of physics, and Tony eagerly offered them positions at Stark Industries, simultaneously countering external criticisms. Tony, a carefree and reckless heir with a brilliant mind and remarkable resilience, remained unconcerned about the journalists disseminating rumors outside. Dr. Banner, profoundly grateful for Tony's refuge, had spent 5 harrowing years on the run since being struck by gamma rays, leading to his transformation and relentless pursuit by the military. The agony of hiding and being separated from his beloved weighed heavily on his heart. Following the Manhattan incident, his condition had inexplicably improved, a miraculous outcome attributed to Wonder Woman's attempts at communication with the Hulk. Nevertheless, his identity remained sensitive, leaving him with no place to call home. Tony's acceptance into the fold was akin to a timely downpour, not only allowing him to see his beloved Betty daily, but also enabling him to engage in work he cherished. In that moment, he felt as though he had been whisked from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Originally, after work today, Dr. Banner had intended to enjoy dinner with his girlfriend, Betty, at their residence. However, just before stepping out, he suddenly thought to invite Tony along and rode his electric scooter to the Malibu seaside villa. As he was about to knock, Jarvis automatically unlocked the door and guided him to the underground laboratory. Due to system interference that caused a lockout, Jarvis was unable to alert them in time when Obadiah infiltrated to attack Tony, yet still retained some level of functionality. With Dr. Banner's assistance, Tony installed the first-generation micro-arc reactor, which ultimately saved his life. Sensing that Pepper might be in peril, Tony swiftly assembled the 3 Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man suit and for the first time utilized the adaptive external component package. He arrived just in time to prevent Ironmonger from killing Pepper. "Forget the chaos. Display the data. I will observe," Tony commanded. "Now, initiate heavy combat mode and give him a thrashing." As he maneuvered the suit, he soared into the air, charging toward Ironmonger. The hydraulic external drive illuminated a red light, and the mechanical tensioner extended to its maximum capacity, sweeping across the giant's legs with tremendous force. Obadiah, shaking off his dizziness, attempted to regain his balance only to be thrown off once again. The massive armor stumbled against the highway barrier and rolled toward the ditch below. Tony pursued, unleashing the full potential of the MK3's heavy-duty mechanical arms, landing blow after blow upon the giant's head, leaving Obadiah dazed. Clearly, Ironmonger was at a significant disadvantage in terms of power, and its design lacked the agility to match the nimble yet powerful 3 Malawian Kwachas, which relentlessly pummeled him. He could not comprehend why, despite having constructed a suit far more advanced and larger than Tony's, he was rendered utterly defenseless. Had Tony known his thoughts at that moment, he would have laughed heartily. What a joke. The heavy-duty external component package was specifically designed to contend with monsters of Hulk's caliber. In comparison, Ironmonger's strength was hardly a match, and it was only natural for him to suffer such a beating. "Sir, remaining energy, 3Jarvis," reported promptly. The energy consumption of heavy combat mode was twice that of the MK3's standard state, and sustaining it for several minutes was already impressive. However, if this continued, the 3 Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man suit would likely shut down entirely. "Enough of the chatter, Jarvis. Keep pummeling him," Tony commanded, swinging his heavy fist to strike Ironmonger's head. The thick metal exterior began to dent and deform, and if given a little more time, he would break through that accursed shell. He could not always rely on others to save his life in times of peril. He preferred all dangers to remain within his control. Yet, as is often the case, what one fears comes to pass. Just as Tony attempted to violently pry open Ironmonger's hatch, the arc reactor on his chest suddenly flickered and then extinguished. In an instant, the Iron Man's suit lost all power, and without energy propulsion, the heavy metal rendered Tony incapable of even the simplest movements. Seizing the opportunity, Ironmonger rose, his massive claws grasping Tony's head. Chapter 30. The Arrival of Strong Reinforcements. Tony, I must say, you are truly a genius. The creations you have devised are utterly unexpected, and I find myself reluctant to eliminate you. Obadiah, controlling the Ironmonger, relentlessly crushed the helmet of 3 Malawian Quatches. As the force intensified, it began to warp and distort. Watching Tony craft new armor in such a short span of time filled him with envy. The earlier beating had been fierce, and now Obadiah's desire for vengeance was equally potent. Fortunately, the Ironmonger's formidable defenses prevented it from being reduced to scrap metal. However, it was now his turn. G-A-R-V-I-S. Can you hear me? Ye-A-R-V-I-S. Tony struggled against the relentless onslaught of the Ironmonger, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as he called out. Unfortunately, with the energy depleted, J-A-R-V-I-S was unable to connect with the armor systems. In terms of design, the Ironmonger appeared somewhat cumbersome, yet its tough exterior and simple, efficient structure allowed it to wield tremendous power effortlessly. In contrast, the 3 Malawian Quatches Iron Man suit, while technologically superior, was never intended for sheer lethality. The 3 Malawian Quatches boasted remarkable agility, and Tony believed that once airborne, the Ironmonger would scarcely be able to lay a finger on him. Yet, on the ground, especially after losing power, the comparison of armor durability placed the 3 Malawian Quatches at a stark disadvantage. It was merely a matter of time before the Ironmonger would crush it to pieces. Damn it, am I to perish in this unseen, shadowy corner? Tony observed his surroundings and noticed that both suits lay beneath the elevated highway, indeed unseen. Obadiah's face radiated a cruel smile. Confident of his victory, he contemplated toying with his opponent rather than ending Tony's life immediately. Boom! At that moment, a massive green fist suddenly struck from the side. The exaggerated force sent the Ironmonger flying uncontrollably, crashing violently against the bridge support. Obadiah's head buzzed, nearly rendering him unconscious, as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Even with the protection of the armored suit, his insides suffered significant damage. What in the world? Obadiah grimaced, barely managing to raise himself, eager to discover what monstrous entity had appeared. Soon, a muscular green giant stood before him. Roar! Hulk spread his arms wide, muscles taut, and unleashed a thunderous roar. Fuck! Isn't this the culprit behind the Manhattan incident? Obadiah recognized the horror of this creature. He had long been aware of the Hulk's terror, having previously sought to gain more advantage by observing Tony. It wasn't until he saw the silver 2 Malawian Quatches suit soar from the villa that he turned his gaze towards New York City. The news media inundated the public with clips of the Hulk battling another monster on the streets of New York. If he didn't recognize this creature by now, it would truly be absurd. Why the Hulk had appeared here baffled Obadiah. Could it be related to Tony? Hulk! Help! Friend! The green giant roared, adopting a combat stance against the Ironmonger. The resounding voice disoriented Obadiah. Hey, big guy, did Banner give you the green light? Tony lay on the ground, grinning as he waved at the giant. Hulk, no need. Agreement. Banner, annoying. Hulk, out. The Hulk glared at Tony with a fearsome visage, nearly instilling terror within him. All right. If Hulk wants to come out, he can. Tony waved his hands dismissively, coaxing the Hulk as if soothing a child. He wished to avoid being pummeled by both the Ironmonger and the Hulk. Satisfied, the Hulk redirected his attention towards the Ironmonger. In truth, after Tony piloted the 3 Malawian Quatches over, Dr. Banner had followed closely behind, anxious for Tony's safety, hoping to lend a hand. With Stark Industries providing refuge and General Ross arrested, he no longer had to live in hiding as he once did. Banner called Betty to apologize, canceling their planned dinner. His girlfriend was understanding, urging him to stay safe and return promptly. By the time Banner hailed a taxi and arrived near Stark Industries, he heard the sounds of fierce combat and metal clashing. He quickly vaulted over the highway barrier, witnessing the moment the three Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit completely lost power. After much internal conflict, Banner resolved to unleash the Hulk. After all, when faced with such intense combat, his 7 doctoral degrees were of little use. What followed was a free spectacle of sheer destruction. The Ironmonger stood no chance against the Hulk, with a terrifying strength capable of crumpling heavy tanks into iron balls. It was not long before the suit lay in tatters. Mechanical limbs were wrenched away, and the cockpit cover was ripped off, revealing a terrified Obadiah. This hardly constituted a battle. The disparity in strength was monumental. The Hulk, feeling unfulfilled, roared to the heavens, pounding his chest, eager to continue the rampage. After a brief consideration, the Hulk resolved not to grant his enemy a moment's respite, raising a mighty fist, intent on ending Obadiah's life. "Hey, big guy, you can't kill him. Even if he has erred, he must face the law," Tony interjected urgently. In truth, he would prefer Obadiah's complete disappearance. Yet the complications of such an action were numerous. Moreover, for the Hulk, taking a life was inherently wrong and could adversely affect his already fragile psyche. The Hulk's nature was one of unbridled rage, and such lofty ideals were lost on him. Ignoring Tony's protest, he yanked Obadiah from the wreckage of the Ironmonger, lifting him by the neck into the air as Obadiah struggled desperately. Yet the Hulk merely tightened his grip. At that moment, a brilliant flash of light streaked across the sky. A luminous figure materialized on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The Hulk froze, halting his lethal intentions, while Tony gaped in astonishment. What had he just witnessed? A glowing person? "It's been a while since I saw you, boss. You've been repaired rather thoroughly." A familiar voice echoed, and a broad smile spread across Tony's face as he felt completely at ease. "Lou, damn it, you finally showed up. The person who pays your salary is about to be killed by that bastard." As if on cue, the light began to dissipate, revealing a slender figure clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cape. "Hulk, good to see you again. Are you having fun?" Lillian Dream smiled, ignoring Tony and greeting the Hulk instead. "Hulk, not happy. Little bug. Too weak." The Hulk pouted childishly, responding in a deep voice, revealing his grievances. Lillian Dream glanced at the mangled Ironmonger and the pitiful Obadiah, clicking her tongue in disapproval. This contraption wouldn't even serve as a toy for the Hulk. No wonder he was unhappy. Just a day prior, Lillian Dream had bid farewell to Ancient One, leaving Kamartaj, and soared back into space. Within her, microscopic stars continuously generated white, mutated biological energy, forming an all-encompassing biological stance around her. The vacuum of space could no longer exhaust her stamina. With this energy support, she increased her speed to sublight velocities, successfully landing on the moon. The ironclad physique certainly surpassed that of her homeland's people. Even with only 15 of its potential developed, Lillian Dream could feel the immense energy transmitted from sunlight. Within the confines of her body, the artificial biological star absorbed external energy rays, subsequently transforming and refining this energy to nourish every cell throughout her being. As the process unfolded, Lian Ming felt herself growing increasingly powerful, her speed multiplying by at least tenfold. She had initially intended to remain in space, basking in the sun to further enhance her strength, but suddenly realized she ought to inform Tony. Thus, she swiftly returned to Earth, arriving above Los Angeles just in time to witness a remarkable scene. The Hulk, whose mental state was fragile and emotions volatile, caused Lian Ming to worry for Tony's safety, prompting her to first soothe his feelings. "No worries. Next time I will take you to other places where there are formidable opponents," she remarked. Her gaze turned towards the cosmos as she playfully tapped the Hulk on the head. "This will be fun. Hulk, are you willing?" The green giant appeared quite pleased, casually discarding Obadiah, deeming the little insect to be utterly unamusing. "It's a deal," Lian Ming grinned, revealing her pearly whites as she made the agreement. After receiving affirmation, the Hulk wasted no time. His form rapidly diminished until he reverted to Bruce Banner. At that moment, Tony emerged from his armor, the arc reactor glowing faintly, yet insufficient to power the three Malawian Quatches. He ambivalently approached the wreckage of Ironmonger, casting a complex glance at the fallen Obadiah, at a loss for words. Logically, this man had threatened his life and even sought to kill Pepper. Tony was filled with a desire for vengeance. Yet, he was inherently a man of apparent recklessness but inner kindness, and he found it impossible to act against someone so defenseless. "You have won, Tony. Now you possess everything." Obadiah groaned, tenderly touching his injured chest as he struggled to sit up, speaking with an eerie calmness. "Stain, do you still hold on to your previous convictions?" Tony's gaze bore into the man who had cared for him like an uncle since childhood, a flicker of compassion remaining deep within. "The victor writes the narrative, does he not? Suppress your pity and turn me over to the authorities for judgment. That is your rightful course of action, Tony." Obadiah suddenly erupted in furious indignation, his voice echoing loudly. He had failed and had nothing left to say. He accepted defeat against a monster like the Hulk. Moreover, it appeared that even without the Hulk's intervention, Tony's long-missing bodyguard, the female superhero, would soon arrive on the battlefield, leaving him without any chance of victory. Obadiah had dared to confront Tony only because his subordinates had reported that the superheroine was not by Tony's side. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would never have undertaken such a foolish endeavor. Tony fell into silence, having contemplated sending Obadiah to the judicial system, where he would await a fair legal judgment. The sentence would likely be severe, ensuring he would never emerge from prison, but at least it would spare his life. However, this conclusion was not what Tony desired. He grappled with whether to let go of certain matters, granting both others and himself a chance. Yet, before he could solidify his thoughts, a searing white beam suddenly shot forth from the side, striking Obadiah directly in the chest. Amidst the anguished screams, the laser's intense heat instantly incinerated Obadiah as flesh, leaving him unable to withstand even a second. The architect of chaos, before he could plead for mercy, was reduced to ash. "Ah, what delightful thought," Li Yunming remarked coolly, shutting off her heat vision as she observed Tony's astonished expression. Chapter 31. Ashes to ashes, Tony. "Do not be so naive," Lu Yunming remarked calmly, casting a fleeting glance at the dazed Tony. Beneath the blinding glare of the laser's searing rays, Obadiah's wicked life came to a swift end. As for his claims, Lu Yunming scoffed. Did he truly believe he could seek justice through the judicial system? His intentions were glaringly evident. Only someone as soft-hearted as Tony would fall for such ruse. She understood the adage that a dying centipede does not easily give up its life. Thus she would afford Obadiah no leniency. The most humane fate for such a criminal was annihilation. "My goodness, you," Tony stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he gazed upon the ashes of his uncle. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. In truth, he comprehended Lu Yunming's course of action, yet he found it difficult to reconcile in the moment. Moreover, his concern lay not with Obadiah's demise, but rather with Lu Yunming's indifference. The ease with which she extinguished a life, akin to crushing an ant, seemed to him a troubling mindset. "Lu, are you all right? I mean, do you feel any unusual discomfort?" Tony inquired earnestly, his brow furrowed as he gestured towards his head. Amused by Tony's sudden concern for her, Lu Yunming suppressed a smile. She recognized his worries and understood that once power transcends a certain threshold, reverence for life diminishes. However, she wished to assure him that such apprehension was unwarranted. She was not devoid of compassion. She merely adhered to her principles. To show mercy towards one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself and those dear to her. Obadiah was a calamity. The American judicial system was riddled with flaws. Should he exploit these loopholes, the consequences could be disastrous. Thus, dealing with criminals necessitated an unyielding resolve, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. "Rest assured, Tony, I suffer no PTSD. This villain's demise was long overdue, and one day you shall comprehend this." Lu Yunming reassured him with a gentle pat on his shoulder, accompanied by a smile. "Very well, your word is final." After a prolonged silence, Tony ultimately chose to trust his bodyguard. To doubt the person who had saved him in a moment of peril would be folly, especially in favor of a criminal who had wrought him harm. He chuckled at his own foolishness for feeling pity for Obadiah. Hey, now that everything is resolved, how about we celebrate with a grand feast? My treat, Tony exclaimed, regaining his cheerful demeanor. The scene beneath the overpass was chaotic, yet it mattered little to him. As long as no lives were lost, financial reparations would suffice. As for the cleanup, he trusted others with that responsibility, conveniently ignoring the soul who had recently descended into oblivion. I think it would be splendid to invite Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty as well. The more the merrier, Lu Yunmeng suggested, glancing at the disheveled Dr. Banner sprawled on the ground. Absolutely. To the finest restaurant. Tony concurred. Dr. Banner had left his date to assist in the perilous battleground, even transforming into the Hulk to pummel Ironmonger. Such valor deserved gratitude. As for his bodyguard, a monetary incentive would suffice. However, could you kindly transport me and my iron armor home first, and perhaps swing by the company headquarters to pick up Pepper? She must be quite anxious by now, Tony pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It was best to keep the technology of the iron armor under wraps to prevent prying eyes. The remains of Ironmonger were inconsequential. Hulk had reduced them to mere scraps, most of which were mangled beyond recognition. Even if someone attempted to salvage them for study, they would only be left with refuse. Yet, the earlier battle could not be concealed from the world. He could already envision the headlines at tomorrow's press conference. As the boss, your word is law, Lu Yunmeng replied with a faint smile, indicating her acquiescence. Hey Lu, could you fly a bit slower? My armor is out of power, and I can't get back in, so, Tony confessed, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. He recalled the harrowing escape from the Afghan cave, where Lu Yunmeng had carried him and Dr. Ethan aloft in surgical garb. The force of the winds had nearly robbed him of breath, and upon landing, he had almost lost his lunch. The memory was vivid, and he wished to avoid a repeat experience. Certainly, boss. You have compensated me handsomely. I assure you a smooth ride, Lu Yunmeng replied, her lips curling into a smile as she traced a circle in the air with her finger, summoning a shimmering portal of light. You aren't suggesting we take a taxi, are you? It's quite a distance. Before Tony could finish his thought, he was utterly astounded. The sight of the luminous energy portal before him, alongside the familiar furnishings of his villa visible through the gateway, evoked a sense of unreality. What the? Tony exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, this is utterly insane. How did you do that? Is this one of your superpowers? He inquired excitedly. He had never witnessed such a manifestation of energy. It was as though a path previously unexplored lay before him. When energy transcends into a certain realm, it reveals unknown potentials, leading to spatial teleportation. Dr. Banner, just regaining consciousness, rubbed his eyes and stared at the sparkling portal, wondering if he were still dreaming. You may consider it a secret art, Lu Yunmeng chuckled, offering no further explanation as she stepped confidently through the portal. It was worth noting that this was neither a technique from Kamartaj nor any known spell from the Marvel Universe. Although the energy manifestations bore similarity, they drew from the surging power of the microscopic stars within her. No incantations were necessary, no balancing spells or dimensional magic. What but a thought? She could unleash her unique sorcery. This was what the system data panel referred to as biological energy shaping magic. Should Lu Yunmeng so desire, she could wield various secret arts, including Kamartaj's classic Seraphim shield and the rings of Ragnar from the Book of Ishani. Furthermore, she could replicate the crimson chains of Sidorak and other dark magics from the Book of Shumagorath. The manifestations and forms were nearly indistinguishable, with the potency of her magic contingent upon the energy utilized in the transformation. This was why Master Mordo harbored jealousy, while the Ancient One felt a swell of pride. She had graduated, her super intellect granting her perfect recall, and the microscopic stars provided ample energy, making the casting of sorcery as effortless as eating and drinking. Of course, employing such biological energy magic against ordinary foes posed little challenge. However, when confronting formidable adversaries, its efficacy diminished significantly, especially against mental magics. Her inability to communicate with the magical circuits due to her anti-magic constitution rendered her imitations hollow, lacking substance. Naturally, the most effective means of combat remained brute physical strength and pure energy assaults, such as her searing laser beams. The intense heat of her lasers could melt any solid object on Earth, and the muscle power of 1,500 tons could easily rend most formidable foes asunder. The use of sorcery was primarily for convenience. When it came to combat, one must rely on the strength of their fists. After delivering Tony and Dr. Banner to the Malibu seaside villa, Lu Yunming soared back to retrieve the startled Pepper and bring her home. The thought alone was amusing. The expression on Pepper's face upon witnessing Lu Yunming glowing as she descended was bound to be nothing short of extraordinary. The SHIELD agents assigned to this mission suffered considerable injuries, while the remaining 3 emerged unscathed, primarily because Obadiah underestimated them. Li Yunming approached Coulson, requesting him to tidy up the mess under the overpass. Coulson, without protest, merely reported to his superiors before diligently assisting in the cleanup. This potentially disastrous incident was quietly resolved without much fanfare. Afterward, Tony hosted a dinner at his residence, ordering the finest dishes from Los Angeles' most luxurious restaurant. Citing his exhaustion as a reason for not venturing out, Pepper, Dr. Ethan, Dr. Banner, and his girlfriend Betty were all summoned to join him. During the dinner, Betty exhibited great interest in Lu Yunming, intrigued by her ability to communicate with Hulk and soothe him effortlessly. Lu Yunming welcomed the conversation, providing insights into her understanding of Hulk's consciousness, which left both Banner and Betty astounded. It turned out that Hulk was akin to an oversized child requiring care and affirmation, albeit with greater strength and size than the average child. Banner's long-standing disdain and rejection had accumulated a significant amount of Hulk's fury, explaining the chaos and destruction that ensued whenever he appeared. Li Yunming suggested that Banner could occasionally let Hulk out, assuring him that she could manage the communication. After a brief hesitation, Banner acquiesced, realizing that one reason Hulk behaved himself was that he could not overpower Wonder Woman. Meanwhile, Tony discreetly conversed with Pepper, and following their shared experiences, they successfully established their relationship. Dr. Ethan became fascinated by the external adaptive components used in 3 Malawian Quatches, excusing himself from the table to venture into the underground laboratory after only a few bites of his meal. The gathering continued with lively discussions until late into the night. Notably absent was Colonel Rhodes, who would typically have appeared during the confrontation between Ironmonger and Iron Man. The coordination of radar monitoring and air traffic control at the airbase fell under SHIELD's jurisdiction. Li Yunming's presence in this world was akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, subtly altering certain events. However, the main storyline of the Marvel Universe remained robustly intact, with only minor variations emerging in its branches. Li Yunming had inquired of Tony whether Rhodes had visited his home, to which Tony, looking bewildered, replied that Rhodes was on a distant business trip, making it impossible for him to come unless Li Yunming opened that shimmering portal. Chapter 32 Press Conference. On the afternoon of the following day, in the Stark Industries conference hall, Colonel Rhodes, clad in formal attire, stood at the podium reading the official press release. The ramifications of last night's incident were extensive. Numerous vehicles traversing the highway had sustained varying degrees of damage, and both road infrastructure and surfaces had suffered significant destruction. Consequently, Stark Industries was compelled to disburse a substantial sum in compensation. I trust you have all received the official statement regarding last night's events, Colonel Rhodes intoned, his voice steady and authoritative, endeavoring to assuage the palpable tension in the room. Eyewitnesses asserted that robots engaged in combat on the streets of Los Angeles, inciting considerable chaos and panic. In reality, a malfunction had occurred in Stark Industries' latest intelligence systems. Fortunately, Wonder Woman and the Hulk had arrived on the scene to avert disaster, thereby mitigating the losses to the greatest extent possible. Tony Stark, observing from backstage, watched Colonel Rhodes solemnly expound on the situation, unable to suppress a smirk at the absurdity of it all. He glanced at the newspaper in his hand, the headline boldly proclaiming, "Who is Iron Man?" What a title! Tony mused to himself, Iron Man, it has a nice ring to it. Though, it's not entirely accurate. This suit is crafted from titanium alloy, so Steel Man seems a tad peculiar. Nevertheless, as a moniker, it's quite fitting. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the headline. Next, he retrieved his phone to peruse online comments. Look at this remark. Wonder Woman and the Hulk valiantly subduing the terror instigator, upholding justice and safeguarding societal order. Tony furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent at being cast as the villain. In truth, he believed he had performed admirably, had it not been for the energy deficiency of the original mini-arc reactor. He would have undoubtedly dismantled that hunk of scrap with the 3 Malawian kwacha's external component package. Pepper was touching up his makeup, casting an amused glance at the man-child before her. Here's your speech. Just read it, said Coulson, approaching with a sheet of paper. Fine, Tony replied, reluctantly accepting it. To mitigate the social repercussions stemming from the incident, concealing the truth was a common practice. At the time, you were on a yacht, spending the night with Pepper on Avalon Island. Over 50 tourists can attest to your whereabouts. Coulson monotonously reiterated the contents of the paper. Last night, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dispatched for the mission had proven utterly ineffective, easily overpowered by the Ironmonger. In the aftermath, Coulson found himself responsible for cleaning up the mess created by several brawling superheroes. Erasing evidence and obscuring the truth consumed an entire night, leaving anyone in his position discontented. Is this truly acceptable? Tony inquired, flipping through the speech and failing to locate a familiar name. Obadiah is Stark Industries' second-largest shareholder, holding a 25% stake, wielding considerable influence in both finance and media. Though he has turned to ash, is it not somewhat disrespectful to omit his mention? We VE handled it. Obadiah is on vacation. Mechanical failures in small aircraft are notoriously high, Coulson remarked cryptically. It posed no challenge for S.H.I.E.L.D. to make someone like him vanish without a trace. It sounds like a prearranged script. We resolved the problem, yet we must conceal it and fabricate such a flimsy lie, Tony retorted, visibly irked. He was not one to tolerate suppression. It felt a shame to not shine brightly in this world. Mr. Stark, this is not my primary concern. The public perception of Wonder Woman and the Hulk has long been established following the New York incident, but not yours. We wish to avoid further suspicion and chaos. You need only read the script, and the situation will settle, Coulson explained with care. The emergence of superheroes could elicit cheers from many citizens. Yet it also risked plunging others into fear of the unknown. S.H.I.E.L.D. sought societal stability, particularly with a flamboyant personality like Tony Stark, whose antics could jeopardize that peace. Tony's lips twitched in displeasure as he turned his head away, knowing that sometimes the spotlight held significant importance for a man. You're on in a minute and a half. I hope you're prepared, Coulson reminded him. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes had concluded his remarks. He had been roused from sleep by Tony's relentless calls, boarding Stark Industries' private jet without having fully opened his eyes, all the way from south to north. He had rehearsed his speech, now frazzled by the experience. Now, Mr. Stark will deliver a statement. He will not be answering any questions from the press. Thank you for your understanding, Rhodes announced. Tony strode onto the stage, casting a glance at the familiar face of Lucien in the press area, winking playfully. No interviews or statements from Wonder Woman had been arranged for today. As a steadfast champion of justice against crime, she did not need to address the media. Public support and acclaim were the best explanations. Her presence today was merely a formality to lend support to Tony, and she was eager to witness the spectacle. However, Lucien seemed to spot a familiar figure among the reporters. Dr. Banner, another key individual, was conspicuously absent. Hulk, with his myriad of issues, was ill-suited for public appearances. Inviting a volatile behemoth prone to explosive outbursts to a press conference is hardly a jest, Tony thought. It was evident that with Hulk's temperament, he would struggle to respond to journalists' inquiries, and Dr. Banner would be equally incapable of crafting a coherent narrative. One could easily envision the next day's headlines branding Hulk as humanity's foe. Well, I recall the last press conference being quite the affair. Tony observed the throng of reporters below, feeling constrained and somewhat stifled for words. Never mind, I suppose I'll just read the speech, he conceded. Most of the journalists present chuckled good-naturedly, well aware of the persona that was Tony Stark, playboy, genius inventor, billionaire, philanthropist, titles that undoubtedly reflected societal acknowledgement. They understood his unconventional approach. If they bore such accolades, they too would likely act similarly. "Apologies, Mr. Stark. Do you genuinely believe we will buy into your narrative?" interrupted a female journalist from the audience. Tony recognized her face, but couldn't place her. In reality, most of the reporters present were there to hear him recite a prepared statement, akin to a script designed to clean up the mess. The journalist's sharp words were unfiltered, leaving Tony bewildered, momentarily questioning whether he had forgotten to settle a debt. "To be frank, I have little interest in your journey. If possible, I would prefer to interview Wonder Woman," she continued. Lucien, seated in the back row, felt a jolt of unease, sensing that this reporter was not there with benign intentions. "If you wish to interview Wonder Woman, perhaps you might find her at a fire or a store being robbed. You may encounter her there. Would you like me to fetch her for you? By the way, I have her number," Tony retorted, flashing a grin as he teased. While he typically lacked decorum, he maintained a level of courtesy towards women. Yet, this journalist's approach, involving his friends, compelled him to respond with wit. "Oh no, Mr. Stark. There is no need for you to flaunt your acquaintance with Wonder Woman. Strictly speaking, I have known her longer than you," the female reporter said, shaking her head with a half-smile. Tony was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Lu Yunming had also been a journalist, albeit a freelance one, and thus might have crossed paths with some colleagues. He instantly grasped the reporter's intentions. Quickly, he signaled to Rhodey, indicating that this was not the appropriate occasion to reveal Wonder Woman's identity, despite the fact that everyone had seen the videos of Lu Yun soaring through the skies. Her face remained relatively indistinct. Rhodey immediately understood and prepared to intervene in the press conference. However, before he could speak, he was once again interrupted by the female reporter's loud voice. "Wonder Woman is present today as one of the key figures involved in last night's Stark Industries incident. May I interview you?" The reporter stood up, turned her gaze towards Lu Yunming, and playfully winked. Lu Yunming smacked her forehead in disbelief. "What are the odds? I never imagined someone here would recognize me." She recalled Christine Everhard, her senior from Brown University, who was now working at Vanity Fair as an accomplished journalist. "Lu Yun, are you going to pretend you don't know me?" "It has been ages," the reporter said with a smile as she approached. "It has indeed been a long time." Christine, Lu Yunming sighed, standing up to respond. No sooner had she spoken than the room erupted in chaos. The reporters, who had planned only to witness Tony's boasting, suddenly surged forward, eager to crowd around, their microphones jostling for space. Wonder Woman, the epitome of a superhero, had single-handedly confronted an army of thousands during the Manhattan incident, accomplishing the remarkable feat of rescuing all civilians without a single casualty. With unimaginable speed, overwhelming strength, and her signature red heat vision capable of melting steel, not to mention her iconic blue bodysuit and red cape, she seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book, stirring palpable excitement. Witnessing this scene, Tony felt a twinge of jealousy. He regretted allowing Lu Yunming to attend the event, as he had expected to be the center of attention. Now, it felt as though he was invisible, with not a single reporter turning their gaze his way. Nonetheless, Tony was not consumed by envy. Instead, he contemplated amplifying the press conference's spectacle. Since Wonder Woman's identity had already been unveiled, why not make it even more dazzling? "Tony, you never mentioned that Wonder Woman would be here," Rhodey said, exasperated and lowering his voice. "What now? Should we just let those reporters ask questions?" "Why not? Lu Yun used to be a journalist. She knows which questions to answer and which to evade," Tony shrugged, raising his eyebrows. "She is far more professional than either of us." Chapter 33. I am Iron Man. Lu Yunming today donned a relaxed attire, a crisp white shirt paired with denim jeans and casual sandals, her hair in a delightful disarray. Unlike her usual commanding presence, she exuded an air of languor. After all, she had just awakened from a deep slumber that extended into the afternoon, summoned by Pepper's insistence. Surrounded by the incessant clicking of cameras and the buzzing of recording devices, she offered an awkward yet polite smile. Caught in the act indeed, Lu Yunming had never been one to indulge in extravagant grooming. The essence of her being as a woman did not permit such incongruities. Moreover, her innate beauty, bolstered by robust physical attributes and genetic advantages, rendered her nearly flawless. Even attempts to tarnish her appearance would likely fall short. This seemingly unkempt look still radiated a captivating beauty that was difficult to overlook. Having once been a journalist, she wielded incisive language during interviews without a hint of mercy. Now, facing the cameras and microphones directed at her, she remained utterly composed, exuding a timeless elegance. Lou, since graduation, we haven't crossed paths. I heard you ventured to Afghanistan as a freelance war correspondent, Christine remarked, drawing nearer with a friendly demeanor. Although Lou had met this senior classmate on a few occasions, they were hardly familiar, merely acquaintances. Both hailed from the journalism department. Christine, with a Master degree, was indeed a privileged individual. Yet, she paled in comparison to Lou, who had obtained her doctoral degree in journalism at the tender age of 24, a true prodigy. In any realm where individuals congregate, rivalries and competition inevitably arise. Hence, the nature of their relationship was rather superficial. Yes, I aim to convey the brutal realities of war zones to the world, but alas, my efforts have been thwarted. Lou replied, her brow slightly raised as she deftly gathered her hair into a makeshift ponytail, responding with an air of nonchalance. In truth, her experiences as a journalist had been fraught with obstacles. Initially, her mixed heritage had subjected her to discrimination from certain factions. However, she seemed unfazed, as the culture of her homeland emphasized the importance of heritage. Such distinctions were often reserved for pets, like purebred Komodo dragons and alike. Furthermore, the presence of terrorists infiltrating the Afghan region meant that these individuals typically avoided journalists, fearing repercussions. Thus, upon encountering a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner, the locals' immediate response was one of caution. Gaining truthful insights about the local situation proved challenging, as few were willing to speak candidly. The original Lou found herself in dire straits, disregarding the inherent dangers of war zones, only to face rejection from the local populace. Some residents even suggested that she share a bed with them in exchange for secrets, utterly absurd. Ultimately, she stumbled upon a lead regarding the Ten Commandments gang, only to be discovered by terrorists during her covert filming. She met her tragic end, her body frozen for the purpose of organ trafficking. Had it not been for Lou Tai's soul transcending into her being, the original Lou would have met an undignified demise, her fate forever unknown. Lou, did you acquire your superpowers during your ordeal in Afghanistan? I recall you were rather unremarkable before, Christine inquired, her tone laden with implication. One could say I experienced death and returned, Lu Yunmeng replied with a smile, her response candid. There was nothing shameful about it. She had indeed perished and resurrected, albeit her soul was no longer that of her former self. As for the origin of her superpowers, she felt no obligation to elucidate further. Are you suggesting that you ventured into the Afghan war zone without governmental consent, thereby endangering your life? Am I to understand that after your brush with death, you acquired superpowers? Could you elaborate on the mechanics of this? Christine pressed, her dissatisfaction evident in her tone. Standing on the periphery, Tony furrowed his brow. This was sheer nonsense. By both her academic credentials and professional endeavors, Lu Yunming was among the elite. In terms of beauty, Tony believed he had never encountered anyone more exquisite. The perils and hardships faced by a freelance war correspondent were hardly subjects for critique by an entertainment journalist who thrived on prying into others' private lives. Surely, you're not attempting to stir the pot. The notion of governmental consent is preposterous, he muttered, fully aware of the capitalist nature of the media. War correspondents entering conflict zones through official channels would invariably report narratives aligned with the interests of those in power. The grim realities lurking beneath the surface were often obscured from view. What did it mean to claim one was unremarkable? To cavalierly reference another's tragic experiences, steeped in discrimination, was utterly unacceptable. In Tony's eyes, Lou's journey could be described as a miraculous resurrection or, less charitably, a narrow escape from death. Surviving a gunshot to the head without immediate fatality, and subsequently awakening to newfound powers, such harrowing experiences were hardly worthy of boasting. Pepper, please call the editor of Vanity Fair later. What was her name again? Never mind, it's not important. Inform them that Stark Industries expects an explanation and apology regarding the disparaging remarks made about a certain journalist. Otherwise, we will either terminate her employment or acquire the magazine," Tony said, his expression darkening as he lowered his voice. "Rest assured, I will handle it," Pepper nodded, unusually acquiescing to Tony's unreasonable demands. Though similar situations had arisen in the past, they were typically dismissed as jest. Today was different. Lu Yunmeng was a mutual friend, and no one would tolerate her being belittled. "By the way, I no longer wish to see this individual at Stark Industries press conferences," Tony added, his demeanor impassive. Pepper acknowledged his directive, promptly noting it as a priority. She intended to meet with Vanity Fair representatives after the conference to resolve the matter swiftly. "I believe everyone present here is aware of the inherent risks and opportunities that accompany the field of journalism." Lu Yunming took a breath, articulating her explanation with a calm demeanor. The audience nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true. To obtain significant news, one sometimes must deviate from conventional paths and pay certain prices. Wouldn't you agree? Lu continued, discussing the unspoken rules of journalism with confidence, eliciting a strong resonance among those present. "Miss Superwoman, I concur with your sentiments. In pursuit of breaking news, I once spent 2 days squatting in a filthy ditch." A male journalist empathized. Recalling the repulsive experience of being covered in filth and sewage made him feel ill. Who among them hadn't endured their share of hardship? Yet, ultimately, his efforts bore no fruit, as he never even caught a glimpse of his desired interview subject. How disheartening. "Thank you for your acknowledgement. Now, regarding the acquisition of my abilities, I must admit I am at a loss. The phenomenon of resurrection is inherently perplexing. I believe such matters are best left to the experts in biological genetics for a more informed explanation. Would you not agree, Miss Christine?" Lu Yunming replied, her expression serene, directing her gaze toward the somewhat unfamiliar senior with a calm counter-question. How could she clarify? Soul traversing a corpse, cosmic rays inducing genetic mutations. The very thought could attract military attention. "Very well, Lu. While I find your response unsatisfactory, time is of the essence. Shall we proceed to the next question?" Christine nodded perfunctorily, and before Lu could reply, she continued, "Regarding the recent events in New York, we are all aware of your singular confrontation against a substantial military force. I wish to inquire, do you believe that ordinary individuals, upon unexpectedly acquiring superpowers, may exhibit a propensity for abusing such power? Or, in your capacity as a female superhero, have you ever engaged in unlawful activities that incited public panic?" Lu Yunming's lips curled into a subtle smile, sensing that this individual had come specifically for her, carrying an inexplicable hostility that was difficult to articulate. She recalled that during her university years, her interactions with this senior were limited. Aside from a few encounters at debate competitions, they rarely crossed paths. The myriad of questions posed seemed aimed at fabricating a narrative that she had unlawfully wielded power after acquiring superhuman abilities. This was far from the case. All her actions were entirely compliant with the law. Lu Yunming maintained her composure, speaking with unwavering confidence. As for whether the public was in a state of panic, she wondered if anyone present had investigated the online approval ratings for the female superhero. The crowd exchanged glances. The superheroine's online support rate was publicly known, soaring to an impressive 89, utterly devoid of any embellishments. The public's yearning for superheroes and their gratitude towards those who had aided them rendered it nearly impossible to find any blemish on her reputation. Even when online trolls attempted to disparage her, their posts would be drowned out within minutes by a deluge of supporters, leaving no ripple behind. Kristen pursed her lips, sensing that her junior appeared to have undergone a transformation. Initially intent on stirring controversy, she found her opponent deftly diffusing the situation, candidly addressing everything and leaving her struggling to pinpoint any flaws. "Well, Lu, it seems that your time apart has brought about a newfound steadiness. You attended Tony Stark's press conference today. Is it a desire to return to your former profession, or do you have some other connection with Mr. Stark? I noticed the luxury vehicle you drove. Does it relate to Mr. Stark in any way? The public has not disclosed your relationship. Could you elaborate?" Kristen's inquiries grew increasingly probing and distasteful. "We are good friends," I'm here to support him, Liu Youngming replied with unwavering poise, even playfully flashing a peace sign towards Tony. He responded with a raised eyebrow and a thumbs up, while Pepper stifled a laugh nearby. Their bond required no explanation. Though it appeared to be a professional relationship, it could easily be described as one of deep camaraderie beyond the judgment of others. All right, since you prefer not to clarify, we shall conclude this line of questioning, Kristen remarked dismissively, a flicker of enigmatic light sparking in her eyes. Next, we all understand that those with superpowers possess immense strength, which can inadvertently lead to destruction. Even unintentional actions may result in calamity. To prevent societal unrest and public discontent, the issue of government oversight for the female superhero will be a pivotal topic moving forward. My final question, are you willing to accept government regulation? Kristen posed with a smile that bordered on sardonic. This question was troubling. A yes would be contentious, while a no would also stir conflict. Those labeled as superhumans possess power that far exceeded the norm. For this exceptional demographic, ordinary laws proved inadequate. The only means to assure both the populace and officials of their safety was to accept oversight. However, this would entail relinquishing all freedoms, potentially leading to a life worse than that of ordinary citizens. Miss Kristen, your question is intriguing. Have I not always operated within the bounds of legal oversight? Liu Youngming replied, her expression one of surprise, as if she had heard an outrageous statement. Without adherence to the law, one could truly go wherever one pleased. Government oversight? Please, how could you regulate a being whose speed surpasses that of a rocket and whose strength could topple buildings? Conversely, as long as actions remain within the parameters of law or moral boundaries, there is no issue. Everyone will turn a blind eye. Kristen, clearly dissatisfied, appeared poised to continue her tirade, but Liu Youngming had no intention of granting her further opportunity. This individual was clearly intent on causing a stir, and it was best to silence her. All right, everyone, the focus today is not on me. I will gladly accept interviews at a later date. Now, let us warmly welcome Iron Man, Tony Stark. Liu Youngming mischievously winked before deftly changing the subject. Due to her intervention, the chaos of Tony's press conference needed to be reined in. Otherwise, it would have been for naught. I'm not particularly interested in Mr. Stark's experiences. I still wish to Kristen began, attempting to interject with her commentary. Be quiet. Tony shot her a cold glance before turning to face the audience, arms outstretched. Indeed, I'm Iron Man. Instantly, the crowd erupted once more in excitement. Chapter 34. A mysterious message, the three-winged building of S.H.I.E.L.D. An emblem of global security and order, stands tall against the skyline of New York. In the highest office of the building, a stifling atmosphere of unease pervades. Nick Fury clutches a satellite phone, gazing out over the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his brow furrowed with deep concern for the future. All right, Phil, I understand. Your next task is to monitor the journalist for Vanity Fair named Christine and observe her contacts. If you uncover any issues, proceed cautiously. Is that clear? I'll have Clint provide you with backup. Soon, Nick Fury ends the call, feeling overwhelmed by the chaos that has recently unfolded. The repercussions of the Manhattan incident are severe, and the aftermath has yet to settle. The defeat of over 30,000 troops and the arrest of General Ross have left the government in a state of extreme anger and anxiety. As the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury now faces unprecedented challenges. Tony Stark, the Iron Man and harbinger of trouble, has complicated matters further by revealing his identity, making S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efforts to manage the situation all the more intricate. Fury's eyes involuntarily twitch at the thought. Tony Stark, a billionaire and a major player, seems oblivious to the notion of keeping a low profile. How could the government possibly allow a private individual to wield such advanced weaponry as Iron Man? He has spent countless hours on the phone and held meetings for days, trying to clean up the mess left behind. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been tasked with rectifying a mountain of chaos. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename it the Housekeeping Bureau. Fury is not surprised when the Vanity Fair journalist launches an unexpected attack on the superheroine during a press conference. In this vast world, There will always be a few restless souls, and it is his duty to ensure their discreet disappearance. The novice journalist is clearly being manipulated, though the motives of the puppeteer remain shrouded in mystery. The superheroine holds immense significance for S.H.I.E.L.D., her extraordinary abilities warranting serious attention, comparable to the nation's strategic nuclear arsenal. Particularly alarming was her recent disappearance, followed by a sudden return that caused S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy detection devices to go haywire. Quite literally, they exploded with unprecedented readings. The analysis and research teams stood frozen for nearly a minute, staring at the peak values that seemed infinite. Clearly, she has grown in strength at an alarming and unscientific rate. Since its inception, S.H.I.E.L.D. has continuously upgraded its testing equipment. There was no prior record of such extraordinary measurements. Fury finds himself bewildered and powerless in the face of this inexplicable surge in strength. Despite having encountered superhumans and even aliens, none have presented themselves as unfathomably as the superheroine. He recalls the last individual who left behind records indicating no measurable limits, Carol Danvers. Yet, there is no doubt that the presence of the superheroine has transcended S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capacity for control. Is there any news from Hill or Natasha? Nick Fury inquires after a moment of silence, fixing his gaze on the tall woman organizing files in his office. Director, Agent Romanoff has sent some messages through a secure channel. Agent Hill replies coolly. Fury nods, signaling her to continue. Due to the stringent regulations of the Eastern superpower, communication devices and networks are deemed unsafe, compelling Natasha to resort to more primitive methods of relaying information. Nick, I successfully contacted Aunt Luyu. She is very kind and has enrolled me in a traditional Chinese medicine training course. The neighbors here are friendly and warm-hearted, and the bustling downtown area below offers many unfamiliar delicacies at night. Hill reports emotionlessly, as if reciting from script. What else? Fury asks, a frown creasing his brow in confusion. He did not send S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest agent to the East merely to make relatives and friends. Aunt Luyu has some distant relatives who have caused trouble, attempting to seize her house and embroiling her in a troublesome lawsuit that forced her to mortgage her property. Of course, I dealt with them decisively, and the house is safe, but the progress on this case is alarmingly slow. Shouldn't the efficiency of the Eastern superpower be significantly higher? Hill continues. Fury grits his teeth in frustration, noting the futility of receiving such trivial news through a secure channel. It aligns with Natasha's penchant for vengeance. I have information I believe will pique your interest. Liu Yunmeng, while conducting field interviews in the war zone, sent several letters to her aunt. The content of the letters suggests she feels a sense of unease and surveillance, as if someone is watching her. The final letter before she was gunned down by the 10 Rings contained a strange doodle, accompanied by the phrase, "Cut off one head, 2 more shall grow." I believe this is significant and warrants further investigation. Agent Hill recites the message in one breath, and heaven knows how frantic she felt when she realized she had to memorize it in 2 minutes. Nick Fury's expression darkens, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Who else knows about this information? He demands, fixing his gaze intently on Hill. Rest assured, Director, I destroyed the message after memorizing it. Only Agent Romanoff and I are privy to this knowledge, Hill replies, observing Fury's changing demeanor. From this moment forward, you must forget this information as if you never received any communication at all, Fury states with utmost seriousness. Understood, sir. Hill acknowledges, sensing the gravity of the situation. The doodle remains a mystery, and the secure channel, though relatively outdated, cannot transmit images. Yet that phrase is one Fury knows all too well. Cut off one head, 2 more shall grow, echoing the infamous motto of the Hydra organization that nearly toppled the world. He recalls how, before the end of World War II, Captain America and the Howling Commandos had eradicated Hydra entirely. In the post-war reconstruction and establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D., many former Hydra scientists had been integrated into their ranks, all having undergone rigorous screening. Fury's expression grows increasingly grave, as if he is beginning to grasp the enormity of the situation. An invisible and intangible fog seems to envelop S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, director, there is one more thing. Hill pauses, about to leave the office, then halts. What is it? Fury instinctively queries, his thoughts interrupted. Natasha mentioned that there have been numerous unfamiliar individuals near Aunt Lu Yu's home, likely connected to the Spear Agency, investigating her background. She can hardly continue her performance. Hill informs him. Damn it, why didn't you say this sooner? Fury exclaims in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the information shared at the last moment. You must be serious. The formidable Eastern superpower has already discovered Natasha, and it hasn't been long since. The Black Widow trained in the Red Room is not to be trifled with. Sorry, sir. Hill salutes and turns to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Fury mutters a curse under his breath before dialing the satellite communication once more. Connect me to Director Zheng of the Spear Agency. It seems we have some crucial information that the superheroine has been concealing. In truth, Lu Yunming, the very individual he was concerned about, has already slipped away from the throng of journalists. Having realized that being airborne in her attire would lead to incineration and that driving would be too conspicuous, she ultimately chose to hail a taxi home. Most of the journalists were captivated by Tony Stark, whose declaration of "I am Iron Man" ignited the crowd, laden with implications. Public information reveals that Lu Yunming can foresee the troubles that Tony is about to face. However, her own troubles are far greater. Christine has uncovered her identity and exposed it live, leading to the inevitable revelation of Supergirl's information. The incessant notifications on her phone crescendo with a cacophony of alerts as comments on forums, websites, and Twitter surge explosively. Alumni from Brown University are incessantly tagging her, eager to engage with Supergirl. Some seek assistance, some request loans, others wish for her help in fights. And there are those who audaciously hope Supergirl will launch their boyfriends to the moon. The flood of romantic messages is countless. She had previously maintained a rather wholesome reputation, having only experienced a fleeting first love at the tender age of 16, which merely involved holding hands. A throng of familiar and unfamiliar faces clamors for her attention. Lu Yunming recalls that these individuals were not particularly close to her original self, having only crossed paths a handful of times. She selectively responded to a few familiar names, yet their enthusiasm was overwhelmingly fervent. The president of Brown University also reached out via email, extending a formal invitation for her to give a lecture. She politely declined. What a ridiculous notion! How could she lecture on gaining superpowers through resurrection and combating crime, setting a poor example for students? She would merely serve as a cautionary tale, devoid of any educational merit. Christine's behavior today was oddly aggressive, as if she was determined to undermine Lu Yunming's reputation through subtle manipulation and insinuation. Since awakening in that frigid cave, she has lost fragments of memory, retaining only the original recollections from the Marvel Universe, and some that the original self ought to have possessed. Lu Yunming instinctively sensed something amiss, as if she had forgotten something of great importance. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She would meet force with force and water with earth. Given her extraordinary capabilities, few entities on Earth could pose a substantial threat to her. The enigmatic and supreme sorceress, the Ancient One, who commands unfathomable mystical arts, traverses dimensions and manipulates time. The Hulk, in a state of furious rage, continuously amplifies his own power, capable of wreaking havoc upon cities and landscapes. Beyond these, the remaining peculiar superpowers pale in comparison. Lu Yunming had already devised a clear plan in her mind. Once the current tumult subsided, she would venture into outer space, harnessing the sun's energy to further augment her strength. She understood that only by elevating her abilities to the pinnacle of Iron Man's capabilities could she secure her position against the greater threats that might lie ahead. This endeavor was not solely about unlocking her own potential, but also about preparing for the unknown challenges that awaited her. She believed that only through relentless self-improvement could she truly grasp her destiny and become a formidable force capable of safeguarding everything. The taxi glided smoothly along, driven by an elderly gentleman whose gaze occasionally flickered back towards Liu Yunming, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. She noticed his peculiar stare, snapping back to reality, and when she discerned the old man's features, astonishment washed over her. Stanley, it must be said, this old man bore an uncanny resemblance to the famed founder of Marvel Comics. This world was indeed surreal. Are you the singer from the Dangerously in Love album? The old man inquired, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Certainly not. You have mistaken me for someone else, Liu Yunming replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. If her memory served correctly, that album was sung by Bianca, a woman of African descent. Though she might be lighter-skinned among her peers, she was in no way comparable to a blonde-haired, fair-skinned individual. What was this old man's vision? Just then, a message popped up on her phone, prompting her to squint in confusion. This message did not originate from any of her so-called friends, but was sent through the back end by a Twitter user named Eastern Red Star. Notably, Liu Yunming had disabled the messaging feature on her Twitter account, meaning that anyone who could bypass this restriction was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the phrase Eastern Red Star was unmistakably in Chinese. Chapter 35. The invitation from the Celestial Empire in the taxi. Liu Yunming stared absent-mindedly at the message on her phone. Breaking through international network restrictions and firewalls, a single line of text had been sent directly to her Twitter account, yet its content was astonishing. The mention of the East, the Celestial Empire, the Divine Spear Bureau, and relatives she had not seen for decades stirred ripples within her soul. It not only awakened memories of the great Eastern nation, but also compelled her to reassess her identity and belonging in this world. In the Marvel Universe, the Eastern nation is depicted as a realm steeped in mystery and rich history. Unlike the genetically modified and modern technological advancements of America, the strength of the Eastern nation derives from its profound historical legacy and cultural depth. 5,000 years of civilization have forged a resilient and indomitable people. However, within the narrative backdrop of Marvel, this vast expanse of land is often portrayed vaguely, as though it is a deliberately overlooked entity. Liu Yunming's biological father is American, while her mother hails from the Celestial Empire. She inherited her surname from her maternal lineage, symbolizing not only her identity, but also a cultural heritage. Although she had contemplated returning to her homeland, in this world, the Eastern nation did not feel like her true home. The Eastern Red Star, known as Zhongxian, belongs to the National Security Department of the Celestial Empire, the Divine Spear Bureau. This special department bears similarities to the SHIELD, primarily tasked with addressing supernatural phenomena and superpower crimes. The Divine Spear Bureau boasts an extensive logistical support team, encompassing weapon development, superpower research, aerospace technology advancement, and electronic information engineering, making it the most formidable official force of Huaxia. What astonished Liu Yunming was that the Divine Spear Bureau should exist within the American comic world, while she found herself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU. Her arrival seemed to alter many established perceptions, leading her to question whether the universe she inhabited was indeed the MCU designated as Earth 199999. After her original self perished at the hands of the Ten Rings, her resurrected soul lacked numerous memories. She was even unaware of a relative living in the Celestial Empire. Pursing her lips, Liu Yunming was filled with conflict and hesitation. Unsure of how to respond to this message, she nonetheless felt an overwhelming urge within her to accept the invitation. Recent high-profile activities had evidently attracted the attention of the Celestial Empire's officials, who had meticulously investigated her identity and past experiences. After a prolonged silence, she finally resolved to accept the invitation from the Divine Spear Bureau and visit her ancestral homeland in another world. This was not only to alleviate her homesickness, but also to assist her original self in fulfilling uncompleted wishes. Upon giving a positive response, the other party expressed exceptional excitement. Zhongxian humanely offered multiple options. If transportation was needed, the Divine Spear Bureau would arrange a private plane and car, planning the route and timing. If not, they would send the coordinates of the meeting location, and airspace would be controlled to clear all civilian flights at the agreed time if she was unfamiliar with the route. Fighter jets would escort and guide her. This level of attentiveness and treatment left Lu Yunming astonished. In contrast, the government of the beautiful nation was constantly on guard against her, even seeking to control her. General Ross had dispatched thousands of troops, willing to destroy city blocks to capture Wonder Woman and the Hulk. To this day, SHIELD remains secretive and untrustworthy, often merely compensating her for cleanup efforts. Lu Yunming felt no real disappointment. Her sense of belonging to the beautiful nation was minimal, merely a slight irritation. After contemplating for a moment, she informed Zheng Xian that she would fly directly across the Pacific to the Celestial Empire without the need for transportation. The response came swiftly, assuring her that everything would be arranged and the coordinates set. Unfazed by potential deceit, Lu Yunming was confident in her ability to extricate herself if necessary. She believed the Celestial Empire would not act against its own interests. After deciding to accept the Divine Spear Bureau's invitation, she informed Tony Stark of her upcoming departure without concealing anything. Tony's reaction was rather amusing. "Oh my goodness, I completely forgot you have Celestial Empire lineage. How about I accompany you? Stark Industries has several operations in the East. I could inspect them while I'm at it." Having just finished working out, Tony lay on the couch, wiping sweat with a towel, sipping on home green vegetable juice. "Didn't the Celestial Empire invite me? I could engage in technical exchanges with them. My Iron Man technology is at least 20 years ahead of others," Tony declared proudly, as if sitting atop a mountain of cash, waiting to distribute wealth to the needy. Of course, those who knew him understood that he was merely showboating without malice. "Tony, you should be self-aware. Your reputation pales in comparison to mine," Lu Yunming teased, amused. So much had transpired recently. If she didn't recall the original title as Iron Man 1, she would have thought it was Wonder Woman Reborn, Marvel's flight from kinship. The media was ablaze with reports about Wonder Woman and the Hulk, while Iron Man had only briefly captured attention the previous night, in a manner that was almost pitifully low-key. Originally, the press conference held by Stark Industries would have propelled Tony into global prominence, but it had been disrupted by that reporter Christine. Just a short time had passed, and Wonder Woman's information was flooding the airwaves, especially after her real name and data were disclosed, making her seem more relatable to the public. This sparked a wave of empathy. In merely a day, Lu Yunming's mansion was inundated with an array of letters, as if the world intended to intrude upon her life as Wonder Woman. Fortunately, her residence, a villa rebuilt by Tony on an island, was distanced from the bustling city and equipped with robust security, monitored around the clock by the intelligent assistant Jarvis, rendering it quite secure. To breach, it would be akin to attempting to rob the Federal Reserve. "Hey Lou, you're making this boring. In the Celestial Empire's terms, I call that modesty and low profile. Besides, if it weren't for your immense fame, Iron Man would at least occupy a top spot on the trending list. After all, who could resist a dashing robot?" Tony quipped, winking. Lu Yunming smiled wryly, unable to discern any humility or low-profile demeanor in Tony. Ever since revealing his identity, he had taken to wearing the 3 Malawian kwaches even for a casual meal, desperate for others to notice Iron Man, his ostentation blatant. "I'm fine with it. But don't you have other matters to attend to?" Lu Yunming coughed lightly, uncertain. Alone, she could go wherever she pleased. The government of the beautiful nation had no sway over her. But for Tony, with his vast empire and Stark Industries witnessing a surge in stock prices post-Iron Man incidents, an increasing number of business ventures required attention. "As CEO, I can leave for a few days. Pepper will handle everything," Tony replied nonchalantly, unbothered. "Buddy, Pepper must owe you money from a past life." Lu Yunming rolled her eyes, disinterested in arguing with this wealthy magnate. Some were born to toil, while others were born into privilege. The Stark family enterprise, possessing the most advanced technology and the largest assets in the Marvel world, ensured that one could live comfortably without lifting a finger. "I find your statements to be somewhat inaccurate, Lou. A person's previous existence could have been anything, a chicken, a sheep, or even a chattering wild monkey. The memories of past lives cannot be transported into this one, as they are inherently different entities." Tony, with a serious expression, earnestly analyzed the situation. Lu Yunming expressed her disinterest in continuing the conversation and vanished from the room at an imperceptible speed. The American public often lacks the educational background to comprehend the profound historical legacy of Huaxia. In the heart of New York City, a black SUV stood idly in the traffic, waiting for the red light. Zheng, I must inform you, the jurisdiction of Supergirl belongs to America. Even if she possesses blood ties to the Celestial Empire, she was born here. You cannot morally kidnap her in this manner. Nick Fury growled in a voice thick with fury. Nick, I believe your description is misleading. Jurisdiction sounds harsh. First and foremost, she is an independent and free individual. Although she was born in America, her mother is a true representative of the Celestial Empire. What is wrong with returning to her motherland to visit family and friends? Supergirl does not symbolize a single nation. She embodies the global village. With her extraordinary abilities, it is inconceivable for her to be confined to a single city or continent. We sincerely wish to engage in a non-coercive exchange of superpowers with Supergirl. You cannot prevent a child from wanting to return home to visit relatives, for they are her only remaining family in this world. The voice on the other end remained calm and clear in expressing its viewpoint. The Celestial Empire extends a heartfelt invitation to Supergirl to visit, share technology, and reconnect with her roots. Although Lian Ming was born in America, she still has kin in the Celestial Empire. To Nick Fury, it seemed as though the Celestial Empire was employing a subtle form of coercion, attempting to claim Supergirl for themselves. However, they presented their case with reason and without overstepping any boundaries. Is it not permissible to invite foreign nationals for a visit at the national level? There are no legal stipulations against it. Nick, our stance is open and transparent. We have no intention of pursuing any wrongdoing regarding foreign agents infiltrating our borders, continued the voice on the other end, maintaining a remarkably gentle tone. Nick Fury felt frustrated, pounding the steering wheel in anger. He regretted sending Natasha on this cursed mission, as it had backfired spectacularly. Now, they were on the defensive. If it were another agency, S.H.I.L.D. might have exercised certain privileges and exerted dominance. Yet this was the Spear Bureau, an entity equal to S.H.I.L.D., leaving him speechless. Zheng, remember your words. You cannot compel her in any form. She is currently employed by S.H.I.L.D. under our jurisdiction. Do you understand? Nick Fury's voice was grim, almost as if forced through clenched teeth. I recall that Ms. Superman is considered an external agent, one with considerable freedom. We also have similar personnel who typically are not restricted. The voice on the other end maintained a cheerful demeanor. Nevertheless, she is still an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I must ensure her safety. Nick Fury retorted through gritted teeth, unwavering in his stance. Rest assured, Nick, the Eastern powers have always been known for their civility and understanding. There is no need for you to keep emphasizing this. You'd best remember your words. Nick Fury growled menacingly. By the way, it is worth mentioning that there is another individual on this entry application list. The voice on the other end spoke teasingly. Who? Tony Stark. No sooner had the words left their lips than the communication was abruptly severed. Multiverse. Chapter 36. Arrival above the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. A heavy gloom looms. The storm rages like a ferocious beast, mercilessly sweeping across the sea. Towering waves crash down like mountains, revealing the terrifying power of nature. Wherever the mighty typhoon wreaks havoc, ships frantically flee, none daring to defy this wrathful climate. Even the colossal aircraft carrier, in the tumultuous waves, appears as a fragile vessel, poised to be swallowed by the dark depths of the ocean at any moment. At this moment, against the boundless sky of the stratosphere, two figures streak across like shooting stars. Lu Yun-Dream, clad in her iconic national combat attire, fits her form perfectly, accentuating her athletic silhouette. Her crimson cape billows behind her like a burning flame, rustling in the fierce winds. She propels herself forward, her posture agile, each acceleration accompanied by the thunderous sound of breaking the sound barrier. Brilliant white light seeps from her skin, high-density pure energy surging freely, enveloping her entire being. She resembles a dazzling stream of white light, slicing through the sky at an almost imperceptible speed, leaving behind a fleeting trail. Her golden brown hair dances in the wind, reminiscent of flickering flames. Although the airflow generated by her high-speed flight is razor-sharp, it poses no challenge to her. The immense bioenergy birthed from the microscopic stars within her acts as an impenetrable shield, insulating her from external disturbances and rendering the formidable resistance powerless against her. This is the ability that accompanies her ironclad physique, a hallmark of DC's Supergirl. However, compared to Superman's complete biofield, hers remains relatively nascent. Yet even so, Lu Yundream can soar through the skies, her attire remaining unscathed by the rapid friction, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In stark contrast to the graceful Lu Yundream, Tony finds himself in quite a predicament. Struggling to keep pace with her, he maneuvers the 3 Malawian Quatch's high-speed flight suit, pushing it to its limits. The arc reactor is smoking, energy levels nearing overload, yet he barely achieves a speed of Mach 4, utterly humiliating. Early that morning, they departed from Los Angeles, intending to embark on a spectacular transoceanic flight. But as of now, they have barely completed 1/10 of their journey. Damn, I shouldn't have chosen to fly in this iron suit, Tony shouted against the immense pressure. I should have taken a private jet, sipped on a couple of chilled whiskeys, and let a beautiful girl dance for me. Instead, I'm here like a flying monkey, battling the wind. Though the iron suit minimizes resistance and the shock absorption mechanisms withstand the pressure, the high-speed flight still leaves him feeling miserable. No one forced you to decide, Tony. This was your choice, Lu Yundream teased, glancing back at him. They communicated effortlessly through specially designed headsets. Despite her efforts to slow her flight, he still struggled to keep up, indicating that the 3 Malawian Quatch's technology requires further advancement. If she were to fly at maximum speed, she could reach the capital from Los Angeles in mere minutes. Tony's expression was one of utter frustration. Could he voice his regrets? To flaunt, he had chosen to pilot the iron suit across the Pacific, maintaining maximum speed. Yet even so, reaching their destination would still take 2 hours. A failed display of bravado. He contemplated improvements for the exhaust system and resistance mechanisms, considering a switch to a lighter armor material. The single-layer hardness could be moderately reduced, and employing more composite thin armor would prove more efficient. The weight distribution of the leg armor was slightly excessive. Although balanced, it posed a weakness in reducing drag. Streamlined design was also crucial, along with the release frequency of the arc reactor's power source. Lu Yundream turned to observe the 3 Malawian Quatch's flight condition and remarked, "The 3 Malawian Quatch's is Tony's most iconic suit, with subsequent iterations built upon its foundation. Its defensive capabilities are commendable, although crafted from titanium alloys. It can withstand tank shells and miniature missiles, thanks to its advanced shock absorption technology. However, its complexities also present drawbacks. The intricate internal structure is prone to malfunctions. The angular design lacks agility, and the weapon systems are rather monotonous. The outer armor is adequately hard but lacks toughness when faced with targeted weaponry or overwhelming firepower. The 3 Malawian Quatches can easily sustain damage, rendering it incapable of sustained combat." Reflecting on the impressive armors Tony had created later, he realized he still had a long way to go. Wow, Lou, aren't you a journalism major? Does being a reporter require such extensive knowledge in various fields? Tony asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. He found merit in Lu Yundream's observations, recognizing them as crucial insights for future technological challenges. It was unexpected. Ordinary individuals rarely articulated such suggestions. For instance, the so-called scientists in Stark Industries' research department had merely replicated MK-1's internal structure to assist Obadiah in creating the Ironmonger suit. Yet, if tasked with upgrading it further, they would be devoid of ideas for at least a year. In contrast, Lu Yundream, an outsider with no expertise, had discerned the MK-3's flaws at a glance. Impressive indeed. "I'm merely here for conversation. This is your domain," Lu Yundream replied with a shy smile. She could only engage in casual discussion. To independently construct such groundbreaking technology as an iron suit was, frankly, beyond her capabilities. However, the future remained uncertain, as her super intellect was only at 10 development. Upgrading the palladium arc reactor would certainly enhance speed. I agree that the design should be more streamlined. I've already implemented composite thin armor technology, but adding more would make the suit cumbersome. Improvements to the exhaust valves and resistance systems are already in the works. As for material replacement, I haven't found any alternatives to titanium alloys. Tony spoke confidently, asserting his dominance in his field, firmly believing that no one could surpass him in this regard. You could use vibranium, Lu Yun Dream suggested uncertainly, as a memory flickered in her mind. Her recollection of the Marvel Universe was patchy, but she remembered vibranium as a special metal brought to Earth by a meteorite. It was incredibly hard, with a molecular structure that rendered it nearly indestructible, absorbing most external kinetic and thermal energy. I know, vibranium is indeed an excellent choice, Tony mused thoughtfully. My father once forged an indestructible shield for Captain America using this metal. Unfortunately, we lack surplus materials. The quantity of vibranium is exceedingly scarce, and producing that shield was already a monumental task. He was well aware of vibranium, but the global stockpiles were insufficient even to craft half a suit, and it was exorbitantly priced. 30 grams could fetch up to 10,000 on the black market. While Tony was not particularly concerned about finances, the inability to procure what he desired was truly vexing. He had often fantasized about constructing an iron suit from vibranium. Its defensive capabilities and adaptability would be unparalleled. In comparison, titanium alloys seemed like mere child's play. If I recall correctly, Africa should possess a considerable amount of vibranium, although the exact locations remain unclear. You will need to investigate, suggested Li Yunming after a diligent search of her memories. Are there no specific coordinates? Tony inquired, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. To be frank, there are none. These are merely rumors I occasionally heard while working as a freelance journalist in Africa, Li Yunming asserted resolutely, shaking her head. Shit, Lu Yun, you cannot arouse my interest and then let me down. That is quite unethical, Tony exclaimed in frustration. The vastness of Africa is overwhelming. Without precise targets, even deploying Stark Industries satellites and having Jarvis conduct a continuous search for years would yield little result. However, he intended to develop this area further upon his return, allowing Stark Industries to establish a foothold in Africa while seeking vibranium. In reality, influenced by the events in New York, Tony had already created a replacement parts package akin to the 44 Malawian Kwacha's Hulkbuster armor. Yet, the advancement of technology requires a measured approach. Taking too great a leap may lead to missteps. At present, Tony was in the nascent stages of diversifying the technology of his Iron Man suits, necessitating time and experience for significant technological enhancement. In the capital of Huagua, Tiananmen Square, numerous individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses loitered nearby, their every movement exuding professionalism and vigilance. The leader, a middle-aged man of striking presence, possessed sharp eyes that seemed to perceive all, radiating a profound intensity. He stood tall in the center of the group, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. Following him were 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in identical black suits, their expressions serious and focused, with not a single voice breaking the silence. The formation resembled a well-trained elite unit. Before long, a capable young woman hurriedly approached from the side, her steps light and her gaze resolute. She leaned in to whisper something to the middle-aged man before swiftly departing. All is prepared. The target has crossed the border, the man stated solemnly. Director, it seems the intelligence is inconsistent. She should have arrived by now. The female superhero does not appear to possess the speed to breach the atmosphere, a man wearing a 6-hole green helmet remarked in a lowered voice. She likely isn't as powerful as rumored. Otherwise, traversing from Los Angeles across the Pacific, based on the intelligence we have, would only take a mere 20 minutes or so. A black-haired woman donning a metal mask concurred. The others remained silent. Yet their expressions indicated a shared skepticism towards the conflicting intelligence. You underestimate the capabilities of Western superhumans. Have you all seen the videos from the New York battle? Who among us could achieve such feats? The middle-aged man shook his head, speaking slowly. The weather which ensured the safety of thousands amidst a hail of gunfire. Can you accomplish that? He turned to the woman in the metal mask. I cannot, but I suspect that the video may contain exaggerated elements, she replied with conviction. Shaking her head, she was the most destructive superhuman within the Super God Squad, capable of controlling thunder and rain, as well as conjuring hurricanes. Her physical strength could withstand conventional firearms, yet she could not shield ordinary people from all the bullets amidst chaos. The disparity in speed was, in fact, what she found most implausible. What sort of superpower could allow one to withstand firearms and heavy artillery without injury, while simultaneously attending to others? That seems excessively far-fetched. She mused. Enough idle chatter. They have arrived. Activate the signal beacon, the middle-aged man instructed, tapping his earpiece before issuing a loud command. The individuals in black, previously circling around Tiananmen Square, uniformly retrieved fist-sized, specialized illumination devices, raising them above their heads. This lighting apparatus, developed by the Godspear Bureau's research department, was conspicuous even in daylight. As hundreds simultaneously raised their illumination devices, the spectacle was truly magnificent. Moments later, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air resonated from the horizon, followed by two figures landing steadily at the designated spot in Tiananmen Square. Chapter 37. The great Eastern nation Lu Yundream's iconic national attire shimmered under the sunlight, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. Her figure darted towards them like a bolt of lightning, descending rapidly before landing gracefully in a standard kneeling position, one hand on the ground. She raised a thumb and flashed a friendly smile at the crowd. Following closely was Tony Stark, whose 3 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit landed with a resounding thud. However, the tremendous speed caused him to leave several cracks in the ground of Tiananmen Square. Embarrassed, he stood up and waved apologetically at the welcoming crowd, his tone laced with regret. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. This thing is a bit tricky to maneuver." After a brief pause, he added, "If compensation is needed, I'll take responsibility." Tony, accustomed to resolving issues with money in America, believed that as long as no lives were lost, any trouble could be settled financially. Yet, this was not America. It was the enigmatic Great Eastern nation. Feeling a twinge of nervousness and discomfort as Iron Man for the first time in this land, he tried to relax. "It's just an accident, isn't it? No need for compensation. My team can restore this in 10 minutes. A middle-aged man stepped forward, speaking fluent English with a warm smile, evidently aiming to ease Tony's tension. Tony shrugged, his tone teasing. "Well, in our place, such damage would be left to the construction crew. You just need to pay them handsomely. Just 5 minutes." The middle-aged man responded with a confident smile. Tony raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by this assertion. He shook his head, playful in tone. "Sounds like a challenge, and I do relish a good challenge." Unfazed, the man approached and shook Tony's hand, his voice imbued with respect. "Hello, welcome to the Celestial Empire, Mr. Stark. Or should I now refer to you as Iron Man?" He then turned his gaze towards Lu Yundream, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Is this the Superwoman?" His first impression was that she was exceptionally exquisite, entirely in line with Eastern aesthetics. With golden hair and blue eyes, her features were distinctly Western. Could there truly be a trace of Chinese ancestry? His second impression was her youth. She appeared much like a university student. Yet, cosmic radiation had activated her super genes, maintaining both her appearance and physical abilities in peak condition. "Hello, Miss Liu. I am Zheng Xian, the current director of the Divine Spear Bureau. It is a pleasure to have you accept our invitation to visit the Celestial Empire," the middle-aged man said, his face beaming with a smile. Compared to his calm demeanor when greeting Tony, he was noticeably more enthusiastic towards Lu Yundream. "Hello, Director Zheng. I am delighted to receive your invitation," Lu Yundream responded, her handshake firm and her Mandarin flawless, echoing the standard of a seasoned broadcaster. Zheng Xian's eyes widened in surprise, as did those of the members of the Fengshan team standing behind him. The Superwoman spoke Mandarin so fluently. It was known that the celestial language was one of the most challenging in the world to learn, with its intricate characters and complex tones that often deterred foreigners. It was hard to fathom that a golden-haired, blue-eyed Westerner could articulate such standard pronunciation, even with a hint of local accent. In truth, Lu Yundream's proficiency in Mandarin stemmed from her past life's memories. Hailing from north of the Yellow River, Mandarin was her mother tongue, while English merely echoed the recollections of her former self. Thus, switching between the two languages felt completely natural to her. Oh, come on, Lou. You've been secretly practicing Mandarin without me? This has been premeditated, hasn't it? Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as if appraising some ancient artifact. He had no understanding of Mandarin, having only learned a few simple greetings before his arrival, such as hello, have you eaten, thank you, and goodbye. Even so, it had taken him considerable effort. I know a lot more. Lu Yundream pointed her head, pride evident in her voice. You must teach me Mandarin when you return. We agreed on that. Tony protested, unwilling to accept that there were skills he did not possess as a genius. Miss Lu, your Mandarin is exceptionally standard, even more fluent than many locals. Zhang Xian remarked in Mandarin, his tone filled with admiration and sincerity. According to the Divine Spear Bureau's investigations, the Superwoman had never resided in the Celestial Empire, yet her fluency in the language piqued his curiosity. You see, my mother is from the Celestial Empire. Although I wasn't born here, I grew up learning both languages from a young age, Lu Yundream explained with a smile, feeling an inexplicable warmth upon hearing the familiar language. Your accent leans towards the capital region. I believe your mother's hometown is in Jinling. Am I right? Zhang Xian inquired nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes. I grew up in an orphanage and didn't wish to discuss that part of my life. The caretaker had a northeastern accent. Lu Yundream continued her fabricated narrative without a hint of discomfort. In reality, her parents had passed away when she was very young, and she had grown up in an orphanage. The caretaker was indeed a Chinese man with a northern dialect, so her story held some truth. I apologize. I shouldn't have brought that up, Zhang Xian said, patting his head in sincere apology. No problem. Curiosity is a natural human trait, Lu Yundream replied with a shrug, indicating that it was of no consequence. Since her rebirth in this world, she had been the subject of numerous inquiries, both overt and covert. I must say, Miss Lu, your Mandarin is remarkably standard. It is a pleasure to listen to, Zhang Xian expressed, his face displaying genuine praise. The arrival of the Superwoman and Iron Man at the Celestial Empire was of great significance, although it did not reach the level of national leadership. The Celestial Empire was keenly aware of its importance and spared no effort in extending goodwill. The Divine Spear Bureau cleared the bustling Tiananmen Square and invited the two to dine at the most authentic restaurant in the capital, where they enjoyed roasted duck. Tony devoured the meal with gusto, declaring that the Chinese food he had eaten in America was utterly inferior. The three Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, designed for rapid flight, was detachable and portable, capable of being donned without the need for specialized mechanical arms or facilities. This technology surpassed the original Iron Man's technological level from the same time frame. The only drawback was that putting it on took a bit of time. At that moment, clad in an expensive Armani suit, he savored his meal without concern for his image. In the Celestial Empire, dining was a favored means of fostering relationships and maintaining connections. The group engaged in lively conversations, primarily between Zhang Xian and Lu Yundream. He briefly introduced her to the workings of the Divine Spear Bureau and the members of the function team. Tony was curious about these superpowered individuals, but unfortunately, they seemed rather reticent. Thankfully, Zhang Xian skillfully kept the conversation flowing, and the Weather Witch and Vector Grace occasionally contributed to the discussion, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere. Lu Yundream had a general understanding of Zhang Xian's primary purpose in inviting her. It was straightforward, to assess the capabilities of the newly established function team. She was astonished, for in her fragmented memories, the function team appeared within the Marvel Comics universe. The Weather Witch excelled in controlling lightning, hurricanes, and certain weather phenomena, displaying formidable combat prowess, and was originally affiliated with the Celestial Empire's superpower organization, the Dynasty. During the Infinity War, when Thanos invaded Earth and killed the Dynasty's captain, the Red Giant, it ultimately led to the disbandment of the Dynasty team. The Weather Witch thus became a member of the SHIELD. Her initial appearance should have been in 2012, coinciding with the Avengers' first assembly against the alien invasion. However, the present year is 2008, and there remain 4 years until the Weather Witch is summoned to SHIELD. Yet, a formidable team has already been formed, the Divine Squad, creating an utterly chaotic timeline. Even more perplexing is the presence of Desolator among the members of the Divine Squad. He is, in fact, a Skrull. He only arrived on Earth after the conclusion of the Avengers, Endgame, and the subsequent secret invasion incident. To see him emerging now is utterly outrageous. Li Yunming can ascertain with certainty that this is decidedly not the Marvel Cinematic Universe designated as Earth 199999. It is likely another parallel world. It is no wonder that these individuals were solemn expressions and scarcely speak. Anyone subjected to unilateral testing by foreign powers would feel discontented. All of them are superpowered beings, each possessing their own unique strengths. Yet, their self-important status as Chinese superheroes compels them to act resolutely for the sake of national interests. Moreover, it is apparent that there exists a motive on the part of China to ascertain the true capabilities of the female superhero. Observably, there is an air of grandeur about this great nation. While other countries might wish to conceal their superpowered teams, China boldly presents them to the public, even revealing the extent of their powers, all in the name of global security. In stark contrast, certain Western nations remain less than commendable. Miss Liu, we are filled with sincerity. Should you agree to assist us in testing the Divine Squad, feel free to voice your requests. Within our capabilities, we shall provide unwavering support. Zhang Xian said, placing his teacup down, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Before Li Yunming could respond, Tony leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Hey, Li Yun, you needn't feel obligated. Strictly speaking, your true home lies in the West, and the Chinese side cannot impose any demands. He was concerned that Li Yunming might feel pressure to comply due to her Chinese heritage, as the extent of the female superhero's powers was classified information. What had been revealed was merely for public consumption. Tony was acutely aware that following Li Yunming's brief disappearance, her abilities had visibly surged to remarkable heights, levels that even JRV eyes could not quantify. If she consented to the testing request, while the Chinese side might reveal the strengths of the Divine Squad, it would be difficult to conceal the true power of the female superhero. Relax, Tony. No one can force me into anything, but China does appear quite sincere, does it not? I have an aunt living here, and if revealing my abilities can secure her better care, I believe it is worthwhile, Li Yunming reassured him, flashing a light-hearted smile. Her home in the West was merely this world. The emotional ties to her true homeland were not easily severed. All right, Tony sighed. He had intended to suggest bringing her aunt to Los Angeles, where he could provide her with the finest living conditions. However, he reconsidered, realizing that for someone raised in China, visiting Los Angeles could be acceptable, but permanently relocating away from her homeland would be rather cruel. Brother, thank you, Li Yunming expressed earnestly, bumping fists with Tony. Stark had a warm heart. Pepper was right in her assertion. Oh, you're being too sentimental, Li Yun. This is merely your employee benefits. Remember to save your boss in times of danger, Tony quipped, his exuberance evident. Li Yunming was poised to agree, but before she could voice her decision, Zhang Xian suddenly received a phone call, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 38. The sudden aviation disaster at the Jingqing International Airport, within the ground control tower. The atmosphere was so tense it felt palpable. Zhang Xian entered the hall with a grim expression, striding purposefully, followed closely by several members of the function team. Their faces mirrored the tension and anxiety that permeated the air, as if a weight was pressing down upon them, suffocating. The dinner had been abruptly interrupted due to an emergency. Li Yunming and Tony were ushered into the reception room for a brief respite. Zhang Xian expressed his apologies, yet his thoughts were already consumed by the impending disaster of the aircraft in distress. His brow was furrowed, revealing a hint of barely concealed worry. Director Zhang, we have confirmed the specifics. Flight CY-3462 has encountered an engine failure, and human error cannot be ruled out, reported the tower's representative, hastily keeping pace with Zhang Xian. Captain Liu and the crew are working diligently to troubleshoot the issue, but given the extent of the aircraft's damage, a safe landing seems highly unlikely. The tremor in the speaker's voice indicated his realization of the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xian paused momentarily, his brow tightening further. How many passengers are on board? How long until the aircraft enters our airspace? There are 320 passengers aboard flight CY-3462, totaling 331 individuals, including the crew, the tower's data officer replied. His voice tinged with panic. Based on its current speed, the aircraft will reach the Jingqing airspace in 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes? Why was this not communicated sooner? Zhang Xian's voice escalated, laced with anger. His fists clenched, knuckles turning white from the pressure. It was evident that the aircraft's malfunction had been reported to the appropriate authorities quite some time ago, and now, time was slipping away. According to Captain Liu's report, they were confident in their ability to manage the catastrophe and execute a safe emergency landing at a suburban airport. The tower's representative bowed his head in shame, his voice diminishing as he conveyed the grim news of a failed troubleshooting effort. The twin engines had ignited and shut down completely, and the left wing of the aircraft was ablaze, resulting in a loss of balance. Zhang Xian's expression darkened further, as if drenched in cold water. He inhaled deeply, striving for composure. This was not the moment for assigning blame. Finding a solution was paramount. Analysis teams calculated that, based on the current flight path of the malfunctioning aircraft, it was highly likely to crash in the bustling Tiananmen Square. The tower representative's voice trembled with despair. It was midday, and the area surrounding Tiananmen Square was densely populated. According to satellite surveillance data, over 100,000 civilians were situated at the potential crash site. The military and emergency services had already been deployed, but a complete evacuation would take at least an hour, a luxury they did not possess. Zhang Xian's complexion paled, as if doused with icy water. Evacuating 100,000 people within 10 minutes was an impossible task. His mind raced through various possible solutions, yet each one appeared futile. Among the superpowered agents in the Spear Bureau, only Grace Tan possessed the ability to manipulate vectors and had limited mass relocation capabilities. Yet she could only move a handful of individuals at a time, even if she exerted herself to the utmost. She could not account for all the civilians within the disaster zone before the aircraft's descent. Director, I can attempt to alter the aircraft's course. The Weather Witch's expression remained concealed beneath her cold mask, yet her eyes brimmed with urgency. She possessed the ability to manipulate wind, allowing her to potentially catch up with the aircraft and generate strong gusts to deflect its trajectory. Can you slow its descent? Zhang Xian inquired, his brows knitted in anticipation. Not possible. My powers have limits. The aircraft is too heavy, the Weather Witch succinctly explained, her tone tinged with helplessness. A large passenger aircraft weighs several hundred tons, and she could not possibly lift it and gently place it down. Zhang Xian's demeanor darkened further. In reality, after receiving the distress call, the Spear Bureau had dispatched multiple powered airships to the incident site. However, neither hooks nor mechanical arms could secure the aircraft without compromising its integrity. Materials differing, under immense gravitational acceleration. Even if they managed to connect with the aircraft mid-flight, the outcome would likely be catastrophic, tearing apart the fuselage. In the face of this aviation disaster, the superpowered agents had limited effectiveness. Only the Weather Witch and the Vector Manipulator could truly contribute. The Ravager's powered armor lacked the strength to lift hundreds of tons, and the Soldier One, while capable of flight, could not match the Ravager's effectiveness. The function team could not resolve the crisis entirely. They could only strive to minimize casualties, a conclusion Zhang Xian had reached. Weather Witch, Ravager, depart immediately and attempt to divert the flight path of CY-3462. Zhang Xian's voice was resolute, as if he were making a final stand. Vector, utilize your powers to assist the military and police in evacuating civilians from the areas likely to be affected. Ravager, Soldier One, you are responsible for coordinating the evacuation on the ground, preventing rioters and opportunistic criminals from obstructing the process. If anyone is caught interfering, take necessary measures. Non-lethal force is permissible. Zhang Xian's orders flowed in rapid succession, his tone exuding an authority that brooked no dissent. Yet, a flicker of reluctance crossed his gaze. This command effectively meant relinquishing hope for the survival of those 300 souls. However, they had no viable solutions. The priority was the safety of the multitude in the bustling urban area. Director, I could attempt to overload my powers. Perhaps I can minimize the aircraft's descent speed. The weather which suggested after a moment of hesitation, determination flashing in her eyes. Her abilities allowed her to create several medium-sized tornadoes. But the repercussions would lead to her physical decline, ultimately resulting in her demise, a painful process. In the face of over 300 innocent lives, she chose to forsake her own hope for survival. Superheroes earned their title by shouldering the heavy responsibility for the safety of the populace. The people gave rise to heroes, and heroes, in turn, must protect their people. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the quiet command center, drawing the attention of several tower staff members, as well as disbelief from her teammates. Captain Yu, Grace Tan interjected, her voice choked with emotion. The weather which merely raised a hand, signaling for silence. No one else spoke. No one had the right to decide for another. Zhang Xian remained silent for a moment before softly articulating, "Do what you can. The nation and its people stand behind you." The weather which nodded resolutely, prepare to act. The members of the Fengshan team wore expressions of sorrow, knowing their leader was venturing into peril and feeling helpless in their inability to assist. A despairing sensation. "Hey, I believe you are being overly pessimistic. There may be a better solution." At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the control tower. All eyes turned in furious unison, only to discover it was none other than Tony Stark, the Iron Man who had been invited to China as a guest. "Mr. Stark, you ought to remain in the lounge. Should you require anything, you may call for assistance." Zhang Xian squinted, his voice low yet brimming with indignation. He had gleaned some understanding of the eccentricities of this American tycoon from his research. A weapons dealer, a genius inventor, a billionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist, and ranked among the top 10 most influential figures of the 21st century by Forbes. The list of titles was endless. The performance of the iron armor was commendable, far surpassing the energy-driven armor of the Ravager in both technology and power supply. However, this was an aviation disaster, not a jest. Zhang Xian held little faith in Iron Man's ability to remedy the situation. With just 7 minutes remaining, the passenger plane was set to crash into the bustling Tiananmen Square, and he had no desire to squander precious time on trivial conversation. All right, no need to be angry. You all seem quite heroic. Are you preparing for a noble sacrifice?" Tony shrugged, grinning as he spoke. "I'm thrilled to be in your great nation, enjoying the scenery, the cuisine, and your warm hospitality. I hope to lend a hand. That is why I informed Lu. She is already on her way." "What did you say?" Zhang Xian gasped, incredulous as he stepped forward to grasp Tony's shoulder. The fact that the female superhero had set out alone to address a potentially catastrophic aviation incident without seeking backup was a grave jest. Following the disaster, public outcry would undoubtedly ensue. Even with attempts to control the narrative, the truth could not be concealed, and all blame would be directed at the ineffectual female superhero. The fragile bond they had painstakingly built would be shattered in an instant. This was not a scenario Zhang Xian wished to witness. "All right, your grip is a bit too strong." "Zhang, you're hurting me," Tony grimaced, quickly wriggling free. This fellow appeared slender, yet beneath his tailored suit likely lay a well-defined physique. "Honestly, you needn't worry too much." Lu wouldn't wade into murky waters if she wasn't confident. "Have you heard about the incident in New York?" Tony rambled on, but before he could finish, Zhang Xian interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Fengshan team, mobilize at once. Immediately head to the incident zone. You must intercept the female superhero. She must not become entangled in this affair." Zhang Xian's eyes widened as he issued the command loudly. "Director Zhang, Lu Bingrun is communicating. He reports seeing a flying foreign woman ahead of the passenger plane and inquires if she is reinforcements sent by the Divine Spear Bureau." At that moment, the communications officer in the tower spoke up, his voice tinged with surprise. Chapter 39. A turning tide, who are you referring to? Zhang Xian inquired, his brow furrowed, a hint of confusion and wariness lacing his tone. Captain Lu of Flight CY 3462 stated that a flying foreign woman appeared in front of the aircraft. The staff hurriedly reiterated, their voices tinged with tension. Zhang Xian's expression shifted to one of complexity. He inhaled deeply, as if striving to calm the tumult within. He recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Now, all he could do was pray that the superheroine possessed the capacity to avert this catastrophe rather than exacerbate it. Everyone, proceed as planned. Zhang Xian's voice bore a note of resolve, akin to a final struggle. He understood the gravity of each passing second. Any hesitation could lead to irrevocable consequences. Within the tower's command room, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost suffocating. All eyes fixated on the impending disaster, anxiously awaiting the decree of fate. Immediately pull up the surveillance footage. Zhang Xian commanded, his hand slicing through the air, urgency lacing his tone. The tower personnel swiftly complied. The intervention of the Spear Bureau facilitating a seamless request for the use of the Sky Eye. Shortly, the satellite feed illuminated the screen. In the footage, the massive aircraft had only half of its left wing remaining, its fuselage marred by numerous breaches, with thick smoke and flames spiraling out from the ruptures into the cabin. The colossal body trembled violently, plummeting at an alarming speed. Yet, ahead of the nose, a familiar figure hovered in midair, keeping pace with the descending aircraft. The Weather Witch's eyes widened in astonishment. She struggled to comprehend how the other could maintain a suspended state while parallel to the rapidly descending plane. Even with her overload mode activated, she could barely outpace the aircraft. Blade and Soldier Number 1 stood dumbstruck, while Vector Grace 10 murmured in disbelief. Is this the extent of the superheroine's abilities? It seems her earlier speed across the Pacific from Los Angeles was not her limit. She merely slowed down for Iron Man's sake. Even if she could match the aircraft's descent speed, it would not prevent its inevitable crash. The Weather Witch shook her head, a hint of resignation in her voice. What good is flying fast? At most, she can witness the wreckage of the aircraft. It appeared that she intended to brace the aircraft from the front and then lift its body. Such a foolish notion. She would crash right through the entire plane. Grace 10 sighed, her tone resolute. Blade and Soldier Number 1 remained silent, aware of their impotence and reluctant to voice opinions. Only the Ravager's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight, as if he recognized a familiar silhouette in the superheroine's posture and movements. Zhang Xian, too, did not believe the superheroine could avert this aviation disaster. No matter how one calculated, the aircraft's demise seemed a foregone conclusion. The catastrophe was irreversible. You all should have a bit of faith in her, Tony remarked casually. Lifting his teacup for a sip, his tone relaxed. I know you're unfamiliar with the superheroine, but she is capable of far more than you realize. As Zhang Xian was about to instruct Tony to return to the VIP reception room, a startling spectacle unfolded before them. Lu Yundream furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the damaged aircraft, then swiftly soared to the front of the nose, extending her hands to brace it. A tremendous force surged forth, akin to a mountain's roar or a tidal wave, and she felt an unexpected weight. Lu Yundream gritted her teeth, her arm muscles tightening, veins bulging as if they might burst through the surface at any moment. Logically, the aircraft weighed hundreds of tons, a trivial challenge for the superheroine, endowed with 1,500 tons of muscle strength. However, combined with gravitational acceleration and immense impact, this weight multiplied exponentially. More critically, Lu Yundream lacked a fulcrum for leverage, leaving her with unprecedented pressure. The instant her palms contacted the fuselage, the metal exterior began to dent and deform. If this continued, she would indeed breach the aircraft as predicted by the laws of physics. Yet, Lu Yundream was not like the synthetic behemoths relying on fulcrums. Since acquiring her mutated biological energy, her biofield had undergone a profound transformation. Soon, a white energy erupted from within her, spreading rapidly along the aircraft's exterior, sealing the cabin's breaches. In mere moments, the white energy enveloped the entire commercial airliner. As time elapsed, the white light intensified, becoming increasingly radiant. The individuals before the display screens instinctively shielded their eyes. Witnessing a solitary figure withstanding the enormity of the commercial aircraft left everyone in the command center speechless. Director Zhang, The aircraft's descent speed is decreasing, exclaimed the observation staff, their voices filled with excitement. Zhang Xian hastened to the data computation station, bending down to scrutinize the numbers on the screen. Indeed, the aircraft's plummet had noticeably slowed. Quickly, mobilize the Divine War Team. The Weather Witch and the Ravager shall provide aerial support. Assemble all airships and close in. We must halt the aircraft, even if we have to force it. Zhang Xian issued commands swiftly, his voice brimming with hope. Yes, the team responded in unison. The Weather Witch and the Ravager shot out from the command tower's window, while Blade, Soldier Number 1, and Vector raced downstairs at lightning speed. In midair, Lu Yundream gradually acclimated to the forces exerted by the descending aircraft. I've stabilized. She inhaled deeply, preparing to exert more strength. The biological mutation energy proved exceptionally useful. Even when concentrated at a single point, the fuselage would not collapse, nearly mirroring the effects of a superhero's biofield. At a height of less than 30 meters above ground, the commercial airliner S descent slowed significantly, ultimately being pushed upwards by her counterforce. Below lay the bustling Tiananmen Square, and Lu Yundream resolved to bypass it, seeking an unoccupied area for landing. At that moment, the crowd in the food street of Tiananmen Square gaped at the sky. A massive commercial aircraft hung upside down, its nose pointed downward, cradled by a woman clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cape, as it drifted slowly through the air. My goodness, what is happening? The bewildered bystanders buzzed with speculation, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, as the aircraft drew nearer and they beheld the gaping holes and the terror-stricken expressions of the passengers, they began to grasp the severity of the event. Instantly, a cacophony erupted around them. Some shouted encouragement, others screamed in terror, yet the majority fervently prayed for the safe landing of the aircraft. Superheroine, there is an open space at 12 o'clock. The Weather Witch shouted, having arrived at the scene. Lu Yundream, her nerves taut, nodded, beginning to envelop the aircraft in biological energy, shifting its direction to swiftly maneuver out of the bustling area. Before long, she gently lowered the enormous plane into the air above a city park. Gradually, she withdrew the biological energy, allowing the aircraft to tilt and ultimately land securely on the park's lawn. The entire process was as steady as a rock, yet it left the Weather Witch, who followed closely behind, filled with trepidation. As the malfunctioning aircraft safely touched down, the cabin erupted with thunderous cheers from the passengers. They laughed, danced, and exuberantly expressed their joy at having survived. The command room was equally jubilant, with staff tossing their belongings into the air in celebration of the disaster's successful resolution. A subtle smile graced Zhang Xian's lips, revealing his genuine happiness. I told you, Lu is just like the superhero in the comics. It's simply that you did not believe. Tony leaned against the doorway, jesting. Today, I shall impart a phrase from the Chinese language. Seeing is believing, while hearing is deceiving. Zhang Xian, with a cheerful smile, countered this notion. He conceded that he had underestimated this extraordinary being of celestial lineage. Initially, his intent was merely to engage in dialogue to learn combat techniques, while simultaneously acquiring data on the female superhero's abilities. However, it has become evident that such aspirations were rather naive. The formidable power displayed by the superheroine is far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. A wise person understands the times, and thus, he resolved to alter his approach and cultivate a bond with this powerful ally. What does seeing entail? Well, it poses a slight challenge for me, yet I shall master it swiftly. Tony raised an eyebrow, attempting to articulate this phrase, only to realize that his proficiency in Chinese required further refinement. Although the passenger aircraft landed safely, damage to the engines resulted in a leak of aviation fuel and lubricants, with certain areas still ablaze. Firefighters and medical personnel were en route, while the passengers, after their initial cheers, patiently awaited rescue. Lu Yundream's eyes twinkled as she slightly parted her lips and directed a breath towards the cabin. An icy chill swept through, instantly extinguishing the remaining flames, and a layer of crystalline frost formed on the exterior of the fuselage. How did you accomplish that? The Weather Witch inquired gravely, unable to contain her curiosity. Huh, that is but one of my abilities. Just read more comics. They contain all the answers, Lu Yundream replied, dismissively with a yawn. The weather witch fell silent for a moment, refraining from further inquiries. She understood that the disparity in their strengths was too vast. Dwelling on it would only lead to unnecessary distress. Before the superheroine's arrival in Huagua, she harbored a competitive spirit, unwilling to concede. Yet now, she comprehended her limitations entirely. The superheroine's power exceeded her wildest imaginings. I leave the rest to you. I wish to return and rest, as I feel rather fatigued, Lu Yundream said, while waving her hand, preparing to depart. Supporting a passenger aircraft weighing hundreds of tons had indeed left her weary. Thank you for saving them. The weather witch came to a halt, bowing solemnly in gratitude. The other members of the Fengshan battle team followed suit, expressing heartfelt appreciation for the superheroine's intervention that averted this aviation disaster and preserved countless innocent lives. An emotion known as admiration began to quietly flourish within the hearts of these superpowered individuals. It turned out that she was indeed the true embodiment of strength. Chapter 40. Aftermath. Lu Yumei leisurely flew back to the VIP reception room of the control tower, where a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted around her. All the staff at the tower, led by Director Zheng Xian of the Divine Spear Bureau, clapped their hands in unison, extending their highest respect to this superhero who had saved 331 innocent lives. Lu, you are a hero. Well done, Tony exclaimed, joining in the applause and giving a thumbs up, generously praising her. Do you feel the warmth of the people from the Celestial Empire? Lu Yumei leaned in, mischievously winking as she spoke softly. Indeed, I can see their sincerity. After all, you saved hundreds of lives, didn't you? Tony nodded seriously in agreement. In America, applause and flowers are also commonplace. Yet they often revolve around raucousness, with even those oblivious to the meaning of the commotion joining in. In contrast, while the Celestial Empire's people may appear relatively serious and subdued, their blessings are imbued with genuine sincerity. Miss Lu, I must say, you are the most powerful superhero I have ever encountered, and your charisma is unparalleled. You truly live up to the title of Superman, Zheng Xian declared earnestly, extending both hands to grasp Lu Yumei's, his tone solemn and grave. Were it not for the heroic intervention of the female superhero, every passenger aboard that aircraft would have perished in the tragedy. How many families would have been shattered as a result? The societal influence of the Divine Spear Bureau would have plummeted to an all-time low. After all, no one requires a superpowered organization that cannot save the populace. Lu Yumei not only saved hundreds of passengers, but also salvaged the image of the Huaxia government, an act of profound significance deserving of respect. This is not merely a veneration of an individual endowed with great power, but rather a celebration of noble deeds. With such power comes great responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lu Yumei smiled gently, humbly acknowledging while quietly apologizing to little Spider in her heart. In truth, she longed to declare that she does not identify as Superwoman. If others prefer, they may call her Homelander and do as they wish, of course. This was merely a jest. To adopt a name laden with Western political connotations would distort matters entirely. Superwoman it is. After all, it holds its own charm. Reflecting on the twisted portrayals of the Homelander and the boys, she felt she had yet to sink to such depths. With great power comes great responsibility. Well said. Zheng Xian mused over this profound statement, unable to contain his admiration. If all superheroes and superpowered individuals grasped this truth, the world would enjoy everlasting peace. And there would be no need for special organizations like the Divine Spear Bureau to combat superpowered crimes. Miss Lu, you seem fatigued. Have you overexerted your abilities? Zheng Xian inquired with concern. He observed the golden-haired beauty before him yawning repeatedly, as if she would fall asleep at any moment. Indeed, my powers are not without limits. As a human, fatigue is inevitable, is it not? Lu Yumei replied calmly, her demeanor unruffled. Utilizing pure muscle strength to harness biological energy to lift a plummeting passenger aircraft is indeed a taxing endeavor, even for her. Although Liu Yumei perfectly replicated a famous scene from the film Superman Returns, the disparity between her and Superman remains considerable. After all, he had basked in the sun for 20 years, and according to Kryptonian growth rates, such progress is indeed formidable. In reality, Liu Yumei possessed far more efficient methods of rescue. By placing the aircraft into a mirror space and opening several spatial portals, she could effortlessly save all the passengers. However, in a bid to showcase her strength, she opted for the most straightforward and brute force method. It is akin to someone with $1 million purchasing a tank, while another person with the same amount chooses to bludgeon with cash, a quintessential example of effort without reward. Nevertheless, the visual impact is striking, and people are prone to remember powerful imagery. Imagine a delicate woman effortlessly lifting a massive aircraft weighing hundreds of tons. Such a sight is undeniably dramatic. Primarily, Liu Yumei did not plan to reveal her biological transformation magic so soon, always reserving a card for critical moments when it could prove life-saving. A glimmer of insight flickered in Zheng Xian's eyes as he caught two key phrases from the female superhero's words: fatigue and humanity. I shall arrange for accommodations immediately. Miss Liu, please rest well, and feel free to contact me once you're rejuvenated. The higher echelons of the government will organize a commendation ceremony and banquet in your honor. I hope you can attend, Zheng Xian said, his expression returning to one of warmth and kindness. Liu Yumei waved her hand, indicating her understanding. She now required deep slumber, or alternatively, to endure drowsiness while soaring into space to absorb solar energy to restore her strength. Choosing the former due to her laziness, she prepared for rest. In a certain sense, she no longer truly qualified as a human, yet she still retained the commendable human habit of hibernation. The matters ahead no longer required Liu Yumei's concern. She was guided to an opulently decorated suite, where she collapsed onto the bed and promptly entered a state of deep sleep. 3 hours later, she awoke revitalized. The system's energy data panel even showed a slight increase. Within her body, microscopic biological stars continuously generated energy. Were it not for the diminutive size of this special star, she would have fully recovered in a shorter span. Muscle soreness and fatigue vanished without a trace, and her cells returned to a hyperactive state. Name: Liu Yumei. Energy level: pseudo-Earth level. Status: active. Gender: female. Reference template: Superman Man of Steel 16. Source of superpowers: genetic mutation caused by cosmic rays. Super strength: maximum muscle strength 1550 tons. Super speed: maximum terrestrial running speed 30 Mach 10. 2 kilometers second. Super defense: able to withstand most conventional weapons and energy attacks. Cannot resist nuclear explosions. Super healing: cell activation 40,000 times that of ordinary humans. Capable of rapidly healing by absorbing energy and regenerating severed limbs. Flight: 74 Mach 25, 16 kilometers second. Super laser vision: 11,000. X-ray vision: able to penetrate human bodies. Metal materials and reinforced concrete structures cannot penetrate special metal lead. Super hearing: can capture all sounds within a radius of 11,000 meters. Lifespan: 396 years. Anti-magic constitution. Super brain. Evolution level 11. 5. Microscopic biological star. Development level 1. 5. Energy absorption, energy conversion, energy purification. Energy feedback. Biological transformation magic. Mimicry. Development level 12. Memory fragments. 11. Apart from super speed, flight speed, and the development level of biological transformation magic remaining unchanged, all other data had improved. Interestingly, a new entry for memory fragments was displayed. Memories of her original self, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Marvel Comics were all encapsulated within. As the fragments gradually assembled into a complete picture, Liu Yumei would recall everything. The Superman Man of Steel is inherently a genetically superior individual, and with the passage of time, she had evolved far beyond the version of herself that had just awakened from a cave in Afghanistan. Of course, compared to Silver Superman and Golden Superman, she still had a considerable distance to cover. The path to strength lay ahead, and with bold steps. She believed that one day she would return to her homeland. Unbeknownst to Liu Yumei, during her slumber, the internet erupted once more. Netizens from the Celestial Empire, the West, America, Russia, Japan, and Korea engaged in an unprecedented online battle. The origin of the discussion stemmed from a netizen in the Celestial Empire who posted a video online depicting a female superhero lifting a civil aviation passenger plane to save lives. Captioned, "My superhero, my pride." This statement instantly ignited fervent debate among netizens from various nations. Users from the beautiful nation asserted that the female superhero symbolizes their country and that Lu is its guardian, urging the citizens of the Celestial Empire to show restraint. Unyielding, the Celestial Empire's netizens retorted, "The female superhero saved a civil aviation plane. As it soared over my head, lifted effortlessly, she resembled my hero. Heroes transcend borders." Another enthusiastic user from the beautiful nation proclaimed, "I told you, she is Superman. Look, just like in comics." Meanwhile, netizens from the land of the rising sun expressed hope that the female superhero would come to their nation to combat crime and uphold justice. Users from the land of the morning calm shamelessly claimed that her ancestor was a descendant of the Korean people. Russian netizens extended an invitation for the female superhero to visit Russia to enjoy fine vodka and delectable pickles. Compliments, skepticism, and disputes over nationality ensued. With a multitude of opinions shared, even one individual daring to challenge Lu Yunming. In short, Lu Yunming had once again gained notoriety. Far across the ocean, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, found himself in a quandary. This female superhero garnered attention wherever she went, her prominence overshadowing that of Tony Stark. With an increase in supporters came a notable number of dissenters. After all, anyone witnessing an entity capable of effortlessly lifting hundreds of tons would instinctively feel astonishment. Nick Fury was now contemplating the possibility that the Celestial Empire might seek to court the female superhero, as Lu Yunming possessed American citizenship with Chinese heritage. To mitigate this potentiality and enhance her affinity towards America, he dispatched SHIELD agents to smooth over various connections and even took decisive actions to warn organizations attempting to study the superhero's abilities. Do not even think about it. The subsequent events unfolded naturally. Lu Yunming and Tony were invited to an awards ceremony, where she was bestowed with the honorary title of hero. Tony received a plaque inscribed with the words, "Forever a good friend of the Celestial Empire, Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark." Overjoyed, Tony excitedly informed Lu Yunming that he intended to hang this plaque beside the Stark Industries logo, ensuring all would see it. Coming from wealth, having lacked nothing, this was the first time he received such a momentous gift, despite seemingly contributing little. The banquet proved tedious, with only a few speeches from the upper echelons of the Celestial Empire, followed by mutual toasts. Lu Yunming welcomed all, her fluent Mandarin allowing her to navigate the social waters with ease, making her quite popular, and her superhuman constitution rendering her impervious to intoxication. There was no cliché flirting, nor were there any ill-mannered individuals causing disturbances. It is worth noting that when a person reaches a certain level of strength, respect is often accompanied by an undercurrent of fear. Chapter 41. The atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat oppressive, as high-ranking officials from the Celestial Empire gathered to express their sincere gratitude to the Superwoman. During the harrowing airline disaster, she had demonstrated unparalleled courage, mitigating the impact of the calamity and successfully averting an escalation of public outrage and further threats to national security. In addition to the officials, many esteemed figures from the scientific community were also in attendance, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to meet this legendary heroine. After all, at the forthcoming conference on capabilities hosted by the Divine Spear Bureau, Lu Yunming would be a distinguished guest, and most of these scientists would be participants as well, making it advantageous to become acquainted beforehand for future collaboration. During the banquet, Lu Yunming engaged in lively conversation with several members of the Divine Warrior team. The atmosphere light and convivial. "Lu Yunming, you must go easy on me in the upcoming training. I don't wish to be left incapacitated." Grayston playfully winked, half-jokingly. She genuinely admired the Superwoman, and given their similar ages and compatible personalities, they had developed a friendly rapport. Yet, the thought of Li Yunming's terrifying strength, capable of catching a commercial airliner with her bare hands, made Grace feel it prudent to maintain a safe distance during their exchanges. Rest assured, I shall take this collaboration seriously and not squander Director Zhang's goodwill. Li Yunming feigned seriousness, squeezing her fist, though a hint of a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Her eyes sparkling with cunning. "Oh no, please spare me," Grace exclaimed dramatically, covering her head and feigning despair. "Are you trying to kill me, you devil?" Her exaggerated expressions and antics elicited a wave of laughter from those nearby. At that moment, Tony approached with a glass in hand, exuding charm. "Ladies, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink?" he said with an inviting smile. Grace gracefully raised her glass, clinking it lightly with Tony's before downing it in one swift motion. Tony, however, grimaced at the fiery sensation of the liquor, clearly unaccustomed to its sharpness, and he winced as it settled in his stomach. Yet, he pressed on, for he had been flitting about the banquet hall like a butterfly, inviting his own discomfort. No sooner had he finished his drink than a soldier and another officer approached, offering him more fiery spirits. Tony could only manage a resigned smile, downing another 2 glasses of the potent beverage. Afterward, he stuffed grapes into his mouth, attempting to alleviate the strong effects of the alcohol, his expression a comical sight. Seizing the moment, Tony leaned closer to Li Yunming, lowering his voice. "Li Yun, someone is looking for you. Director Zhang asked me to discreetly inform you. It appears to be a significant figure, with security measures so tight that there are over 50 agents and bodyguards in sight. He had hoped to take the opportunity to plant a listening device on her, but after searching extensively, he found no suitable chance." Li Yunming furrowed her brow slightly, filled with curiosity, yet nodding in acknowledgement as she made her way toward the VIP room of the banquet hall. Activating her X-ray vision, she intended to assess the situation within, only to be astonished to find her gaze unable to penetrate the room. Upon closer inspection, she realized the walls had been treated with special lead metal, evidently designed to counteract her Kryptonian abilities. This revelation only intensified her intrigue. Despite the room being tightly sealed, her exceptional hearing allowed her to discern sounds from within. She could distinctly hear 2 heartbeats and breaths. One heartbeat was slow, indicating an elderly individual, while the other was steady and strong, reminiscent of an athlete or someone rigorously trained. How intriguing, Li Yunming mused with a smirk, deciding to investigate further. Guided by several bodyguards clad in black, she pushed open the door to the VIP room. Inside, a young and an older woman sat anxiously on the sofa, awaiting her arrival. The elder woman, dressed modestly and appearing somewhat weathered, looked to be over 50. Upon seeing Li Yunming enter, she stood up excitedly but halted 3 steps away, her lips quivering as she struggled to find her words. The younger girl, embodying a classic Chinese beauty with willow brows, phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and thin lips, displayed an expression of perfectly measured anticipation. Yet, under Li Yunming's acute hearing, her heartbeat remained remarkably steady, betraying a dissonance between her outward demeanor and inner thoughts. "Aunt Li Yun?" Li Yunming hesitated momentarily before tentatively inquiring. She was not the original Li Yunming and, unfamiliar with the individuals before her, relied on fragmented memories to ascertain their identities. "Little Li Yun." The middle-aged woman's eyes brimmed with tears, stepping forward to grasp Li Yunming's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Li Yunming felt a rush of conflicting emotions, a strange blend of familiarity and strangeness washing over her. That peculiar sensation of blood ties compelled her to lower her guard. "It has been so long since I heard you call me that, Aunt Li Yun," she replied with a gentle smile. In that moment, she finally comprehended why the Celestial Empire had gone to such lengths to arrange such meticulous security measures. Clearly, they were meant to protect her relatives from any potential threats. "Oh, how long it has been since I heard you call me that." Aunt Li Yun gently caressed Li Yunming's cheek, her heart filled with nostalgia. "The last time I saw you, you were a delightful little doll, and now you've grown into a beautiful young woman." As Aunt Li Yun reminisced, her eyes glistened once more. Years ago, her sister, Lucy, had met and married Witterson while studying in America, settling there thereafter. Aunt Leon had often urged her sister to return to their homeland, but each time her pleas were met with rejection. Tragically, Lucci passed away during childbirth, leaving behind the young Lu Yunming. Aunt Leon had tried to bring her niece back home to raise her, but Witterson adamantly refused. It was only many years later, after Witterson's death from heart disease, that Aunt Leon learned of Lu Yunming's whereabouts. "All these years, have you been well?" Aunt Leon asked, her eyes filled with affection. "I am well, Aunt Leon." Lu Yunming responded with a smile, allowing her elder to gently caress her cheek. Though she was not the original Lu Yunming, she could still genuinely feel the warmth of this elder's affection. "Speaking of which, this is your cousin, Lu Qinyu, a once impoverished student I supported, whom I later adopted as my goddaughter." Aunt Leon introduced the young woman behind her with a smile. Lu Yunming cast a knowing glance at her so-called cousin, her eyes glimmering with a hint of playful insight. From the moment she had entered, she had already discerned the true identity of the young woman. "Hello." Lu Qinyu appeared somewhat shy, cautiously greeting her in a soft voice. "Thank you for taking care of my aunt, cousin." Lu Yunming squinted her eyes, deliberately emphasizing the word cousin, her tone laden with subtle implications. She chuckled inwardly, surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone to such lengths, deploying a top operative to masquerade as a mountain village impoverished student seeking familial connection. Such a convoluted scheme indeed. Lu Qinyu lowered her head, her previously steady heartbeat now racing with urgency. She silently lamented that this task assigned by Nick Fury had truly placed her in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lu Yunming, no longer paying her any mind, engaged in casual conversation with Lu Yu. The two conversed for an extended period, reminiscing about the past and discussing the trivialities of their current lives, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. As time gradually slipped away, Lu Yu began to show signs of fatigue. Lu Yunming, ever considerate, arranged for someone to escort her to rest. Lu Qinyu intended to leave alongside them, but was called back by Lu Yunming. "Natasha Romanoff, our first meeting has indeed come as a delightful surprise," she remarked with a playful smile, stepping forward to toy with Natasha's wig, her tone laced with jest and mockery. "All right, I concede," Natasha sighed in resignation, removing her disguise to reveal her signature burgundy locks. "Next time, I shall recommend that the Bureau incorporate lead into the production of synthetic masks." She shrugged, a hint of a weary smile gracing her features. "You are mistaken. I still possess ears," Lu Yunming retorted, snatching the synthetic mask with keen interest, her eyes glinting with mischief. "The superhuman hearing of steel body is no trifling matter. Do enlighten me. What has Nick Fury tasked you with?" Her gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Do not even think about lying. I can see through it." Natasha felt a chill run down her spine, cold sweat trickling down her back. Even as a seasoned agent accustomed to the brink of death, she felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping her, as if the very air had thickened. It was akin to being scrutinized by a top predator. "Fuck, Nick, this is the damned, extremely dangerous mission you insisted I undertake." Her pupils trembled slightly, her expression darkening as she fought the urge to draw her weapon, silently reflecting that indeed, the Woman of Steel was far more complex than she appeared. Chapter 42. The Unbelievable Truth. This marked the first encounter between Lu Yunming and the legendary Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha's cascading wine-red hair shimmered under the lights, exuding an enchanting luster. Her delicate features were adorned with a pair of lively, profound eyes, which radiated an alluring and intellectual charisma, seemingly capable of captivating anyone. Even clad in a simple casual outfit, her innate charm, which emanated from within, remained unmistakable. As Lu Yunming's gaze fell upon Natasha, a series of vague images suddenly flashed through her mind, reminiscent of long-buried memories gradually surfacing from the corners of time, quietly beginning to weave together. With these fragments becoming clearer, Lu Yunming felt her recollection restoring bit by bit, as if a locked door was slowly creaking open. Natasha, without hesitation or concealment, openly divulged the mission she had undertaken. It was not a particularly complex task. To disguise herself as Liu's adopted daughter, to seek an opportune moment to approach Liu Yunming, thereby gathering pertinent intelligence while also assuming the responsibility of caring for the only blood relative of the superheroine in this world. Nick Fury had not provided her with extensive instructions. After all, in his eyes, the superheroine was not an enemy for the time being. This was merely a precautionary measure on his part. However, Natasha's meticulously planned infiltration did not last long. Within a week, her identity was uncovered by the well-trained and experienced agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her actions were thoroughly exposed. Intriguingly, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not disclose this information to Liu Yunming. After recounting her mission in detail, Natasha took a deep breath and stood silently, awaiting Liu Yunming's judgment. She understood that for someone as formidable as Liu Yunming, having a loved one under covert surveillance was intolerable. She was prepared to face any punishment, as long as it was not fatal. Should Liu Yunming decide to strike, she would not surrender easily. Her high-heeled shoes concealed 2 miniature lead powder explosives, capable of obliterating the room if detonated. Although killing the superheroine seemed nearly impossible, creating chaos with those explosives to secure her escape was something she felt confident about. The potential repercussions from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the superheroine's pursuit could be addressed later. Reflecting on Liu Yunming's terrifying power displayed during her confrontation with the abomination in Manhattan, Natasha surmised that her merely enhanced body would likely become a mere heap of unrecognizable flesh in an instant. Yet, Liu Yunming did not respond immediately. Instead, she fell into a prolonged silence. Her attention was completely captivated by the incessantly emerging memory fragments in her mind, as if she were being drawn into a mysterious realm. These fragments gradually coalesced into a more complete image. Although still somewhat disjointed, they were much clearer than before, resembling a puzzle slowly nearing completion. Natasha watched Liu Yunming, puzzled by her silence, attempting to discern any emotional shifts in her expression. However, the superheroine's eyes appeared vacant and lifeless, as if her spirit had momentarily departed from her body, akin to someone who had not yet awakened. Natasha Romanoff, originally Natalia Alienovna Romanova, born in 1984. Liu Yunming suddenly spoke, her tone calm and steady. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, but as a seasoned agent who had weathered countless storms, she quickly regained her composure. She understood that while such information was relatively obscure, it would not be difficult for a being of Liu Yunming's caliber to acquire. Nevertheless, what Liu Yunming said next utterly shocked her. You were once a covert agent for the Soviet Red Room organization, emerging as the elite among 20 similarly trained individuals in that frigid training ground. You meticulously planned and executed numerous assassinations of national leaders and sabotage operations, each showcasing your exceptional skills and decisiveness. Following the Budapest incident, you were inspired by Clint Barton, a Hawkeye, and subsequently joined S.H.I.L.D. Later, through the young girl Antonia, you successfully pinpointed the location of the Red Room's leader, Dreykov, orchestrating an explosion for an assassination. Natasha's complexion drained of color, leaving her pallid. This information was akin to the most core and classified files of S.H.I.L.D., locked away in the deepest, most secure safes, known only to a select few. She fixed her gaze on Liu Yunming, her eyes brimming with caution, and asked in a low, icy tone, "Who exactly are you?" "Supergirl, Homelander, freelance writer, journalist. However, I would prefer that people remember and refer to me by my name." "Liu Yunming," she replied, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. As the conversation deepened, Liu Yunming's mind continued to conjure more memories of the Black Widow. Those agents known as widows were, in fact, orphans gathered from across the globe by Dreykov, some even obtained through illicit trafficking. Dreykov employed cruel psychological manipulation to control these innocent girls, subjecting them to unimaginable training, ultimately transforming them into instruments of assassination. Later, he even developed a chemical control agent that could infiltrate their neural circuits, rendering them incapable of autonomous action, mere puppets to his will. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression grew exceedingly complex. She had meticulously investigated Liu Yunming's past and found her records impeccably clean, as if she were devoid of secrets. Yet, at that moment, the superheroine seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the Red Room's inner workings, even recalling details of her graduation exam, leaving Natasha in profound shock and fear. "Oh, by the way, you have a non-blood sister, Yelena Belova. Do you not intend to rescue her?" Liu Yunmeng remarked meaningfully, her gaze imbued with subtle significance. Natasha fell silent. How she longed to save Yelena, the little sister with whom she had formed a makeshift family in Ohio. Though their initial mission was merely to extract secret documents, she had grown to regard Yelena as her closest kin throughout their time together. Yet, despite employing all of SHIELD's resources, Yelena had vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed in this world. "You have infiltrated the lives of my kin, and I do not intend to blame you. However, as a form of punishment, you are required to assist me in completing a special task, one that only you can fulfill," Liu Yunmeng stated directly, her tone devoid of any room for negotiation. Natasha recognized that she had no right to refuse. She was acutely aware that she was indeed at fault, and Nick Fury would undoubtedly not reject Liu Yunmeng's demands on her behalf. "This task must remain undisclosed to anyone, including all those you are familiar with, especially Nick Fury," Liu Yunmeng warned, reclining on the sofa and lightly shaking her finger, her eyes reflecting a hint of caution. Natasha nodded, outwardly acquiescing, yet inwardly scheming to relay this information through clandestine channels. She harbored profound affection and an unwavering sense of belonging to SHIELD, and would not be easily swayed by a few words from Liu Yunmeng. "Assist me in dismantling the Red Room and eliminating Dreykov." Liu Yunmeng's tone was calm, yet resolute, her gaze revealing an undeniable determination. Natasha couldn't help but furrow her brow, then allowed a hint of a smirk to grace her lips as she retorted, "Miss Superwoman, you may be unaware, but Dreykov completely vanished from this world last January. I personally ensured his departure." Liu Yunmeng chuckled lightly, crossing her legs, her eyes glinting with mockery as she replied, "Oh, that must be disappointing for you. Dreykov is very much alive. He currently lurks in some shadowy corner, utilizing new technology to recruit, train, and control those unfortunate widow agents." "Impossible. I witnessed him perish in the flames. He cannot be alive." Natasha's voice quivered, clearly reluctant to accept Liu Yunmeng's assertions. "Did you find his body?" "Without seeing the corpse, one cannot ascertain his demise," Liu Yunmeng inquired calmly, her gaze exuding a confidence that pierced through every doubt. "It was incinerated. No remains were left." Natasha frowned, her conviction beginning to waver as Dreykov's sinister visage haunted her thoughts. "Dreykov is not so easily slain. Moreover, your nominal mother, Melina, has developed a neurocontrol serum. This serum can infiltrate the brain, allowing direct control over the female agents of the Red Room, rendering them awake in appearance yet entirely devoid of autonomy." Liu Yunmeng's tone remained composed, yet Natasha felt an unsettling chill rise from her core. "This cannot be. Melina has long since perished, and I have killed Dreykov. You are deceiving me." Natasha's emotions began to spiral out of control, unwilling to accept that her past efforts and triumphs were in vain. "The Red Guardian, Alexei, should possess some knowledge. You might consider investigating," Liu Yunmeng suggested, shaking her head with a twinge of pity, as if empathizing with Natasha's long-standing ignorance. "I have connections. I cannot be deceived." Natasha was taken aback. Alexei was her father figure during her temporary stay in Ohio, the one who had once provided warmth and protection. The information that Superwoman possessed was overwhelmingly extensive, enough to instill a chilling dread. If Dreykov truly survived, then her once-cherished victory would be rendered a farcical illusion. "You wouldn't want to see more girls like you, with tragic backgrounds, continue to exist in this world." Liu Yunmeng leaned closer to Natasha, her voice low and ambiguous, as if whispering a secret in her ear. Natasha fell silent. She recognized that she had no alternative but to follow Yunmeng to unveil the hidden truths and dismantle the Red Room, thereby sparing more girl from suffering. Chapter 43. The Secret Service of the former Soviet Union. Ultimately, Natasha chose to comply. The memories of the Red Room were indelibly etched in her mind, a profound agony that manifested as an unrelenting nightmare. The cold walls, the merciless training, and the brutal elimination process acted like a sharp blade, repeatedly slicing open the deepest scars of her heart. In the stillness of the night, she could still hear the anguished cries of those girls, witnessing their figures collapsing in pools of blood. These innocent lives flickered like candle flames in the wind, easily extinguished and ultimately reduced to ashes, forgotten and ignored. If the Red Room still existed, it must be obliterated entirely. She could no longer bear the sight of those girls perishing in internecine training, nor could she tolerate their sacrifice on missions, turning into lifeless corpses, ultimately unclaimed and met with a tragic end. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Natasha's eyes. She knew she must take action, even if it meant confronting that dark past once more. Li Yunming's objective was straightforward: to dismantle the power of the Red Room. The Black Widows, if willing, could continue their work. If not, they were free to leave. She would even offer a severance package and arrange for their future lives. Li Yunming understood that acting alone rendered one vulnerable. Even the mightiest force was merely solitary. She aspired to forge her own faction to confront potential dangers looming ahead. After all, this world is never devoid of enemies, and she required more allies. Tony would likely not refuse the employment of these beautiful, skilled female agents at Stark Industries. She mused with a slight smile, her eyes glinting with cunning. She recognized that although Tony Stark appeared irreverent on the surface, his deep-seated craving for talent had never waned. These Black Widows were undoubtedly the support he required the most. Li Yun, you are not the radiant superhero people perceive you to be, Natasha remarked, rolling her eyes with a hint of teasing. After sharing their innermost thoughts, she felt considerably more relaxed and casual, even beginning to jest in a light-hearted manner. She had no intention of reporting this matter to S.H.I.E.L.D., beyond her apprehension regarding Li Yunming's formidable prowess. She empathized with the sentiment that no espionage organization would easily relinquish such power, rather than surrender it to the government. It was better to allow these widows to choose their own paths. I never claimed to be a good person, did I? Li Yunming raised an eyebrow, responding with intrigue. Her tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. She was indeed not a traditional hero in the grand sense. Yet she was acutely aware of her actions and objectives. Your fans would probably faint in the restroom if they knew you were this kind of superhero, Natasha smiled, playfully teasing. In truth, she knew very well that Li Yunming had saved thousands of lives during the Manhattan incident. She may not be a flawless hero, but she was undoubtedly a competent one. Upon closer interaction, Natasha discovered that Li Yunming was surprisingly amiable, approachable, and genuine, despite harboring her own schemes. This only made her appear more relatable. They didn't pay me to play the role of a great entity. Li Yunming grinned mischievously, a glimmer of mockery in her eyes. She never believed she needed to play any role. She merely acted in accordance with her convictions. When shall we commence our operations? Natasha inquired with a sense of urgency, eager to ascertain the true circumstances surrounding Dreykov, the Red Room, and the widows. Her fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, betraying her internal anxiety. Patience. It is not yet time. We need more strength. Li Yunming waved her hand dismissively, her tone light, yet her gaze bore a hint of gravity. She acknowledged that the Red Room's airborne base hovered within American airspace, and locating this base would not pose much difficulty given her flying speed. However, Dreykov was an exceedingly cunning individual. Having just survived Natasha's assassination attempt, even the death of a decoy would provoke his utmost vigilance. Li Yunming could not ascertain whether Dreykov was hiding within the Red Room's aerial fortress or if he was merely another decoy seated in an office. A cunning fox. Dreykov embodied the notion of a wise rabbit having multiple burrows. Even a lion must exert full effort to catch a rabbit. Thus, Dreykov was no mere rabbit, but a sly old fox. A failed attempt could very well drive him into deeper hiding, making capture increasingly difficult. Hence, without absolute certainty and sufficient preparation, she would not act recklessly. Moreover, Li Yunming recalled the scene from the Black Widow film, where Yelena anticipated Captain America would burst in to rescue them during their training at the Red Room. She resolved to fulfill that young girl's wish. First, she needed to locate the Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been frozen somewhere in the Arctic. This task was not insurmountable. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously searched under Peggy Carter and Howard Stark's leadership, their efforts were thwarted by technological limitations and the harsh Arctic environment, leading to repeated failures. The 21st century heralded an era of burgeoning electronic information, with cutting-edge devices emerging continuously. Utilizing Jarvis's search and detection capabilities, coupled with Stark Industries technology, locating Captain America would only require time. Of course, there were also incremental approaches. She could rescue that bumbling Alexei first, then venture to St. Petersburg to find Melina, who was responsible for researching neural control technology, and deceive the Red Room's guards to infiltrate. The technology Melina possessed could significantly aid the Widow agents. Li Yunming whimsically envisioned the scenario of Steve Rogers encountering Alexei, one a household name as Captain America, the other a former Soviet Red Guardian. How would their opposing stances spark a collision? Ultimately, she decided to have Natasha stand by for now and formulate a plan after her journey to the east. Meanwhile, Natasha could independently investigate any intelligence related to the Red Room, but was not to act on her own. Once certain details and plans were finalized, Li Yunming swiftly departed the banquet hall, while Natasha transformed back into Luin Yu to continue safeguarding Li Yun. In the hotel room, after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol and struggling to keep his eyes open, Tony was instantly alert upon hearing about the Red Room, Black Widow, and Dreykov. In a sense, he was someone who thrived on excitement, and he fully supported the destruction of such a den of horrors. Lie, those widows are precious resources. You can't hoard them all for yourself, Tony said with a merchant's grin, his tone laced with jest, yet his gaze remained earnest. If they are willing, I will arrange suitable positions for them at Stark Industries, with ample compensation. As long as they are amenable, I have no objections. You know I dislike forcing others. Li Yunming shrugged, responding with a sense of resignation. I will take the base of the Red Room. If the widows choose to stay, they may continue their missions. But the neural control must be lifted. Her tone was resolute, a glint of coldness in her eyes. As for those fiercely resistant enemies, it was better not to leave any survivors. Tony's eyes twitched as he recalled the terrifying sight of terrorists being eviscerated by laser beams in an Afghan cave. He nodded in agreement. I'll provide the technology to locate the old ice pop, Tony stated. Deal. Li Yunming smiled slightly, extending her hand to shake on it with Tony. Having reached a consensus with Tony, Li Yunming commenced her journey of supernatural exchanges in China. Daily, Li Yunming would travel to the specialized training grounds of the Spear Bureau to engage in sparring and technical exchanges with members of the function team. During this time, the Spear Bureau collected a considerable amount of data regarding the powers of the female Superman, yet they still could not determine her limits. This left Zhang Xian and the senior officials of the Spear Bureau in awe. In their eyes, Li Yunming's life essence transcended that of ordinary humans. Even those endowed with supernatural abilities appeared as nothing more than robust ants in her presence. This realization solidified the Tianchao's determination to cultivate a favorable relationship with the female Superman. Throughout her stay, Li Yunming also made time to accompany her Aunt Lu Yu on several occasions. Tony suggested relocating her to Los Angeles, but Li Yunming believed that Tianchao was more suitable for Aunt Lu Yu. When she initially agreed to the technical exchanges with the Spear Bureau, her sole condition was the well-being of her blood relative. The Huagua side showed no hesitation. Zhang Xian assured that, without disrupting Aunt Lu Yu's life, dozens of Spear Bureau agents would be on guard around her 24/7. The security measures were akin to those afforded to national leaders, and assistance would be provided in both work and daily life. The visit lasted a full 7 days, culminating in a successful exchange. Members of the function team made notable progress in tactical coordination and power enhancement. After all, the female Superman represented a formidable adversary, akin to a powerful enemy boss. The function team had to strive for excellence under extreme conditions. Such training opportunities were rare, and each member was fully committed to absorbing the experience. Ultimately, amidst a grand farewell from all the members of the Spear Bureau, Li Yunming soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. In gratitude for the female Superman's generosity, the Spear Bureau pledged unwavering support for the Function team, promising assistance at any time and place when needed. Simultaneously, the Spear Bureau established a trade partnership with Stark Industries, deepening mutual exchanges and discussing cutting-edge technology. Tony generously opened a portion of Stark Industries' weapon development technology in appreciation of the Grand Plaque. In response to the support from the SHIELD, Tian Chao expressed a commendable attitude. Lu Yunmeng was indifferent to such rewards. Her primary desire was to assist Tian Chao, a place reminiscent of her homeland. This could be considered a fleeting sentiment she found in this unfamiliar world. It is worth mentioning that Tony resolutely chose to return to America via a private jet, adamantly proclaiming that he would never again engage in rapid long-distance flights in his armor. Racing against the female Superman was an absurd notion, and his muscles still ached from the experience. Natasha's mission, disguised as Lu Qinyu, also came to an end, under the cover of relevant national departments. She publicly accepted an invitation to work as a teacher in Africa, bid farewell to Aunt Luyu, and secretly returned to America. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Tony began secretly searching for Captain America, Steve Rogers. Meanwhile, Natasha evaded the watchful eyes of SHIELD and, using her connections, conducted investigations into potential hiding places for secret agents. After several days of inquiries, she indeed uncovered some clues. Within certain governments and seemingly ordinary private enterprises across various regions of America, there existed dissonance. Some companies appeared not to be profit-driven. Their managing female CEOs frequented high-end gatherings, not to discuss business, but rather to seduce, their behavior highly suspicious. After returning, Lu Yunmeng conducted aerial searches, utilizing her incredible speed of 75 Mach to scour the skies over America. Finally, at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Alaska, she discovered an aerial steel fortress enveloped by a massive, peculiar cloud. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, and a slight smile graced her lips. Red House, I am your long-awaited master. Chapter 44. During the mission, the aerial fortress of the Red House, a clandestine organization, loomed in the sky like a colossal steel beast, both imposing and enigmatic. Its vast structure was astonishing, rising over 500 meters with a diameter exceeding 1,000, resembling a small city suspended among the clouds. This stronghold maintained its lofty position through a turbo anti-gravity system and high-fuel propulsion. Cloaked in thick fog, it exuded a mountainous sense of oppression. Li Yunmeng floated silently in the distance, her figure merging seamlessly with the surrounding mist, akin to a silent specter. Enveloped in a biological force field, combined with the interference from mutated biological energy, her presence went undetected. Her eyes shimmered with a faint energy glow, a blend of supervision and X-ray capability. She effortlessly penetrated layers of fog and solid steel walls, imprinting the internal structure of the Red House's fortress into her mind. With her ears slightly vibrating, she captured every subtle sound in the air. The echoes allowed her to discern the virtual illusions created by holographic projections. The combination of her supervision and X-ray sight enabled her to disregard all external obstructions. In her perception, the aerial fortress resembled a skinned frog, with all its secrets laid bare. The complex housed an array of facilities: a Black Widow training ground, weapons arsenal, fighter jet hangar, chemical laboratory, engine room, medical bay, central control room, monitoring room, and a confinement prison, a self-sufficient micro-kingdom. Yet, Li Yunmeng furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping through the fortress's interior, unable to locate Dreykov's office from her memory. This is peculiar, Li Yunmeng murmured softly, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. Dreykov's office was substantial, spanning over 200 square meters with a height exceeding 3 meters. Logically, it should be quite conspicuous. However, no matter how diligently she searched, that office seemed to have vanished without a trace. Various possibilities flashed through her mind. Could it be that the timeline was incorrect? Perhaps Dreykov's office did not yet exist? She recalled the timeline of Natasha Romanoff's first encounter with a mimic master, which was around 2016. And the subsequent event of persuading Melina to infiltrate the Red House occurred 8 years later. Clearly, Dreykov's aerial fortress had been planned for quite some time. The logistical facilities appeared thoroughly equipped, far beyond what could be constructed in just a year or two. Wait, a height exceeding 3 meters. A sudden realization sparked in Liu Yunming's mind. She concentrated her X-ray vision, scanning the upper levels of the fortress meticulously. Indeed, she discovered a flaw. The floor between the top and bottom levels was unusually thick, reinforced with a staggering 12 layers of composite steel. Below it lay the weapons arsenal, housing a plethora of ammunition and flammable materials, with the steel plating designed to prevent dangerous explosions from affecting other areas. This structure seemed reasonable, but was easily overlooked. Liu Yunming keenly detected the anomaly. Upon closer inspection of the composite steel plates, she found that soundproofing and shock-absorbing materials had been employed between them. Yet, these so-called soundproofing and shock-absorbing materials were impervious to her X-ray vision. The answer was evident. These materials were infused with lead, given lead's hardness and weight. It was unsuitable for use in explosion-proof composite steel. Thus, this was evidently a meticulously crafted smokescreen. In reality, it concealed an unknown space entirely wrapped in explosion-proof composite steel and lead, very likely Dreykov's office. What a cunning old fox! Liu Yunming's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. She realized that Dreykov had likely begun disguising his office with lead elements the moment she, this superwoman, entered the public eye. Such caution and cunning were worthy of admiration. However, it also presented her with a new dilemma. She could not ascertain whether Dreykov was hiding within that office unless she forcefully entered. Yet, if he were absent, such an action would undoubtedly alert the old fox, prompting him to retreat further, perhaps disappearing entirely from sight. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Yunming resolved to bide her time. She discreetly placed the miniature smart locator device that Tony Stark had given her onto the exterior wall of the Red House fortress, then silently departed from the skies over Alaska. Now that the specific location was confirmed, her next task was to orchestrate a flawless operation to dismantle this den of iniquity entirely. Meanwhile, on the Arctic ice fields, the biting cold and raging blizzard enveloped the expanse, visibility plummeting. 3 icebreakers emblazoned with Stark Industries insignia struggled through the tempest, while 5 helicopters and 25 reconnaissance drones circled above, and a red-gold steel suit maneuvered adeptly through the snowstorm. Sir, according to the data, Captain America, Steve Rogers, crashed in the Arctic region in March 1945 while piloting a Hydra heavy bomber. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony Stark's ear. SHIELD had dispatched multiple search teams for a thorough search, but had only recovered fragments of the aircraft, with no sign of Steve Rogers' body. Tony Stark, clad in his 4 Malawian Quachas armor, gazed through the visor at the icy terrain below. His voice was calm and resolute. Jarvis, continue scanning. Focus on that vibranium shield. Its metallic signature will undoubtedly be the most prominent signal in the Arctic ice. Jarvis responded once more. Sir, considering the unpredictable climate of the Arctic Ocean, including melting glaciers, blizzards, and ocean currents, the environment has likely undergone significant changes. I recommend expanding the search radius at least tenfold. Tony nodded, maneuvering the suit in a circle as he continued to scan the ice beneath him. Since Liu Yun had mentioned that Captain America was still alive, he firmly believed that this old soldier was indeed still among the living. To that end, he was willing to invest heavily in a fleet for oceanic exploration and research. Although Jarvis's analysis was sound, Tony's intuition told him that Liu Yunming would not deceive him. In the frigid environment, coupled with the effects of the super soldier serum, it was entirely plausible that Captain America could be in a state of suspended animation. This old coot might just be hibernating somewhere in the ice, Tony mused quietly. However, the vastness of the Arctic ice presented a significant challenge, and the search was not progressing smoothly. 10 days passed with Tony discovering only a few rare sea fish and polar bears, with no other leads. His mood grew increasingly anxious, bordering on despondent. He sighed in resignation, continuing to pilot the suit deeper into the Arctic expanse. Liu Yun, you certainly know how to stir up trouble for me, Tony chuckled bitterly. shaking his head. It was a first for a brilliant inventor, billionaire, and Iron Man to personally engage in such laborious tasks. In a distant, underground secret base of the Spear Bureau on the Eastern Continent, within the Electronic Information Processing Center office. Director, we have discovered that the engine of Flight CY-3462 was tampered with. The imposing figure of the Ravager felt out of place in the room. Have you identified the culprit? Zhang Xian's eyes darkened as he stood before the observation glass, his piercing gaze directed at the other, inquiring gravely. The secret investigators have all been silenced. The last message received contained only a single image. The Ravager expressionlessly handed over an old-fashioned manila envelope. Zhang Xian took the envelope, extracted the paper within, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Subsequently, he ignited the envelope and the letter with a lighter, watching them burn to ashes. Remember, to the outside world, this incident never occurred. Zhang Xian sternly gazed at the assailant, imparting a calm, yet firm, admonition. Internally, you will investigate. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to speak slowly. Understood. Meanwhile, in the secluded woods on the outskirts of St. Petersburg, Russia, a farm nestled in a depression exuded an eerie silence. Melina sat before her computer, meticulously adjusting the composition and dosage of the neurochemical agents. Her gaze was composed and focused, reminiscent of a finely tuned machine. 13 years prior, after Alexei acquired a mysterious biological code in ASHILD laboratory in Ohio, Melina, under Dreykov's directive, commenced her research into electronic control over biological entities. After years of experimentation, the first batch of specially controlled Black Widow agents finally came to fruition. They were cold-blooded, efficient, and possessed extraordinary skills, executing various assassination and infiltration missions under the influence of the agents. This method of neural control gradually supplanted the original psychological suggestion and brainwashing techniques. However, Melina's heart was far from tranquil. She had heard whispers of Natasha's betrayal, having been subverted by SHIV to orchestrate an explosive attack against Dreykov. This news stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Although she had once formed a false family with Natasha and Yelena for the sake of their work, Melina had genuinely lived alongside these two children. To claim she felt no affection would be a lie, yet she dared not let such sentiments overshadow her duties. Melina, also a former widow agent, had endured similar tragic experiences, having her reproductive organs removed and subjected to psychological conditioning. She knew too well the torment these two children would face. Yet what could she do? Melina felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, the signal device on her desk erupted with a piercing alarm. Startled, Melina swiftly abandoned her work, retrieving a heavy sniper rifle from a nearby room and positioning herself by the window, scanning the distance. The alarm indicated an incursion around the farm. Her eyes sharpened, her finger poised delicately on the trigger, ready to engage in battle. However, just as she adjusted the scope, darkness enveloped her vision. She abruptly lifted her head to find, inexplicably, a blonde woman clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cloak had appeared in the room, cheerfully covering the lens of her scope. Melina's reflexes were swift. She lunged forward, only to kick at empty air. The blonde woman moved laterally with an ethereal grace, defying the laws of physics, evading the strike. Melina soon realized that her sniper rifle had inexplicably transformed into a twisted, deformed stick. Melina's heart raced, recognizing that only those with supernatural abilities could achieve such feats. Relax, Melina, I mean you no harm. Lian Meng raised her hands in a gesture of peace, her demeanor unthreatening, as she smiled and spoke. A flicker of caution danced in Melina's eyes. She understood that the woman before her was not to be underestimated. Chapter 45, waiting Melina sat rigidly in her chair, her head bowed, fixating on her restless hands that fidgeted with unease. An intangible pressure enveloped her, rendering her hesitant to lift her gaze forward. The surrounding air seemed to congeal, stifling and oppressive, with only the sound of her own rapid heartbeat echoing in her ears. Before her stood the renowned female superhero, the most celebrated supernatural being of the moment. It was said that she possessed immense power, wielding multiple superhuman abilities. Her indomitable physique instilled despair in any adversary who faced her. She had been pivotal in the Manhattan Incident and the catastrophic air disaster in the capital of the Eastern Celestial Empire, where her heroic presence had turned tide. Many scientists coveted the superheroine's extraordinary strength, eager to procure her DNA for research, and the Red Room was no exception. Dreykov, the master of the Red Room, lusted after her powers, yet refrained from sending his widow agents to attack. He lurked in the shadows like a vampire bat, silently observing her, biding his time. After all, the Red Room was utterly defenseless against her nearly invincible force. Melina, a retired widow agent who had distanced herself from that life for years, was now engrossed in research. She could not fathom why the superheroine had sought her out. However, the reason would soon become evident. At that moment, the creaking of the farm's gate announced an arrival. Natasha entered first, followed by the portly Alexei. "What?" Melina gasped, unable to contain her astonishment as she rose to her feet. She could scarcely believe that she would reunite with Alexei at this very moment and place. In her memory, Alexei had been imprisoned in a secret Russian facility for offending Dreykov, and she had not heard from him since. "Oh, Melina, it's been so long. I miss you dearly," Alexei exclaimed as he rushed to embrace her, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his voice choked with emotion as if he wished to pour out all his longing. Natasha stood nearby, her expression one of disdain as she rolled her eyes. Were it not for Lu Yunming mentioning that Yelena would be delighted to see Alexei, she would never have ventured into the prison to rescue this imbecile. The Siberian prison was notorious for its harsh conditions, and it had taken her considerable effort to uncover its exact location. Well, charging in with heavy artillery to rescue a hardened criminal hardly required my skills. I merely needed to prepare the escape tools and keep watch, she thought to herself, reflecting on the failed attempt to steal S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence in Ohio. Alexei's family had fled to an island airport, while 12-year-old Natasha and 5-year-old Yelena had been handed over to Dreykov, where they underwent brutal training in the Red Room to become agents. Natasha had always harbored resentment towards Alexei for not intervening back then, which led her to punch him squarely in the nose when she rescued him from prison. Thankfully, Alexei, a former Soviet super soldier known as the Red Guardian, only felt a momentary sting. He was uninjured. Prison life had left Alexei despondent, and in response to Natasha's punch, he merely chuckled before launching into an endless monologue about how much he missed everyone. "Lu Yunming, I believe your plan is unnecessary. It serves no purpose." Natasha, unable to tolerate the sight of Alexei and Melina's affectionate exchange, remarked with a hint of frustration as she approached the door. "With you and me, we can dismantle the Red Room without any additional complications." "Huh, you wouldn't want to miss the showdown between the Soviet Red Guardian and Captain America, would you?" "I certainly wouldn't," Lu Yunming replied with a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling with cunning. "You truly are delightfully wicked. For me, the priority lies in eliminating Dreykov, rescuing Yelena and the other widows, and obliterating the Red Room. Everything else pales in comparison," Natasha retorted with an eye roll, her tone infused with exasperation. "You understand what those girls yearn for. During your suffering in the Red Room, did you never dream of a superhero coming to your rescue?" Lu Yunming said with a knowing squint, her words laden with significance. "I did, perhaps someone like Captain America or this pig before me," Natasha replied, glancing at Alexei with resignation. Unlike Yelena, Natasha had spent time in the Red Room before posing as a family to gather information. Back then, she longed for a happy family, but that was merely an illusion. The past was not entirely fabricated. Often, individuals were ensnared by circumstances beyond their control. Melina felt powerless to resist, and Alexei was similarly incapable of opposing their fate. Yet they remained loyal to their country, albeit indirectly causing harm to children. Dreykov, a man who regarded human life as expendable, was utterly unforgivable and deserving of severe punishment. "Well then, I hope Captain America turns this pig into a pig's head," Natasha scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Alexei. In truth, she recognized the reluctance and helplessness reflected in Melina's eyes when she had been taken by the Red Room. "Melina, this is the superheroine capable of keeping former Soviet officials awake at night," Alexei declared, leading Melina before Li Yunming, earnestly introducing her while leaning in to whisper, "Don't provoke her. I can't contend with her." He recalled how effortlessly the superheroine had smashed through prison doors as if tearing through a piece of paper, unleashing blinding beams of light to cleave solid watchtowers in twain and braving RPGs and close combat artillery. It was utterly staggering compared to her. Alexei even doubted the authenticity of his own supposed superpowers. Li Yunming, listening to Alexei's words, nearly burst into laughter, finding him endearingly foolish. "I'm not unaware," Melina replied softly with a smile. When Tony Stark was kidnapped, the superheroine single-handedly decimated a horde of terrorists. The Red Room had been monitoring her even then. Later, she showcased her prowess in space, battled the Abomination and experimental troops in New York, and heroically lifted a passenger plane in the capital to save lives. Her deeds are known across the globe. "Are you planning to destroy the Red Room?" Melina inquired, her gaze steady and resolute as she addressed the group. "That is where my nightmare began, and it shall also be where it concludes, Mother Melina." Natasha spoke in a low voice, laced with a chilling intensity. The superheroine's speed is unparalleled. Even radar cannot keep pace with her. The defenses of the Red Room are futile. She could obliterate it in mere minutes. "Why seek my assistance?" Melina asked, raising her hands in confusion. She had studied the superheroine's capabilities and understood her powers far exceeded those of ordinary humans. In truth, she wished to remain uninvolved, desiring only a tranquil life. "This is part of the plan. Yelena wishes to see you and me act together," Alexei explained. Having learned of the plan and reflecting on the debts owed to the children, he resolved to participate, realizing he had nowhere else to go. Becoming a hero was a welcome notion. "Very well, I shall join. Shall we depart now?" Melina finally declared after a prolonged silence, her resignation evident. Observing the current momentum, she realized that refusing would likely leave her with no escape. She had no other choice. She was aware of the location of the Red Room's aerial base and wished to liberate those girls trapped within. Previously, she had deemed Dreykov invincible. Now, with a superheroine as her ally, the situation had shifted. She felt she might merely need to handle logistical support. "Not yet. We must wait for our comrades to arrive," Li Yunming said casually as she poured herself a glass of water and settled onto the couch. She needed to ascertain Dreykov's whereabouts within the Red Room's airborne fortress, as well as Yelena's and the other widows' positions. Prior reconnaissance had failed to locate Yelena, indicating she had likely been deployed elsewhere. Melina's confusion deepened. With the superheroine's immense power, did they truly require additional allies? "We are awaiting Captain America. Yelena has idolized him since childhood. His appearance would bring her great joy," Natasha replied, her gaze fixed on Melina as she spoke slowly. "Captain America is still alive?" Melina's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression incredulous. Who could possibly believe that? Everyone knows Captain America perished in 1945. How could there be a Captain America now? He hasn't died. He's frozen in some corner of the Arctic. The super soldier serum has slowed his metabolism to a near standstill. So all we need to do is locate him and thaw him out, Natasha recounted, her expression impassive as she relayed the information she had gleaned from Tony Stark. Other matters pose little difficulty, yet this particular point eludes her comprehension. It appears less like intelligence and more akin to clairvoyance. However, considering the advanced technological prowess wielded by Tony Stark, she refrains from probing further, knowing that the outcome will soon reveal itself. Time is of the essence, for Yelena is on the verge of her graduation assessment. Melina casts a surprised glance at Natasha, opting not to inquire further, and nods, revealing the crucial information directly. Natasha's expression darkens instantly as the harrowing memories of the Red Room's brutal graduation trials resurface. Dreykov cast 20 girls into a desolate wilderness, providing supplies for only one, compelling them to turn against one another, and before graduation. He would even remove their uteruses and fallopian tubes. She cannot bear the thought of Yelena enduring such horrors. A tinge of bitterness swells within Melina as she recalls her own days in the Red Room, those moments of training and manipulation resembling an unending nightmare. Despite having distanced herself for years, those memories remain inseparable. The emergence of the female superhero and the impending mission to dismantle the Red Room evoke a tumult of emotions within her. On one hand, she longs to assist those still ensnared within the Red Room. On the other, she fears being ensnared in peril once more. Yet, upon witnessing Natasha's resolute gaze and Alexei's earnest, albeit clumsy, demeanor, a surge of courage begins to swell within her. Most importantly, this time Dreykov has encountered an unyielding adversary. Or rather, this formidable opponent has come to him. Attracting the attention of the female superhero has rendered Dreykov's fortune utterly dismal. Meanwhile, Natasha, observing Alexei and Melina, allows her thoughts to wander. She reflects on the suffering she and Yelena endured in the Red Room. Every training session, every injury, etching scars upon her heart. Her hatred for Dreykov burns like an unquenchable flame, never extinguished. In this endeavor, she is determined to make the Red Room pay for its transgressions and rescue Yelena and her sisters. As for Alexei, though she feigns disdain, a complex sentiment brews deep within her. After all, they once shared a fabricated family experience. Those memories, though laced with deception, are not devoid of joy. Liu Yunmeng sits quietly on the couch, observing the reactions of those around her. She understands that this mission is not insurmountable. Yet Dreykov is far from a fool, cunning and ruthless. Natasha's previous failure to eliminate Dreykov stemmed largely from his acute sense of danger, having prepared a decoy in advance. The wait is agonizing, until the sudden ring of a cell phone shatters the silence. Chapter 46. The thawed popsicle. Hey Lou, guess what I found? The moment the call connected, Tony's eager voice reverberated through, brimming with undeniable excitement. A vibranium shield emblazoned with a star? Liu Yunmeng slightly lifted her eyelids, sitting up from the sofa with a hint of a smile, her tone light and teasing. Come on, Liu, you ruined the whole surprise. Tony's displeasure was palpable, his voice rising an octave, tinged with clear complaint. All right, it's my fault. I'll treat you to hot pot next time. Liu Yunmeng chuckled, a soothing note in her voice. Okay, I want the spicy pepper broth, and be sure to add extra fresh duck blood and lotus root. Tony's tone immediately softened, even carrying a hint of anticipation. Ever since he had tasted authentic Sichuan hot pot at Liu Yunmeng's home, it had secured the second spot on his favorite foods list, just behind cheeseburgers. We unearthed an old popsicle, a frozen Captain America, along with a shield. There was a teasing lilt in Tony's voice, almost sarcastic. Fortunately, Steve Rogers, that old fool, is probably still alive. Truly, a testament to the super soldier serum that created such a remarkable warrior. All right, Tony, although Howard had much praise for Steve, you are quite impressive yourself, Liu Yunmeng remarked with a smirk, her tone playful. No, I am far superior, Tony quickly retorted, but soon realized something was amiss. Wait, Liu, how did you know my father spoke highly of the old popsicle? Only children resort to belittling others to elevate themselves. Haha, Tony, Captain America did not provoke you. Liu Yunmeng laughed, revealing a set of bright white teeth, her tone laced with mockery. Well, I concede you are correct. Tony acknowledged, a hint of defiance in his voice. I shall thaw him out immediately. I want to see if Captain America is truly as noble as they say. As their conversation concluded, Liu Yunmeng tucked the specialized phone into her battlesuit pocket. Finding Captain America was great news for her. The formal annihilation plan for the Red Room could officially commence. Steve Rogers' life could be described as legendary, with a character beyond reproach. He was the only superhero in the Marvel Universe devoid of a dark side. From a frail youth to the formidable Captain America, he became the embodiment of hope for countless individuals. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his life for his country, freezing in ice for decades, missing out on his one true love. Integrity, kindness, courage, resilience, responsibility, sacrifice, and dedication were all vividly embodied in Captain America. His character inspired everyone in battle, fortifying the resolve of his comrades. Captain America did not possess the aura of being evenly matched against any foe, strong or weak. Rather, he consistently gave his all, creating miracles, however fleeting. The super soldier serum enhanced human genes and physique, but could not amplify the essence of one's heart. Yet, Steve Rogers was a man of noble character and immense inner strength. Such perfection often alienated some, leading them to find Captain America's persona unrealistic. Yet in this world, he undeniably represented the finest ally, someone to whom one could safely entrust their back. Liu Yongming had managed to locate Steve Rogers 5 years ahead of time, forcefully altering the timeline. While this could not amend past regrets, it could allow him to acclimate to modern society more swiftly. Typically, Peggy Carter had 8 more years to live. Perhaps Steve could seize this opportunity to spend more time with his long-lost love. "Have you found Captain America?" Natasha approached, her tone laced with curiosity. "Yes, you surely will not regret meeting him." Liu Yongming nodded, her tone meaningful. Natasha tilted her head, non-committal. She had heard numerous tales of Captain America even before joining SHIELD. Her younger sister, Yelena, idolized him. Nearby, Alexei's ears perked up, his face breaking into a not-so-intelligent grin. Once political adversaries as the Red Guardian of the former Soviet Union, he yearned for an opportunity to clash on the battlefield with Captain America, rather than lurking as a spy to pilfer classified documents, ultimately finding himself imprisoned for reasons unknown. A man should fight head-on. With the assistance of Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan, combined with the cutting-edge technology from Stark Industries, the process of thawing Captain America progressed smoothly. However, Tony's activities in the Arctic did not entirely escape the watchful eyes of SHIELD. The following day, Coulson appeared at their door, eager to uncover what Tony had discovered in the Arctic, only to be skillfully deflected. Tony fabricated a story about Stark Industries establishing a high-tech research station in the Arctic, leaving Coulson no choice but to report back to Nick Fury. Liu Yongming preferred to delay SHIELD's contact with Captain America. He needed time to adjust to his environment and truly showcase himself on the upcoming stage. Steve Rogers' normal heartbeat resumed in just 2 days. A week later, in the private medical facility overseen by Tony, Steve slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the individuals standing by his bedside, he wore a look of bewilderment, instinctively sitting up to search for his shield. "Wait, Captain, please don't be alarmed. Don't make any sudden moves. We can communicate." Tony stepped back, waving his hands in a hurry. He had no desire to be struck. He wasn't armored yet, and his physical prowess could not match that of the super soldier serum-enhanced Captain America. Steve remained expressionless and silent, muscles taut, eyes filled with vigilance as he scrutinized his surroundings. He soon realized he was surrounded by unfamiliar high-tech equipment. The room's decor was avant-garde, with many devices he couldn't even name. This led him to momentarily question whether he had fallen into the hands of Hydra after crashing his plane into the ocean. After all, in early 1945, World War II had not yet concluded, and Hydra had not been entirely eradicated. "Hello, Captain. It's a pleasure to meet you. I will explain everything, and then you can verify it at your leisure. Please remain calm, all right?" Liu Yongming approached, her tone gentle. Steve's gaze locked onto the strikingly beautiful young woman before him. Yet he kept his fists clenched, becoming even more alert. But for reasons unknown, he sensed an instinctive certainty that he could not overpower her. Despite her youth, she exuded a formidable presence, akin to a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. His super soldier serum-enhanced body was sending alarm signals, warning him that this young woman was exceedingly dangerous. After a moment, he nodded, maintaining a defensive posture on the hospital bed, ready to spring into action. Liu Yongming offered a subtle smile before beginning to narrate the entire saga. In 1945, Captain Rogers piloted a Hydra bomber, crashing it into the Arctic Ocean, thwarting Hydra's plot to unleash nuclear devastation upon cities. That same year, World War II officially concluded, with Nazi Germany and Japan surrendering unconditionally. In 1949, SHIELD was officially established, with Peggy Carter and Howard Stark serving as founding members, remaining active in their roles. During this time, they exerted immense effort to locate Steve Rogers, ultimately failing. This resulted in Captain America being trapped in deep freeze for over 60 years, only recently resurfacing. Upon hearing that he had been in slumber for over 60 years, Rogers was enveloped in disbelief. He rose to his feet, intent on proving that this was a wretched ruse, yet the modern cityscape outside rendered him utterly speechless. "I missed an appointment," Steve finally uttered, his expression forlorn. After what felt like an eternity, he had come to accept the bizarre reality before him, although it felt profoundly surreal. "Indeed, it is regrettable, Captain, but one must look forward, mustn't one?" Lu Yunming remarked softly, maintaining her distance. "Thank you for saving me." Steve turned to offer a salute, but upon realizing that none present were military personnel, he instead inclined slightly, speaking with earnestness. "In fact, it was Tony Stark who found you and brought you back," Lu Yunming said, pulling the somewhat hesitant Tony from behind her and introducing him with a smile. "His father was Howard Stark. I believe you should be quite familiar with him." Steve gazed at the middle-aged Tony, recognizing the unmistakable resemblance to Howard in his features. He was taken aback that Howard's child had grown so much. He wondered how Howard was faring. The sensation of seeing his old friend's son, who appeared older than himself, was quite peculiar. "My father passed away many years ago," Tony replied awkwardly, pride evident in his tone. "Captain, you merely look youthful. In reality, you are a 90-year-old man. While I am just precocious." "I am sorry." Rogers raised an eyebrow, sensing an inexplicable animosity from his friend's son. However, his mind was too tumultuous to dwell on such matters. The years of slumber had caused him to miss so much. The war had been won, and familiar faces had vanished. Friends had perished, and loved ones had aged. He had intended to see Peggy immediately, but the thought of her being over 90 filled him with a sudden, profound panic. Missing an appointment was a grievous affair, and Steve felt utterly unprepared to face his beloved. Meanwhile, Natasha exchanged glances with Alexei, her eyes clearly conveying the message, "You fool. Can't you see the situation and refrain from causing trouble?" Alexei appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he complied, aware that Captain America was about to awaken. He had specially donned his Red Guardian's battle attire to be present. Melina gazed at the ceiling, feigning ignorance, for everyone knew how foolish it would be to propose a duel at such a moment. "Captain, your awakening serves a purpose." Lu Yunming approached, her tone serious. "What do you require of me?" Steve nodded, adopting a grave demeanor as he inquired directly. Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. He could not fathom that these individuals had excavated him from the Arctic merely for photographs and autographs. "We had originally planned for you to recuperate for a month. But alas, time does not wait, and there are those who await your rescue," Lu Yunming stated solemnly, without any veil of pretense. Chapter 47. The assault begins following this. Lu Yunming elaborated on all the intelligence concerning the secret Soviet organization known as the Red Room, including its historical development and origins. The details were exceptionally vivid within her fragmented memories. The Red Room's operations were extensive, encompassing assassination, infiltration, intelligence gathering, financial market disruption, and manipulation of certain state officials. This organization posed a significant threat globally, comparable in danger to the infamous Hydra. This was precisely the compelling reason to dismantle the secretive organization. "I concur. The Red Room must be eradicated," Captain Rogers stated firmly after a moment of silence, imagining a cadre of exceptionally skilled female operatives, adept in assassination and various specialized techniques lurking nearby, made him feel profoundly uneasy. This starkly contradicted the ideals of peace and freedom that Captain America championed. Moreover, if action were not taken now, countless innocent girls could be coerced into joining this soulless organization, a scenario Steve could not bear to witness. Had he not enlisted to defeat Nazi Germany and enable people to live in tranquility and security? "Excellent, Captain. I have prepared a specialized combat suit for you," Tony declared with pride, clapping his hands together. "Jarvis, please present it to Captain America." "Yes, sir," responded Jarvis in his mechanical voice. A metallic door in the private medical facility opened, revealing a transparent glass case. Lu Yunming glanced at the blue, white, and red attire within and praised, as expected from Tony. "The design is both aesthetically pleasing and highly functional." This combat suit had been crafted by Tony after locating Captain Rogers. Constructed from the same material as her Homeland combat suit, heat-resistant, bulletproof, durable, and remarkably flexible. Ah, and here is the shield, Tony exclaimed, lifting a black cloth from a table to reveal the familiar vibranium shield. My father crafted this for you. We unearthed it from the glacier alongside you. It should feel quite natural to wield. Although Tony coveted the vibranium material, its scarcity was a lamentable fact. Jarvis had yet to identify any vibranium mines on the African continent, leaving the current Iron Man armor reliant on titanium alloy, which lacked the durability and defensive capabilities of vibranium. Thank you, Stark, Steve acknowledged with a nod, his gratitude evident. He caressed the red, white, and blue shield emblazoned with a star, seemingly rekindling that fervent spirit within him. What are we waiting for? Let us take action. His gaze turned resolute. As long as he remained committed to justice, his fervor would never wane. Captain, you may need to undergo recovery training. After all, your body has just awakened from cryogenic sleep, and you might experience some fatigue, Natasha suggested rationally, her brow furrowing. The Widow and the Red Room's elite forces were formidable, arguably more challenging than the soldiers of Nazi Germany or Hydra. After a moment of contemplation, Steve deemed her assessment valid. He had not fought against post-World War II adversaries of the 21st century and thus was unaware of their strength. If Natasha was correct, he indeed needed to acclimate to the current combat environment. Over the next 3 days, Tony opened Stark Industries training facilities, recruiting numerous elite security personnel as sparring partners for Captain America, aiding him in regaining his physical prowess. Natasha participated as well, but after a few encounters, she conceded defeat. She found Steve's strength overwhelming. Her grappling techniques were ineffective against him. Furthermore, Steve's resilience and recuperative abilities were extraordinary, as the super soldier serum endowed him with a robust physique, allowing him to recover swiftly from significant blows. Yet, as an opponent, Captain America's punches were nothing short of a nightmare. Natasha, an elite among elites within the Black Widow agents, possessed striking resilience and agility. However, during training, she inadvertently received a kick to the abdomen, nearly losing her breath. This was a result of Steve going easy on her. She concluded that in terms of close-quarters combat, Captain America held an inherent advantage. The Black Widow's and Red Room's elite forces would likely struggle to pose a threat to him. Interestingly, Alexei also participated in the training sessions. He refrained from revealing his true identity, instead sparring with Steve, only to receive a thorough beating and find himself unable to rise for some time. Despite both being recipients of the super soldier serum, the two displayed considerable differences in combat experience and tenacity. Melina, Tony, and Liu Yunming did not engage in the training. While Melina also hailed from a Black Widow background, she had not fought seriously in ages, spending most of her time in research. Tony, self-aware of his limitations, knew that his meager skills would only result in failure. As for donning the Mark armor, he took pride in not bullying an elder. Liu Yunming, with her superior capabilities, had no need for excessive combat techniques. Even without employing her biological transformation magic, her sheer physical prowess coupled with her spectral speed rendered all present inadequate to challenge her. Perhaps only an enraged Hulk could match her in combat. Meanwhile, Jarvis continually utilized satellite surveillance and signal locators affixed to the Red Room's aerial fortress to pinpoint Yelena's location, avoiding unforeseen complications. Finally, after 3 days, "Sir, I have intercepted communications indicating that Miss Yelena is about to undergo her graduation examination at the Red Room. They are planning to send a group of Black Widow trainees to the Siberian tundra." Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated through the communication earpiece. "Liu Yunming, we must act now," Tony said gravely, reviewing the satellite feedback. "Captain Rogers, are you prepared?" Liu Yunming nodded impassively, glancing towards Steve, who was diligently training, sweat glistening on his brow. The sight of Captain America's muscular physique exuded explosive power, catching Natasha's eye more than once. Melina's gaze widened, leaving Alexei visibly frustrated. "What? I'm just looking." Melina arched an eyebrow, raising her hands in exasperation. I used to be just as muscular," Alexei muttered under his breath, glancing down at his own belly and resolving to lose weight henceforth. "I'm always ready," Steve declared, tossing the towel into the basket with determination. Even though he had just awakened from cryogenic sleep and had yet to regain peak condition, He was prepared to engage with these criminals for an entire day. Tony assembled the 4 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man armor, outfitting it with firepower suppression external components. Natasha donned the Widow's Bite, a pair of high-tech gloves capable of deploying tear gas, electric shocks, and micro-explosives. She also equipped herself with a pair of NA Guardian pistols, compact and metallic silver in color, chambered in .38 caliber, easily concealable and possessing formidable penetration capabilities, specifically designed for female operatives. Melina's equipment was similar to Natasha's, with the distinction that she wielded an electric baton. The plan this time was to deceive the Red Room's guards and infiltrate the aerial fortress, making her gear relatively simplistic. With so many superheroes present, there was no need for unnecessary complexity. Her sole mission was to confirm Dreykov's identity and location, then assist Iron Man in breaching the aerial fortress's central control system. Alexei requested a large-caliber shotgun and a shield made of titanium alloy from Tony. Although he had suffered defeat in the combat trial, he resolved to reclaim his honor during this mission. Once everyone was prepared, they boarded the newly developed Quinjet from Stark Industries. Given that armed helicopters could not reach the altitude of the Red Room's aerial fortress, and fighter jets were incapable of personnel transport, Tony activated this latest military product designed to exploit the American government. The Quinjet's inspiration can be traced back to the 1960s in Britain, specifically to a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft known as the Harrier jet. In the 1980s, SHIELD, NASA, and the United States Air Force collaborated on the recovery of the Tesseract, launching the ambitious Pegasus project. Howard Stark, one of the founders of SHIELD, was also involved in this research endeavor. The Quinjet emerged as one of the technological fruits of this initiative. Despite Howard's passing in 1995, the technological legacy he left at Stark Industries remained substantial. Utilizing his brilliant intellect, Tony enhanced the initial Quinjet prototype, giving birth to this groundbreaking multifunctional aircraft. While similar to the Quinjet used by SHIELD, its technological trajectory diverged somewhat. The Pegasus project emphasized formidable firepower and combat capabilities, whereas Stark Industries focused on the aircraft's functionality. After announcing the closure of the Weapons Development Division, Tony sold off Stark Industries' military segment to other defense giants. Yet a considerable stock of these specialized jets remained in the warehouse. With the Tesseract in the possession of SHIELD, the Quinjet faced a temporary technological impasse. Lacking crucial breakthroughs and enhancements, its actual combat abilities fell short of the F-22 Raptor and F-35. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a commendable choice for transporting a special team to assault the Red Room. Prior to departure, Dr. Banner approached Liu Yumei, inquiring if Hulk's assistance was necessary for the mission. Yumei felt that while Hulk could communicate, he was akin to a large, unruly child, prone to uncontrollable fits of rage. Allowing the Green Giant to charge into the Red Room base would certainly result in the aerial fortress being reduced to scrap metal. She intended to preserve the facility for future utility, thus politely declined Banner's generous offer. In the high skies of Alaska, the Red Room base loomed as an aerial fortress of steel. Dreykov sat comfortably at his desk, savoring a cigar while sipping red wine. Although the Soviet Union had dissolved, the Red Room had developed over the years, training Black Widow agents who were now dispersed worldwide. The advent of biological control agents enabled Dreykov to effortlessly dictate the fates of these covert operatives with a mere keystroke on his computer system. He could pursue any ambition he desired, seizing oil and gas resources, profiting from warfare, inflating gold prices, orchestrating assassinations, infiltrating, stealing classified information, or even toppling the governments of small nations. Dreykov resembled an ancient tyrant, shrouded in darkness, wielding absolute control over all. He reveled in this sensation. The dissolution of the Soviet Union had nurtured Dreykov's ambitions. No longer confined to serving the state, he aspired to establish his own dominion, a dark empire under his command. Following the betrayal of Natasha Romanoff and the bomb assassination attempt, Dreykov became increasingly cautious and tightened his grip on his agents. Initially, He planned to launch a manhunt for the traitor Natasha, but upon considering her affiliation with SHLD, he chose to postpone his scheme. At this stage, the Red Room's power had yet to reach a level capable of confronting such a colossal organization head-on. He needed to progress gradually, amassing greater strength and controlling more individuals before proceeding with his plans. General, the new batch of trainees is ready for their graduation exam. Would you like to observe in person? A guard clad in tactical gear and helmet respectfully inquired as he entered. In previous years, Dreykov had taken a keen interest in every successful graduate who emerged from the exam as a true Black Widow. Additionally, he harbored a perverse fascination with watching these young women turn on each other in a fight for survival. The plan proceeds as usual. I shall not attend the. Simply redirect the surveillance footage to me, Dreykov replied impassively. Understood, General. The guard stood at attention, saluting. One more thing, General. The Iron Maiden has sent a landing request, stating she needs to report something to you in person. What matter? Dreykov inquired, furrowing his brow in curiosity. Melina Vostokov had undergone 4 Red Room training programs, proving herself a loyal operative and one of the few Black Widows who had not been subjected to the biological control agents. The specifics were unclear, but she mentioned a solution regarding the limitations of the biological agents. The guard responded candidly. Chapter 48. Overwhelming Dreykov fell into a brief contemplation, unperturbed by the prospect of Melina's betrayal. After all, even without the injection of biopharmaceutical agents to manipulate neural pathways, his pheromone suppression technology was sufficient to render his Black Widows incapable of turning against him. Anyone who had inhaled his distinctive scent would, over time, find it increasingly difficult to inflict harm upon him. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Melina had chosen the eve of the trainees' graduation examination to request entry into the aerial fortress. Could there be hidden motives at play? He authorized her access and ordered the activation of the Mimic Master. After weighing his options, Dreykov ultimately issued the command. He was known for his meticulous planning, always seeking to anticipate the unexpected. At your service, General. The guard saluted before departing the office. Dreykov stood alone by the window, gazing out at the sky, enveloped in silence for a long while. Before long, a figure clad in a specially designed combat suit and helmet pushed open the office door. Simultaneously above Alaska, Stark Industries' Quinjet darted through the clouds like a graceful eagle, swiftly arriving at the designated airspace. Jarvis were fully engaged in infiltrating the main control system of the Red Room. But we require Melina's internal cooperation to seize complete control of the aerial fortress system. Tony communicated through the comms, his tone laced with disdain for Soviet technology. Honestly, I can't fathom why such an advanced anti-gravity system would be paired with such rudimentary propellers. The levitation technology may seem impressive, yet it is rather crude, and the central control system's programming is decidedly outdated. If I were to design it, this contraption would be far less susceptible to infiltration. Understood. Now we await Melina's signal. I will engage the fortress's external defenses and aircraft, while you, Tony, stabilize the fortress's power systems. Ensure it does not crash. Steve and Alexei will lead the frontal assault, and Natasha will cover our rear. You 3 need to neutralize the guards of the Red Room and control those Black Widow agents rendered incapacitated by the neurotoxin. Lu Yunming's eyes shimmered with a white halo as she employed her X-ray vision to meticulously assess the situation within the aerial fortress, issuing commands with unwavering precision. Received, came the synchronized response over the channel. Steve Rogers, donned in a specially tailored suit and wielding his shield, stood in the rear cabin of the Quinjet, his gaze occasionally resting on the composed and collected Lu Yunming, as if he had something to express. Captain, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share. But it is best to voice them before we commence our operation, Lu Yunming remarked, having keenly sensed Steve's scrutiny. I believe it is perilous for you to single-handedly engage the external defenses of the aerial fortress. Steve candidly articulated his concerns. Since his awakening, he had come to know his teammates and understood that not all hailed from governmental or military backgrounds. Most were independent operatives, united by noble ideals in pursuit of justice and equity. Steve was unfamiliar with the current American government and thus remained silent regarding their unsanctioned actions. However, he had gleaned a general understanding of his teammates' capabilities. Tony excelled in mechanical engineering, clad in his Iron Man armor, capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Natasha Romanoff, a secret agent trained in the Red Room of the former Soviet Union, now served as H.I. Melina, also a product of the Red Room, had been turned and possessed exceptional combat skills and scientific prowess. Most concerning to him was Alexei, the portly, bearded middle-aged man who was the Soviet counterpart to Captain America, having been a Red Guardian. Alexei had undergone super soldier serum injections, and although he lacked experience and finesse, his strength far exceeded that of an average person. Yet, Lu Yunming, the strikingly beautiful young woman, remained an enigma to Steve. He did not oppose the mission to dismantle the Red Room's secret agent organization. He merely worried that these individuals, possessing extraordinary power, might lack awareness of their limits and find themselves in peril during combat. During this time, Steve had not only focused on regaining his physical abilities, but also delved into relevant intelligence, becoming well-versed in the data regarding the aerial fortress, particularly its formidable external defenses, which left a profound impression on him. He estimated that the fortress could effortlessly withstand assault from America's most advanced F-22 Raptor squadrons. Moreover, the Red Room had equipped itself with dozens of advanced Quinjet fighters, forming an exceptionally daunting aerial military force that would pose a significant challenge, even for him without support. This predicament could be traced back to Obadiah. The Quinjet used by the Red Room bore an uncanny resemblance to Stark Industries' latest products. After Tony invented this technology, Obadiah had hastily sold it to the highest bidder, disregarding their identities. Seeing Lu Yunming poised to confront such overwhelming firepower alone, Steve felt it was unwise. At the very least, Tony Stark should provide backup. Haha, Lu, you've been underestimated, Tony quipped with a mischievous grin. Captain, this world is evolving at an astonishing pace. There are aspects you may not fully grasp. I can only say that you have no idea what true power entails. Lu Yunming's prowess was evident to the world. Yet this newly awakened Captain America remained oblivious. I concur with Tony, Captain Rogers. The times have changed since World War II, and many things are beyond even our elite operative's comprehension, such as her, Natasha interjected calmly, gesturing toward Lu Yunming. Brother, you needn't worry. She is formidable. How shall I put it? Beyond your imagination, Alexei explained with a smile as he put an arm around Steve's shoulder. To him, doubting the female superhero was simply unfathomable. Had such a terrifying entity existed during the Cold War, the United States would have likely surrendered long ago. All right, let us not pick on this newly awakened elder. Captain, you might not have had the chance to access the internet lately. I'll send you a video later, and you'll understand, Tony said, patting Steve on the arm with a beaming smile. Feeling somewhat isolated, Steve awkwardly scratched his head. He realized he was woefully out of touch with the modern world, and a surge of curiosity welled within him. He also understood that these individuals were starkly different from the howling commandos of his era. They would not simply defer to him. Captain Rogers, you have served in the military and experienced warfare. You should understand that baseless doubt is the greatest taboo on the battlefield. You might consider placing your trust in us. Even if we are not your comrades in life and death. Lu Yunming gently tapped Steve's shoulder with her fist, raising an eyebrow. Very well, I comprehend, Steve replied. Somewhat disheartened, he felt a growing sense of disconnect from society. However, he silently resolved that should any misfortune arise during the operation, he would do everything in his power to assist his teammates. Sir, we've received Miss Molina's signal. Jarvis's voice chimed in once again. Okay, let the operation commence. Steve commanded, his expression grave. After all, he had once been a soldier, and it was unanimously decided among them that the tactical command of this operation would rest with Captain America. Captain, watch me. Lu Yunming flashed a mysterious smile at Steve before soaring out of the Quinjet's rear cabin like a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. She can fly? Steve was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at those around him. He only saw Lu Yunming clad in a specially designed, form-fitting combat suit, devoid of any weaponry, not even a parachute. Captain Rogers, She is capable of more than mere flight, Natasha remarked, gesturing towards the Quinjet's display screen with a meaningful glance. In that instant, all present, including Steve, bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Liu Yumei hovered before the steel fortress, coldly surveying the chaos below, the guards sounding alarms and the heavy anti-aircraft fire swiftly pivoting to take aim. A faint white light flickered in her emerald eyes as mutated energy surged forth from her pores, enveloping her in an ever-expanding aura. The white energy thickened, almost taking on a tangible form, radiant and dazzling like searing flames. As time passed, the very air around her warped under the intensity of her power. With a sudden widening of her eyes, a blinding white light erupted. With a mere thought, hundreds, if not thousands, of energy entities detached from her core and rapidly spread outward. In mere moments, they encircled the airborne fortress with an impenetrable barrier. The illusion of Icon was unleashed. Countless figures resembling superwomen floated in the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, creating an utterly breathtaking scene. Both those still aboard the aircraft and Dreykov, who was monitoring the situation, were left utterly astonished. "You must be joking. How is this possible?" Steve stared at the display screen, unable to suppress the urge to peer through the cockpit window, questioning whether he was hallucinating or if the machinery had malfunctioned. In fact, Captain, we too did not anticipate that Lou possessed this ability. Cloning? Or something else? I'm utterly bewildered," Tony remarked, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. This is not a skill typically associated with superheroes in comics, and Liu Yumei has never demonstrated anything of the sort before. It is clearly a new superpower. Tony exclaimed. Jarvis analyzed the energy composition of this phenomenon. His curiosity ignited, he inquired eagerly, "Sir, I cannot ascertain the energy source of Miss Liu's abilities. The elemental energy responsible for her clones does not exist within the chemical periodic table." Jarvis reported, having scoured every data repository available, yet found no correlating information. "Captain, I am uncertain how many abilities Liu possesses, but most civilians refer to her as a superwoman," Natasha remarked, her gaze fixed on the multitude of figures on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, she genuinely believed that Nick Fury's decision to elevate the security threat level concerning the superwoman was exceptionally prescient. "Is she akin to the Superman from comics?" Steve asked, his eyes widening in confusion. Indeed, the records from SHIELD indicate that all of her super abilities closely resemble those of the comic book superhero, albeit with slight variations in intensity. Natasha nodded, elucidating. "Then this cloning ability is also a superpower?" Steve furrowed his brow, clearly sensing something amiss. "It should not be," Natasha answered with a wry smile. "It seems that SHIELD's files will need updating. Enough chit-chat, it's time to act." Soon, Liu Yumei's somewhat self-satisfied voice echoed through their earpieces. The group exchanged glances, ultimately resolving to proceed without fear, for she was their ally. Chapter 49. Night Raid on the Widow's Village in the high-altitude fortress of the Red Room. Dreykov resembled a desperate beast, cornered and famished, exhibiting extreme agitation. He violently shattered glass objects around him, sweeping all items from his desk to the floor. An attempt to vent the overwhelming fear surging within him. The sudden appearance of Superwoman was completely unexpected. Her unparalleled strength and indomitable physique were indeed terrifying. The 30,000 regular troops and special forces of Manhattan found themselves utterly powerless against her. Countless bullets poured down like rain. Yet not a single hem of her attire was grazed. The absurdity of it all was staggering. Tanks and helicopters appeared as fragile as paper before her, easily torn into shreds. According to the analysis from the Red Room's research department, Superwoman's abilities likely stem from extraordinary genetic mutations. She cannot possibly be a Kryptonian, as such planetary civilizations do not exist in this world, yet she possessed overwhelming power akin to that of Superman. The Red Room was utterly incapable of countering such an existence. and Drakov had never contemplated provoking her. However, today, Superwoman had unexpectedly appeared outside the high-altitude fortress, conjuring thousands of identical duplicates, encircling the entire base with an impenetrable barrier. At this moment, Drakov's mind was in disarray. Should he deploy the Black Widow squad or send out the base's security forces? But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he self-deprecatingly dismissed it. What a joke. She is Superwoman. Drakov was intent on peaceful dialogue, seeking to resolve the situation through negotiation. He firmly believed that as long as one was human, there would always be desires. Even Superwoman would not be an exception. Did not the comic book Superman once lose his suburban mansion to foreclosure due to an inability to pay the rent? Money, power, luxury cars, opulent mansions. He could even arrange for a few male models for Superwoman. As long as there was room for discussion, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, who could have anticipated that before he could issue the order to disarm and cease fire, the guards who had not been administered the chemical control agents would already be gripped by terror, pulling the triggers in panic. In an instant, the closed defense artillery of the fortress activated, entering a rapid-fire state. Various weapons locked onto the floating figure of Superwoman. However, the outcome plunged everyone into an abyss of despair. The formidable firepower capable of reducing a small town to rubble within a minute could not even graze Superwoman's form. Bullets and shells struck her, merely creating ripples of invisible energy. Then, thousands of Superwoman's eyes simultaneously ignited with blinding white light, and searing rays swept in from all directions like a tempest. All aerial weaponry of the steel fortress, including the recently launched Quinjet, was instantaneously reduced to molten scrap. The continuous explosions reverberated deafeningly, echoing through the skies. Drakov was driven to madness. The defensive forces he prided himself on could not withstand even a second. It's you, Melina. You betrayed me. You brought Superwoman here. Drakov glared furiously at Melina, roaring in rage. He was convinced that Superwoman had come specifically for the Red Room. Yet even now, he could not comprehend the reason behind it. After all, the agents controlled by the Red Room had never provoked Superwoman. Drakov, in reality, this high-altitude fortress has long been discovered by Superwoman. I am but a bait, Melina replied, raising her hands in a gesture of indifference, her demeanor calm. When Superwoman had arrived with Natasha and Alexei, she had indeed been taken aback and had no intention of getting involved. However, the temptation of leaving the Red Room was too great, and with such formidable allies, she felt Drakov would be unable to resist. What could Superwoman possibly want? Drakov pressed, suppressing his fury and slowing his speech. Can't you see? She aims to destroy the Red Room organization. Melina leaned back in her chair, her tone serene, showing no signs of anxiety. To her, it was absurd for someone as astute as Drakov to ask such a foolish question. Why? The Red Room has never provoked Superwoman. We have no connection whatsoever. Drakov exclaimed, exasperated and puzzled. This is akin to passing by a house, having no grievances, yet deciding to demolish it. Only a madman would act thus. I do not know. Perhaps she disapproves of what the Red Room has done. After all, she came to find me with Natasha. Melina shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the matter. Natasha? That damn traitor. I raised her, taught her combat skills, gave her a home. How could she do this to me? Drakov erupted in fury, his hands pounding the desk. Had he known this would happen, he should have eliminated Natasha under the pressure of S.H.I.L.D. instead of inviting a threat far more terrifying. Enough of your posturing. I may perish, but many shall accompany me to the grave. So let us see who is mightier. Drakov's eyes turned icy, uttering venomous words. He approached the desk, opened a drawer, and a touchscreen display panel emerged. With a sweep of his ring across the screen, a world map appeared on the office's large display. Points of white light flickered across the globe. This was the Red Room's grand blueprint and plans. Today, Drakov intended to activate the Black Widows scattered worldwide, showcasing to the world what true madness looked like. He had never been one of good temperament. He was eager to see if Superwoman could bear to watch innocent civilians suffer. Yet, strangely, Melina exhibited no signs of panic, her expression remaining as tranquil as still water, which left Drakov perplexed. You must understand, the moment I press this button, the Black Widows across the globe will unleash a bloody storm. They will destroy oil fields, dismantle military facilities, and even assassinate presidents and high-ranking officials of various countries. Drakov narrowed his eyes, fixating on Melina. Go ahead, by all means try, Melina replied leisurely, lifting a glass of whiskey and taking a sip, wholly unconcerned. Meanwhile, within the training room of the Red Room's high-altitude fortress, a group of Black Widows, preparing for their daily training, had gathered. The base was in disarray. Alarms blared sharply and incessantly. They exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Without any command, the Black Widows typically maintained a state of readiness until Drakov issued the order to activate the chemical control agents. What is happening? Yelena queried, her face a mask of uncertainty, turning to the person beside her. I'm not sure. It seems the base is under attack. Another Black Widow replied hesitantly. Really? What should we do? A Black Widow at the door asked in astonishment. Without any operational orders, we can only remain on standby. Perhaps this is merely a drill. Yelena sighed, scratching her head in boredom. Since being brought here, she had spent countless years, and now she was 16. Life had seemed like a dream, transforming her from an innocent girl into a trained agent. The naive dreams she once held had long been ground to dust in the brutal training of this hellish environment. Now, she yearned to step outside, to see the world beyond, and perhaps enjoy a few glasses of vodka. The false family she once had given her beautiful childhood memories. Yet, as the dream faded, the cruel truth crashed upon her like a relentless tide. Yelena harbored uncertainty about when she might reunite with her sister Natasha, having heard that she had successfully defected, a most fortunate turn of events. To this day, the Red Room still held Natasha's unparalleled records in both combat skills and survival capabilities, establishing her as the preeminent figure among them. Perhaps everyone recognized that the establishment was merely a ruse to procure state secrets. Yet Yelena remained steadfast in her belief that the bond of kinship they shared had indeed been genuine. With no mission directives to follow, a dozen Black Widows sat huddled in the center of the training room, idly chatting away. In the midst of their assignments, they were merciless assassins. Yet in their normal state, they were merely a group of young girls. Yelena, do you have a favorite superhero? Inquired a curious young girl named Elohir, who possessed an endearing appearance. Indeed, Captain America, Yelena replied with pride, illuminating her expression. How curious. You are Slavic. Why do you favor Captain America over the Soviet captain? Another Black Widow questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Captain America embodies integrity, bravery, and unwavering resilience. He is unafraid of sacrifice. Why shouldn't I admire him? The Soviet captain is nothing but a fool and a cad. Just the thought of him infuriates me. Yelena rolled her eyes, her displeasure evident. Having grown up in Ohio, she had heard countless tales of Captain America. In the dire moments of World War II, it was Captain America who led the Howling Commandos against the German Nazi Hydra, a saga meticulously chronicled in literature. In her youth, Yelena, plagued by insecurities, found strength in Captain America-esque stories, which emboldened her to face life as challenges. As for the Soviet captain, wasn't he just that bumbling fellow Alexei? How could he possibly be compared to the fearless and valiant Captain America? Yelena scoffed dismissively. All right, I prefer Superman. Have you heard of the recent emergence of Supergirl? My goodness, she is both stunning and powerful, capable of lifting a commercial airliner with her bare hands. That's a weight of hundreds of tons. Elohir spoke with sparkling eyes, seemingly lost in a delightful reverie. Superman is merely a fictional character from comic books. He does not exist. However, from a female perspective, Supergirl indeed exudes a captivating grace. Yelena acknowledged solemnly, nodding her head in agreement, before continuing. Yet, Captain America possesses no superhuman abilities. He earned his heroic title as an ordinary man. Supergirl, on the other hand, is undoubtedly a formidable being endowed with supernatural powers, marking a fundamental distinction between them. Come now, Captain America was a participant in the Super Soldier program, which significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. How can one claim he lacks superpowers? The petite blonde girl queried, a look of bewilderment on her face. That powered exoskeleton armor is undeniably impressive. But Tony Stark is notoriously known as a scoundrel, Yelena retorted without hesitation. I wish there could be a coalition of all superheroes. Alas, reality is often harsh. Elo here sighed resignedly. Supergirl and Iron Man are acquainted. They even attended a Stark Industries press conference together. Yet my idol, Captain America, has long since made the ultimate sacrifice, making such a partnership seem implausible, Yelena remarked, a hint of sorrow shadowing her features. However, just as her words hung in the air, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the room. The door of the training facility appeared to have been struck with the ferocity of a speeding train, splintering into fragments. A figure clad in a red, blue, and white combat uniform, brandishing a shield, burst into the training room like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 50. The death of Dreykov, a tremendous force violently struck the heavy, bulletproof door, producing a thunderous roar. The glass shattered instantly into countless sharp fragments, scattering like hidden weapons in all directions. This sudden commotion, akin to thunder on a clear day, startled all the Black Widow trainees within. Instinctively, they seized nearby weapons, their gazes filled with vigilance, fixated on the intruder. Before long, the leader, Yelena, widened her eyes in astonishment. The newcomer, clad in a tight-fitting uniform adorned in red, white, and blue, wielded a signature five-pointed shield, his physique robust and his features remarkably handsome. This figure was far too familiar, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Are you impersonating Captain America? Yelena asked cautiously, her voice tinged with wariness, yet excitement gleamed in her eyes. Is today April Fool's Day? Has God heard the call of my heart and sent me a Captain America? But as she pondered, doubt crept in. Surely, this was yet another scheme from the Red Room, perhaps a new training exercise. Nevertheless, even if this individual was a mere imitation, the resemblance still sparked a flicker of joy within her. Child, I have been asleep for over 60 years, only recently awakened. I am not impersonating anyone. Steve tightened his grip on the shield, observing that these young women showed no immediate signs of aggression, allowing himself a slight smile of jest. His mission was to infiltrate the Black Widow training room of the Red Room, and in truth, he had accomplished it successfully. Along the way, dozens of guards attempted to impede his progress. While they were certainly stronger than the average person, they were nothing compared to Steve. Wherever his sound-absorbing shield went, those guards fell to the ground. Even the shields returned to him after being thrown was something he could not fully explain, attributing it merely to instinctive training. Impossible. Captain America, Steve Rogers, died long ago in 1945. You cannot still be alive, let alone look so young. Though you are quite handsome, do not tarnish my idol. Yelena raised her stunned baton, biting her lip, her words laced with reluctance. How she longed for everything before her to be real and not a cruel jest. I am pleased you remember so well. You are Yelena, correct? Alexei, help me prove that I am indeed who I claim to be. Steve sighed in exasperation, placing the shield behind him and adopting a non-defensive stance as he called out towards the door. Upon hearing the name, Yelena's pupils constricted slightly, a blend of anticipation and resolution flickering in her eyes, emotions intertwined and creating a striking contradiction. In an instant, her thoughts drifted back to the happy times in Ohio, recalling her strong father, gentle mother, and the sister who always cared for her. Deep within, Yelena sincerely prayed that if this were a prank, it would not swiftly return her to reality. However, when the familiar silhouette appeared, her fantasies shattered completely. A tall man, clad in a tight red combat suit, sporting a protruding belly and a scruffy beard, entered the room. Yelena, my daughter, come to your father. His voice brimmed with affection. Who the hell are you? Yelena's eyes darkened as she glared at the rotund figure, baring her teeth. If the false Captain America was a poor imitation, this Soviet captain was an entirely different entity. Meanwhile, in the office of the aerial fortress, Dreykov repeatedly attempted to activate the control panel with the ring on his finger. However, the panel coldly displayed access denied. Stunned, he stared incredulously at the ring, questioning whether it was a counterfeit. No need to verify. The Red Room system has been rewritten by Iron Man. Your final resort has failed. Melina leisurely sat nearby, elegantly sipping whiskey, speaking with an unhurried tone. From the moment she entered the aerial fortress, she had scattered external devices containing Jarvis's program throughout the office, setting the stage for a system breach. The signals here had long been jammed. Dreykov could issue no commands. Iron Man, Wonder Woman, Captain America, Red Guardian, and Black Widow have joined forces. Dreykov. Alas, your good days are over. Tony Stark. Dreykov exclaimed, incredulous. Had he angered some divine entity today? How could Wonder Woman and Iron Man team up to destroy the Red Room? It was utterly absurd. TNT provoked these anomalies. Indeed, there's also Alexei and Captain America. Surrender, General Dreykov. Melina set down her glass, standing up with an expression as cold as the frost of winter. Dreykov froze in panic, fully aware that Alexei, whom he had imprisoned, was now here, undoubtedly rescued. Though not particularly bright, Alexei harbored a fierce grudge, and surely he would seek vengeance. As for Captain America, hadn't he been confirmed dead in 1945? What was happening? Yet, he understood Melina. She would not lie about something that seemed entirely impossible. Thus, there could be only one explanation. Something beyond his control was quietly drawing near. You will die before they arrive. Dreykov responded swiftly, gritting his teeth. He then raised his hand, and Taskmaster emerged from behind the office screen, brandishing two gleaming knives that glinted ominously in the light. I do not intend to resist, for those who will deal with you have already arrived. Melina remained unperturbed, waving her hand dismissively. She did not wish to confront Taskmaster directly, possessing formidable learning abilities that allowed him to mimic any combat style. He was a top-tier asset of the Red Room, far beyond what an aging Black Widow agent could contend with. What? Dreykov frowned, perplexed, unable to comprehend. Just as his words fell, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the fury of the Thunder God. A massive hole was forcibly breached in the office's superalloy wall by overwhelming power. Liu Yunmeng entered with a grim expression, soaring in like a meteor, hovering steadily before the desk. Wonder Woman. Dreykov's heart raced in terror as he hurriedly hid behind Taskmaster. He knew that the Red Room's creations could hardly replicate Wonder Woman's combat prowess. Yet, at that moment, she was his only lifeline, providing a glimmer of safety. Liu Yunmeng's gaze was electric as she looked down at Dreykov, exuding an overwhelming aura. The man, marked by weariness and typical Slavic features, trembled behind Taskmaster. The seemingly sturdy external defenses of the Red Room crumbled before her extraordinary strength, barely lasting a minute. Over 40 anti-aircraft weapons and more than 100 small defense installations were utterly destroyed. More than 20 Quinjet aircraft were downed, and the remaining ones, with their pilots all perished, could not ascend, forced to remain motionless on the tarmac. These possessions are indeed invaluable, and Liu Yunmeng has no desire to inherit a dilapidated fortress that merely appears grand. Upon encountering the intruder, the Mimic Master charged forward like a bolt of black lightning, wielding two sharp daggers aimed directly at Liu Yunmeng's eyes. The strike was executed with incredible swiftness, imbued with lethal intent. The chip's system analyzed that the opponent's body was impervious, capable of withstanding heavy firepower. Hence the Mimic Master commenced with a fatal move, devoid of hesitation. Yet, Liu Yunmeng stood like an unyielding mountain, steadfast and immovable. She did not even blink as she firmly grounded herself. Then, to the incredulous gaze of Dreykov, she astonishingly withstood the Mimic Master's blade with her eyeball. With a resounding clang, as the blade made contact with her cornea, it began to twist and warp, ultimately shattering into fragments that fell to the ground. What kind of monster is this? The Mimic Master froze, standing dazed after completing the attack, completely motionless. The computer chip in her mind spiraled into chaos, unable to deduce the optimal strategy to defeat her formidable opponent, and was clearly overloaded. Melina was equally stunned by the scene before her. Logically, the eyeball is the most vulnerable part of the human body, even if the Superwoman's physical strength is exaggerated. She should not be able to disregard such a direct and deadly assault targeting her eyes. Yet the reality was undeniable. She had withstood the sharpest attack with her weakest point. How extraordinarily powerful! Lu Yunming merely blinked, as if she had been lightly bitten by a mosquito, feeling a slight itch. Even without employing her mutant abilities, she could completely disregard any physical assault from the Mimic Master. While the Mimic Master could replicate attack patterns, combat habits, and even perfectly mimic his opponent's movements, the insurmountable disparity in strength rendered his imitation utterly meaningless. Lu Yunming's form flickered, her speed too swift for the naked eye to discern, as she delivered a decisive chop to the Mimic Master's neck. With a thud, the Mimic Master collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Antonia Dreykov, the biological daughter of General Dreykov, represented the greatest regret during Black Widow's assassination mission against Dreykov after her joining S.H.I.E.L.D. She was a pitiful child. Despite being severely injured and rescued, she was still molded into a puppet reliant on an implanted electronic chip. Superwoman, I believe everything can be resolved through negotiation, cannot it? Whatever you need, I can offer the entire Red Room's influence to resolve all your troubles. Money, power. The Red Room can provide you with everything you desire. What do you think? Dreykov's excitement grew, sweat streaming down his face, his collar drenched. Witnessing his last bastion fall in an instant, he remained undeterred, attempting to entice Lu Yunming with promises of gain. Not in the least. I never negotiate with perverts. Lu Yunming replied coldly. No sooner had the words left her lips than her eyes radiated a blinding white light, unleashing two searing beams as thick as a child's arm, which surged forth like furious fire dragons, instantly cleaving Dreykov in half from top to bottom. In an instant, intestines, organs, and various bodily tissues littered the floor, the stench of blood mingling with the foul odor of excrement, swiftly permeating the air. The once mighty leader of the Red Room, a mastermind behind the recruitment of orphans worldwide, training them as secret agents, and orchestrating numerous assassinations of national leaders, General Dreykov, met his demise in his own office without a chance to utter a final word, reduced to a pile of meaningless flesh. In truth, prior to the operation, Steve had opposed the unilateral execution of Dreykov, believing he should be handed over to the appropriate authorities for a fair trial. However, Lu Yunming firmly contended that surrendering Dreykov to the so-called authorities would be unjust to the victims. The Red Room, originally under Soviet control, had no absolute legal right to judge Dreykov following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Moreover, the formidable network surrounding Black Widow would undoubtedly incite envy, and if not handled properly, could lead to a repeat of history. Thus, Dreykov had to die. Delivering justice is God's domain. Her responsibility was merely to send Dreykov to meet him, and sparing him from torment before death was the final mercy she could offer. Clean this up from now on. This will be my office. Lu Yunming coldly surveyed the dismembered corpse on the floor and spoke calmly. Me? Melina exclaimed in astonishment, first pointing to herself, then to the remains, incredulously asking. It's non-mandatory. If you wish to leave the Red Room, you may do so at any time. However, the technological research will have to be entrusted to others. Lu Yunming stated firmly. The high-altitude fortress of the Red Room was exceptionally well-equipped, boasting facilities that even surpassed international standards. It was an ideal base for future operations. Whether one chose to stay or leave was entirely a matter of personal volition, especially for those unfortunate girls who had their thoughts and actions controlled. Lu Yunming resolved to grant them the right to choose freely. Melina remained silent for a long while before finally approaching the closet at the door, retrieving a bucket and mop. The seemingly advanced high-altitude fortress employed rather primitive cleaning methods, lacking even a floor-cleaning robot. It seems I need this job, boss. Melina lifted her head, gazing at Lu Yunming with a faint smile. As an elder figure in the Red Room, she constantly yearned to escape this hellish den. Yet when faced with the actual choice, she suddenly realized she had no idea what she could do after leaving. To become Black Widow, she had undergone comprehensive training, including singing, dancing, piano, painting, combat, shooting, seduction, psychological manipulation, and acting, among others. While none of her skills could be deemed exceptional, she was proficient in all. Melina could pursue any career or retreat to a quiet life in the countryside, Yet none of these options seemed to represent her true desires. In contrast, a life spent on a rural farm, researching biotechnology and raising pigs, seemed to offer her a sense of inner peace. Of course, your presence is welcomed, Melina. You shall embark on your first mission, Liu Yunming said seriously as she sat in her office chair. Your command, boss. Melina instantly adopted a serious demeanor, responding earnestly. Chapter 51. The Black Watch Project. A subtle tension stirred within Melina as she contemplated the changes that had unfolded. The Red House had found a new master, one endowed with extraordinary and formidable supernatural abilities. The Superwoman, with merely her presence, commanded an undeniable authority over all her subordinates without resorting to any additional means. Her astonishingly vast perceptive range and her incredible, almost incomprehensible powers were sufficient to effortlessly dominate the entire airborne fortress. Naturally, any command issued by her would be met with unwavering compliance. In stark contrast to Dreykov, who was merely a cowardly schemer, Liu Yumei stood like a majestic lion gazing down from a lofty cliff, unyielding in the face of any challenge. The disparity in their strengths was monumental, existing on entirely different planes. In the presence of absolute power, all tactics were rendered futile struggles. Immediately, she set to work on researching the technology to counteract the control exerted by biological agents on neural circuits, aiming to concoct an antidote and subsequently summon back all the Black Widows to liberate them from their control. Liu Yumei gently tapped her fingers against the table and spoke in a calm tone. She firmly believed in the capability of her subordinates to accomplish this task and felt a pang of sympathy for the Black Widows, who were being manipulated by chemical agents into executing perilous missions under frigid commands. Suddenly, Melina's spirits lifted. She felt an overwhelming validation of her previous decision. At the very least, this new master was not the kind of villain who abused her powers and authority to harm the innocent. From this day forth, the Red House organization would cease to exist, and this place would henceforth be known as the Black Watch. Without a trace of hesitation, Liu Yumei articulated a name that had been thoroughly contemplated. Names like Justice League or Avengers seemed far too ordinary and mundane. It was far more fitting to choose a name that would instill fear in the hearts of adversaries. The Black Watch drew inspiration from the world of the game Dead by Daylight. In that realm, it managed to contain a multitude of terrifying, infected, and mutated creatures within bustling urban areas, achieving a peculiar state of coexistence between ordinary citizens and the Blacklight virus, merely separated by a street. Its execution and technological prowess were beyond imagination. The Marvel Universe resembled a perilous vortex teeming with crises. Supernatural beings, extraterrestrial civilizations, powerful deities, terrifying monsters, wandering interstellar pirates, and despair-inducing dimensional demons lurked in the shadows, akin to ravenous wolves perpetually eyeing the relatively weak Earth. In comparison to the myriad of formidable extraterrestrial civilizations, human society appeared rather primitive. What seemed to be a powerful armed force was, in reality, as fragile as a mere finger before such overwhelming foes. Should an alien civilization invade, humanity would be utterly helpless. The Kree refer to Earth as C-53, while the Asgardians called it Midgard. These extraterrestrial civilizations held Earth in contempt and regarded humanity with disdain. With each outbreak of conflict, Earth invariably bore the brunt, becoming a disaster zone. In the year 965, the frost giants of Jotunheim brazenly invaded the north, and King Odin led the Asgardian army in a valiant effort to repel these aliens intent on plunging Earth into an ice age. In 1995, had it not been for the timely intervention of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the high-tech missiles launched by Ronan's Kree fleet would have utterly annihilated Earth. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of numerous extraterrestrial threats. In reality, there were far more unrecognized potential crises lurking in the shadows. Liu Yumei never believed that the so-called King Odin of the Nine Realms would genuinely safeguard Earth. The notion of gods often served as an abstract concept, a spiritual belief for people seeking solace in their powerlessness. Even if King Odin possessed compassion, it would only be a form of charity from a superior being towards a lesser civilization. She firmly believed that true reliability lay in wielding power herself. To prepare for the unforeseen and avert potential disasters, Liu Yumei resolutely decided to establish her own force. By accelerating the advancement of Earth's technology, she aimed to bolster her own strength, which was the crucial significance of her rebirth in this world. Of course, the Black Watch was not intended for external aggression. Its core purpose, as suggested by its name, was to defend against foreign adversaries, striving to equip Earth with a means of self-preservation in the face of extraterrestrial warfare. In its initial conception, the Black Watch bore similarities to the Avengers in certain aspects, with comparable structural ideologies. Yet Liu Yumei held the SHIELD and the so-called International Security Council in utter disdain, especially when they concocted the Sokovia Accords, which she found utterly absurd. A group of ordinary individuals attempting to control and suppress forces beyond their reach was nothing short of ludicrous. The philosophy of the Black Watch is to safeguard Earth, repel extraterrestrial invasions, and combat supernatural crimes. It must operate independently of governmental control, functioning as an organization guided by its own rules and volition. Black Watch, Melina mused aloud, intrigued by the name and contemplating its profound implications. Indeed, the Black Watch organization would become Earth's foremost bastion against external threats, dedicated to countering the formidable forces that might emerge in the future. This airborne fortress would serve as the headquarters for the Black Watch organization. One could also perceive it as a large corporate entity, where all members would receive corresponding salary and benefits. Participation would be entirely voluntary and non-mandatory. Ordinary members could withdraw at any time, while core personnel would be required to serve the Black Watch for a minimum of 5 years. During their tenure, they must fulfill their responsibilities. Liu Yumei interlaced her fingers and earnestly explained, after all, who would labor willingly without compensation? Passion alone was insufficient. Medical benefits, social security, salaries, and all the necessary provisions could not be overlooked. Supernatural beings were also humans. Why should they fight valiantly on the front lines, shedding blood and sacrificing themselves, only to return home with empty stomachs? Even horses must be fed to work. Mercenaries receive compensation for their missions. Should superheroes toil for free? Beyond the essential expenses for maintaining the airborne fortress, technological research, and weaponry upkeep, there were also the salaries for members and the fuel supply for the fortress, which collectively amounted to a significant financial burden. Relying on the previous industries of the scattered Black Widows around the world barely allowed for a balanced budget. After all, the Red House's original operations encompassed oil and gas enterprises, various forms of industrial production, and resource trading. However, the Black Watch was no longer what it once was. Those Black Widows who had been forcibly manipulated would likely no longer wish to rely on seduction and violence for financial gain, and Liu Yumei would never compel them to do so. Thus, depending on the former industrial chain to sustain operations was no longer realistic. In the initial stages of its establishment, the Black Watch would likely require substantial assistance from Tony, the big spender. Will Captain America and Iron Man join us? Melina inquired with curiosity. It's hard to predict Steve's stance, but Tony should be on board, Liu Yumei replied, gently gliding her fingers over the control panel on the desk. Pondering thoughtfully, Captain America, at his core, was a soldier who placed immense value on the safety of the populace and was also an idealist and staunch advocate of liberalism. More often than not, he preferred to chart his course based on his own judgments, although it might be challenging to persuade others to join. Steve possesses noble character and a sense of justice. As for Tony, Li Yunming firmly believed that this plan could deeply resonate with him, for compared to the Avengers, who only sought retaliation after suffering setbacks, the ideology of the Black Watch is evidently far more reliable. The Black Watch operates independently from government and state. In the future, it is expected to attract more individuals with supernatural abilities, as well as those regarded as superheroes by the public. Li Yunming paused momentarily, her gaze drifting towards the sky and clouds outside the window, softly murmuring. Inside the high-altitude training room of the Red Room, Yelena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on Steve, her small hands nervously rubbing together. After taking quite a beating, Alexei finally managed to explain everything. Despite having gained considerable weight and losing some hair, his appearance remained largely unchanged. Yelena found it hard to accept that her adoptive father had turned into a mere shadow of his former self. Once she was informed of the entire situation, the misunderstanding became clear. Yelena could hardly believe that the recent assault on the Red Room was orchestrated by her long-admired Supergirl. Captain America, Iron Man, Supergirl, and even her sister Natasha, alongside her father Alexei and mother Melina, all participated in this endeavor. It felt like a miraculous dream. Her joy erupted like a volcano, and she could hardly contain her excitement. With the exuberance of a child, she bounced around Captain America, her enthusiasm palpable. Steve, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose, surrounded by a group of young women. As a World War II veteran who had just awakened from a long slumber, he felt distinctly out of place. Yelena, my daughter, after all this time, don't you miss your father? Alexei's chubby face contorted with jealousy. After all, he was a red defender of the former Soviet Union. How could he not measure up to Captain America? No, you were merely an imposter pretending to be my father, stealing information and handing me over to Dreykov. He is the true hero, Yelena retorted, frowning and refusing to even glance at her adoptive father, her eyes firmly fixed on the beloved Steve. Though her words may have sounded harsh, her expression and tone betrayed her delight at Alexei's arrival. Thank you for your affection, Yelena. Steve graciously expressed his gratitude. After so many years of slumber, it warmed his heart to know someone remembered him, evoking a myriad of emotions within. Could I take a photo with you? I would love to have a keepsake. Yelena's eyes sparkled with excitement, like twinkling stars, as she eagerly asked. Of course, Steve replied with a wry smile, feeling as if he had been transported back to the days of touring with the army. Having knocked out Hitler over 200 times and performing alongside a host of glamorous women, Natasha entered with a mix of apprehension, her heart swirling with emotions upon seeing her little sister, now all grown up and changed. She held back her overwhelming feelings, quietly waiting as Yelena enthusiastically posed with Captain America for the photograph. At that moment, the Red Room's defenses had been entirely dismantled, and Tony was piloting the flying fortress away from the skies of Alaska. Despite the fortress's advanced camouflage technology, lingering in American airspace felt inappropriate. Li Yunming had already devised a plan to relocate the fortress over international waters. Sister? After taking the photo, Yelena turned to see Natasha with red-rimmed eyes, momentarily frozen in place. After years apart, Yelena instantly recognized her sister. The two embraced tightly, their joy encapsulating the years of hardships endured, rendering them trivial in this moment. Witnessing this scene, Alexei smiled with contentment, momentarily transported back to that summer in Ohio. Oh, come on, Yelena, you're having all the fun without me. I still want to meet Supergirl, Hiroshil remarked playfully. The other Black Widow trainees nodded in agreement, fully aware that their newfound freedom was thanks to Supergirl, and they longed to express their profound gratitude to her. And perhaps pay a visit to Dreykov's corpse, one added. Just then, Tony, piloting the 4 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man suit, flew in through the door, greeting everyone with a casual familiarity. You must be. Yelena peeked out from Natasha's shoulder, curiously inquiring. Yeah, I'm Iron Man. What is up, little sister? Need my autograph? Tony lifted his helmet, revealing a handsome, yet slightly narcissistic middle-aged face, smiling as he spoke. Maybe you should close the helmet again. That way, I can maintain some semblance of fantasy. Yelena frowned, clearly unimpressed. Don't get me wrong. I mean, your armor is really cool. Yelena quickly corrected herself, rubbing her forehead as Natasha lightly tapped her for the remark. All right, no need to explain. In fact, my suit is made from titanium alloy, not iron. And you probably wouldn't understand the charm of a mature man. Tony rolled his eyes, exasperated by the girl's sharp comments. Chapter 52. The establishment of the organization within the office of the aerial fortress base. Lu Yunming stood with her arms crossed over her chest, quietly gazing down from the elevated platform at the assembly below. A battalion of Black Widows stood tall and orderly nearby, their posture proud and commanding, reminiscent of an elite force undergoing a solemn inspection. Young ladies, I must earnestly inform you that you are now free. Lu Yunming's voice resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the spacious room. From this moment forward, you may pursue any endeavor your heart's desire, whether it be indulging in a film, immersing yourself in the realm of gaming, engaging in fervent shopping, appreciating the art of pole dancing, or meeting a potential partner at a bar. If it ignites your passion, you are free to act upon it. The Red Room has been utterly dismantled, and from this day forth, this nefarious organization will vanish forever from the annals of history. I will summon all secret agents of the Red Room who are dispatched worldwide and devote our efforts to developing an antidote for the chemical mind control agents. Henceforth, you need not live in fear, nor will you be subject to any form of coercion or control. Lu Yunming appeared solemn, her words imbued with gravity as she announced this significant news. The Red Room, akin to a den of iniquity, has finally been successfully eradicated. Just moments ago, two individuals resembling Dreykov in appearance and demeanor were discovered within the aerial fortress. Following Melina's application of genetic testing technology, it was confirmed that these two were mere decoys. One attempted to stealthily board a Quinjet to escape, but was promptly apprehended by Tony, who was assessing the damage to the fortress. Interrogation revealed that these two individuals underwent cosmetic surgery to impersonate Dreykov and possessed exceedingly limited knowledge. Lu Yunming subsequently detained them, intending to transfer them to the appropriate authorities once the fortress had landed. The operation to dismantle the Red Room had not been publicly disclosed prior, due to confidentiality considerations. However, Lu Yunming had no intention of concealing this from SHIELD. It is time to lay our cards on the table. The establishment of the Black Watch organization, in some respects, serves as a declaration of sovereignty and independence. As for the International Security Council's reaction, she was utterly indifferent. If they relish in the art of balance and calculation, let Nick Fury bear the burden of concern. Currently, after detailed statistics, it has been determined that the total number of Black Widows, including trainees within the base, amounts to an astonishing 67,892 individuals. Their presence is virtually ubiquitous. Government agencies, corporate institutions, hospitals, schools, and even inconspicuous bars could serve as venues for their intelligence transactions. This figure is indeed staggering. It is difficult to fathom the chaos and panic that would ensue if Dreykov were to issue directives for terror attacks and economic sanctions. Do not underestimate this army of over 60,000. Though it is merely a speck compared to the global population, it is a single thread that can unravel the entire tapestry. Lu Yunming offered all Black Widows a choice. They could either depart from the Red Room and embark on a new life or choose to join the Black Watch, entirely at their discretion. Superwoman, I wish to stay. Elohir exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she raised her arm high. I am uncertain what I can do once I leave. My training has solely revolved around how to eliminate enemies. Another Black Widow admitted, her tone tinged with confusion. I have heard that working with you allows for freedom of time and offers compensation. Is that true? Yelena inquired eagerly, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she addressed Lu Yunming. Indeed, as long as you fulfill the tasks assigned by the organization, the remaining time is entirely yours to command. Is that not liberating? Based on the difficulty and completion of tasks, you will receive corresponding bonuses and commissions, even without task assignments. A basic salary will be provided each month. Lu Yunming smiled patiently as she explained, discreetly signaling to Tony beside her. Indeed, ladies, I am your benefactor, Tony declared, clad in his Iron Man armor, flashing a wide grin and playfully forming a peace sign. Lu Yunming had previously conferred with Tony regarding this matter. This genius and charming scion, actively engaged in the operation, sought not only to eliminate the Red Room, but it also astutely recognized the potential benefits therein. Should these Black Widows choose to leave, the intel they possess and their various assets could be integrated into Stark Industries, transforming previous infiltration methods into healthy competition, a win-win situation. Indeed, after all, who could ever have too much money? More importantly, he was deeply appreciative of the concept of a superpowered organization independent from governmental and national constraints. Natasha's involvement in the mission was fueled by her desire to rescue her sister Yelena and to end that nightmarish chapter of her childhood. Melina was relentlessly driven to escape the Red Room's grasp. Alexei sought revenge against Dreykov for imprisoning him and aimed to atone for the harm caused to his daughter by his past decisions. Captain Steve Rogers, a mere conscript, participated purely to save all the young women victimized by Dreykov's machinations, although he was also a man of gratitude. Liu Yunming had provided him with intelligence, and Tony had expended considerable effort to awaken him from his slumber. His gratitude was evident. Yet, Steve found it challenging to adapt to the myriad changes in modern society. His demeanor somewhat somber. "I wish to join," Elo here exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, being the first to raise her hand in agreement. "We never abandon our comrades," one Black Widow declared firmly, her fists clenched and expression serious. "Haha, I want to buy myself some delightful clothes," Yelena exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her heart filled with hopeful dreams for the future. Almost in unison, the assembled Black Widows chose to join the Black Watch. Having been orphans since childhood, with no one to rely on, this organization offered them a secure haven. "Welcome to the Black Watch. You shall not regret your decision," Liu Yunming proclaimed, her arms open wide in a gesture of warm embrace, her face radiating a friendly smile. "Yeah." In that instant, the atmosphere erupted with jubilant cheers, as all present reveled in a cacophony of joyous celebration. Natasha observed these young successors, a twinge of envy swelling within her heart. They were fortunate enough to have escaped the brutal graduation test she had endured, on desolate ice fields or amidst the vast expanse of a deathly desert. Only 1 out of 20 would emerge alive. Former friends, in those moments, became adversaries locked in a struggle for survival. Successful Black Widows were also subjected to the harrowing procedure of reproductive organ removal. Gazing at Yelena's radiant smile, Natasha contemplated that at least her sister would retain the right to motherhood in her future. "Lou, thank you. I truly appreciate what you have done." Natasha approached solemnly, bowing deeply to express her heartfelt gratitude. If it were not for Liu Yunming's dream, she might have remained oblivious to Dreykov's feigned death ruse for a long time, unaware of how many innocent girls might perish as a result. "There's no need to be so polite, Natasha. We are, in a sense, acquainted through conflict," Liu Yunming chuckled, casually draping her arm over Natasha's shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. Natasha smiled awkwardly, pondering how this could be considered an acquaintance through conflict. Receiving a punch was hardly fighting, more akin to an abrupt demise. "Boss, may I call you that?" At this moment, Eroshil, resembling a cheerful little rabbit, suddenly approached Liu Yunming. Gazing up at her, who towered half a head taller, and timidly inquired. "Of course, the form of address is not an issue," Liu Yunming replied, finding the girl quite amusing. "Could I fly just once? You know, the kind where you hold me and we soar together." Eroshil's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she shyly asked. Ever since learning that the female superhero could freely fly through the air, envy had filled her heart. This was not merely an experience attainable by piloting an aircraft, but rather a sensation of unparalleled freedom. "Oh my goodness, Hill, you beat me to it. I was just about to ask that." Yelena chimed in, immediately drawn closer, suddenly finding Captain America less appealing, as she too yearned to experience the thrill of flight. Liu Yunming looked at the charming girls before her, filled with profound reflections. Had it not been for Dreykov's cruel actions that deprived them of their rightful freedoms, perhaps they could have enjoyed a blissful childhood. An ingenious idea suddenly flashed through her mind. "Ladies, would you like to venture into space?" The moment the words left her lips, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. They had merely dreamed of experiencing flight without the aid of a warplane, never considering the possibility of journeying to space. Steve paused momentarily, a flicker of longing crossing his eyes. He had traveled abroad, but had never left the planet. However, being a reserved individual, he felt too embarrassed to suggest that the superhero carry him into the sky. Such a request would indeed be awkward. "Is that for real?" Yelena exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Red Room had an extensive grasp of external intelligence. She knew the superhero possessed incredible strength and could fly into space. Yet she had never heard that she could take someone along. "Lou, can you really take someone to space?" "Count me in," Tony perked up, his interest peaked. Though his 4 Malawian Quatch's Iron Man armor could soar to altitudes of 30,000 meters, it lacked the energy supply from the arc reactor to achieve the second cosmic velocity necessary to escape Earth's gravitational pull. Furthermore, the current armor's adaptability to space was insufficient, and venturing up there recklessly could lead to unforeseen mishaps. "I've always been able to. You simply never asked," Lu Yunmeng said with a sidelong glance at Tony, a smirk playing on her lips. "Space, as in that vacuum environment?" Alexei asked, utterly bewildered. This concept evidently exceeded his previous understanding. "Haven't you seen the related videos online?" Melina rolled her eyes in disdain. "What videos?" Alexei scratched his head in confusion, utterly lost. During his time in prison, his exposure was limited to newspapers, as television programs were only watched once a week. He had only seen news reports of the superhero defeating villains. The crowd, upon hearing the news, eagerly clamored to be the first to experience the wondrous journey to space. "All right, everyone, no need to quarrel. Consider this a staff benefit. Let us all relish the allure of the vast universe together." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunming motioned for everyone to calm down, signaling that she had the capability to manage the situation. Subsequently, on the landing pad of the airborne fortress, the superhero demonstrated how to harness the biofield. A peculiar glow enveloped her, gradually expanding to encompass over 20 individuals securely, before soaring like an arrow into the sky. As they ascended, the sky's hue deepened. Eroshil could no longer contain her excitement and let out a high-pitched scream. Yelena danced with glee, joyfully twisting her body within the biofield. Captain America, Black Widow, Tony, and even Alexei were profoundly struck by the sheer magnitude of the superhero's extraordinary abilities and the staggering gap it created. At an astonishing speed of 74 Mach, they swiftly broke free from Earth's gravitational grasp, reaching the edge of space in mere seconds. As they gazed down at the sapphire blue planet below, all washed over them, and they were profoundly moved by the magnificent spectacle before them. "This is the most unforgettable sight I have ever witnessed," Steve remarked with a wry smile, filled with deep sentiment. "Old man, I can take you flying anytime," Tony chimed in, eager to assert his presence. At this moment, his attention was more captivated by the invisible energy surrounding them. Unfortunately, J.A.R.V.I.S. could not analyze the composition of this energy. Initially, the others were enthralled by the novelty of space, bubbling with excitement. However, as time passed and the surrounding darkness deepened, most began to lose interest. Lu Yunming had originally intended to take them to the moon for exploration. However, the generation and consumption of bioenergy were not proportionate. To maintain a stable temperature and ensure smooth breathing for everyone, the bioenergy field not only enveloped them, but also expanded to guarantee ample air supply, while completely isolating them from the frigid conditions outside. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Yunming's expression darkened as she brought everyone back to the Black Watchtower Fortress. She had to admit that she had overestimated her capabilities. The energy produced by the microscopic solar organisms within her body was insufficient to sustain such extravagant consumption, and she had begun to experience exhaustion. Had she not stored an ample reserve of bioenergy beforehand, they might have had to return to Earth immediately upon reaching space. Otherwise, should the biofield dissipate, everyone would face freezing and suffocating in a vacuum of space. Nevertheless, through this experience of flying with others, Lu Yunming gained a clearer understanding of her limits. At times, the values displayed on the system data panel cannot fully correlate with real-world performance. Chapter 53. Testing the Waters with the Demise of Dreykov. The Red Room, a nefarious organization that had long cast a shadow over the lives of countless individuals, was finally eradicated at its roots. Natasha Romanoff, the agent who had been reborn through the brutal training of the Red Room, returned to us, HILD, to continue her dedicated service. However, she chose to remain silent regarding the newly emergent Black Watch, an organization spearheaded by the formidable Superwoman. Despite its nascent status, it had already demonstrated the power to rival SHIELD. Li Yunming utilized a series of clandestine channels to the scattered Black Widow agents from around the globe. Upon learning of the Red Room's destruction, their initial response was not one of joy, but rather profound skepticism. Could this be yet another meticulously orchestrated ruse? It was only when they stepped into Dreykov's former office and beheld the living embodiment of the Superwoman before them that their doubts began to dissipate. Faced with a new leader, these Black Widow agents found themselves at a critical crossroads, compelled to make choices about their futures. The vast majority resolutely opted to remain with Black Watch, embracing a new set of responsibilities. They combined their resources and meticulously organized them before reporting back to Tony Stark. Stark Industries assumed control of these resources, which spanned an astonishing array of sectors, from education and medical research to manufacturing, energy, high technology, aerospace, heavy and light industries, and even ventures into genetic research. Additionally, they also encompassed illicit enterprises such as smuggling and the unauthorized production of military arms, as well as smaller industries like bars, restaurants, and nightclubs. Even the seasoned Tony was taken aback by the extensive reach of the Red Room's operations. Of course, a small faction of Black Widow agents chose to bid farewell to a life dictated by others. They erased their records, attempting to embark on a new existence as ordinary citizens. Liu Yunming respected each individual's decision and did not employ any coercive measures to retain them. Those who firmly decided to join Black Watch were bestowed with a new title, Shadows. Much like the interplay between light and shadow, they would become the mysterious force lurking in the depths of Black Watch. In Washington, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion, Director Nick Fury was presiding over a meeting when he received a notification from the guard. Superwoman has arrived. He paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Are you certain she has come alone? He inquired, laced with a hint of anticipation. Since the events in Manhattan, most organizations had curtailed their surveillance of Superwoman. After all, there are limits to probing. The wise recognize the necessity of discernment. Following the incident in the Capitol, the Spear Bureau publicly declared their unwavering support for Superwoman. Any attempt to harm her would be seen as a direct provocation to the Spear Bureau itself, which would not hesitate to retaliate with force. This declaration sent shockwaves worldwide. Nick Fury was increasingly anxious. While others may have misconstrued the East as frail and overly diplomatic, he understood that these individuals preferred to extend courtesies before resorting to conflict. The rich history of the East, steeped in 5 millennia of cultural heritage, shrouded the nation in mystery. The extent of its hidden power remained unknown. On the surface, China stood as one of the top 3 superpowers globally, and the Spear Bureau's statement functioned as a robust national stance, effectively deterring those lurking in the shadows with nefarious intentions. In contrast, the American side's stance appeared ambiguous. Due to Liu Yunming's extraordinary abilities, which defied comprehension, Western governments remained watchful, neither daring to provoke nor seeking alliance. Nick Fury had long pondered how to extend an invitation to Superwoman to join the Avengers, and now, an opportunity seemed to materialize. She had not come alone. She brought another individual with her. I believe you may need to come down personally. The guard's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. All right, I shall go greet her myself, Nick Fury replied, brimming with anticipation. 5 minutes later, clad in black, Nick Fury emerged from the elevator alongside agents Coulson and Hill. Upon reaching the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was utterly taken aback. Standing before him was none other than a living embodiment of Captain America. The man before him was strikingly handsome, tall and robust, adorned in a tight-fitting costume of red, white, and blue, emblematic of the American flag, and clutching his iconic vibranium shield. Nick Fury was all too familiar with this World War II hero. Steve Rogers was not merely an individual. He was a symbol of a spirit that represented freedom, resilience, and the noble virtues of sacrifice and selflessness. Since 1945, his legacy had inspired innumerable souls. Although Captain America was presumed to have perished, his spirit persisted in the hearts of many. Even in 2008, he remained an idol to countless admirers, including Agent Coulson, who cherished a limited edition set of Captain America cards tucked away in his desk drawer. Surprised Director Fury? Liu Yunming smiled, stepping forward with a teasing tone. In truth, she deeply wished for Captain America to join Black Watch. However, after consulting with Steve, he ultimately chose S.H.L.D. In his own words, as a World War II veteran, since fate has brought me to the modern era, I wish to contribute to this world, even if it may not need me. Although S.H.I.L.D. operated independently of military oversight, it was co-founded by Peggy Carter, the love of Steve's life, and his dear friend Howard Stark. Steve's decision to join S.H.I.L.D. was not only a tribute to his fallen comrades, Howard, Bucky, and the entire Howling Commandos, but also a means to witness the continuity of the organization. Most importantly, it was to be there for Peggy, who still lived, so that she could see the institution she helped establish endure through the passage of time. Damn it, Nick Fury muttered under his breath, quickly regaining his composure as he extended his hand to Liu Yunming. First and foremost, it is a pleasure to meet you, Superwoman. Secondly, who is he? Don't tell me he is Captain America? His gaze shifted to Steve, brimming with skepticism. Despite S.H.I.L.D.'s data analysis system indicating a 99 similarity between the man before him and Captain America, Nick Fury's rational mind insisted that such a notion was implausible. After all, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was born in 1918 and would be 90 years old by 2008. Yet the man before him appeared to bear the youthful visage of Steve at the time of his sacrifice, a clear deviation from the norm. Even if the super soldier serum had the capacity to unlock human potential and enhance physicality, it could hardly reverse the aging process to the extent of rendering a 90-year-old man as youthful as a 20-year-old. Nick Fury's first suspicion was that Superwoman had brought what appeared to be a counterfeit Captain America to S.H.I.L.D. for undisclosed intentions. Liu Yun, I told you bringing me here without prior notice would lead to disbelief, Steve remarked, raising his hand to his forehead in exasperation, his tone laced with banter. Oof. I had presumed that the director of S.H.I.L.D. would exhibit more wisdom than others. Liu Yiming pouted, reluctantly retrieving $10 from her jeans pocket and handing it to Steve. It appeared that the two had previously engaged in a wager, with Liu Yiming asserting that Nick Fury would believe Steve to be Captain America, while Steve maintained that the situation was far more complex. So, you must not have come here merely to amuse yourself? Nick Fury inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Liu Yunming, feeling the sting of her loss, remained taciturn and expressionless as she tossed a file folder to Nick. The group followed Agent Coulson to the S.H.I.L.D. conference room, where Agent Hill poured drinks for everyone. Throughout this time, her gaze frequently drifted towards Liu Yunming, silently admiring this superwoman not only for her striking beauty, but also for her impeccable physique. Women often possess a unique perspective, and female agents are no exception. However, Liu Yunming's inner self was that of a male soul. She eschewed makeup and paid little attention to her appearance, dressing in an exceedingly simple manner, primarily combat gear or casual shirts and trousers. It was precisely this unembellished style that made Hill perceive her as exuding a natural beauty that felt effortless. Very well, I can see that I lack wisdom, but I dare say that anyone in my position would not react any more astutely. Nick Fury, clutching the file, spoke with a calm demeanor, releasing a sigh. In truth, tumultuous waves surged within him. From a moment he ascended the elevator to the conference room, his gaze had not strayed from the document in his hand. At last, he comprehended the true purpose behind Stark Industries' so-called scientific expedition in the Arctic. So, you discovered the frozen Captain America in the Arctic tundra and subsequently revived him, did you? Nick Fury handed the file folder to Coulson, whose eyes were nearly glued to Captain America. Indeed, I know you are curious about the source of this intelligence. All I can disclose is that it originates from the Black Watch organization, and other details remain confidential, Liu Yunming replied, her expression composed. Her primary purpose for visiting that day was twofold: to escort this disoriented elder to S.H.I.L.D., and to discuss matters pertaining to the Black Watch organization. To establish the Black Watch as a compliant and legitimate entity, The strong support of S.H.I.E.L.D. was indispensable. Despite the fragmented memories that hinted at numerous issues within S.H.I.E.L.D., Liu Yunming could not recall the specific narrative trajectory. Thus, enlisting Captain Steve Rogers into S.H.I.E.L.D. was in essence a tentative step into uncharted territory. Are you suggesting that you have joined the Blackwatch organization? Might I inquire what sort of organization it is? Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly, his tone unexpectedly calm, as if engaged in casual conversation, devoid of his usual assertiveness. He was genuinely curious about this newly emerged Blackwatch organization and puzzled as to why S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network had no information regarding it. Generally, Nick Fury did not devote attention to newly formed organizations and factions, as many were merely namesakes engaged in trivial pursuits. His responsibilities were numerous, leaving little time for insignificant groups. However, the Blackwatch organization was evidently distinct. Its association with a superwoman signified that it was far from ordinary. The standing of the superwoman was paramount in the eyes of many, her influence unparalleled. And in contemporary society, she had even eclipsed Captain America in renown. Chapter 54. The confrontation, the return of Captain Rogers, is undoubtedly a cause for universal elation, or at least that is how Coulson perceives it. Nick Fury holds this legendary figure in high esteem as well. He truly did not anticipate that Stark Industries would discover the resting place of Steve. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D. invested immense manpower and resources, yet they could never uncover the whereabouts of Captain America. This predicament even prompted Fury to consider tearing up and rewriting his assessment report on Tony Stark, Iron Man. You are aware that I can soar into space, correct? Liu Yunming's expression remained composed. She did not directly respond to Nick Fury's inquiry, but instead pondered briefly before articulating a fact in the form of a rhetorical question. Indeed, I am also aware that you performed a peace sign in space. Nick Fury replied with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. I possess a certain level of understanding regarding extraterrestrial beings, Liu Yunming continued, taking a sip of her cola. Oh, what types of aliens have you encountered? Nick Fury asked, a glimmer of interest lighting up his eyes. Asgardians, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, Hel, and Muspelheim. Of course, there are also the Kree and the Skrulls. Liu Yunming remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Nick Fury before enumerating them, as if reading from a menu. According to her fragmented memories, since the arrival of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, on Earth in 1995, the Skrulls likewise made their way here. Nick Fury happened to be a direct witness to the entire affair. The Asgardians refer to our Earth as Midgard, along with the aforementioned realms, collectively known as the Nine Realms. Liu Yunming patiently elucidated, feeling that her words were not fabrications, as those films were not watched in vain. The magnitude of this information was staggering. At least Coulson and Hill were left dumbfounded, realizing that such a plethora of extraterrestrial forces existed beyond Earth. They harbored no doubt that the Supergirl was weaving tales. For someone capable of soaring into space unassisted had no need for deceit. Nick Fury's brow furrowed. He was undoubtedly aware of the existence of aliens, and had even encountered them face to face. However, he had never imagined that the knowledge possessed by the Supergirl far surpassed that of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, he seemed to have an inkling of the nature of the organization known as the Blackwatch. Earth appeared too feeble, so weak that even alien races looked down upon invading us. In their eyes, we were akin to the primitive denizens of a bygone era, mere subjects of observation, or even experimental specimens. Liu Yunming's expression grew increasingly solemn, and after a brief pause, she continued, Wait, I senti Asgard a creation of ancient mythology? Do they truly exist? Of course. The Asgardians possess an extraordinarily long lifespan. To ancient humans, they were akin to gods. One might consider them an alien race endowed with advanced technology. By the way, King Odin, Thor, and the trickster Loki are indeed real, and they are far from being opponents that humans can contend with, Liu Yunming explained patiently. You cannot withstand them either? Nick Fury did not deny the existence of aliens, but instead asked incredulously. He had witnessed the Kree, whose technological advancements far surpassed that of modern Earth. However, the supernatural abilities displayed by the Kree seemed rather pedestrian. At least Captain Marvel could easily handle them. In Nick Fury's estimation, the Asgardians and the Kree were comparable. Since Captain Marvel could contend with the Kree, Supergirl should similarly have no trouble with the Asgardians. In his mind, Supergirl was at least on par with Captain Marvel and should not fear such a level of extraterrestrial civilization. I should be able to defeat Thor. But Odin would likely be a different story. He has existed since the dawn of human civilization, Li Yun-ming admitted with a shrug. With her current strength, at only 16 of her steel form's potential, she had no reason to fear the Asgardians in a simple test of strength. However, the Odin of the Nine Realms was evidently not a mere brute, particularly as the supreme father god capable of harnessing cosmic energy to obliterate a planet, something she could not yet achieve. In contrast, perhaps only the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, from Kamataj could rival Odin on Earth. Nick Fury was quite taken aback. The formidable presence exhibited by Supergirl had already made a lasting impression. Yet even she did not dare assert she could decisively defeat Odin. What manner of perilous race was this? Steve, too, was astounded, awakening after decades of slumber, as if the world had undergone a profound transformation. It now appeared that the threat posed by extraterrestrial civilizations was far beyond that of local organizations like Hydra. To confront these alien threats and empower humanity to stand against such civilizations, the Black Watch organization came into being. Li Yun-ming paused momentarily before cutting to the chase. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was momentarily stunned. Damn, this aligns perfectly with the Avengers initiative I had drafted. How could someone possess greater foresight than me? So, is the leader of the Black Watch organization you? Nick Fury scrutinized Li Yun-ming, and after a long silence, he slowly inquired. He was not foolish. The evidence was laid bare. An organization capable of enlisting Supergirl must harbor individuals even more formidable than her. However, in Nick Fury's view, aside from Captain Marvel, there should be no other individuals on Earth stronger than Supergirl. You are quite astute, Director Nick. I am here today to both familiarize the old man with the surroundings and to inform S.H.I.L.D. of the existence of the Black Watch organization. Li Yun-ming replied, sensing the exasperated gaze of Captain America upon her, and she smiled mischievously. Are you suggesting that if one day aliens invade Earth, the Black Watch will step forward to resist and organize the defense? Nick Fury squinted, his tone tinged with skepticism. Precisely. Among the extraterrestrial civilizations I mentioned, which one can S.H.I.L.D. contend with? The utmost you could do is launch a few more nuclear bombs. However, this would merely devastate Earth's ecological environment and be utterly ineffective against truly powerful alien races. Li Yun-ming scoffed, openly expressing her disdain for S.H.I.L.D. The reason she was candid in her discussion was that she believed Nick Fury and his associates genuinely cared for Earth and were not merely seeking fame. Clarifying her stance would facilitate future cooperation. Nick Fury fell silent. He had witnessed the Kree, with their colossal ships spanning several kilometers, capable of obliterating Earth with a single missile. According to Supergirl, the Asgardians and other extraterrestrial civilizations of the Nine Realms were even stronger than the Kree. How could one possibly contend with that? This was precisely the concern that had troubled Nick Fury and the impetus behind his desire to form the Avengers. Indeed, he had to acknowledge that, given the current state of humanity, aside from self-destructive nuclear launches, they could at best eliminate a small fraction of invading alien races. Then what? Await the next invasion and launch another nuclear strike? What difference would that make to suicide? I wish to inquire which national government the Black Watch organization is subordinate to. Is it the United States? Coulson asked curiously. Nick Fury and Hill immediately turned their gaze towards Li Yun-ming, eager to uncover the identity of the one wielding the knife and the direction in which its blade would be pointed. The Black Watch operates independently of any government or state, free from regulation. Li Yun-ming's eyes held a profound depth, as if concealing an endless abyss within her pupils, and she spoke slowly. She had never compromised. She merely concealed her brilliance. Playing games with politicians was a thing of the past, and there was no longer any need for such trivialities. The preliminary plan of the Black Watch was to compel S.H.I.L.D. to acknowledge its status, revealing the dagger hidden in the cloth. Having seized the legacy of the Red Room, the technology of Iron Man, the friendship of the Hulk, and the support of the Godspear Bureau, there was neither reason nor time to continue with petty disputes. It was already generous enough not to settle accounts with S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding the surveillance and proximity to her relatives. S.H.I.E.L.D. could not prevent the establishment of the Black Watch. It must accept its position. At the moment Nick Fury was swept by that piercing gaze, the air seemed to solidify, and even breathing became laborious, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, rendering him immobile. He had never felt such an oppressive force from the Superwoman before. So, how could one ensure that the Black Watch would not direct its weapons towards ordinary civilians? Nick Fury took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and asked incisively, how could one ensure this? To whom would they provide such assurances? Should weapons be entrusted to the United Nations? Would the Black Watch then be exploited by politicians? When lives were at stake, was he to draft a report and wait for approval before offering aid? Those who sought to wield power far beyond their capabilities must ask themselves if they were worthy of such force. Lu Yunming, her brilliance fully revealed, unflinchingly posed several questions. Was it not the imposition of numerous restrictions by ordinary people upon superheroes and supernatural beings that led to the disintegration of the Avengers? The so-called Sokovia Accords, if viewed favorably, merely added an approval step to exercise reasonable control, preventing supernatural beings from acting recklessly. If viewed unfavorably, it reflected a fear of being harmed by the very blade they wished to wield. This was akin to wanting to be a harlot while maintaining a facade of chastity. Nick Fury fell momentarily silent, struggling to respond. He had to concede that the Superwoman's words held merit, revealing many instability factors and loopholes. Yet Earth remains humanity's home. He attempted to articulate further, hoping to negotiate, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Lu Yunming. Hey, what does this mean? Do you not consider me human? Or do you secretly view me as a monster? Lu Yunming's gaze grew increasingly perilous, exuding a terrifying pressure that left everyone present gasping for breath. Hill's first instinct was to reach for her sidearm, while Coulson remained still, and Nick Fury, though outwardly composed, was already sweating profusely. Damn it! That is not what I meant. You misinterpreted me. Nick Fury hastily gestured to Hill to cease her movements, waving his hands in explanation. To engage in battle with the Superwoman here? What ist? The entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. combined would not withstand a single punch from her. If I did not consider myself human, a part of this world, do you think I would be so courteous as to inform you? Lu Yunming clenched her fist, ignoring Hill, and coldly retorted, Lu, do not be angry. You know that ordinary people often harbor fears towards supernatural beings. Steve stepped forward to mediate. He had also experienced similar scrutinizing gazes, albeit in a manner entirely different from what the Superwoman faced, given their distinct realms. All right, I was narrow-minded. You are right, Steve. Lu Yunming fell silent for a moment, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating instantly, a natural smile emerging, as if the earlier tension had never occurred. Lu, people need time to adapt. I hope you can understand. Steve offered a friendly smile. He had fought alongside the Superwoman on missions and believed that her nature was fundamentally good, albeit a bit impulsive due to her youth. Look, this is Captain America. A 90-year-old man speaks more eloquently than you all, while you simply resort to threats with your guns. You should compensate him for the wages he has been owed over the decades. Lu Yunming scoffed, patting Steve's shoulder with such force that he coughed. That disdainful gaze left Nick Fury feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, from the very beginning, I have failed to seize the initiative. Chapter 55, Independence and Autonomy. Steve was utterly embarrassed, his face contorted into a wry smile, at a loss for words. This woman, the superheroine, spoke whimsically of a 90-year-old man engaging in conversation, revealing her rather morbid sense of humor. Over the past few days, he had diligently immersed himself in modern knowledge through the internet, where videos of the superheroine executing justice and rescuing civilians inundated the digital landscape. Liu Yunmeng's renown online eclipsed that of all famous personalities, with many citizens spontaneously creating forums and discussion boards dedicated to her exploits. In truth, Steve held a favorable impression of Liu Yunmeng, particularly for her valor in demolishing the Red House and rescuing those persecuted young women. Compared to Nick Fury, he found himself more aligned with Liu Yunmeng's ideals. Very well, I shall notify the relevant departments to release the overdue wages. I doubt anyone would dare to withhold Captain America's pay, Nick Fury remarked, seemingly amused, though his gaze subtly scrutinized both Steve and Liu Yunmeng. Do you know, every morning when I awaken, I feel as though I am confronting a world as fragile as paper. Liu Yunmeng sighed, her expression melancholic. Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly, nodding in tacit agreement. In the face of her monstrous power, the world indeed appeared paper-thin. In this stark contrast of extraordinary strength, ordinary individuals seemed as vulnerable as cheese, easily crushed by a mere misstep. Yet, despite her awakened abilities, Liu Yunmeng had devoted herself to saving lives and combating crime, acting with remarkable restraint, rather than indulging in reckless abandon. Regardless of her motives, she maintained a commendable moral compass. Were someone else to acquire such formidable power, one could hardly predict their actions. In truth, Nick Fury harbored no concerns about those who became arrogant with their abilities. Rather, he feared the seemingly innocuous yet terrifying individuals like Liu Yunmeng. Put yourself in my shoes. If others possessed the same powers, would they necessarily adhere to the law? Liu Yunmeng raised an eyebrow, her expression unflinching. Nick Fury nearly choked at her words, musing. Could it be that those criminals who mysteriously vanished in Los Angeles are a result of her so-called lawfulness? Nevertheless, he dared not voice such thoughts, for when this woman was willing to engage in reasoned discourse, it was wise to take her seriously. Otherwise, one would witness the full force of her prowess. Liu Yun, may I address you as such? Nick Fury inquired politely after a moment's consideration. Liu Yunmeng's gaze was indifferent as she nodded in assent. She had long grown weary of the Americans' mispronunciation of her name, rendering it akin to a donkey's bray. Correcting them felt futile, as their tongues seemed perpetually tangled. Since you're now the leader of Blackwatch, will you still accept employment missions in the future? Nick Fury pressed on, as this was a matter of utmost concern for both him and SHLD. The agency's current capacity to tackle supernatural crimes and alien invasions was rather limited, falling short of expectations. After all, only those with superhuman abilities could effectively confront others of their kind. At present, SHIELD's most formidable assets were the woman who had vanished after leaving a pager and the newly recruited Captain America. This was grossly inadequate. If possible, he hoped to continue leveraging the superheroine's reputation and strength, even if she were not a team player of SHIELD, to intimidate adversaries to some extent. I find the term employment rather imprecise. If you cannot resolve an issue and we step in to clean up your mess, it could be better described as wiping your backside. If we were to handle everything, what role does SHLD play? Liu Yunmeng scoffed, correcting Nick Fury's linguistic nuances. I believe cooperation is a more fitting term, she continued, sitting regally as she raised a finger to emphasize her point. The initiative in an employment relationship typically rests with the employer, lacking a sense of equality. Though she had previously received the title of an external SHIELD agent, Liu Yunmeng only selected the task she wished to undertake. Cooperation entailed equality, rooted in shared interests and values, fostering profound trust and rapport over time. The crux of the matter was longevity. Blackwatch had only recently been established, boasting formidable military power but requiring time to mature and a shield to protect them. In simple terms, they needed both military strength and connections. SHIELD could serve as a shield, acting as a spokesperson and managing the manageable intricacies. Ideally, she would prefer to absorb SHIELD entirely, but evidently, Blackwatch was not yet equipped for such an appetite. This world is quite complex. What kind of cooperation are we discussing? Nick Fury inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Let the government recognize our independent legal status. Blackwatch will cooperate with SHIELD to a certain extent, helping you resolve manageable troubles. For a fee, Liu Yunmeng smiled broadly, speaking quite naturally. Blackwatch, having just been established, included a vast number of regular combat members, including numerous shadow guards. Even with Tony Stark's support, sustaining such a large group required an astronomical sum of money. Moreover, the aerial fortress needed renovations and possibly expansions. Where would that funding come from? Naturally, it would be expedient to obtain it from others. That sounds remarkably like employment. Yet the initiative has already begun to shift, Nick Fury remarked, shaking his head with a sardonic smile. You seek independence while also demanding funds. It seems you are inviting a patron back into your life. Recognizing the organization's legitimacy is straightforward, but acknowledging its independence is another matter entirely. Suddenly, an independent little nation emerges? What about territorial sovereignty? Would other nations acquiesce? Is this not inviting trouble for SHIELD? Nick Fury felt a headache creeping in. This was beyond the agency's purview. Liun, good people shouldn't be bullied. You should comprehend my meaning, she retorted, a glint of mockery flashing in her eyes, her smile laden with significance. Nick Fury felt discomfort. The superheroine was shedding her facade, revealing her fangs. Most critically, he had no viable solutions at hand. In physical terms, it was a harsh reality. Should they come to blows, SHIELD would undoubtedly perish, and resorting to public opinion would fail to address the fundamental issues at hand. This was akin to saying, I am currently discussing matters amicably with you, but if you disagree, I will show you my iron fist. If pushed into a corner, Liu Yunmeng might resort to superpowered crime, and unless Carol was summoned back, he had no idea who could rein her in. Regrettably, even though Captain Marvel was immensely powerful, any conflict between them would inevitably lead to catastrophe, with victory and defeat indistinguishable. For now, SHIELD possessed no technological means to counterbalance the superheroine's might. Very well. I would like to know who comprises the members of Blackwatch. Are they all supernaturally empowered individuals? Nick Fury sighed, asking helplessly. SHIELD had no intelligence on this organization, lacking knowledge of its personnel composition and headquarters location. Any insights gleaned from this conversation would be invaluable. Tony and I are the founders. And there should be Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty as well. Are you referring to Dr. Bruce Banner? Nick Fury asked, astonished. Goodness, he was a key member of the Avengers initiative. Additionally, Tony Stark had intended to hack into the Island Villa system to speak with him directly. Given that Iron Man was notoriously headstrong, a little sunshine would make him shine. Now, however, they had all become part of Blackwatch, complicating his efforts to organize the Avengers. Apart from the leadership, the Blackwatch organization also has some shadow guards, whom one might equate to the caliber of ordinary agents from SHIELD. Liming did not conceal the truth, stating plainly that SHIELD would eventually discover this, and she had no intention of hiding it for a lifetime. Nick Fury's expression was intricate. What exactly were these shadow guards? Their proficiency was evidently a significant force within the Blackwatch, beyond the visible leadership. He was indeed curious about the number of shadow guards. Yet he felt this inquiry would be somewhat foolish, akin to revealing the number of agents in SHIELD. Have we reached an agreement? Liu Yunmeng inquired, noticing Nick Fury's prolonged silence with a hint of confusion. I will do my utmost to arrange it. But whether we can successfully secure independence for the Blackwatch remains uncertain, Nick Fury replied, weariness evident in his voice. You will succeed, Liu Yunmeng remarked, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Excellent. I shall take my leave now. Let us keep in touch. She nodded towards Steve, then rose and strode towards the window of the reception room. As she passed by Hill, she playfully slapped the agent's rear, delivering a light but unmistakable impact. Too impulsive. Darling, the habit of drawing your weapon is rather unbecoming. Before Hill could process the moment, Lu Yunming vanished like a wisp of wind, leaving Hill standing in astonishment. Wait, why did she slap my backside? Hill mused incredulously, rubbing her rear in disbelief. The act bore minimal physical harm, yet was profoundly insulting. What was wrong with this woman? Perhaps the lady has taken an interest in you. I might consider dispatching you to her side for reconnaissance. Nick Fury jested with a subtle smile. Sir, that is hardly amusing, Hill retorted, her expression darkening. She found it utterly unfathomable that such a strikingly beautiful woman would engage in such brazen behavior. She may be holding a grudge, wouldn't you agree? Nick Fury suggested, his tone laden with implication. That was merely instinctive, Hill replied with poise. Drawing my weapon in the face of danger is purely instinctual, not malicious. It is simply a manifestation of caution. To put it plainly, it stems from fear, a means of bolstering one's courage. Am I truly expected to fire upon a superwoman? What folly! She is capable of effortlessly withstanding heavy artillery fire and missile strikes from armed helicopters. Thus, we must remember to tread lightly around this troublesome individual, Nick Fury lamented, rubbing his temples in exasperation. At least until we devise a method to contend with her. Maintaining a cordial relationship is paramount. I can hear you. A voice suddenly floated in from outside, growing nearer. Damn it, I forgot that superwomen possess extraordinary hearing. Just how many superpowers has this damned comic bestowed upon her? Nick Fury grumbled, visibly flustered, as Agent Hill stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into mirth. All right, enough of this. I believe we have much to attend to. Captain, welcome to the 21st century. Nick Fury rose, solemnly shaking Steve's hand. Before this world's hero, a symbol of honor, courage, and sacrifice, and a fearless leader of freedom, Nick Fury felt compelled to express due respect. It is worth noting that he had grown up listening to tales of Captain America. In tumultuous times, when citizens endured injustice, they placed their hopes upon their spiritual leader, even after Captain America had been confirmed as having sacrificed himself. This is not the first time I've been welcomed into a new world, Steve sighed wistfully, offering a resigned smile. Indeed, the current society is quite commendable, characterized by a strong sense of inclusivity and a notable reduction in racial discrimination. Coulson began, only to falter under the weight of Fury's piercing glare. Rogers maintained an impassive demeanor, nodding gravely. If even a character like Nick could ascend to the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, surely it indicated a decline in racial biases. In times past, he would likely have been laboring in the cotton fields. Captain Rogers, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury declared, glaring at Coulson, before firmly shaking Steve's hand. Although the formation of the Avengers had been compromised, he had nonetheless discovered the second pivotal piece of the puzzle, the team leader, Captain America. Chapter 56. Expansion. Steve did not linger long at Blackwatch. After awakening in the monitoring room of Stark's private medical facility, he underwent merely 3 days of rehabilitation before plunging headlong into the extermination campaign against the secretive Red Room organization. As a soldier, Rogers' memories were still deeply rooted in the era of World War II, when the Allied forces were fervently combating Nazi Germany. However, his sudden awakening made him acutely aware that the world had dramatically transformed. The various facets of modern society rendered him a stranger in his own land, and he harbored a profound yearning to reclaim the familiar sensations of yesteryear. Blackwatch was a privately operated organization, independent of any government or nation, adhering to the principle of autonomy from institutional control. Nevertheless, it was relatively lacking in connections and influence compared to the formidable background of S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlike agencies such as the CIA, FBI, KGB, and Mossad, which represented their respective nations, S.H.I.E.L.D. was wholly managed by the World Security Council and was established as a specialized force to combat supernatural events. The International Security Council provided it with financial resources, material support, and intelligence, granting S.H.I.E.L.D. absolute priority in handling numerous cases. Most significantly, it was Peggy who had been instrumental in its founding. Given these factors, Steve graciously declined the invitation to join Blackwatch and opted for SHIELD. In truth, his understanding of Blackwatch was quite limited. He had only heard some appealing ideas when Liu Yunming invited him to join. Thus, the Red Room, the secret organization led by Dreykov, was its predecessor. Nick Fury was taken aback, disbelief evident in his gaze. The information he gleaned from Captain America was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The superhero organization had orchestrated an action involving SHIELD agents, and, as the director, he was completely oblivious to it. Moreover, wasn't he the Red Room destroyed back in January, reportedly by elite agents Romanoff and Clint during a joint mission? If that were the case, then the previous assassination operation organized by SHIELD against Dreykov was utterly futile, and they had been led in circles. The intelligence department had fallen woefully short of its duties. Indeed, the individual who perished in the explosion was merely Dreykov's decoy. We discovered 2 additional decoys within the Red Room's base, crafted through some form of medical alteration. Steve nodded, revealing no hint of concealment. He was acutely aware that Wonder Woman hoped he would relay this information to SHIELD. What about Agent Romanoff? Nick Fury's expression darkened as he turned to Coulson. Natasha was evidently privy to more details, yet she had remained silent upon returning to the office for so many days. Furthermore, the thousands of Black Widows from the Red Room, if united, would form a force potent enough to instill fear in all nations and factions, necessitating vigilance from SHIELD. Had they been privy to this information earlier, they would not have found themselves in such a passive position. Now, however, they had all become the shadow agents of Blackwatch, who could SHIELD turn to for accountability. But then again, could they truly defend against it? The sheer might of Wonder Woman was sufficient to leave SHIELD overwhelmed, not to mention the presence of Tony Stark, the wealthy industrialist, and the irate giant who turned green. Natasha was currently on a mission in the Middle East, unreachable and silent. Coulson replied sheepishly, "Damn it, she is clearly avoiding me on purpose." Nick Fury's expression darkened. Anyone would feel discontented when significant matters were concealed by subordinates. However, Agent Romanoff did leave a message before departing this morning. Coulson smiled, seemingly unfazed by his superior's ire. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Nick Fury glared at him, visibly displeased. "I was just about to inform you, but then the captain arrived," Coulson replied, rubbing his hands together, slightly embarrassed. Upon learning that Captain America had come to SHIELD, he outwardly maintained his composure, but internally he was bursting with excitement. At that moment, he still had a limited edition card of Captain America tucked away in his pocket, eagerly awaiting an opportunity for the captain's autograph. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, nodding in resignation, signaling Coulson to continue. Natasha mentioned that the Black Widows left behind by the Red Room were pitiable souls, recruited by Dreykov from various places, subjected to brutal training, with many perishing in that infernal facility. She felt a deep empathy for them. Thus, she wished to prevent these young women from repeating the same tragic fate. They would be properly placed by Blackwatch, working as mercenaries and employees, freed from the chemical control over their neural processes. Although the Red Room was part of the former Soviet Union, the USSR had long since disintegrated, so, theoretically, the organization was no longer bound by any national control. The recruited Black Widows similarly bore no obligation to submit to the dictates of other factions, making joining Blackwatch a more favorable option. Coulson reported honestly, having anticipated that his superior would erupt in fury upon receiving such troublesome news. "Is that all?" Nick Fury's gaze grew increasingly menacing. "Oh, and Agent Romanoff also mentioned that she had contemplated persuading these Black Widows to join SHIELD, but feared being turned into cheese spread by Wonder Woman. She had done her utmost and thus abandoned that idea," Coulson added calmly. Nick Fury's expression fluctuated, revealing the intensity of his emotions despite his darker complexion. Eventually, he let out a heavy sigh. Upon reflection, Natasha's reasoning seemed sound. Competing for talent with Blackwatch was tantamount to courting enmity with Wonder Woman, an exceedingly unwise course of action. Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. Coulson, escort the captain to familiarize himself with S. H. I. Hill. Assist me in drafting a document. Nick Fury waved his hand, rising and heading towards the door. This matter was too significant. He needed to immediately report it to the International Security Council. In terms of SHIEL, DS stands towards the Blackwatch organization established by Wonder Woman. Swift decisions were imperative from SHIELD and the relevant nations. In the skies above the open sea, the colossal Blackwatch aerial fortress hovered silently within the stratosphere. Following the battle, Liu Yunming, along with Tony and numerous shadow agents, commenced repairs and renovations on the fortress. During the operation to dismantle the Red Room, Liu Yunming rapidly deactivated the fortress's armed defenses using the Icon illusion technique, Icon's doppelganger, single-handedly obliterating all external weaponry of the fortress. As a result, the current Blackwatch fortress resembled an airborne mansion, stripped of any defensive capabilities. The biological, shape-shifting magic version of Icon used by Liu Yunming differed from that employed by the sorcerers of Kamartaj. While at first glance the two appeared nearly indistinguishable, both eliciting illusions to disrupt an opponent's vision through energy manipulation. Liu Yunming's mutated illusionary doppelganger was not a mere phantasm, but an entity constructed from biological energy. These doppelgangers retained 10 of the original superpowers, capable of demonstrating remarkable strength, speed, and other abilities. For instance, the laser heat vision emitted by the original could reach temperatures of 11,000 degrees Celsius, enough to instantaneously melt any defense. Though the doppelganger's laser heat vision only reached 100 degrees Celsius, it could nonetheless dismantle composite metal defenses with sustained attacks, albeit requiring a longer duration. As the power of the entity continues to grow, the capabilities of the clones created through the form of Icon will correspondingly enhance. Had Liu Yunming possessed such abilities during the Manhattan incident, the military forces encircling the city would have been swiftly dismantled. The clones lack independent consciousness and exist solely in a pure energy state. When utilized, Liu Yunming merely needs to issue a mental command. Once the energy is depleted, the clones will dissipate on their own. However, these clones have a drawback. They cannot stray beyond a certain distance from the original body, or they will vanish immediately. With the aid of these clones, Liu Yunming can effortlessly issue repair commands for the fortress facilities, manipulating them as easily as one with their own limbs. Oh my God, this is truly astonishing. You know, Liu, I have never encountered a supernatural being like you. It defies convention and transcends the limits of cognition, Tony exclaimed, utterly awestruck as he poked one of Liu Yunming's clones, discovering that it felt just like a human, causing a storm of emotions within him. As a brilliant graduate of MIT and a genius inventor, Tony prided himself on his profound understanding of science. Yet, witnessing hundreds of clones systematically transporting items and repairing walls shattered his worldview. It became evident that the world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. This revelation greatly ignited Tony's competitive spirit. He resolved to develop more models of his Iron Man suits, aspiring to assemble an Iron Legion capable of coordinated combat through remote control via Jarvis. The world is vast and boundless, hiding wonders in corners unseen that one could scarcely imagine in a lifetime. The future is brimming with infinite excitement. Stay tuned for what is to come. Liu Yunming firmly grasped a fallen metal wall fragment with one hand and effortlessly lifted the steel plate, wedging it into the damaged area of the wall. If Tony were to witness the mystical techniques of the sorcerers from Kamartaj, one can only wonder at the extent of his astonishment. At this stage, the restoration of the Blackwatch fortress has completed 1/10 of its total work, thanks to the substantial assistance from the Shadow Guards and clones. What was initially projected to take a year has been reduced by a factor of 10. While repairing the damaged facilities, the aerial fortress is also undergoing expansion and modernization. The old turbine engines have been replaced with the anti-gravity engines developed by Tony, and the nuclear power engines that sustain the fortress's energy supply have been upgraded to large arc reactors. Furthermore, Liu Yumei plans to replace the main control system of the Black Watch aerial fortress. In this regard, Tony is considered an expert. Initially intending to directly utilize Jarvis for external sharing, Tony decided instead to rewrite an entirely new intelligent AI, aptly named the Red Queen, considering the organization's collective nature. Tony found the name Black Watch rather peculiar, and the moniker Red Queen possessed a unique, sinister charm. Liu Yumei, however, smiled and expressed her fondness for it. In terms of fortress expansion, Tony envisioned tripling the original size, bringing its diameter to approximately 3 kilometers, constructing a massive aerial city capable of accommodating thousands of individuals for living and working. Naturally, all materials for repairs, weaponry, and various complex components would be provided exclusively by Stark Industries. The financial resources required for this grand fortress renovation are astronomical. Yet Tony casually remarked that it was hardly a concern. In the research endeavor to decode the chemical neural control agent, relying solely on Melina proved insufficient. However, with the addition of Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty, the pace of research has significantly accelerated. It is anticipated that within 6 months, all previously controlled Black Widows will be liberated from their restraints, regaining their freedom. Overall, everything is progressing positively toward a brighter future. Chapter 57. Long-term considerations. In the upper-level conference room of the Triskelion, Nick Fury burst through the door with palpable urgency. His strides were resolute, each step imbued with a sense of immediacy. He first retrieved a specialized signal jammer from his pocket, gently pressed the activation button, and set it upon the conference table. Subsequently, he utilized a remote control to draw the curtains, plunging the room into a shadowy obscurity, shielding its activities from prying eyes. Once these measures were complete, Fury took a seat, lit a cigar, and as the smoke curled around him, his solitary eye glinted with profound contemplation, as if grappling with a significant dilemma. What could possibly warrant a face-to-face meeting when a phone call suffices? He muttered under his breath, tinged with impatience. At that moment, another voice emerged from the shadows, and a figure slowly materialized. It was a man in his 50s of average stature, clad in a crisp gray suit, his polished shoes gleaming. Though his hair had turned silver and his face bore the marks of time, he exuded a robust aura. Behind the new-style reading glasses, his penetrating gaze seemed capable of discerning all. "Did you receive the items I sent?" Nick Fury casually inquired, taking a leisurely puff of his cigar with a smile. "Indeed, my child adored the toys you selected, though a more understated approach would have been preferable." The figure stepped forward, revealing himself as Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the International Security Council and an old friend and direct superior of Fury. "Hey, it's not my fault the item was manufactured that size. I couldn't possibly suggest the manufacturer produce a smaller version." Fury flicked the ash from his cigar, expressing his displeasure. "Well then, what brings me here?" "You know, I'm quite busy," Pierce said, taking a seat after snatching the cigar from Fury's hand without hesitation. "You must have heard about the situation with the female superhero. Black Widow is demanding autonomy, and I wish to ascertain the Security Council's stance." Fury shifted his posture, delving straight into the matter at hand. "The Security Council has always maintained that any superhuman must be subject to regulation," Pierce replied calmly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "Regardless of whether she possesses powers akin to those of Superman, she still requires sustenance and shelter, does she not? Even if she can disregard conventional military forces, she still needs a place to live, a steady income, and the occasional companionship. From these angles, there is no entity beyond control, and SHIELD has historically excelled in such matters. Calling me back for this is uncharacteristic of you, Nick." "Pierce, if you were aware that she obliterated the former Soviet secret agent organization, the Red Room, and amassed thousands of SHIELD operatives under her command, you would not hold such views." Fury's expression turned grave as he spoke earnestly. "What?" Pierce's disbelief was palpable as he sought confirmation. Fury recounted the events of how the female superhero dismantled the Red Room, recruited a cadre of Black Widows, and established a mercenary organization known as the Black Watch. Pierce fell silent, absorbing the gravity of the situation. "What measures do you intend to implement regarding this female superhero?" Pierce inquired, his gaze fixed on Fury, who appeared increasingly agitated. What measures can I take? She tears through tanks as if they were mere sheets of paper, lifts hundreds of tons with ease, and flies faster than a missile. She can emit laser beams from her eyes, with temperatures high enough to melt titanium alloys. What do you suggest I do? The combined forces of S, H, I, L, D could not withstand a single punch from her. Fury's agitation escalated, his hands gesturing emphatically, the stress of the situation weighing heavily upon him. To be clear, based on our analysis of her capabilities, the only potential constraint would involve nuclear deterrence, compelling her to remain stationary during an attack. Otherwise, there's no feasible way to contain her. Fury's voice resonated within the conference room, laden with frustration and anxiety. Pierce observed his old friend, noting the emotional turmoil, and chose to wait for Fury to regain his composure before responding. Is she not a citizen of the United States, devoid of family or friends? Yinmeng Liu, whose mother perished during childbirth and whose father died in a car accident. Her only relatives reside in China, under the protection of a SHIELD bureau. Her few friends include Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Steve Rogers. My dear Secretary Pierce, from where do you propose I begin to rein her in? Fury sighed deeply, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Her friends are all prominent figures, each possessing extraordinary abilities. One is a billionaire, a genius inventor who crafted an unparalleled suit of armor under dire conditions. Another has 7 doctoral degrees and, when angered, transforms into a colossal green behemoth capable of decimating a town with ease. And then there is the esteemed Captain America, a paragon of virtue and a symbol of hope for the nation. Are any of them ordinary? Can any of them be easily approached by S, H, I, E, L, D? Moreover, there are thousands of Black Widows and the openly supportive SHIELD Bureau in China. These forces have grown formidable under our very noses. Can you blame me for feeling overwhelmed? Steve Rogers? Is it the Steve Rogers I know? Pierce's expression was one of confusion. Yes, Captain America Steve Rogers. The living relic unearthed by Iron Man Tony Stark from the Arctic ice. The embodiment of America, a man who has slumbered for over 60 years due to the super soldier serum. He just joined S, H, I, E, L, D. Mere hours ago, Fury lamented. Pierce was taken aback, the implications of the situation dawning upon him. Then we must resort to nuclear deterrence. Either compel her compliance or eliminate her entirely. After a prolonged silence, he stated coldly, the world cannot harbor destabilizing elements. If they exist, they must be eradicated, plain and simple. In point of fact, our nuclear arsenal cannot even keep pace with her. The female superhero's speed exceeds 70 Mach. How do you propose we employ nuclear deterrence? Will we threaten to bomb Los Angeles or Washington, D.C.? Furthermore, her public image is highly esteemed among the populace for her efforts in championing justice and rescuing civilians. Even veterans of the Manhattan incident have spoken highly of her. We possess neither the justification nor the authority to confront her. Most critically, she is currently willing to engage in dialogue rather than unleash her unfathomable powers indiscriminately. Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, exasperation evident in his voice. Haven't we located the base of the Red Room? Alexander Pierce inquired, furrowing his brow. According to Captain Rogers, it is a floating fortress of steel constructed with radar-evading and detection-resistant materials, rendering S, H, I, E, L, DS satellites incapable of pinpointing its exact location. Nick Fury replied, leaning back in his chair, defeated. Nothing works, so what do you expect me to do? Am I to kick Wonder Woman's rear with Uncle Tom's boots? Alexander Pierce tapped the table, his eyes sharpening. What about psychological profiling? Is there anything she values, such as love? Superheroes are still human. They may fear no weapon, but emotional vulnerabilities remain, do they not? As the Minister of the International Security Council, he was adept at regulating his emotions and soon regained his composure. Love? Don't be absurd. A creature capable of crushing tanks into iron balls discussing love? I concede your point that emotional attachments imply weaknesses, yet we lack the luxury of time to uncover such deeply hidden elements. Nick Fury shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette. Nick, I refuse to believe you summoned me merely to hear your complaints without a plan. Alexander Pierce's gaze shifted, revealing a faint smile. Very well, Minister. Thus far we have only addressed the troubles caused by Wonder Woman. Now, allow me to share my thoughts. Nick Fury rubbed the eye patch on his face, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. You are always like this, withholding your cards until the very last moment. Pray tell, what ingenious plan does the coldest director in S.H.I.E.L.D. history concoct? Alexander Pierce smirked disdainfully, fully aware of his old friend's cunning and ruthlessness. First, we concede, there is no need to antagonize Wonder Woman, nor should we entertain thoughts of control, at least until S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses sufficient power. We must resolve matters at the negotiation table. Second, the Blackwatch organization poses more advantages than disadvantages for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the world. We can enlist their assistance for various missions, compensating them while simultaneously addressing troublesome issues. Finally, we cannot afford the repercussions of inciting Wonder Woman's wrath. We must give her what she desires, deepen our collaboration, and establish trust through emotional connections. Previously, we unambiguously coerced her loved ones. This is indisputable. Hence, we must demonstrate sincerity. At the very least, we must find a way to grant her autonomy. Nick Fury's expression turned grave as he spoke with utmost seriousness. Alexander Pierce appeared incredulous. What in the world is this damn balancing act? Is this not mere compromise? Deepening emotional connections? Who would buy into that? I am aware of your thoughts, but trust me, this is the best course of action at this juncture. Nick Fury cast a deep glance at his old superior, solemnly adding, do not attempt to further test the limits. The consequences of angering a superhero are beyond anyone's capacity to bear. After a prolonged silence, Alexander Pierce finally sighed. Since you have thought this through, simply draft a report and submit it. Why the need for a meeting? I summoned you to give you a heads up. This world is vast, and human thoughts are complex and ever-changing. Not everyone will respond rationally to challenges. Nick Fury spoke with a significant tone, implying deeper meaning. I trust your judgment. Proceed as you deem fit. I shall manage the other council members on my end. A flicker of understanding passed through Alexander Pierce's eyes as he nodded in agreement, silent for a moment. Chapter 58. The opening of the Flushing Expo in a dilapidated building on the outskirts of Moscow. An ailing old man lay on his bed. His eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness, fixated on the news broadcast on the television. Tony Stark's announcement of his identity as Iron Man. The man, Anton Vanko, was once a leading global scientist, a research prodigy, and the chief engineer at Stark Industries. Anton Vanko had collaborated with Howard Stark to develop the groundbreaking arc reactor, a nuclear energy technology that revolutionized energy supply, outpacing all contemporaneous products by a staggering 50 years. However, the good times were short-lived. Shortly after the arc reactor's debut, Anton Vanko was ousted from the company and exiled, returning to the Soviet Union. The sole reason was his desire to capitalize on the technology for personal gain. Was he truly in the wrong? Anton Vanko could never comprehend why such groundbreaking technology was not essential to the flourishing era. Scientists, too, must eat and live. Why should the fruits of his labor not be monetized? Howard Stark was nothing but a despicable thief, a robber, a deceiver. Initially, Anton felt a sense of relief upon hearing of his old rival's demise. But now, Howard's son stood once more in the spotlight of the world stage. An affront he could barely tolerate. That stage should have been his. Anton Vanko gazed at his son, Ivan Vanko, and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Do not listen to their nonsense, Ivan said, his eyes filled with complexity, attempting to console his frail father. Forgive me, my son. I can only bequeath you my knowledge. Anton Vanko's voice faltered, and before he could finish, he succumbed to his fate. This man, who had lived a life of unfulfilled ambition, steeped in jealousy and resentment, passed away in despair. Witnessing his father's eternal slumber, Ivan let out a furious howl, vowing to make the Stark family pay for the blood debts accrued over the decades. The arc reactor, he would reclaim this rightful legacy of his father. After Anton was expelled from Stark Industries, he returned to the former Soviet Union, despondent, clutching his meticulously designed schematics. Among these documents lay the data to fully replicate the arc reactor, yet his disdain for the Soviet regime deterred him from sharing the technology with the authorities. Ivan Vanko's weathered face bore the marks of anger and determination. He was resolved to fulfill his father's wishes and even surpass his technological prowess by creating a miniature arc reactor identical to the one embedded in Tony Stark's chest. 2 years later, at an altitude of 15,000 feet over Flushing, New York, a large military transport aircraft soared through the night sky. Tony Stark, flamboyantly clad in the newly developed Mark V armor, stood at the rear of the plane. The cargo door slowly opened, revealing the brilliantly lit city below and the starlit sky. Pepper Potts, secured by a safety harness, stood beside the aircraft's rear, cradling the Mark V helmet. "Tony, are you sure about this? It's dangerous. The wind pressure could make it hard for you to breathe." Pepper struggled against the gusts, her eyes squinting in discomfort as she urged caution. The audacity of Tony wanting her to throw the helmet out of the aircraft during the Stark Industries Expo opening left her exasperated. For her adventurous and quirky boyfriend, she felt an equal mix of love and frustration. "Of course, it will be exhilarating," Tony replied, his face alight with excitement. "Current wind speed, 30 knots. Altitude, 15,000 feet. Airspace is clear for landing in the designated area." The pilot's announcement echoed through the cabin. Pepper quickly tossed it down. "I'm ready to make a grand entrance," Tony urged, maneuvering the armor to the edge of the cargo door. "You've really got me beat." Pepper sighed in resignation, kissing the helmet before launching it from the plane. Seizing the moment, Tony leaped down, powering off the suit's energy source for a direct descent. He swiftly caught up to the helmet, donning it just in time. The armor, remarkably agile, propelled him with astounding speed, cutting through clouds and vibrant fireworks, ultimately activating the power source just before landing, striking a dramatic pose as he touched down at the center stage of the expo opening. The crowd erupted in fervor as Tony displayed the seamless disassembly and reassembly of his armor in a swift and efficient manner. When he finally appeared in a tailored suit under the spotlight, the applause crescendoed once more. The audience chanted his name as he transformed from a flamboyant billionaire into the globally recognized Iron Man god. "It's great to be back. Did you all miss me?" Tony waved to the audience, playfully inquiring. Meanwhile, aboard the military aircraft, Pepper watched the live broadcast of the expo and Tony's flamboyant display on the screen, a smile briefly gracing her face before being overshadowed by a hint of melancholy. Over the past 2 years, Tony had gradually transferred the management of Stark Industries entirely to her, retreating into his home to tinker with the armor. He would occasionally disappear for days, only to return with an air of anxiety and weariness that had eclipsed his former ease. Pepper sensed something was amiss and yearned for a serious conversation with Tony, but he consistently deflected her concerns with excuses. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that his transformation began after the sudden departure of Wonder Woman. The superhero had vanished from the public eye 2 years prior, and crime surged in the city, with many citizens calling out her name in vain. Pepper, utilizing military satellites, sought to uncover the whereabouts of Wonder Woman, but made no progress. Stark's industrial satellites, Jarvis's intelligent search capabilities, and military surveillance all yielded no leads. Even today, the internet was rife with posts and videos yearning for Wonder Woman's return. Conspiracy theorists claimed that the military had captured her for covert experiments. Despite clarifications from governmental bodies like the CIA, FBI, and SHIELD, the rumors persisted. Even the Chinese government publicly questioned the U.S. regarding Wonder Woman's fate, as did many other nations, all awaiting answers. Over the past 2 years, tensions had occasionally flared between East and West, primarily in political and diplomatic spheres. Yet, Iron Man's emergence had quelled the unrest, preventing these tensions from escalating into military confrontations. In a sense, Tony had significantly contributed to easing relations between the two spheres, a result of his frequent patrols in the armor. The surge in crime following Wonder Woman's disappearance had been forcefully subdued by Iron Man. Although he could not achieve the same level of neighborly rapport as the citizens' beloved Iron Man, The Mark V armor employed cutting-edge technology, utilizing a third-generation palladium arc reactor for faster energy cycling and increased output, all within a sleek, aerodynamic design. This allowed the armor to reach speeds of Mach 5, enabling rapid responses to criminal activities within the city. Additionally, the Mark V was equipped with standard arc pulse palm cannons, a cluster energy cannon in the chest, miniature armor-piercing missiles, mini incendiary bombs, shoulder-mounted mini cannons, and eye-mounted micro-laser beams. The weapon's power is rather modest. Penetrating steel plates requires an extensive duration. However, it poses no challenge when confronting ordinary criminals, drawing inspiration entirely from Liu Yuming's laser eyes. The back is equipped with external thrusters, enabling the armor to attain greater flight speeds, while the sides of the waist can deploy two controllable miniature drones for reconnaissance and combat missions. Signal connectors are affixed to the legs and elbows, which, upon electronic manipulation or manual contact, will eject 4.2 cm thick alloy plates from their recesses, forming a makeshift shield to safeguard vital areas from fatal harm in the event of external armor damage. When it comes to crime, Tony shows no mercy. Although he refrains from taking lives, it is commonplace for him to use impact energy beams to break a few bones. At this moment, during the opening ceremony of the Flushing Stark Expo, Tony is speaking eloquently. This expo is set to last an entire year, marking the first of its kind since 1974. Nations and companies from around the globe will provide resources for the most exceptional talents, sharing their visions for future development and striving to create a brighter tomorrow. It is essential to recognize that the individuals present, myself included, are inconsequential. What truly matters is what we leave behind for the future. I wish to extend a warm welcome to all visiting the Stark Industries Expo. With grandiosity, Tony spread his arms wide and shouted, eliciting another round of fervent applause. Now, let us welcome our distinguished guest from history, who will elucidate everything for you. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark. As his words faded, the stage of the expo transitioned to a nostalgic visual where Howard appeared on screen. After completing his inaugural speech, Tony walked slowly backstage, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a solemn expression. He retrieved a palm-sized device from his pocket and pressed his finger upon it, quickly revealing a line of text, palladium poisoning. Blood infiltration at 19. Indeed, prolonged exposure to the palladium arc reactor has resulted in severe adverse reactions within Tony's body. Currently, the symptoms are not overtly apparent, but should they progress, he will confront death. Clearly, as time advances, Tony's voice, afflicted by palladium poisoning, has begun its countdown. Removing the reactor would eliminate the magnetic field that repels the shrapnel in his bloodstream, leading to cardiac failure and demise. Continuing its use would result in chronic poisoning, ultimately culminating in death, albeit merely a matter of time. Despite employing various methods, Tony has failed to discover a new substitute element, entangling himself in a vicious cycle. This explains why he has stepped down as the president of Stark Industries, entrusting management entirely to Pepper. Moreover, it is paramount to note that the expansion and modernization of the Blackwatch aerial fortress are nearing completion after 2 years. The Shadow Guards work diligently and selflessly, and he is more than willing to offer them higher wages. Tony chuckled self-deprecatingly, stowing away the testing device. There remains a glimmer of hope, and he is not inclined to surrender so easily. Lou, damn it. Have you lost your mind sunbathing? Tony muttered with irritation, gazing through the skylight of the expo hall into the night sky, reflecting on a day 2 years prior, when Liu Yunming suddenly informed him of her intent to sunbathe in space. He initially thought it a jest, only to find that from that day forth, the Superwoman had vanished entirely. Through Stark Industry surveillance satellites and their high-powered cameras, Tony glimpsed her fleeting silhouette rapidly departing Earth's orbit. Yet, for the sake of confidentiality, he instructed JARVIS to delete the original video files, which explains why Pepper could not locate any information. Chapter 59. The dull hearing the grand opening ceremony of the Flushing Stark Expo concluded splendidly. Tony, utterly fatigued, yearned to return home and immerse himself in the soft embrace of his comfortable bed. He had devoted himself entirely to upgrading his armor. having gone 2 entire days without rest. Despite the myriad of functions offered by the 5 Malawian kwacha's Iron Man suit, it failed to completely satisfy Tony, a genius who perpetually seeks perfection. Geniuses are never content with the status quo. They climb fearlessly, striving for greater heights to behold a broader vista. Stagnation is not in his nature. He is wholly unconcerned with feelings of satisfaction. On his way to the parking area, Tony found himself surrounded by a fervent crowd of fans. Numerous signs were raised high, emblazoned with declarations of adoration and praise for him. "Tony! Tony!" The deafening cheers echoed around him. Tony forced a smile, politely declining the advances of several women eager to slip him their phone numbers while patiently signing autographs for a few excited children whose faces glowed with enthusiasm. Finally, with the aid of his bodyguards, he managed to escape the throng and settled into his car. At that moment, an alluring and graceful female officer appeared, her captivating gaze fixed upon him. She approached the car with a light step, presenting a summons with polite yet firm words, informing Tony of his obligation to attend a hearing at 9 a.m. the following day in Washington. With no other option, Tony pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. He hurriedly made his way to the Senate Armed Services Committee, arriving just in the nick of time. "Mr. Stark, may we continue our previous discussion? Mr. Stark, are you listening to me?" Senator Stern's anxious calls, intermingled with the heavy thuds of a gavel striking the table, finally captured Tony's attention. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing his exhaustion and confusion, and after a considerable pause, he became aware of his surroundings, the hearing room. The relentless work of the past days had drained him to the brink, and all he longed for was a soft bed to collapse into. "I'm here, dear." Tony mustered his energy, flashing his signature roguish smile. Even as he felt too weary to lift a finger, he couldn't resist injecting some humor into the atmosphere. The audience paused in surprise at the playful address before erupting in brief but hearty laughter. "Please, pay attention to what I'm saying, all right?" Senator Stern sighed with resignation. He found himself somewhat at a loss with this illustrious Iron Man, renowned entrepreneur, philanthropist, and billionaire. "Of course, no problem," Tony replied, spreading his hands and shrugging with a relaxed demeanor. "Here lies a pivotal question. Do you possess any extraordinarily unique weaponry?" Senator Stern maintained his smile, focusing intently on Tony as he continued his inquiry. From the moment Tony publicly declared himself as Iron Man, the Mark series of armor ceased to be a secret, garnering significant interest from government agencies and the military due to its advanced and revolutionary nature. Unlike the sudden emergence of supernatural abilities, the technology embodied in the Iron Man suit is replicable. Its formidable mobility and exceptional defense against conventional weaponry have left many coveting its power. The Department of Defense swiftly recognized that applying such cutting-edge technology to armed forces would undoubtedly alter the current global strategic landscape. This is the fundamental reason the Senate Armed Services Committee was scrutinizing Tony. 2 years ago, the sudden disappearance of a formidable heroine stirred the ambitions of many. Without her protection, the American government became increasingly audacious. In their view, Tony Stark was merely a fortunate arms dealer, a businessman. The title of Iron Man was just a moniker. Could he truly contend with the might of the national machinery? They schemed relentlessly to wrest his technology from his grasp. "I possess no special weaponry. In fact, I decommissioned my weapons development division 2 years ago," Tony replied nonchalantly, his expression calm and unwavering, denying the insinuation without hesitation. "Are you certain?" Senator Stern's countenance darkened, and his voice involuntarily lowered a notch. "Of course, that depends on how you define weaponry." Tony arched an eyebrow, feigning innocence, as if genuinely perplexed by the senator's question. "Iron Man is a weapon," Senator Stern bluntly stated, no longer beating around the bush. "I must firmly declare that my inventions are by no means weapons." Tony shook his head resolutely, showing no signs of wavering. "Then I am keen to hear how you intend to describe this equipment and explain its various functions." Senator Stern, a seasoned politician, skillfully returned the question to Tony. "I believe it resembles a high-tech assistive prosthetic. That is the most apt description I can conjure." Tony quipped with a mischievous grin. This comment incited another wave of laughter from the audience, the atmosphere in the room becoming chaotic once more. Senator Stern's lips twitched in irritation, silently cursing the absurdity of calling it a high-tech prosthetic. What sort of prosthetic could withstand bullets from machine guns, endure tank shells, and even sweat a tank aside? It is undoubtedly a weapon, Mr. Stark. There is no need for you to quibble. This is an indisputable fact, do you understand? Senator Stern's patience waned, fully aware that Tony Stark was a master debater, skilled at turning the dead into the living, and he had little time to engage in such frivolities. I believe this weapon technology should primarily benefit the people of America. Senator Stern raised his voice, his tone resolute, attempting to pressure Tony from a moral high ground. After all, under the banner of everything for the nation, everything for the citizens, few could easily refuse. You've amused me. Don't even think about it. Abandon this unrealistic notion at once. Tony responded defiantly, standing firm against the pressure. No matter how grandiloquent the rhetoric, it could not conceal the true intentions of these politicians, who sought to exploit war for personal gain. I am Iron Man. The suit and I are one and the same. To surrender Iron Man is to surrender myself, akin to servitude or being forced into degrading acts. Of course, in certain states, such acts are legal. Tony added humorously, evoking another round of laughter from the audience. The Iron Man suit would never be surrendered to anyone. There was no room for negotiation. Tony felt confident, knowing that without an in-depth understanding, no nation, including America, could replicate the technology of the Iron Man suit for at least 2 decades. Simply overcoming the challenge of the miniaturized arc reactor would deter countless so-called scientists. Seeing the situation, Senator Stern, somewhat at a loss, introduced another arms manufacturer, Justin Hammer. Tony cast a disdainful glance at the blonde man striding into the meeting room, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Justin Hammer certainly had some talent and was a thorough businessman. The American government had always favored collaborating with individuals of his ilk. This individual currently stands as a primary supplier and partner of the Ministry of Defense, enjoying a modest reputation within the industry. Hammer Industries, renowned for its weaponry development, does possess a certain global acclaim. Yet when juxtaposed with true technological giants like Stark Industries, it resembles little more than a jester. The company is notorious for its penchant for imitation and the appropriation of technology. Should Tony choose to, he could easily outpace them by half a century in terms of innovation. The ensuing meeting devolved into an interminable exchange of rhetoric. Justin Hammer, representing the Ministry of Defense, fervently urged Tony to relinquish the technological secrets behind the Iron Man suit. His arguments were uninspired, echoing those of the long-deceased Obadiah Stane. He insisted that Tony's inventions ought not to be the sole possession of one individual, but rather serve the greater good of humanity. He further claimed that Iron Man could not bear the weight of national defense alone, nor did he possess the requisite capabilities. A lion wishing to reign over the savannah cannot rely solely on itself. It requires allies and comrades. Such lengthy discourse only served to lull Tony into a stupor. He was acutely aware that had Pepper been present, these clowns would not dare to overtly pressure him for the secrets of Iron Man technology. Yet, in the brief 2 years since her departure, these fools had emerged from the shadows. Nonetheless, he felt no trepidation. The visible strength of Stark Industries was merely a facade he chose to present to the American government and various factions. His true trump cards remained concealed. Tony nostalgically recalled his formidable bodyguard, resolved that upon her return, he would deduct 2 years of her absence from her salary. Shortly after Justin Hammer concluded his oration, the military summoned Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes. In truth, Rhodes had been half coerced, half deceived into attending this hearing, his primary task being to present an evaluation report on the Iron Man technology. Rhodes had dedicated considerable time and effort to this report, which articulated a clear, rational, and objective perspective on Iron Man, thoroughly analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the technology. However, Senator Stern only permitted him to read specific excerpts, aiming to intensify the pressure on Tony. As a true friend, Rhodes sincerely hoped that Iron Man could integrate into the command structure of the U.S. military. This would not only alleviate the increasingly strained relationship between the government and Stark Industries, but also facilitate some degree of technological sharing, thereby bolstering military strength. Clearly, Tony scoffed at such notions, his demeanor and body language unmistakably conveying his refusal, though he refrained from voicing his dissent. Observing Tony's reaction, Senator Stern promptly revealed footage captured by military satellites. The video displayed several nations and regions attempting to replicate and manufacture Iron Man suits. Should these suits be deployed, they would undoubtedly alter the landscape of modern warfare, placing America in a perilously passive position. Senator Stern eagerly anticipated that, faced with such a national crisis, Tony would inevitably make the right choice. Unfortunately for him, Tony had no intention of acquiescing. With a calm demeanor, Tony instructed JARVIS to infiltrate the systems and showcase videos of failed experiments concerning the production of various Iron Man suit replicas. In stark contrast to Rhodes' aerial footage, these videos were crystal clear. The first one featured a clumsy, oversized mech produced by South Korea, which stumbled and fell after just a few steps, inadvertently triggering an external Gatling gun that resulted in the photographer's immediate demise. Following that was Iran's attempt at a hybrid aircraft mech, which crashed upon takeoff, showcasing a complete lack of technological prowess. Finally, Hammer Industries' Iron Man suit appeared, visually appealing at first glance. Yet during testing, it grotesquely injured the test operator's spine. While many countries might require 5 to 10 years to develop a viable product, Hammer Industries would likely take twice that time. Tony shuddered, grimacing as he noted the haunting screams resonating from the footage. Rhodes, head bowed, could hardly suppress a smirk, realizing the predicament Tony found himself in. The idea of replicating Iron Man technology? A farcical notion. No one could achieve that in the near term. The clips displayed nothing but explosions or casualties inflicted by their own creations, an utter catastrophe. I must say, no offense intended. Tony rose, smiling calmly. What do you mean? Stern asked, perplexed. Iron Man can deter nuclear threats, ensuring our safety. The United States is equally secure, is it not? Tony retorted with a dismissive glance, his disdain evident. In fact, according to JARVIS, radar technology and the flight speed of the 5 Malawian Kwacha's Iron Man suit, even if other nations initiated a nuclear strike, Tony could intercept it in advance, altering the missile's trajectory or preemptively destroying it. You wish to claim my invention? Dream on. I am the one maintaining world peace. So what do you want from me? I refuse to collaborate with these clowns. Farewell. With a familiar smile, Tony flashed a peace sign and strode confidently out of the conference hall. Yet, beneath that proud and self-assured demeanor lay a subtle shadow. Damn it, Tony! Senator Stern exclaimed. Springing to his feet, his face flushed with rage, cursing and even raising his middle finger, his earlier composure shattered. In response, Tony smiled, expressing gratitude for the support. His gaze